In the War of the Twin Emperors, the Flame Emperor and the Soul Heaven Emperor engaged in a fierce battle that shattered the space of the Dou Qi Continent, inadvertently dragging the myriad realms into the Douluo continent. Within the spatial tunnel, the body of Xiao Yan, the Dou Emperor, was destroyed, leaving him bereft of memories, and what awaited him was yet another journey of cultivation. Obsession is not ugly. On the contrary, it embodies the essence of our existence. Xiao Yan mused as he gazed upon Bibi Dong, transformed into the Rakshasa God, a wave of emotion stirring within him. Let the evil consume this hypocritical divine power. I shall forge for you a body of evil. Regardless of your aspirations henceforth, I shall assist you. Do I still possess the qualifications for you to do this for me? Bibi Dong asked with a hoarse voice. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as the Ioa spread across the entire space. In the next moment, a voice of immense authority echoed from the heavens. Murderous and cruel, Rakshasa, how dare you call yourself a god? Chapter 1. The Twin Martial Souls. What on earth is happening to me? Xiao Yan struggled to open his eyes, greeted by a sea of crimson. Waves of dizziness reminded him of his precarious condition. He gritted his teeth against the sensation and slowly sat up, intent on scrutinizing his current predicament. This was the border between the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, a desolate area with only a few scattered villages. Not long ago, the soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest had erupted in chaos, with the outer groups of soul beasts launching assaults on the villages here. These soul beasts were primarily 10-year-old ones, dominated by the phantom wolves and azure wolves. Although disturbances among the soul beasts in the Star Dou Great Forest were not uncommon, an uproar of this magnitude was indeed rare. Given that these outer soul beasts were merely 10-year-olds, the two empires had not stationed many troops, making it impossible for the scant defenders to withstand such a formidable tide of beasts. Around Xiao Yan, several soul beasts had begun to take notice of him. Two phantom wolves, their eyes gleaming with a cruel light, fixated on him, blood dripping from their fangs. It seemed that this frail little boy was destined to become their next victim. At that moment, Xiao Yan also noticed these ill-intentioned soul beasts. A flicker of fervent light appeared in his blood-stained pupils, weak yet bright. Damn it! What madness has possessed these soul beasts? Why are there so many? It feels as though the soul beasts in the Star Dou Great Forest are endless. A man clad in the attire of a Hall of Spirits enforcer, accompanied by dozens of others, struggled to fend off the soul beasts. They had initially thought it was a routine attack and had not taken it seriously until the tide of beasts surged. Although their strengths were all above level 15, and the man's own power had reached that of a great soul master, far surpassing these soul beasts, he was still unable to halt the relentless advance of the beast tide. At this moment, another squad from the Hall of Spirits charged in from a distance, led by another enforcer of the hall. Accompanying them were several squads of soldiers from the Star Luo Empire. Enforcer Wensheng. The beleaguered members of the Hall of Spirits felt a slight relief upon seeing the reinforcements arrive. Everyone, do not panic. The Archbishop has already organized personnel en route. This beast tide will soon come to an end. Wensheng's words served as a soothing balm to the crowd, alleviating some of their fatigue. In an instant, various soul skills were unleashed against the tide of beasts. Boom! A massive burst of flames erupted, startling everyone with the intense heat. The tide of beasts faltered, quickly scattering in panic. The area once engulfed by the flames was left charred, with only a faint residue of white powder that the wind swiftly carried away. The crowd was dispersed by the fleeing soul beasts, and two enforcers, suppressing their shock, quickly organized a formation to respond. Although they were unsure of what had just occurred, the situation had at least been alleviated, as flames were the greatest fear of these lower-tier soul beasts. Everyone, do not let your guard down. We do not yet know who cast that fire, nor whether they are friend or foe, another enforcer of the Hall of Spirits cautioned. Once the beast tide disperses, we shall investigate, Wensheng said with a furrowed brow. The horrifying burning sensation from the earlier flames lingered in his mind, and he knew that if they had drawn any closer, they would have met the same fate as the vanished soul beasts. After the beast tide began to scatter, the members of the Hall of Spirits regrouped, significantly easing their burden, with only a few scattered soul beasts continuing their assaults. Approximately an hour later, the group sensed a powerful aura approaching from a distance, emanating from someone who appeared quite arrogant, showing no signs of restraint among the beast horde. The weaker soul beasts, confronted with such overwhelming pressure, grew increasingly frantic. It is the Archbishop, Wensheng nodded. This beast tide has come to an end. It is Lord Templin, the 72-level soul sage. The members of the Hall of Spirits felt a weight lift from their hearts as they saw Templin arrive. Nearly the entire contingent from the Star Dou City branch had mobilized for this border crisis, with one soul sage, two soul emperors, and several kings and other powerful figures joining the battle to eradicate the beast tide. It became apparent that the area would soon be cleansed and reclaimed. What transpired here? Templin inquired, noticing the vast charred region, a hint of confusion flickering in his mind. Could this have been an act of arson to drive away the soul beasts? Yet, the extensive scorched area appeared to have formed simultaneously, suggesting an extraordinary inferno. Archbishop, we have been here fending off the soul beast for some time, but the sheer number overwhelmed us. We could only defend ourselves and were powerless to prevent their advance. Templin gazed at the enforcer kneeling beside him and shook his head. This beast tide truly surpassed my expectations. It is a remarkable feat that you have survived. What were our losses? The casualties have exceeded half, and not a single village beyond the city has escaped unscathed. The garrison of the Tiando Empire has gone missing, and only the army of the Xingluo Empire is set to rendezvous with us, Wen Sheng replied candidly. Furthermore, an unusual scene unfolded after our meeting. SoulLand Tian inquired. Is it regarding that area scorched by flames? Indeed, it was a flame unlike any we have ever witnessed. Although it flickered momentarily, its intensity was unparalleled. Had I approached even closer, I fear I too would have been counted among the charred remains. SoulLand Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Wen Sheng, being a 33rd level battle soul sovereign, would not exaggerate. Yet if such was the case, what sort of formidable being wielded this soul technique? Moreover, judging by the extent of the charred land, it seemed beyond the capabilities of even a soul Douluo. At this moment, the beast tide had mostly dissipated, leaving only a handful of feeble soul beasts behind. Within the spirit hall, there exists a profession dedicated to studying these soul beasts, striving to comprehend the reasons behind their sudden and widespread uprising. Sixis, Luo Yun, bring a team of disciples and follow me. The rest must immediately organize a cleanup to prevent these corpses from attracting more powerful soul beasts, SoulLand Tian commanded, assigning duties before setting off with the two accompanying soul emperors towards the devastated village, which he had preliminarily identified as the source based on the shape of the scorched area. The group traversed without obstruction. Such a lengthy distance yielded not a single tree in sight. It appeared that the recent flames had incinerated every object here, leaving no survivors among animals or plants. As they ventured deeper, an intangible sensation of burning intensified, causing each heart to grow increasingly anxious. SoulLand Tian, are we truly going? Sixis asked, his voice laced with trepidation. The towering man, standing 8 feet tall like an iron tower, bore an expression of unease. Sixis, when did you become so hesitant? Luo Yun jested with a forced smile. As an auxiliary soul master, it would be false to claim he felt no anxiety, yet he held his own perspective. Regardless of what lies there, the fact that he refrained from attacking us after making his move indicates he harbors no malice towards soul masters. Perhaps he is an elder from the main hall, or a titled Douluo from some sect. Easier said than done. That is a titled Douluo. Sixis retorted, shaking his head. SoulLand Tian maintained a resolute gaze ahead, speaking gravely. Whoever this formidable individual may be, we at the Spirit Hall have ample reason to pay our respects. The group crossed the blackened earth, finally arriving in the village, only to find no trace of any superlative power. Aside from the charred remains, there lay a frail child quietly resting there. Upon closer inspection, they realized the terrifying sensation of burning emanated from this child. The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. SoulLand Tian, being a bishop, hesitated briefly before approaching to assess the child's condition. SoulLand Tian, be cautious, Sixis urged anxiously. That flame could reduce an area of several thousand meters to ash in an instant. Annihilating us would surely be no challenge. SoulLand Tian waved his hand. Step back. I will take a look. He approached Xiao Yan, crouching down to gently touch the child's skin and meticulously examining him with his soul power. Aside from an unusually intense heat, no immediate danger was apparent. Strange, he appears to be an ordinary child. How could it be? SoulLand Tian muttered to himself, suddenly staggering and falling to the ground. Soul awakening. What? The others behind him questioned their hearing, as SoulLand Tian's declaration sounded almost like a jest. Sixis and Luo Yun, seeing no immediate threat, led the Spirit Hall members forward and remarked, some soul weapons indeed unleash disproportionate power upon awakening, but causing such devastation. That is utterly absurd. SoulLand Tian shook his head, recognizing the absurdity of his previous thought. He stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, we shall ascertain the truth through testing. Allow me. Your soul powers are too prominent and crude. Luo Yun crouched down, and upon SoulLand Tian's nod, summoned forth his soul weapon. Luo Yun's soul weapon was a strand of satin, regarded as a worthless weapon in the realm of soul masters, to the extent that the soul master who awakened it deemed him unfit to become soul master. Nevertheless, He ultimately shattered the conventional perceptions and became a formidable auxiliary soul emperor. The satin gently enveloped Xiao Yan's body, and soon a greenish glow emanated from him, revealing a massive black measuring rod before the assembled crowd. A commendable battle soul. I wonder about this child's soul power. SoulLand Tian nodded thoughtfully. Let us measure his soul power. Wait, something feels off. Luo Yun's face contorted with concern. This child's soul weapon is not singular. The revelation stunned everyone present. SoulLand Tian promptly inquired. A twin soul weapon? Only the Pontiff possesses such. What is the other one? Luo Yun did not respond. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat fell from his brow as he gazed at the child enveloped in his soul power, struggling to utter 3 words. Let me go. SoulLand Tian and Sixus immediately grasped Luo Yun's implication. Several soul rings appeared as potent soul power forcefully penetrated the satin conjured by Luo Yun's power. And in an instant, they comprehended Luo Yun's predicament. Luo Yun, quickly withdraw your soul power. It is rapidly dissipating. Luo Yun did not dare delay. With the 2 of them as a barrier, he swiftly retracted his soul power, while SoulLand Tian commanded everyone to retreat. Sixus, be prepared. We shall withdraw together. Sixus nodded, and Luo Yun simultaneously activated his 2nd, 3rd, and 5th soul techniques, bestowing agility, defense, and vitality enhancements upon both. Retreat. At SoulLand Tian's command, both released their hold on their soul power and rapidly withdrew. At that moment, the soul weapons conjured by their powers began to transform. SoulLand Tian's weapon was a sturdy iron rod, while Sixus's manifested as a lion, both exemplary battle souls. Yet, at this juncture, these 2 weapons trembled violently, as if fearing the entity they encircled. The searing heat once more enveloped the surroundings, as a strand of azure flame gradually intensified, swiftly incinerating the martial souls of the 2 individuals. Subsequently, the size of this cluster of flames began to diminish slowly, until it ultimately reduced to the size of a palm, resting beside Xiao Yan's right hand. Behold, this is his 2nd martial soul, a flame we have never encountered before. As the onlookers stood in astonished silence, Luo Yun revealed this astonishing truth, and this child possesses innate full soul power. Quick, hasten to summon His Holiness the Pope. Templin Tian exclaimed in shock. Chapter 2. Bibi Dong, are you willing to become my student? What is your name? When Xiao Yan awakened once more, he found himself reclined upon a soft bed. Following the sound, he beheld a woman of unparalleled elegance and nobility, her gaze fixed intently upon him. In such close proximity, no one could resist her allure. What is your name? Noticing Xiao Yan's dazed expression upon regaining consciousness, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and pressed on with her inquiry. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Yan blinked, his voice tinged with a hint of weakness as he asked, Who are you, and why am I here? It is I who should be inquiring, Bibi Dong retorted, her displeasure evident. As the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had never encountered anyone daring enough to respond to her with such impertinence, especially not an unknown child. Had it not been for SoulLand Tian vouching for him with his life, Bibi Dong would never have entertained the notion that another soul could possess dual spirits. I cannot recall. I am Xiao Yan, he murmured absent-mindedly, cradling his head in his hands, seemingly straining to recollect something. Yet, the more he sought to remember, the deeper those memories, which once belonged to him, seemed to retreat. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the visibly anxious SoulLand Tian and snorted softly, commanding, Awaken his martial soul. I wish to see it. Your Holiness, this child's martial soul is extraordinarily fearsome, as I have stated. He may be suffering from amnesia. SoulLand Tian replied hastily, bowing respectfully. The 2 titled Douluos, Gue and Zhu, exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Your Holiness, allow us to take him outside. It will soon become evident, they suggested. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement and slowly rose to her feet, addressing SoulLand Tian, I hope you will not disappoint me. SoulLand Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, silently praying that this boy would perform adequately to impress the Pope. Otherwise, the repercussions of disturbing her would be grave. Xiao Yan was lifted from the bed by Guan Yu, his eyes vacant, resembling a mere shell of a person. Sixus and Luo Yun awaited outside, and upon witnessing the 2 titled Douluos escorting Xiao Yan, they promptly paid their respects. Everyone, please step back. We wish to observe this child's martial soul. Zhu Douluo instructed the assembly. The Pope is also present. Do not provoke her. Sixus and Luo Yun exchanged glances, silently wishing SoulLand Tian good luck as they withdrew. Bibi Dong had never favored grand displays. Had it not been for the rigid protocols of the Spirit Hall and the watchful eyes of the elders, she would have preferred solitude. She regarded SoulLand Tian's narrative with skepticism, considering it merely a fabrication he concocted to justify his presence here, treating it as an opportunity to catch her breath. The notion of a dual martial soul, particularly one of elemental fire, seemed ludicrous. In her decades of cultivation, Bibi Dong had never encountered a soul master with such a simplistic elemental martial soul, a phenomenon unheard of in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Xiao Yan ambled aimlessly alongside them, clad in tattered garments that bore the unmistakable signs of being torn by wild beasts, yet his body bore no visible scars. An enigma indeed. Old Gue, do you believe SoulLand Tian's assertion that this child's martial soul could incinerate his own? Guan Yu inquired, observing Xiao Yan's peculiar behavior. Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Gue replied coolly. Perhaps this child possesses some remarkable qualities, but SoulLand Tian has undoubtedly exaggerated. The group arrived at a clearing adjacent to the spirit hall, where Bibi Dong stood resolutely, her staff in hand. With her uniquely cool, yet commanding voice, she declared, "Commence." Guan Yu nodded, realizing that it was entirely impractical to summon the child's martial soul without the presence of Gue. And given SoulLand Tian's warnings about the potential dangers, it fell to him to take charge. "Child, do not move. If you injure yourself, I shall not be held accountable," Guan Yu said, a faint smile gracing his pale face, though it appeared chilling to onlookers. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Guan Yu, seemingly oblivious to any sense of fear. In truth, he felt no hostility emanating from this individual. "Such remarkable composure," Guan Yu murmured, as his soul rings responded to his call, manifesting his martial soul before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt an unfamiliar force within him being drawn forth, and involuntarily, he raised his left hand, slowly conjuring a black heavy ruler above it. Upon his first glance at this mysterious ruler, a latent sensation within him was ignited, prompting him to exclaim instinctively, "Mystic heavy ruler." Guan Yu regarded the ruler with astonishment, while others may have been oblivious. He recognized the profound impact of Xiao Yan's martial soul. His own soul power stuttered in response, and had it not been for his status as a titled Douluo, he might have been forced to retract his soul rings on the spot. What an extraordinary martial soul, capable of exerting such a potent suppression over my Tong Tianju. Why did it not affect Soul Emperor Luo Yun? Guan Yu pondered aloud, addressing Bibi Dong and the others present. Apart from the title Douluos, the gathered soul saints had also discerned the martial soul's formidable nature in Guan Yu's discomfort. Bibi Dong's doubts regarding SoulLand Tian's claims began to dissipate. Does he truly possess another martial soul? She inquired. Guan Yu nodded. It appears so. Shall I assist? Gue asked, his expression grave, entirely devoid of the earlier hesitance. Guan Yu shook his head. I shall continue. The Tong Tianju once again radiated a faint yellow glow. Having learned from previous experiences, Guan Yu channeled his soul power with utmost gentleness, fearful of any missteps. It was indeed amusing that a titled Douluo of his stature should find himself in such a predicament, concerned about the awakening of a child's martial soul. He could only imagine the mockery he would face were Douluo to hear of it. As Xiao Yan raised his right hand once more, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with fervor. She suppressed her excitement and stepped forward to discern the nature of Xiao Yan's second martial soul. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, sensing an intense warmth coursing through him, yet feeling no discomfort. It was a temperature that seemed to flow through his very being, innate and natural. Guan Yu, sensing the rapidly escalating heat, felt his pupils constrict. Casting aside the dignity of a titled Douluo, he hastily withdrew his martial soul and all his soul rings, enduring the pain of backlash as he stumbled back several paces to regain his balance. At that moment, a small azure flame flickered above Xiao Yan's right hand. But the surrounding temperature surged to levels several times hotter than usual. Even the titled Douluos found it unbearable. Yet in contrast, Bibi Dong's heart burned with an even greater intensity. She witnessed the manifestation of Xiao Yan's dual martial souls. While the mystic ruler was formidable, it paled in comparison to the azure flame, which eclipsed even her own martial soul and any other powerful martial souls known to her. As Xiao Yan gazed at the azure flame in his hand, images flooded his mind. He envisioned an underground lake of molten lava, upon which rested a massive azure lotus, with a small azure flame quietly nestled beneath the 1,000-foot lake, scorching the molten rock for countless meters. Azure lotus heart fire, Xiao Yan exclaimed, suddenly looking up to meet Bibi Dong's fervent gaze, declaring earnestly, I remember now. My name is Xiao Yan. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had never encountered the name Xiao Yan before, nor had she heard of any faction bearing the surname Xiao. However, observing the boy's determined yet youthful visage, She felt he bore no deceit. After all, what purpose would it serve to fabricate a name that had never existed? Your name Xiao Yan. From whence do you hail? Bibi Dong inquired. I do not know. I remember being attacked by several large beasts, and when I awakened again, I found myself here. Xiao Yan replied earnestly. Bibi Dong nodded, the divine aura she exuded softening slightly. She leaned down, personally guiding Xiao Yan to retract his martial soul into his body, and then proceeded to explain to him how to summon it. At that moment, the coldness she had previously exhibited vanished entirely, revealing her true nature as a proud master delighted by the presence of her promising disciple. You have no sect? Bibi Dong inquired with a smile. Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, I am unaware of any sect. When I awakened, all I saw were you. Who exactly are you? Suppressing her excitement, Bibi Dong once again assumed the regal demeanor of a pope and proclaimed with pride, I am Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Martial Soul Hall. These two are elders of the hall, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. Xiao Yan felt somewhat bewildered and helplessly remarked, what is the Martial Soul Hall? Is the pope truly formidable? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, while the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Child, you do not know of the Martial Soul Hall? Guan Yue expressed her confusion. Observing his ignorance, Bibi Dong shook her head in resignation. It seemed this boy was indeed without a sect, completely oblivious even to the existence of soul masters. Yet, it was precisely this innocence that solidified her determination to recruit him into the Martial Soul Hall. The Martial Soul Hall served as the sacred ground for soul masters' cultivation on the Douluo continent, where soul masters represented the pinnacle of professions, and the Pope was the most powerful among them. Bibi Dong, shedding her former air of authority, patiently explained to Xiao Yan, you must have seen those soul beasts, correct? They are far more powerful than ordinary beasts, yet soul masters surpass them in strength. Once you become a soul master, you can stand at the pinnacle of the continent, just like us. And how does one become a soul master? Xiao Yan pondered, having forgotten his past, even questioning whether the name he had suddenly recalled truly belonged to him. His sole desire now was to survive and improve his existence, all while seeking his true self. Bibi Dong smiled warmly, saying, join the Martial Soul Hall and become my disciple. The ghost and chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged knowing smiles, while the timid Tian Xen, who had been trembling for some time, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. What do you say? Seeing Xiao Yan in a daze, Bibi Dong inquired once more. Xiao Yan quietly responded, I am uncertain if this is permissible, but upon awakening, you are the only one I recognized. Thus, I agree, provided I have one request. Speak. I wish to recover my lost memories. At the very least, I must know who I truly am. Chapter 3. Changing clothes very well. I promise to help you uncover your past, Bibi Dong replied. She deemed the task trivial. After all, a child with complete amnesia on the brink of self-discovery would likely find little significance in knowing their origins. Most likely, it would only evoke a sigh of nostalgia. Then, can you also agree to my request? Xiao Yan earnestly asked. Bibi Dong chuckled at his words. All right then, you shall be my student. However, as the Pope's student, your current state is somewhat unsatisfactory. Xiao Yan was initially perplexed by Bibi Dong's implication, but Tian Xen, standing nearby, immediately understood and hurriedly said to Bibi Dong, Your Holiness, I will take him to change clothes at once. Make sure he bathes well. I intend to bring him back to the Pope's city. As her gaze shifted away from Xiao Yan, Bibi Dong reverted to her icy demeanor. Her voice still caused Tian Xen's heart to tremble slightly. Observing Xiao Yan's retreating figure, a cold and cruel smile crept across her lips. She had finally glimpsed hope for suppressing the Elder Hall. Tian Xen anxiously escorted Xiao Yan, fearful that others might snatch him away. Although they were but a few paces from the sub-hall, his clothes were already drenched in sweat by the time they arrived. Xiao Yan looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Are you hot? Tian Xen, fully aware that Xiao Yan's status had drastically changed, forced a smile and replied, Not at all. It's quite cool, actually. I will send someone to find suitable clothing for you. Why do we need suitable clothing? Xiao Yan had just been about to ask the same question. Because you're the Pope's student, of noble status and esteemed position. Thus, you must wear more splendid attire. But what connection does that have with the clothing? Xiao Yan's confusion only deepened. Tian Xen was momentarily at a loss for words, and could only bow and say, I do not know. You will have to explore that yourself. Exploring? Xiao Yan instinctively glanced at his hands. At that moment, Tian Xen summoned 2 maids to assist Xiao Yan with changing and bathing, while he busied himself with flattering the Pope, though he felt a tinge of fear for Bibi Dong. He reasoned that having found such a promising student would likely spare him from trouble, ensuring that funding for the Stardew City Subhall would not be a concern. Xiao Yan's tattered clothing was taken away, and he was led to a vast pool, where crystal-clear water flowed continuously, cleansing his body of filth. Martial Soul Hall. Soul Master, why do I have no recollection of these? Xiao Yan muttered to himself, feeling the temperature around him rise slightly. With a gentle sigh, he allowed himself to recline on the surface of the pool. Ah, since I am here, I may as well embrace it. After his bath, Xiao Yan donned a resplendent outfit. Typically, a 6- or 7-year-old child, regardless of how splendidly dressed, would not attract much attention within the Martial Soul Hall. However, with a title Douluo as his protector, the situation was different. The Ghost Douluo, being a level 95 title Douluo, was unrivaled in strength and prestige within the Martial Soul Hall. At that moment, he strolled leisurely beside the child, appearing particularly interested in him. The Soul Masters of the Sub-Hall, in awe of the Ghost Douluo's prowess, dared not approach too closely, yet they watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. Who is that child, to receive such treatment from the Ghost Douluo? I heard he was brought back by the Archbishop from outside. Is it true that the Pope has also come? I wish I could be the Pope's dog. Then I could stay by her side forever. Wake up. With your meager abilities, you dare to dream? I am different. I wish to be the Chrysanthemum Douluo's dog. The Ghost Douluo had come to escort Xiao Yan to meet Bibi Dong, fully aware that his visage resembled that of a demon to the child. Yet, Xiao Yan displayed no signs of fear, as if nothing could alter his expression. Hey, little one, do you know who I am? The Ghost Douluo couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Yan nodded, saying, You are the Ghost Douluo. Ah, so you do know. The Pope mentioned that one of you is the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the other is the Ghost Douluo. Who do you think is more formidable, me or the Chrysanthemum Douluo? The Ghost Douluo asked playfully. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before replying, I do not know, but you are rather unattractive. The Ghost Douluo clenched his fists but soon relaxed them. While the child's words were harsh, they held a ring of truth. What malice could a child possess? Nevertheless, had it been any other child, the Ghost Douluo would not have hesitated to summon his martial soul to engage in playful antics. Chapter 4. Choices. Bibi Dong sat at her desk, one arm gracefully resting on the armrest of her chair, emanating a sense of languor that did not detract from her regal presence. The book in her hands contained essential knowledge that every soul master must understand before embarking on their cultivation journey. However, having ascended to the pinnacle so long ago, she found herself at a loss, struggling to recall the names of lesser soul beasts suitable for a novice soul master. Who would have thought I would pick this up again? Bibi Dong closed the book with a sigh of nostalgia. Guan Yuan nodded slightly, speaking softly, Your student indeed possesses extraordinary talent. There could be no better fit for your personal guidance. But what do you wish to convey? Bibi Dong detected an underlying message in the Chrysanthemum Douluo's words. I believe it is best to keep this matter confidential. This child is already exposed to the eyes of the Martial Soul Hall. The spies within the Elder Hall have undoubtedly gathered information. Few are aware of the dual martial souls he possesses. Besides us, only a select few know. A hint of cruelty seeped into Guan Yuan's voice. Bibi Dong nodded, murmuring, Proceed as you see fit. Leave no trace below the rank of Soul King. Rest assured, Your Holiness, they will forever guard this secret, Guan Yu declared, before turning to push the door open and stepping outside, only to collide with Xiao Yan and Gu Mei. A cruel smile crept across his face as he departed. Gu Mei, instantly grasping Guan Yu's intentions, surmised her thoughts with remarkable accuracy. However, such behavior was consistent with the Pope's modus operandi. Were she to act differently, it would indeed be peculiar. Your Holiness, he has arrived. Gu Mei respectfully addressed Bibi Dong. Standing up, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan, who instinctively took a step back, but that was the extent of his reaction. His eyes revealed no flicker of emotional turbulence. You will not remain this way forever, Bibi Dong remarked. Your Holiness? Xiao Yan tentatively addressed her. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and shook her head. What should you call me? Teacher, Xiao Yan uttered, and for some inexplicable reason, a chord within him seemed to resonate upon uttering those two words. Indeed, Bibi Dong replied, before instructing Gu Mei, you may withdraw and check on him. Gu Mei nodded, departing with an understanding of her duties. What has this child truly experienced? Bibi Dong scrutinized Xiao Yan. She had heard whispers of legends that spoke of attaining divinity beyond the pinnacle of Douluo. Yet, true gods were absent from the Douluo continent, existing instead as superlative beings akin to divine emissaries, such as Qian Douluo from the Elder Hall. Even she could not contend with such power, which was why the Elder Hall unsettled her. The inability to exert control bred disquiet. Legends suggested that gods resided in the divine realm, and she too possessed a certain god's legacy, hindering her from fully unleashing her potential. Furthermore, Gods, upon committing transgressions, would be cast down by the God King to atone. Wielding immensely powerful martial souls and innate talents far surpassing ordinary soul masters. Xiao Yan's situation appeared to align remarkably with this myth. Was it truly so? Bibi Dong pondered. Yet regardless of its veracity, Xiao Yan's talents were undeniable. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become the blade with which she would pierce the Elder Hall. Xiao Yan, do you understand why I have chosen you as my student? Bibi Dong inquired. Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, I do not. Bibi Dong did not conceal her intentions. I aim to mold you into a superlative powerhouse to assist me in seizing control of the Spirit Hall. Oh, Bibi Dong frowned. Continuing, as teacher and student, we are bound by life and death, and betrayal is utterly intolerable. Should you transgress, I shall ensure your demise. Xiao Yan merely nodded quietly, showing no other reaction to Bibi Dong's ominous words. Bibi Dong, exasperated, knelt to bring her eyes level with his and asked, do you comprehend the meaning of life and death together, and what betrayal entails? Xiao Yan shook his head, saying, Teacher, could you teach me? I can teach you, but betrayal will not be part of your lessons. Why? Xiao Yan queried, perplexed. One must not stray from the path of righteousness. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair, feeling an inexplicable tenderness for this child, who was as blank as a canvas awaiting her strokes. Yet, this very innocence inspired greater trust in him. Bibi Dong grasped Xiao Yan's slender arm, advising, you should rest well. Tomorrow I shall take you to obtain your soul ring, allowing you to truly become a soul master. In the dungeons of the Star Dou Palace, SoulLand Tian's expression darkened as he surveyed the corpses strewn about, judging by the aura emanating from them. They had perished only recently. Among them were 5 soul kings, while the rest were soul sect and soul respect experts. Such a scale of power rivaled that of certain small sections. SoulLand Tian, I understand that cultivating competent confidants is challenging, but you must trust the Pope. The tall and slender, golden-armored man said, licking the blood from his fingertips with an icy demeanor. My lord, is this not excessively cruel? SoulLand Tian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, trembling as he spoke, despite facing a titled Douluo. Do you grasp why I have taken such measures? It is all for your holiness. Guan Yu patted SoulLand Tian's shoulder, as if to intimidate him. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Within the holy city, you may select any 4 powerhouses below the rank of Soul Douluo, and I will ensure you lack for nothing in terms of attendants and guardians. SoulLand Tian's trembling subsided, his rage failing to overwhelm his reason. He understood that the actions of Ajuz Douluo were merely a reflection of the Pope's will. You are astute. Knowing what must be done, Guan Yu slowly made his way outside, continuing, guard this secret well, and I guarantee your ascension to Soul Douluo within a decade. Chapter 5. The Millennium Soul Ring. The Star Dou Forest is one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, where tens of thousands of lower-tier soul beasts inhabit the periphery. Many of those prone to attacking ordinary humans are predominantly these creatures. At the back of the forest lies the Star Dou Forest, stretching for miles in all directions. For soul masters, it is a realm brimming with both surprises and dangers. Bibi Dong led Xiao Yan to a colossal, dilapidated stone door, surrounded by imperial soldiers engaged in repairs. This stone door seemed to have withstood numerous assaults from Millennium Soul Beasts. Guan Yu sensed something amiss. Such formidable soul beasts were rarely found at the forest's edge. Gu may cast a glance at him, coldly remarking, it is likely due to the soul ring obtained by your holiness. Bibi Dong scoffed lightly, guiding her companions into the entrance. The surrounding imperial soldiers, noting their opulent attire and the occasional aura of soul power emanating from them, hesitated to obstruct their passage. Uncertain of their identities, as they stepped into the Star Dou Forest, Xiao Yan instinctively sensed the impending danger. Even at this juncture, several soul beasts were watching them with predatory intent. Bibi Dong instructed Xiao Yan, attempt to use your blue lotus earth fire to disperse them. Xiao Yan glanced at his right hand, where a small orb of azure flame materialized, exuding a terrifying heat. Upon witnessing this fire, the surrounding soul beasts began to scatter in fear. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Why were these fearsome-looking soul beasts so timid? The titled Douluos exchanged glances, while Bibi Dong, merely curious about the fire's potency, was astonished by the outcome. Evidently, this formidable flame exerted a significant suppressive effect on soul beasts. She affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, urging him to retract his martial soul. Xiao Yan, remember, do not casually reveal your identity before others, nor let them discover your flame, martial soul. Bibi Dong cautioned, at least not until you can protect yourself. Why? This is my power. Xiao Yan inquired. Bibi Dong shook her head, explaining, because you are my student, and one of the costs of being in the limelight is relinquishing certain aspects of yourself. However, once you become sufficiently powerful, you will no longer need to bear such costs. Though Xiao Yan did not fully comprehend, he nodded in acceptance. Since Bibi Dong was his teacher, he believed she would not harm him. At least, that was his current conviction. The spirit hall is rife with complex interests. I will elaborate on this later. Bibi Dong's tone bore a hint of exasperation. Now, let's seek a suitable soul beast for you. Your Holiness, I wonder what kind of soul ring you have selected for him, Guan Yu said. Bibi Dong replied, there is no rush. Let us venture deeper. While most opt for a 10-year soul beast for their first soul ring, such a choice may not suit him. Shall we seek a 100-year soul beast? No. We shall pursue a 1,000-year soul beast. The Xuanzhong Cudgel and Blue Lotus Earthfire are primarily offensive, which may lead to neglecting control and defense. Bibi Dong explained to Xiao Yan, let us first seek a 1,000-year soul beast for your initial martial soul. While the Black Gold Magic Serpent may not possess the strongest defense among 1,000-year soul beasts, its speed is remarkable, serving as an auxiliary soul skill that can effectively enhance your defense and swiftness. Is that so? Xiao Yan nodded, somewhat understanding. Guan Yu and Gue may exchange glances. Was it feasible to absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for the first soul ring? However, judging by Bibi Dong's tone, she seemed resolute in her decision to have Xiao Yan absorb the 1,000-year soul ring, though they harbored doubts in their hearts. They were nevertheless eager to witness how Xiao Yan would manage this feat. The Stardow Forest, despite its inherent dangers, was rendered remarkably safe by the presence of a limit Douluo and 2 tidal Douluos. Soon, Guan Yu had discovered a black gold magic snake over 1,000 years old. Once Xiao Yan summoned the Xianzhong Qi to deliver a fatal blow, the process of absorbing the soul ring commenced. The agony of this process was excruciating, yet Xiao Yan appeared impervious to pain. Even when his soul was gnawed upon by the snake spirit, he showed no signs of surrender, which caused both tidal Douluos present to break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, he succeeded, breaking through to the level of a soul master, achieving the 11th rank with his first soul ring, amplifying his abilities. A fleeting black gold glow flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he activated the soul skill accompanying the first soul ring, causing his speed to surge exponentially. Coupled with the assault of the Xianzhong Qi, even soul masters of levels 17 or 18 could hardly withstand it. Truly worthy of a 1,000-year soul ring. Guan Yu remarked enviously. Great power comes with equal suffering. Did you not witness the ordeal this child just endured? The gnawing of a 1,000-year black gold magic snake spirit is something an ordinary soul master cannot bear. Gue Mei shook his head, acknowledging that while Xiao Yan suffered, outsiders could not intervene. He could not help but admire Bibi Dong's audacity. Did she not consider the possibility of unforeseen accidents? At this moment, Bibi Dong's previously tense demeanor relaxed considerably. She was well aware of the risks involved, yet Xiao Yan was not the first to undertake such a venture. Her own first soul ring had also been a 1,000-year one, and she understood the immense pain it entailed, but the rewards were equally substantial, making the risk worthwhile. Indeed, you have become a soul master, Bibi Dong acknowledged, nodding in approval. You did not disappoint me with your successful endeavor. As Xiao Yan's body oozed thin strands of blood, an aftermath of his fierce struggle with the magic snake soul, he paid it little heed. Instead, wiping the crimson from his face and inquiring about his other martial soul, Bibi Dong, taken aback by Xiao Yan's swift recovery, gestured towards his right hand, stating, your other martial soul is exceptionally powerful. If you rashly absorb its soul ring now, it would inflict even greater suffering upon you. Xiao Yan smiled, a hint of unexpected maturity gracing his youthful visage. Strangely enough, I feel as if I have grown accustomed to pain. It seems I have endured such trials before, all in the pursuit of strength. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted, pondering whether Xiao Yan's words hinted at the awakening of memories from past life. Could he truly be a reincarnation of a legendary deity? The expressions of the other 2 Douluos grew grave. Today is a day of rest. Do not entertain thoughts of absorbing another soul ring, Bibi Dong commanded sternly. Faced with her decree, Xiao Yan could only nod in resignation. The black gold magic snake was indeed formidable. Had he confronted a fully powered 1,000-year beast alone, he would have been unable to prevail without employing his blue lotus earth fire. Cultivation should not be hastened. Often, the pursuit of rapid success is ill-advised. A moment's carelessness can inflict irreparable harm to the body, which is the greatest taboo for a soul master, Bibi Dong explained. You're still too fragile. Absorbing a single 1,000-year soul ring today is sufficient. And how long must I wait before I can absorb a second soul ring? Bibi Dong pondered briefly before responding. 3 days hence. During these 3 days, I shall help you solidify your strength, aiming to elevate your soul power to the 12th rank. Guan Yue shook his head helplessly, sensing Bibi Dong's impatience. His Majesty, the Pope possesses the capability, since she has made the decision to take you on as a disciple. She will undoubtedly impart her knowledge without reservation, Gu Mei remarked, patting Guan Yue's shoulder. Ah, had I been afforded such advantageous conditions back then, I would have long since reached the pinnacle of limit Douluo. Guan Yue chuckled wryly, for Gu Mei's words carried a note of bitterness. Attaining the status of limit Douluo was no simple feat, even among the past popes of the Spirit Hall. Few could reach such heights. Only those of extraordinary talent had the opportunity to ascend to the summit of Dou Continent. Chapter 6. Saintess Hulayina as night fell. Xiao Yan opened his eyes from the warm jade stone, seated cross-legged in a position that evidently did not suit him. Upon concluding his meditation, he found that his legs had gone completely numb. Observing Xiao Yan's predicament, Bibi Dong pointed her finger, prompting the blood in his legs to flow once more, causing Xiao Yan to exclaim in surprise, as he had never experienced such a sensation before. I did not anticipate your first meditation would last quite so long, Bibi Dong remarked, as she received a skewer of roasted meat from Guan Yue and handed it to Xiao Yan. Eat something. Your stamina has been greatly depleted. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Yan questioned. Where did you acquire this food? There are soul beasts everywhere. As long as you are strong enough, food can be found anywhere, Bibi Dong replied, sensing Xiao Yan's confusion. It is the same on Douluo Continent. Power signifies everything. As Xiao Yan gnawed on the roasted meat, a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. So for you, any soul master or soul beast can be considered food. Bibi Dong shook her head, a hint of sorrow in her eyes, but she quickly regained her usual sharp demeanor. The intricacies within the Spirit Hall are beyond your current comprehension. As I mentioned during the day, do not carelessly expose your flame, martial soul, for there are other forces in existence, such as the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong spoke with fervor, standing to gaze at the moon through the dense foliage. In her eyes, the once pure moonlight had taken on a deep crimson hue. If Xiao Yan is indeed a reincarnated deity from the divine realm, I shall devote myself to nurturing him, ensuring that his life is never endangered and preventing any animosity from forming between us. Bibi Dong contemplated, believing that only in this way could she harness his power to fully seize control of the Spirit Hall. Teacher, is something troubling you? Bibi Dong closed her eyes, steadied her thoughts, and returned to face Xiao Yan, her voice slightly weary. There will come a day. What? Xiao Yan was utterly perplexed. Such matters are still too premature to discuss. Focus on your growth. One day, we shall face a great battle, Bibi Dong stated with a soft sigh. After finishing her meal, she resumed her cultivation. In the following 3 days, under Bibi Dong's guidance, Xiao Yan made significant progress, reaching the 12th rank. Gu Mei and Juju, the 2 titled Douluos, departed for the Spirit Hall due to other pressing matters. Upon your return, summon Hulayina to meet me in the Stardow Forest. She has now attained the 30th rank and is due to obtain her 3rd soul ring. Let's resolve this matter together, Bibi Dong instructed. The first time Xiao Yan encountered Hulayina, she appeared to be around 13 or 14, with long black hair and a somewhat slender figure. Though she did not strike him as stunning at first glance, a closer observation revealed an unusual charm about her. Teacher, Hulayina is here because she heard from Guan Yue that you were once again accepting disciples, she expressed, astonished by the caliber of talent that could catch Bibi Dong's eye and wondering how she compared to herself. Bibi Dong chuckled, taking hold of her arm. You seem to have come in quite a rush. What? Could you not wait a few days to see me? I heard that you were seeking a junior disciple for me, so I couldn't wait to come and see, Hulayina admitted, having already noticed Xiao Yan observing her from the side with curious eyes. While she found him quite endearing in appearance, she could not shake off a sense of rivalry towards him. You ventured here alone? Bibi Dong remarked, realizing that Hulayina had no companions. As your teacher, if you cannot hunt a 1,000-year-soul beast on your own, you are no better than the ordinary students. Hulayina seemed to boast, I can handle it just fine. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, amused by the girl's jealousy. I understand what you're thinking. Rest assured, you are all my students. But the title of Saintess of the Spirit Hall belongs to you alone. He cannot claim that title. Hulayina glanced dismissively and turned to Xiao Yan, inquiring, what is your name? What is your martial spirit? And what level of innate soul power do you possess? Xiao Yan looked at her with some confusion, sensing a subtle air of hostility emanating from her. Just as he was about to unleash his martial spirit, Bibi Dong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Xiao Yan, do not be anxious. Within the Spirit Hall, she is also my student and one of the few you can trust. Xiao shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "Never mind. I thought you were some kind of genius. You're just a child, making it difficult for me to even entertain the thought of bullying you." Xiao Yan scoffed inwardly, skeptical of Xiao words. Today, he intended to bestow a soul ring upon his second martial spirit, and she was just the right person to practice on with a man-faced demon spider. Second martial spirit? Xiao momentarily failed to grasp the notion. Yes, like me. He possesses dual martial spirits, Bibi Dong confirmed, her tone suddenly growing far more serious. Nana, you must remember, you cannot disclose his possession of dual martial spirits to anyone, including what his martial spirits are. Realizing the gravity of the matter as Bibi Dong emphasized it, Xiao nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I will keep it a secret. All right, let us search for the man-faced demon spider. We shall attend to your soul ring later, Bibi Dong affirmed, her trust in Xiao unwavering, as she regarded her with the affection of a daughter. Casting another glance at Xiao Yan, she pondered whether this child would also prove to be as remarkable as Xiao in due time. What level is he, and why use the man-faced demon spider? Xiao sensed an unusual tension. His martial spirit is rather unique, Bibi Dong stated. Yet, how could such a perilous thousand-year soul beast be employed for his initial soul ring? Xiao was perplexed. It seemed utterly implausible. I said it's due to his martial spirit, Bibi Dong cryptically replied. You'll understand in due course. Although the man-faced demon spider was not difficult to locate and could be detected within a radius of several thousand meters under the sensitivity of a tidal Douluo, Bibi Dong's discerning eyes sought only the finest. After several hours of searching, they finally set their sights on a superb specimen of the man-faced demon spider, aged over 3,000 years. Nana, your strength has reached level 30. What do you think your chances are against this man-faced demon spider? Bibi Dong inquired. Xiao felt slightly overwhelmed. She had merely been boasting earlier. While she had a relatively high chance against a soul beast of around 2,000 years, her chances against a man-faced demon spider of 3,000 years were considerably diminished. Her ability to reach this point was largely due to the soul bone she possessed, which granted her a certain affinity with soul beasts, preventing them from attacking her unprovoked. However, should she choose to strike, the soul beast would not hold back. Perhaps 50%? Xiao said, bracing herself. Chapter 7. The burned soul ring. Bibi Dong smiled and waved her hand, enveloping the man-faced demon spider in her soul power. With a slight tightening of her grip, the torrent of soul power surged toward the creature, shattering its hardened exoskeleton. The man-faced demon spider lay on the brink of death. Be prepared. Absorbing the soul ring from the man-faced demon spider will be more agonizing than from the black gold magic snake. Bibi Dong advised Xiao Yan. Go ahead and use your green lotus core fire to vanquish it. Xiao Yan nodded. The green lotus core fire erupted in his hand, shattering Bibi Dong's soul power barrier and almost instantaneously incinerating the man-faced demon spider. Isn't this a bit extraordinary? Xiao was left astounded. She had never witnessed such formidable martial spirit prowess, especially emanating from a child barely beginning his journey as a soul master. He is indeed enigmatic, which is one of the reasons I hold him in such regard, Bibi Dong chuckled. At that moment, the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider materialized, hovering above the green lotus core fire. Xiao Yan recognized that absorbing this soul ring would be even more excruciating than 3 days prior, yet he showed no hesitation, thrusting the green lotus core fire toward the soul ring. However, just as he was about to absorb it, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The soul ring, upon contact with the green lotus core fire, ignited in azure flames and was swiftly consumed, vanishing entirely. What has happened to my soul ring? Where did it go? Xiao Yan was taken aback, and Xiao was equally bewildered. The composition of the soul ring was rather peculiar. While it could manifest before the eyes of a soul master, it was not a tangible entity of soul power, but rather a manifestation akin to spiritual energy. This substance was impervious to external forces in reality. Only through the activation of martial spirits via soul power could a resonance with the soul ring be established on a spiritual level. The fact that such a rare 1,000-year soul ring was incinerated before their very eyes meant that Xiao Yan's martial spirit possessed formidable destructive capabilities at the spiritual level. Can it truly incinerate a soul ring? Bibi Dong, though somewhat astonished, quickly began to contemplate the implications. In the report from SoulLand, it was noted that both Bibi Dong and Sixus martial spirits had been burned away by Xiao Yan's martial spirit. Thus, she had anticipated that the green lotus core fire would possess destructive capabilities regarding soul rings, which is why she had chosen a soul beast over 3,000 years old. However, She had not anticipated that even a 3,000-year soul ring could be so effortlessly obliterated by the green lotus core fire. If that were the case, a 1,000-year soul ring would not suffice to satisfy the green lotus core fire, leaving them no choice but to pursue a 10,000-year soul ring. However, given Xiao Yan's current strength, it would be impossible for him to successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Attempting to do so would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Furthermore, even if he were to forcefully absorb it, would the 10,000-year soul ring not be incinerated by the green lotus core fire? After being destroyed, would they have to seek out soul beasts over 50,000 years old? Teacher, both Xiao Yan and Xiao cast their bewildered gazes toward Bibi Dong, who shook her head in resignation. It appears that your green lotus core fire is currently unsuitable for possessing a soul ring. It is too fierce, Bibi Dong stated. You will have to wait until you become a soul emperor to attempt absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. If that fails, that cannot be the case, can it? Xiao expressed her doubts. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, pondering for a considerable time before finally speaking. Let us go in search of a soul ring suitable for your absorption. In the midst of her astonishment, Xiao had yet to regain her composure, instinctively nodding in agreement. As she looked at Xiao Yan, her gaze had undergone a significant transformation. It seemed that being recognized by the teacher indicated he was indeed no ordinary individual. At this moment, Xiao was filled with anticipation regarding the expressions of those at the Tianhua Academy upon encountering Xiao Yan. The holy city was not as colossal as the capitals of the two empires, yet the Pope's palace was undeniably magnificent. This was the first time Xiao Yan stood within such a grand hall, standing beside the Pope's throne, looking down at the worshippers of the Spirit Hall, kneeling in reverence before the Pope and himself. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease stirred within him. Xiao, on the other hand, appeared to have grown accustomed to such scenes, reveling in the adoration of the multitude. After Xiao acquired a 1,000-year illusory shimmering snake, Bibi Dong led them back to the holy city. Although Bibi Dong understood the dangers of exposing Xiao Yan, the Elder Hall had undoubtedly conducted an investigation into him. Thus, concealing everything would only arouse suspicion. It was better to lay out what they already knew openly, while everything they were unaware of would remain forever unknown. This is the holy city, the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong told Xiao Yan, your identity grants you the admiration of the masses. But everything here does not yet belong to you. Xiao Yan glanced at the throne below and then at the Pope's scepter in Bibi Dong's hand, scratching his head in confusion regarding her intentions. Everyone may leave, Bibi Dong commanded with a wave of her scepter, prompting the people sprawled in worship to withdraw in unison. Now, only a handful remained in the vast palace. SoulLand Tan, rise and speak, Bibi Dong commanded, her voice imbued with authority as she addressed the still kneeling SoulLand Tan. You have presided over the Star Dou branch for 6 years, guarding your territory. During your tenure, despite countless conflicts between the two empires, you managed to defuse them all, a merit recognized by heaven and earth. In this recent incident, you have achieved even greater accomplishments. Although I may appear unfeeling, I will not be unjust. A person of consequence must be rewarded, and those deserving of punishment shall be punished. At this juncture, Bibi Dong gestured with her hand, prompting Guan Yue to toss a token towards SoulLand Tan. This token represented the authority of an elder within the Spirit Hall. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of an elder in the Spirit Hall, with the power to summon the guardians and stewards of the hall to the Star Dou branch. All resources shall be at your disposal, Bibi Dong proclaimed. SoulLand Tan was momentarily taken aback, hastily kneeling to express his gratitude. He was not a person devoid of sentiment. Yet the Pope had already afforded him considerable leniency. To linger over his own faction would be rather ungrateful. Thank you, Your Holiness, SoulLand Tan exclaimed with fervor. Although Bibi Dong was ruthless, she was not petty. Despite SoulLand Tan being merely a soul sage, his leadership of the Star Dou branch was significant, and he would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Since Xiao Yan was born on the borders of the Star Dou, let him first join the Spirit Academy there. Such experiences will greatly benefit him. As Pope, I cannot always be by his side. Henceforth, his training will require your earnest efforts, Bibi Dong instructed. SoulLand Tan was somewhat astonished that Bibi Dong would permit Xiao Yan to hone his skills in such a wild and untamed region. Setting aside the arduous journey to the Pope city, where danger was ever present, he doubted the wisdom of her decision. Chapter 8. The Water Academy. Bibi Dong's considerations were clear. The borders of the two great empires were the weakest points of the Spirit Hall's influence, yet they were also the areas least scrutinized by the Elder Hall. Keeping Xiao Yan in the Pope City or other major urban branches would undoubtedly provide superior resources and a more advantageous environment. However, should his martial spirit be exposed, the Elder Hall would surely complicate matters for the undeveloped Xiao Yan. Training was an indispensable path to becoming a formidable warrior. Go forth. I hope each time I see you, you'll leave me in awe. Bibi Dong gently patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Following this, Xiao Yan returned to the Star Dou branch with SoulLand Tian, embarking on his journey of cultivation. 5 years later, deep within the Star Dou Great Forest, a young man, his hands stained with blood, heavily leaned against a tree, while the other hand clutched the gaping wound in his chest from which dark vapor swirled. He realized he had been poisoned. Fortunately, the presence of the blue lotus earth fire within him prevented such toxins from infiltrating his body, though the injury remained a grave concern. Xiao Yan thought to himself. Not far from him lay 3 corpses, and by the aura they exuded, all 3 had been formidable soul kings. I was careless. I never anticipated this evil soul master to be so tenacious. Were it not for the advantage of the terrain, it might have been I who lay lifeless now. Xiao Yan murmured. However, with such a severe injury, he feared he would not escape the Star Dou Great Forest. Waves of dizziness washed over him, his vision blurred, and his legs could no longer support his weight. Ultimately, he succumbed to the ground. Is this truly my limit? Yet, this is far from sufficient. Xiao Yan pondered. But despite his reluctance, he could not muster the strength to rise again. Shortly after he lost consciousness, a shadowy feline, lured by the scent of blood, approached. For these beasts, the consumption of live prey was a source of great joy, and in his weakened state, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the perfect meal. The creature lunged toward his chest, fangs bared, but just as its sharp teeth were about to pierce his flesh, a water-based attack struck, sending the shadow cat scurrying away. Teacher, I saw it clearly. This person was the one who killed the 3 evil soul masters. A blue-haired girl declared as she and her companions emerged from the nearby thicket. Their attire and aura were notably similar, revealing them all to be women wielding water-type soul power. What immense power this individual possesses, capable of slaying 3 soul kings. Could he be a prodigy from some illustrious family? The leading figure, appearing to be around 25 or 6 years of age, commanded attention. Binger, quickly assess his injuries. The girl referred to as Binger nodded and bent down to examine Xiao Yan's wounds. She appeared slightly older than him, with a sweet and delicate visage. A rarity among beauties, though all the girls in her company were strikingly attractive, with Binger herself seeming rather ordinary in comparison. His lungs have been pierced by the soul master's techniques, and there are numerous wounds on his legs. First, we must channel soul power into him to preserve his life. And then we can heal his wounds, Binger instructed the leading woman. Very well, everyone, gather your soul power, the lady replied. They were instructors and students from the Water Academy, venturing into the Star Dou Great Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. With 2 soul king-level experts leading them, safeguarding these students was no challenge. However, recent encounters with malevolent soul masters in black robes, known as evil soul masters, had posed a grave threat. They had been attacked by 3 such adversaries, and one instructor lost her life while protecting her students. As a colleague and dear friend, she felt compelled to seek vengeance, but with 3 soul kings as foes, she doubted her ability to confront them alone. Initially, she had intended to evacuate her students and consult with the Academy's higher-ups, knowing they would take action against the murder of an instructor. Yet, just as they were about to leave, they discovered these evil soul masters engaged in combat with another party, both sides evenly matched. Although they were swift, no one could catch up with them. Ultimately, they arrived just after the battle had concluded, and only Binger had witnessed Xiao Yan dispatching the 3 evil soul masters. This young man is remarkably talented. To achieve such feats at his age is truly astonishing, Binger mused as she guided her gentle soul power into Xiao Yan's body, uncertainly asking, Teacher, do you recognize him, even slightly? Beside her, Shui Yuer also expressed her curiosity. The instructor shook her head with a wry smile. I hardly have the standing to be acquainted with those from esteemed families. Yet, this individual is undeniably powerful. He has rendered us a tremendous service, allowing the spirit of Shui Yun to rest in peace. At this moment, Xiao Yan's previously pallid complexion regained a hint of color, and his breathing began to stabilize. Excellent. His absorption abilities are remarkable. He has already escaped the clutches of death, Binger exclaimed. Next, I shall guide his martial spirit, enabling the temporary repair of his internal injuries. With that, she began channeling her soul power into Xiao Yan, initiating the activation of his martial spirit. However, to her surprise, Xiao Yan suddenly grasped her arm. She paused. her expression momentarily perplexed as she gazed into his slightly parted eyes. Please do not do that. Just help me stop the bleeding. Xiao Yan's voice was weak and fragmented, but Bing'er quickly comprehended his intent. Although it felt somewhat awkward to be held by a boy, she found herself oddly unopposed to the sensation. Why resist our assistance in healing your wounds? Once your injuries are mended, you will recover swiftly, Shui Yuer queried, puzzled. Do not question him. He requires rest now and cannot afford to waste energy addressing your inquiries, Bing'er replied. Everyone has their secrets, and he has aided us greatly. We must act justly. When Xiao Yan finally awoke, it was nightfall. The flickering campfire and the warmth radiating from it reassured him that he was alive, having been rescued. He sighed in relief, touching the bandaged wound on his chest, where the bleeding had nearly ceased. All his injuries were wrapped in bandages. But he recalled that the one who had saved him had intended to mend this particular wound, which would undoubtedly affect his martial spirit. The secret of his dual martial spirits must remain undisclosed. It was one of the most vital lessons imparted by his teacher. You are awake. How do you feel? Bing'er inquired, noticing Xiao Yan's consciousness returning. The students from the Water Academy also gathered around him, eager to greet him. Thank you. My vision is somewhat blurred, and I see double, Xiao Yan remarked, but as he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. Wait, it's not double vision. Why do you all look so alike? We are all from the Water Academy. This is our instructor, Bing'er explained to Xiao Yan. Young brother, we owe you our gratitude for your assistance. The Water Academy instructor smiled warmly. Xiao Yan, perplexed, responded, Thank me? For what? One of our mentors perished at the hands of those malevolent soul masters. She was also my dearest friend. Thank you for avenging her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and replied, If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed towards you all. My life is far more precious to me than that of those 3 vile soul masters. This statement rang true, and she chuckled softly, inquiring, May I ask where you hail from and which sect you belong to? Xiao Yan responded, I am from the Spirit Hall, Dou branch. Indeed, it is only such a formidable force that could cultivate a talent like you. You must be much younger than Bing'er. I am merely about 15 or 16, and currently just a level 39 Battle Soul Master. With some tactics, I can hold my own against the Soul King, Xiao Yan remarked, lying helplessly on the ground, expressing a hint of exasperation to the gathering girls. Sisters, your curious gazes are so intense. It feels as though you wish to devour me. Chapter 9. Encounter with Malevolent Soul Masters. Everyone, please take a rest. Bing'er, Lieutenant Xiao Yan, the mentor instructed. Understood, Bing'er replied, while Xiao Yan shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but my injuries are already stabilized. I will be fine. This sister should also rest early, as I intend to depart from here tomorrow. Coincidentally, we too are leaving this place. Though our purpose for coming was to acquire soul rings, the frequent presence of malevolent soul masters renders my ability to ensure their safety inadequate. It will be wiser for us to leave together. The mentor from Tianshui Academy stated, If you do not mind my presence as a burden, I will be grateful. Xiao Yan made no objections. Although he had awakened, he was still injured, and traveling together would indeed be advantageous. How could it be otherwise? Bing'er smiled. No matter what, your extermination of the malevolent soul masters has greatly aided us. Morally and emotionally, we cannot allow you to venture alone. Indeed, once we are outside, we shall make it a point to visit the Dou branch, the mentor from Tianshui Academy added. In that case, let us rest quickly. Although your wounds have stopped bleeding for now, you must not recklessly exert your soul power. Xiao Yan nodded, and the students from Tianshui Academy returned to their respective places to rest. He closed his eyes once more, regardless of what tomorrow would bring. He could only sleep for now. On the following day, Xiao Yan prepared to depart with the members of Tianshui Academy towards the outskirts of the Dou forest. Due to his injuries, their pace was not swift. Let us quicken our pace. I am not that fragile, Xiao Yan declared. Otherwise, at this rate, it will take us 10 days to exit. Xiao Yan, are you truly all right with your injuries? The mentor from Tianshui Academy asked uncertainly, noting the faint black mist emanating from the puncture wound in his chest, indicating clear signs of poisoning. Rest assured, I am fine, Xiao Yan assured them. I possess the azure lotus heart fire within me, rendering me impervious to any poison. My wounds have been staunched, and healing is merely a matter of time. However, if I were to forcibly activate my soul power to engage in battle, it could pose some complications, just as they were about to hasten their speed. A girl from Tianshui Academy suddenly screamed. What happened? Bing'er was the first to inquire. Look over there, it seems. It seems there's half of a person. The girl's voice trembled as she instinctively took a few steps back. Following her gaze, the others discerned a mangled corpse in the distance. Should we investigate? Bing'er asked the mentor. After a brief contemplation, The mentor from Tianshui Academy shook her head and said, "No, we should avoid complications and leave this place swiftly. This is likely the work of those malevolent soul masters. We absolutely cannot provoke them any further." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Yet just as he intended to echo the mentor's words, he sensed something amiss. His expression turned grave as he whispered, "Everyone, I fear things may not go as we wish." What? The mentor did not immediately grasp Xiao Yan's meaning. "Everyone, quickly retreat. There is poison in the air," Xiao Yan urgently warned. It appeared that malevolent soul masters were present, and the poison had just been released. What? The group was taken aback, hastily retreating. "Calm down. Maintain a defensive formation, and do not fall behind," the mentor urged anxiously. At that moment, several dark figures swiftly approached them, revealing a formidable presence among them. One that had already reached the level of a soul king. "One soul king and 4 soul elders," Xiao Yan alerted. "Do not separate. Mentor, you handle the soul king. I will find a way to deal with the soul elders." "Xiao Yan, do not overexert yourself," the mentor from Tianshui Academy exclaimed. Taken aback by the thought of Xiao Yan facing the soul elders given his current condition. "Allow us to assist." Bing Ya and Chu Yue chimed in. As the strongest students of the 5-Element Academy, even with their soul power at only level 40, they could still contend against an average soul elder. The remaining 2 soul elders would need to be held off by the other 5 students who were in their 30s. Their only hope now rested on the mentor swiftly defeating the soul king and then assisting them in their predicament. The soul rings of these malevolent soul masters were weak, but the toxic energy they exuded significantly diminished Xiao Yan's strength. The mentor from Tianshui Academy felt the weight of the situation as well, knowing that her success or failure would determine the fate of these children. In an instant, several individuals summoned their martial souls and soul rings, engaging in battle. Xiao Yan remained focused on the clash between the 2 soul kings. The water attribute soul power provided a semi-home advantage in the forest. Yet the opponent's strength was equally formidable. The mentor from Tianshui Academy unleashed her 4th and 5th soul skills simultaneously, maximizing her enhancement and attack techniques. Yet even so, they were effortlessly countered by the opponent. First soul skill, Ice Sword. Multiple sharp blades composed of ice formed around the mentor, swiftly launching towards the malevolent soul master. However, the malevolent soul master showed no fear, exhibiting no intention of dodging as he effortlessly blocked her attack with his gathered black soul power. "Is that all you've got? Now witness my true power." The malevolent soul master cackled, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Soul Annihilation Formation. A wave of toxic soul power spread out for dozens of meters, ensnaring the area in a poisonous cloud from which no soul master could escape unscathed. Once poisoned, their movements would become exceedingly sluggish, rendering them incapable of fighting. However, such an effect would be effective only against those of lower soul ranks. "Look at those little girls. My subordinates are about to feast on them." The Soul King malevolent cackled, continuing his assault and blocking the mentor's attempts to rescue them. Damn it. How does this malevolent soul master know so many wicked techniques? The mentor from Tianshui Academy realized the dire situation and attempted to intervene, but was hindered by the malevolent soul master, suffering a blow in the chaos. If this continued, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. After being affected by the Soul Annihilation Formation, Binger and Shuei found their strength drastically diminished and fell in just a few exchanges. If no one intervened, they would surely be the first to fall. Xiao Yan, observing the situation, could only sigh helplessly. The capabilities of these malevolent soul masters were truly a bane for ordinary soul masters. He could no longer remain a bystander. At that moment, a black-purple glow flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, his pupils elongated like a cat's. 3rd soul skill, Dark Owl Shadow Clone. Chapter 10, Soul Respect versus Soul Elder, Instantaneous Kill. Xiao Yan's 3rd soul ring is derived from a 10,000-year shadow owl, a soul beast of extreme rarity and challenging to locate, with the difficulty of hunting it surpassing even that of some 50,000-year soul beasts. Had it not been by sheer chance, he would never have acquired the soul ring from the shadow owl. The accompanying soul skill, Shadow Clone, can instantaneously elevate Xiao Yan's speed and strength 6-fold, while also creating 6 clones, each capable of existing for 1 minute and possessing the combat awareness and abilities of the original. When utilized with finesse, these 6 clones can merge with the original, amplifying their combined strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan unleashed this soul skill, resulting in an astounding 42-fold increase in both his speed and attack power. Coupled with the enhancement from his first soul skill, his velocity reached an unfathomable level, rendering ordinary soul masters unable to perceive anything but his afterimage before succumbing in defeat. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer, initially engulfed in despair, suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past, only to see the two evil soul masters of the Soul Master realm sent sprawling dozens of meters away by a heavy hammer. Xiao Yan coughed, a hint of blood staining his throat, yet he could not afford to pause his assault. He had to muster every ounce of strength to eliminate these soul masters if he wished to survive. The Xian heavy hammer struck fiercely against the two evil soul masters, with Xiao Yan's speed and power far surpassing theirs. In mere breaths, he claimed their lives. His strength is indeed formidable. Shui Bing'er and her companions gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yan, who resembled a war god, as he struck with lightning speed, dispatching two opponents of higher rank with just a few moves. Sister, is he really only at level 39? Shui Yuer asked, her expression somewhat dazed. Shui Bing'er let out a wry smile, resignedly stating, "It seems our so-called geniuses in the academy appear rather laughable in the face of such a superpower as the Spirit Hall." At this juncture, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the two remaining evil soul masters of the Soul Master realm. However, having just dispatched the previous two through a surprise attack, the remaining foes would undoubtedly be on guard. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. Xiao Yan contemplated that the ensuing battle would determine their fates. If he could not eliminate the adversaries within the duration of his third soul skill, he would suffer a backlash from forcibly expending his soul power, jeopardizing his own safety. The two soul masters, witnessing Xiao Yan charging towards them, hastily prepared for combat. Given their strength, it would be impossible for Xiao Yan to defeat them in a short time. However, they had forgotten that he still had one soul skill yet to unleash. The second soul skill, Stasis. Xiao Yan's second soul ring was derived from a 5,000-year ghost-faced white phosphor python. Due to its unique age, he received a soul ring markedly different from those of other ghost-faced white phosphor pythons, along with a distinct soul skill. This skill allows him to immobilize enemies within a designated area for 2 seconds, functioning similarly to certain soul master charm abilities but executed as a forcible command. 2 seconds in a battle among soul masters is often decisive. The Xian heavy hammer struck heavily upon their heads, causing their skulls to burst like watermelons, and the bodies of the two evil soul masters collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Remarkably, despite suffering grave injuries, Xiao Yan still managed to exhibit such formidable power. The mentor from Tian Shui Academy sighed in relief upon witnessing Xiao Yan eliminate the 4 evil soul masters of the Soul Master realm, allowing her to focus on combating the evil soul master of the Soul King level. This particular foe seemed to specialize in control-type abilities and was considerably weaker in direct combat compared to the 3 evil soul masters Xiao Yan had defeated yesterday. After the evil soul master fell, Xiao Yan, too, succumbed to the excruciating pain and weakness from his ruptured wounds, collapsing to the ground, though he was caught by someone. "Xiao Yan, are you all right?" Shui Bing'er asked, cradling him in her arms as she scanned his body with her soul power. "Could you please repeat yesterday's assistance for me?" Xiao Yan weakly requested, having forcibly drawn upon a vast reservoir of soul power. With the effect of his third soul skill now dissipated, he could no longer sustain himself and was in urgent need of soul power replenishment. Without hesitation, Shui Bing'er began to gently channel her soul power into Xiao Yan's body. Marveling at his resilience, despite such turmoil, he managed to remain conscious. Lying in Shui Bing'er's embrace, Xiao Yan felt slightly uncomfortable but did not resist, appreciating the gentle nature of her water attribute soul power as it systematically helped untangle the chaotic flow of his soul power. To think you could unleash such strength. If I am not mistaken, that was a 10,000-year soul ring? Shui Bing'er inquired. The surviving students, having narrowly escaped disaster, widened their eyes in anticipation of Xiao Yan's response. He nodded, acknowledging it was a stroke of luck. It hardly counts as a skill. You truly possess a penchant for jest. The 10,000-year soul rings possessed by those whose strength has reached the title of Douluo are typically obtained only at levels above 50. Are you genuinely only at level 39? I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through. If all goes well, I should reach level 40 in the coming days, Xiao Yan replied. Meanwhile, the mentor from Tian Shui Academy was gaining the upper hand against the evil soul master. Given a bit more time, she could defeat this foe. I'll assist the teacher, Shui Yuer declared, rushing forth. As a level 40 battle soul master herself, she had the potential to play a significant role in the fight against the Soul King, provided she entered at the right moment. At this point, with Shui Bing'er's help, Xiao Yan had regained some of his soul power, alleviating much of his previous weakness. Shui Bing'er carefully removed the blood-soaked robes and bandages from his wounds, beginning to tend to his injuries. Sister, Be gentle, Xiao Yan winced, expressing his discomfort. While it was exhilarating to unleash his full power in battle, the aftermath of healing was indeed a grim affair. Shui Binger, with no other option, slowed her movements to the utmost gentleness, applying medicine while softly enveloping Xiao Yan with her soul power to help alleviate some of his pain. Though one may fight recklessly, the pain is very real, Xiao Yan lamented, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the vast array of medicinal herbs on Douluo Continent, why has no one ever thought to extract their medicinal properties and create pills that could instantly heal wounds and replenish soul power? Soul masters typically prioritize combat, with only the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School conducting some research into auxiliary matters. However, there is no individual or faction willing to thoroughly explore the effects of every herb. Shui Binger shook her head, acknowledging, "Your idea is indeed wonderful, but it is somewhat impractical." Chapter 11. Xiao Yan's Herbal Experiments. Xiao Yan smacked his lips. He had contemplated such notions long ago. Due to the frequent border disputes between the two great empires, he had been raised in this area by Bibi Dong, where sustaining minor injuries was commonplace. After numerous instances of injury and seeking remedies, he conceived the idea of utilizing the diverse properties of various herbs to achieve effects unattainable by ordinary medicinal materials. This would significantly reduce the reliance of battle-type soul masters on auxiliary-type soul masters. For a period within the Stardow Forest, Xiao Yan discovered hundreds of herbs deemed useless by the common folk. After sampling them, he began to understand the medicinal properties they contained. Even if they held little value for humans, when combined, these herbs could yield unexpected results. Although many combinations often resulted in toxic substances, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart fire within Xiao Yan ensured that he remained impervious to toxins. He kept a ledger at his dwelling, documenting the potency of the herbs he had experimented with, along with the effects of various combinations. By now, it contained over 1,000 entries, though most were of little practical use. However, Xiao Yan firmly believed that one day he would discover a genuine recipe for pill refinement, and he found joy in this pursuit. Shui Binger, naturally unaware of Xiao Yan's deeper thoughts, merely perceived it as his musings following his injuries. Xiao Yan had ventured into the forest with an assortment of medicinal concoctions, some designed to restore soul power, while others could enhance vitality and even accelerate speed. However, these had long been depleted during his fierce confrontation with the 3 malevolent soul masters, leaving him with but a solitary potion that could temporarily dull the sensation of pain. Yet, this was merely a painkiller, offering scant utility in healing his injuries. Now, he could only rely on the unique soul power of the Heavenly Water Academy to recover his 5th soul skill, Water Wave Dance. As the battle between the 2 soul kings neared its conclusion, the mentor of the Heavenly Water Academy unleashed her most formidable 5th soul skill. Once ensnared by the watery waves, the opposing malevolent soul master would be rendered powerless, nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. "I underestimated you." The malevolent soul master sneered, exuding an air of confidence. "Our influence permeates this forest. You may escape my grasp, but you will never escape this forest. You needn't worry about that. It would be best if you resigned yourself to your fate." The mentor's 5th soul skill struck true, and she simultaneously activated her 4th and 3rd soul skills. Shui Binger, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, also unleashed her soul abilities to inflict additional damage. The powerful water attribute attack struck the malevolent soul master, causing him to falter. "I shall not descend into hell. I will be reborn in the divine realm." He cackled, but the strength of his life force waned, indicating that death was imminent. At this moment, Xiao Yan had regained some strength and was able to rise slowly from Shui Binger's embrace. "Thank you for your assistance," he said, relieved to see the malevolent soul master finally defeated. The weight that had hung over Shui Binger's heart lifted. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's swift elimination of the 4 malevolent soul masters, her mentor would have been unable to fully focus on defending them and saving herself. "Don't let my condition slow you down. We should depart immediately." Making haste to exit the Stardow Great Forest towards the Stardow Branch Hall. Upon my entry, the Stardow Branch Hall had assembled a multitude of soul masters to hunt down the malevolent soul masters within. There will surely be members of the Spear Hall there. The mentor of the Heavenly Water Academy nodded and remarked, "Young brother, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Should you ever visit the Heavenly Water Academy, I assure you, you will be treated as a distinguished guest." Xiao Yan smiled. "Let us speak of such matters once we have safely exited." The group hurried towards the direction of the Stardow Branch Hall. Due to his serious injuries, Xiao Yan was unable to move swiftly, prompting Shui Binger to offer to carry him on her back. "Binger, I can manage on my own, he protested, feeling uncomfortable with being cared for by a girl. A sensation more disconcerting than his wounds. You have sustained too many injuries. Any movement could exacerbate them. Do you wish to bleed out? Shui Bingya counted. Our hemostatic medicines are nearly exhausted. If this continues, I won't be able to save you. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan acknowledged his predicament. Unable to resist her insistence, he allowed her to carry him, recognizing that he could at least rest for a moment. We are nearing the periphery of the starred Dou Great Forest. We must hurry, aiming to arrive before nightfall. The mentor instructed her students, to which they all agreed, quickening their pace, knowing that safety lay just beyond their current location. No one could have anticipated that an ordinary hunt for soul beasts would turn them into prey. Life is unpredictable. One can never foresee which will arrive first, tomorrow, or an unforeseen calamity. As poisonous mist engulfed the forest, Xiao Yan's keen gaze remained vigilant, constantly scanning the surroundings. He had sensed for some time that they were being followed. There are people behind us, he informed Shui Binger. The fluctuations of their soul power are weak, yet I can catch glimpses of their figures trailing us. Shui Binger's hair stood on end at his words, and she anxiously asked, who is following us? Those who emit the mist, the malevolent soul masters. Xiao Yan replied grimly. But they are merely a few at the soul master level. Their hesitation to attack us surely indicates they are waiting for stronger allies. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shui Binger promptly relayed this information to her mentor. They had reached the outskirts of the starred Dou Great Forest, where the number of malevolent soul masters was increasing, but she had not anticipated their swift approach. As they traversed the area, the corpses of soul masters became more frequent. In just a few kilometers, they had encountered no less than 100 bodies. We must accelerate. We cannot allow those malevolent soul masters to catch up. We can make it out of the starred Dou Great Forest before dawn. At that moment, a ball of black flames appeared ahead. The mentor of the Heavenly Water Academy reacted swiftly, deploying her first soul skill to confront the black flames. Upon collision, a powerful wave of soul power erupted, forcing everyone from the Heavenly Water Academy to halt. What a delightful group of women. It was worth the wait, cackled the malevolent soul master, cloaked in black. Emerging slowly from the shadowy woods, flanked by 6 others. 6 soul kings. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. These 6 malevolent soul masters were of the soul king tier, and behind them loomed no less than 5 others at the soul master level. Such a formidable assembly would have been impossible for him to contend with even at his peak. The faces of the Heavenly Water Academy's members mirrored his concern. Facing 6 soul kings simultaneously was an insurmountable challenge. Fear finally crept into Shui Binger's expression, as if instinctively seeking reassurance from Xiao Yan. Chapter 12. Desperation put me down, Xiao Yan commanded solemnly. Shui Binger complied, easing him to the ground, and supported him as she asked, you can barely stand. Can you still fight? Xiao Yan retrieved a small, white jade vial from his robes and emptied its contents into his mouth. This was the last of his medicinal supplies. A painkiller that would enable him to fight with the strength of his former self, albeit at the cost of severe backlash. Soul power surged throughout his body, and his eyes gleamed with fervent intensity as an invisible pressure radiated outward. Brandishing his heavy spear, he positioned himself at the forefront of their group. Everyone fall back. I can temporarily withstand these soul kings. His voice trembled slightly. You should handle the soul masters behind us. In our current predicament, only a desperate gamble holds any hope. The members of the Heavenly Water Academy exchanged glances, and a mentor was the first to resolve herself. I will do my utmost to deal with those soul masters. I'll leave the rest to you. Survive at all costs, Xiao Yan urged, then swung his heavy spear, summoning 3 soul rings that flared with energy, unleashing 3 soul skills to their utmost potential. Even enhanced dozens of times, Xiao Yan could only contend with 3 soul kings at once. While his second soul skill would have a minimal effect on the soul kings, merely causing significant damage to the soul masters. However, he was not inclined to engage in a direct confrontation. The members of the Heavenly Water Academy had already engaged the 5 soul masters, granting Xiao Yan an opportunity to unleash his blue lotus heartfire. The intense heat radiated forth, causing the 6 soul kings to change their expressions and retreat in alarm. Unable to withstand such temperatures, Xiao Yan felt a mix of frustration and determination. While the blue lotus heartfire was powerful, it could only target enemies within close proximity and at a slow pace. Even with its might, he needed to devise a strategy to ensure the enemies were affected. With the malevolent soul masters retreating, Xiao Yan seized his chance. He concentrated, the blue lotus heartfire swiftly coalescing. After approximately 3 seconds, he thrust his hand upward, launching a fireball that soared into the sky. Boom! The explosion illuminated the forest, the fireball erupting in a blossom of azure flames. At that moment, not far away in the woods, a middle-aged man clad in a platinum robe gazed in astonishment at the blooming fire lotus in the sky. Excellent. That young man is still alive. Is that Xiao Yan? Luo Yun inquired, standing beside him. Their mission was to eliminate the malevolent soul masters that had fled into the forest. Accompanied by a contingent of over 10,000 soul masters from the branch hall and hired mercenaries. Let us hasten to see, for this lad must be in dire straits, murmured Tian Shilin, fully aware that the fireball was a distress signal from Xiao Yan. The fireball's location was not far from them. They would arrive within a matter of minutes. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already being relentlessly besieged by 6 soul kings, retreating step by step. Even the use of the blue lotus earth heart fire could not match their fierce onslaught. Once more, he condensed the blue lotus earth heart fire and hurled it towards the evil soul masters, quickly retreating to buy himself a moment's respite. We must reach him swiftly, Xiao Yan silently chanted, gazing at the flames in the sky. ISNT, your martial soul, the mysterious heavy ruler? Why are you here? Waterbinger's astonished voice erupted behind him. Startled, Xiao Yan turned to see her, her ice phoenix martial soul hovering above her head, equally astonished. What brings you here? He asked, somewhat exasperated. Handling those 5 soul zones poses no significant challenge for me. I came to check on you, replied Waterbinger. Quickly leave. But before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, the evil soul masters launched their assault once more. Waterbinger barely managed to evade when, just as it seemed she would be struck by a soul technique, Xiao Yan once again employed the blue lotus earth heart fire to shield her from the attack. Retreat. Xiao Yan grasped Waterbinger's arm, utilizing the speed from the combination of his third and first soul techniques to propel them both several hundred meters back, narrowly avoiding the overwhelming barrage unleashed by the 6 soul kings. Observing Xiao Yan's escape, the evil soul masters muttered, "This lad's martial soul is rather peculiar. You 3 pursue him while we deal with the remainder of these individuals." As Xiao Yan and Waterbinger fled, they pushed their speed to the utmost, already several thousand meters away from the battlefield. This is bad. They're still on our trail, Waterbinger exclaimed. Only 3 of them remain. It seems the others have gone to attack my classmates. I have signaled the Martial Soul Hall. They will arrive with utmost haste. We must not allow these 3 evil soul masters to catch up, Xiao Yan declared fiercely. What exactly is your martial soul? Do not inquire. Whoever asks shall perish. Xiao Yan threatened her, urging her to flee. At that moment, 3 dark misty figures swiftly approached them. A minute later, the effects of Xiao Yan's third soul technique began to wane, and his speed diminished significantly, allowing them to catch up. Xiao Yan observed that the 3 evil soul masters had encircled him and Waterbinger, realizing escape was futile. Even with the third soul technique's enhancement, he could contend with the soul kings, but once its effect faded, he would be unable to activate the blue lotus earth heart fire again in a short span of time. Once more, the flames ignited in Xiao Yan's hands, this time with a heat more intense than ever before. Under his command, the blue lotus earth heart fire rapidly spread, swiftly forming a protective circle around himself and Waterbinger, sealing off the sky above. Thus, the evil soul masters would have to traverse through the blue lotus earth heart fire to enter. For the moment, we are safe. The effects of my medicine have yet to fade, and I can hold on for a while. Once the Martial Soul Hall arrives, we shall be secure. Xiao Yan's voice was faint. Are you all right? Waterbinger grasped Xiao Yan's arm, feeling his body tremble. The pain from my wounds is returning. The effect of the medicine must be waning, Xiao Yan said, his voice tinged with suffering. At that moment, he longed for a pill that could swiftly mend his injuries or restore his soul power. Supported by Waterbinger, he gradually sank to the ground, once again summoning the blue lotus earth heart fire to reinforce the fiery prison around them. Waterbinger observed Xiao Yan's technique, noting that it did not resemble a soul technique, but rather the energy emanating from his martial soul itself. Yet, even the 5 elemental academies had no one who utilized pure elements as martial souls. After reinforcing the barrier, Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Waterbinger, disclosing this matter would be detrimental to you. The suddenness of this incident is fraught with peril, and I have no choice but to reveal myself. Please help me keep the secret. Waterbinger was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed. Rest assured, Xiao Yan, you have saved our lives multiple times this day. I will never speak of it to anyone. Chapter 13. A brush with death before Xiao Yan could respond. The flames of their barrier began to tremble. The soul technique attacks from the 3 soul kings were formidable, and Xiao Yan was barely managing to sustain his defenses. "Hold firm," he urged, straining to raise his arm and infusing the blue lotus earth heart fire into the flame barrier once more. "I shall assist you," Waterbringer said, sitting cross-legged behind him, her hands pressed against his shoulders, continuously channeling her soul power into him. Waterbinger's soul power was of the water attribute, incompatible with the blue lotus earth heart fire. Even though Xiao Yan received this influx of soul power, the conversion was fraught with difficulty. Yet, there was no alternative. It was the only way to momentarily fend off the evil soul masters. Meanwhile, at the Tianshui Academy, the arrival of the three soul kings had led to an almost instantaneous defeat. The academy's mentor was grievously injured, and the students were knocked to the ground by the soul zongs, with some of the weaker ones even losing consciousness. "This time, we are truly going to perish here. I hope Binger can escape safely with Xiao Yan," thought the mentor, overwhelmed with despair and having abandoned all hope of resistance. The black soul power emanating from the evil soul masters drew closer. While their attacks rarely inflicted fatal injuries, the cumulative blows could easily lead to death. Perhaps a source of amusement for the evil soul masters. Just when all hope seemed lost, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon everyone, causing even the evil soul masters of Soul King rank to falter. "Damn it, it's those from the Martial Soul Hall." Several evil soul masters instinctively sought to retreat, but the next moment, a beastly roar propelled them back several dozen meters. Not far away, a colossal lion, several meters tall, glared menacingly at them, while beneath it stood a titan-like man, a Soul Emperor. The crowd sensed the might of the newcomer, confirming that he was a powerful assault-type soul master of Soul Emperor rank. "Since you have arrived, do not even think of escaping." At this juncture, Luo Yun led the forces of the Martial Soul Hall, and the well-trained team of soul masters quickly surrounded the evil soul masters, separating them from the students of Tianshui Academy. Upon Luo Yun's arrival, the malevolent aura exuded by the evil soul masters seemed to diminish significantly. Owing to the influence of his seventh soul ring, he had ascended to Soul Sage a year prior. "All Martial Soul Hall members, heed my command. Eliminate every last evil soul master." With a single order from Luo Yun, numerous Soul Kings surged forward to engage the evil soul masters in battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan continued to struggle to maintain the barrier of blue lotus earth heart fire, but he was nearing his limit. The exertion required to sustain the blue lotus earth heart fire was draining his soul power rapidly. Even Waterbringer sensed a severe depletion of her own. In mere moments, the barrier formed by the blue lotus earth heart fire had weakened considerably. "There is no choice left but to expend the last remnants of my soul power and make one final stand." Xiao Yan pressed Waterbinger's hand down, speaking to her. "Are we truly going to die here?" Waterbringer nearly burst into tears. Throughout the battle, she had remained composed and calm, but at this critical juncture, her vulnerability was inevitably laid bare. Feigning ease, Xiao Yan smiled and reassured her. "Until the very last moment, the outcome remains uncertain." As the fiery barrier dissipated, Xiao Yan and Waterbringer stood completely exposed before the evil soul masters. Xiao Yan brushed away the tears from Waterbinger's face and weakly said, "Help me to my feet." With astonishment, Waterbringer gazed at Xiao Yan, wondering if he feared death at all, maintaining such a nonchalant demeanor even at this critical juncture. "I assure you, we shall not perish, at least not today," Xiao Yan declared. With Waterbinger's support, Xiao Yan managed to rise unsteadily, facing the predatory evil soul masters, unflinchingly meeting their gaze. "Before I meet my end, might I inquire why you seek to kill us?" Xiao Yan asked. Your existence as soul masters in this world is a mere waste. It would be far better for our hall to take control of Douluo Continent." "The Martial Soul Hall, is that your organization?" Xiao Yan replied, momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the term, though he had never before encountered this organization. "Rest assured, one day our Lord from the Martial Soul Hall shall descend upon the continent, and at that time you will all become our sustenance." Just as the malevolent soul master was about to strike, a golden iron rod unexpectedly appeared, blocking the path before Xiao Yan. Shui Binger gasped and instinctively withdrew. But as she was still supporting Xiao Yan's arm, the weakened Xiao Yan was abruptly pulled into her embrace. "Do not fear. This is the martial soul of the Holy Church of Temple Forest. They have arrived," Xiao Yan reassured with a smile. "I'm sorry," Shui Binger replied, a touch of guilt evident in her voice. "Are we safe now?" Xiao Yan gazed at the golden iron rod swirling in the air and nodded. "He has already reached the rank of Soul Saint at level 78, although he is still somewhat distant from us. It is not difficult for him to use his martial soul from afar to fend off these three malevolent soul masters. A soul saint at level 78? Does that not mean he is even stronger than the dean of our Heavenly Water Academy? Shui Bing exclaimed in astonishment. Is it true that even the bishops of the Spirit Hall's branches possess such formidable power? Alas, in that case, I shall take a seat. Being seen in your embrace by them might lead to mockery, Xiao Yan said, feeling the increasing tightness of Shui Binger's hold. Shui Binger froze for a moment, realizing that her anxiety had caused her to hold Xiao Yan too tightly. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, quickly assisting him to sit down. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt a surge of blood rising within him, and a moment later, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I did not expect my internal injuries to be this severe, he murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as Shui Binger was flustered and at a loss, a white and golden circle of light suddenly appeared beneath them. 5th soul skill, Golden Blessing. 6th soul skill, Radiant Sanctuary. 2 soul masters clad in platinum robes, wielding staves, materialized beside them, one to the left and one to the right. Upon recognizing them, Xiao Yan felt the weight of his worries lift. It was the Guardian of Radiance and the Guardian of the Sanctuary. I wondered who possessed such remarkable abilities to restore much of my physical condition in an instant, Xiao Yan chuckled. The skills of these 2 auxiliary soul emperors are indeed impressive, nearly stabilizing the tumultuous blood within me and restoring some soul power. Young man, do not move recklessly. In your current state, even we cannot heal you swiftly, the guardians remarked, their expressions somewhat grave. Xiao Yan's body bore signs of severe torment. The chaos within him an unprecedented sight, even for them. Chapter 14. Exiting the great forest at this moment, Temple Forest arrived. Wielding his staff and swiftly incapacitating the 3 malevolent soul masters before tossing them to the soul masters behind him for further handling. Xiao Yan noticed that the bishop appeared rather displeased, and he could surmise why. Ah, Senior Temple Forest, your timing is impeccable, Xiao Yan said with a sheepish grin. Temple Forest snorted in annoyance, retorting, You little rascal, thank goodness you are still alive. If anything had happened to you, this branch would have had to accompany you in death. Xiao Yan scratched his head, replying, You exaggerate, Senior. However, it was indeed a stroke of luck. Had it not been for this young lady's rescue, I might have already succumbed deep within the forest to the soul beasts. Oh, Temple Forest's gaze shifted to Shui Binger, who appeared youthful and was likely around level 40, a remarkable talent within the Spirit Hall. Since this young lady saved the lad, she has indeed rendered us a great service, the Guardian of Radiance remarked, stroking his beard. Your Excellencies flatter me. We simply happen upon one another. The malevolent soul masters are our sworn enemies, and how could we not come to his aid? Shui Binger said earnestly. Temple Forest nodded, saying, Your teachers and classmates are safe. I have dispatched people to escort them away from the Stardew Great Forest. You should join them. Shui Binger nodded, her eyes lingering on Xiao Yan with an inexplicable reluctance. You little rascal, you are to accompany them out and must not return. Temple Forest commanded sternly. Xiao Yan offered a sheepish smile, and with the assistance of 2 Spirit Hall attendants, he and Shui Binger made their way toward the periphery of the Stardew Great Forest. Only then did Temple Forest finally breathe a sigh of relief. This branch had mobilized over 10,000 soul masters to hunt down the suddenly emerging malevolent soul masters, suffering significant casualties but achieving substantial results. In his estimation, only a few hundred malevolent soul masters remained, most having fled deeper into the forest, where soul masters were scarce and predominantly powerful. The threat posed by these malevolent soul masters would thus be significantly diminished. However, the gathering places of those soul masters might suffer. Your Excellency, we have pursued deeply, but the Stardew Great Forest is vast. It is impossible for us to search every inch, the 2 guardians stated. At present, it would be prudent to temporarily withdraw and recuperate. After all, the relations between the 2 empires are rather tense. Temple Forest pondered briefly before nodding. You are correct. I will relay this information to the Holy City and await the elders, Gui and Ju, to decide on the next course of action. Under the layered protection of the Spirit Hall's forces, Xiao Yan and his companions finally exited the Stardew Great Forest. Outside the forest, a multitude of soul masters lingered, many of whom were wounded, most having entered the forest to hunt soul beasts. These malevolent soul masters had originally appeared at the borders of the 2 empires and were forced to flee into the Stardew Great Forest after being targeted by the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall's intervention, how could we have encountered these malevolent soul masters? Some soul masters grumbled. Shui Binger looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of confusion and asked, Is this true? Xiao Yan nodded, affirming, What they say holds merit. But they overlook one crucial point. Due to the activities of the malevolent soul masters, skirmishes frequently erupt at the borders, and the tensions between the two empires are escalating. If the Temple of the Spirit Hall does not act soon, the borders would already be engulfed in flames. Even now, the border armies of the two empires were eyeing each other warily. Were it not for the mediation of the Dou branch, the situation would have spiraled further. Only then did Shui Binger grasp the situation. The true instigators were the malevolent soul masters, and it was unjust to place the blame solely on the Spirit Hall. Let us depart. It is chaotic here. Once we reach Dou City, all will be well, Xiao Yan declared, and with that, they left the scene. The members of Heavenly Water Academy were in urgent need of returning to report the situation to their institution and to engage in discussions with the higher-ups of the Dou Empire, as the events that transpired here involved the continent's three supreme forces. Naturally, Shui Binger also needed to return with her mentor. Upon entering Dou City, her mentor insisted on returning to the Dou Empire swiftly. Xiao Yan, surprised, asked, "Do we not need a rest for a while? After all, you are all injured. There are many auxiliary soul masters in the branch hall who can assist with healing." The mentor of Heavenly Water Academy declined, saying, "No, we appreciate your kindness. But this matter is of great importance, and we cannot delay the interests of the entire empire for our own sake. We must convey the situation here swiftly. The circumstances here will be communicated to the imperial capital by the border armies of the two empires. You need not be overly anxious," Xiao Yan reassured. "I'm sorry, but we must depart quickly," the mentor of Heavenly Water Academy said, summoning several carriages and instructing Xiao Yan. "Moreover, we need to re-enter the Dou Great Forest. The Soul Master Tournament is approaching, and Binger and the others must acquire their soul rings before it begins." "You intend to return to the Dou Great Forest?" The mentor confirmed with a nod. "However, I will not be leading the expedition this time. Perhaps our dean will lead it personally, as the Dou Great Forest is no longer what it once was." After bidding farewell to Shui Binger, she cast a lingering glance back at Xiao Yan before boarding the carriage with her mentor, heading towards the Dou Empire. "Binger, what troubles you?" The mentor of Heavenly Water Academy observed her demeanor and sighed. "Binger, even though we fought alongside him this time, he is still a member of the Spirit Hall." Shui Binger felt a slight dryness in her throat. After all, Xiao Yan was a member of the Spirit Hall, and, judging by the recent bishop's demeanor towards him, his status was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps surpassing even that of the bishops of the Dou Empire. She silently hoped in her heart, "Until we meet again, Xiao Yan." When she held his frail body tightly within the Dou forest, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her, an unfamiliar feeling that she had never experienced before, and one that she yearned for deeply. Xiao Yan, too, was filled with a sense of melancholy. Soul masters often risk their lives to grow stronger, just as he did. And so too did Shui Binger and her companions. Perhaps each person's fate was predetermined the moment they were born. Upon returning to the subchamber, he tended to his injuries to some extent. After receiving the support of two guardian soul masters' abilities, his wounds were no longer severe. He could feel that he was on the verge of breaking through to level 40. In the coming days, he needed to prepare his body, all for the Soul Master competition in 4 days' time. Chapter 15. The Soul Master competition the following morning, after a night of treatment from several different support-type Soul Masters, Xiao Yan gradually regained his spirits. Although his wounds still required time to heal, they were not a significant concern. As he felt the surge of soul power within him once more, he realized that he had smoothly broken through to level 40 the previous night, and he would soon acquire his 4th soul ring. Given that his 3rd soul ring was a 10,000-year shadow owl, his 4th must also be from a soul beast of over 10,000 years. Moreover, it was time to obtain a soul ring for his blue lotus earth fire. Calculating, he thought that he might need to hunt 5 soul beasts of over 10,000 years this time, and he needed to carefully consider which type of soul ring would suit him. This upcoming hunt would undoubtedly be far more challenging than the last. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and SoulLand Tian entered with a solemn expression. "Bishop, how are you?" The nearby soul masters greeted him respectfully. "How are you faring?" SoulLand Tian inquired of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan moved his arms and replied, "Rest assured, I'm fine and have successfully broken through to level 40. SoulLand Tian furrowed his brow. This meant Xiao Yan would need to obtain his 4th soul ring. "What about the evil soul masters?" Xiao Yan asked, and SoulLand Tian shook his head. "Most have been eliminated, but the ones that fled deep into the forest are difficult to locate. There are soul beasts of 1,000 and 10,000 years in that area, and with our current manpower, it is simply impossible to eradicate them. What shall we do?" Xiao Yan felt helpless. He still wanted to venture into the Dou forest to hunt soul beasts. The border tensions between the two empires are escalating. And for the time being, we cannot focus on dealing with the evil soul masters. I have sent intelligence regarding this matter to the Pope. We shall await his decree. Xilin Tian sighed. This incident was unprecedented since he became a bishop, and even the bishops of the two empires could not manage it properly. It seems my quest for a soul ring will have to be postponed, Xiao Yan lamented while seated in a chair. I have also reported your situation to the Pope. If you continue to take such risks, His Holiness may very well command you to return, Xilin Tian chuckled. Perhaps this time, he will urge you back, which would be for the best, saving me from the distress of watching you. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. I that bothersome? If something were to happen to you, I would have no choice but to report to His Holiness directly, Xilin Tian said with exasperation. Take good care of yourself for a few days. Do not jeopardize the upcoming Soul Master competition in Dou City. The Soul Master competition is merely child's play, Xiao Yan shook his head. Although the competition was a coveted event for every young Soul Master, the trials it presented paled in comparison to life and death battles. 4 days later, the Soul Master competition commenced as scheduled, starting with the preliminary rounds for all young Soul Masters. Hundreds of eligible Soul Masters would engage in battle simultaneously. Xiao Yan, level 40 Battle Spirit Master. Lu Xing, level 45 Battle Spirit Master. Kid, this is the Coliseum of Dou City. Now that you've decided to step onto the stage, don't blame me for bullying you. This was an open-air arena, and a burly man sneered at Xiao Yan. In this desolate city, ruthless individuals were not in short supply, and aside from accepting quests to hunt soul beasts or soul masters, the arena offered ample opportunities for revenge. Xiao Yan smiled subtly. This was his first time stepping onto this arena, but not his first battle. Over the past 5 years, he had raised his soul power by nearly 30 levels. His Xianzhong scale had acquired both a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring. His everyday opponents were often stronger soul masters, including those above level 40. With several life-and-death battles under his belt, resulting in 7 soul kings falling by his hand, his strength was far from what it appeared. The selection round of the Soul Master competition officially begins. With the host's announcement, the audience erupted into cheers. The arena hosted dozens of competition zones, with hundreds of soul masters participating. Due to the limited size of Luo City, only a few individuals could share one competition zone. The tournament rules prohibited illegal teaming, and any violations would result in disqualification. Kid, brace yourself. Lu Xing howled ferociously as his body expanded, transforming into a werewolf. 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, radiated around him. Beast martial spirit? Xiao Yan remained vigilant. If he could use his blue lotus earth fire, he could defeat Lu Xing with just 1 strike. But he would not resort to that. With a flash of black energy, the Xianzhong scale firmly appeared in his grasp. Surrounded by 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. 10,000-year soul ring. Not only was Lu Xing taken aback, but the audience and the host were also captivated by Xiao Yan's displayed soul rings. Since the Soul Master competition was primarily for young talents, no one possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, making this a first. Wait, look at his One participant recognized Xiao Yan immediately. 6 months prior, a 10,000-year soul beast, temporarily raised by a prince of the Dou Empire, had gone berserk. Bishop Xilin Tian and several powerful individuals had rushed to the Dou forest to quell it. No one in Dou City could contend with that soul beast. But it was this young man wielding the Blacksure who had severely injured it with the assistance of Protector Luo Yun. Who would have thought he would show up here? It seems the champion has already been decided. The crowd buzzed, acknowledging Xiao Yan's prowess, which was undeniable. No young soul master could rival him. Such a talent was beyond reach. This individual frequently appears by Bishop Xilin Tian's side, suggesting a close relationship. Could he be the bishop's student? Perhaps even a secret child? Ridiculous. How could Bishop Xilin Tian engage in such actions? Hearing the murmurs, Lu Xing gritted his teeth, steeling himself. He thought, since I'm already here, retreating would be embarrassing. I must face him head on. He roared to bolster his confidence. We'll have a 10,000-year soul ring. Cultivation is what truly matters. I care not who you are. In this arena, strength reigns supreme. With that, he charged directly at Xiao Yan. His first soul skill, similar to Xiao Yan's, enhanced himself. However, Xiao Yan's black gold demon snake not only increased his speed, but also augmented his defensive capabilities, far surpassing the benefits of a 10-year soul ring. As Lu Xing's massive claws were about to graze Xiao Yan's nose, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly vanished in a peculiar manner. Lu Xing's powerful attack missed entirely. Though his 4th soul ring granted him a potent locking skill, such extreme speed could be easily evaded. In an instant, Xiao Yan reappeared behind Lu Xing. A chilling gust of wind swept over, and Lu Xing instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be firmly suppressed by the Xianzhong scale. Damn it! What is this? My soul power flow is being obstructed by this bizarre shrew. Lu Xing exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his soul power was flowing sluggishly. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, stating, "Level is not the sole criterion for judging strength. This is merely a competition. In a life-and-death duel, a moment's carelessness could lead to death." The weight of the Xianzhong Qi suddenly intensified, pinning the colossal werewolf to the ground, leaving no doubt that Lu Xing had lost all capacity to retaliate. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena, as no one had anticipated the battle to conclude in such a manner. With the Xianzhong Qi resting heavily upon the werewolf, the creature ceased its struggles. The referee proclaimed Xiao Yan the victor. "Such misfortune to encounter you on stage." Lu Xing spat, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. "How about another match? I still have 2 soul rings worth of soul skills left to use." Xiao Yan squinted and smiled. Sensing Lu Xing's momentary hesitation, it was evident that he was merely posturing. Should they fight again, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly unleash his full strength, and Lu Xing would likely suffer a devastating defeat. Why endure another beating when he was already destined to lose? Family matters call. Perhaps another day, Lu Xing mumbled, retreating in a dejected fashion. The match concluded with Xiao Yan's victory, who let out a resigned sigh. He had not intended to be here, but last month, Guan Yu had insisted he participate in the Soul Master competition, stating that it was the only way to qualify for the finals at the Pope's Hall. "ISN Tishi the Pope. Why must I come myself?" Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed. "What if you can't even secure the championship of Starlight City? Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing?" Guan Yu replied, her tone laced with playful irony. "By the way, as a favor due to our relationship, I must warn you, in this competition, you will encounter a formidable opponent, given your current strength." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you suggesting I should warm up?" "I'm done talking. Farewell," Guan Yu stated, leaving without disclosing the identity of the opponent. Chapter 16. Hulaina's soul skills, even without her explicit mention. Xiao Yan could surmise that the so-called formidable adversary was none other than his junior sister, Hulaina. The last time he had come here with Bibi Dong was 2 months ago, and, at that time, she was already at level 49. Given her innate talent, she must now have reached level 50, likely obtaining her 5th soul ring. At this moment, a new stir arose in the arena as spectators beheld yet another young soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring, whose energy fluctuations surpassed even those of Xiao Yan moments prior. A level 50 battle soul master, a strength never before seen in Starlight City. The announcer's voice rang with excitement. Following the crowd's gaze, Xiao Yan indeed saw a stunningly alluring woman standing there, her 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul rings eliciting gasps of admiration. Coupled with her captivating physique and beauty, she left the audience utterly enthralled. "It truly is her." Xiao Yan sighed with a wry smile. If he were to face a typical Soul King, or if Hulaina were not present, he would not have felt overly anxious. However, the situation was different now. Despite her level being only 50, her prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary Soul King. In front of such an audience, she could not utilize her Qinglian Earth Fire, which was utterly vexing. Hulaina seemed to sense Xiao Yan's gaze and playfully stuck out her tongue at him from the arena. After 6 years of sporadic interactions, she harbored no animosity towards him, yet her competitive spirit remained unchanged. "So what if I've been cultivating for a few more years than you?" Xiao Yan feigned indifference, turning to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the arena, he swiftly climbed the high walls, using the foliage as cover to observe Hulaina's combat techniques. Second soul skill, Bewitchment. Hulaina faced her opponent with unwavering confidence, entirely unperturbed by his aggressive demeanor. In truth, upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, her opponent's fighting spirit had already waned. Hulaina's martial soul, the celestial fox, inherently possessed an irresistible allure, and with her soul skill, no soul master of equal rank could withstand her charm. Her adversary fell swiftly into her grasp. Xiao Yan scoffed. Hulaina's bewitching skill was practically ineffective against him, as the Qinglian Earth Fire within him could effortlessly repel any mental assaults, and being a passive skill, it would not be detected by others. What truly posed a challenge for Xiao Yan was Hulaina's prowess in battle. Her speed, attack power, and defense surpassed his own. His only advantage lay in his combat experience. Over the years, he had relentlessly challenged stronger opponents, breaking through deadlocks, honing his battle experience and techniques beyond Hulaina's. After all, she had spent most of her time within the Martial Soul Academy. Even Bibi Dong had to concede that Xiao Yan's growth rate had far exceeded her expectations. It seemed she was intentionally concealing her strength, aiming for a surprise attack. Was she? Xiao Yan felt a sense of resignation. If that was the case, then let the confrontation commence. He was eager to see if his third soul ring could measure up against hers. In recent years, Starlight City had become considerably more vibrant due to investments from the Pope's Hall, but this influx had also rendered public safety more challenging. Frequent skirmishes among soul masters often endangered civilians, and some even brought uncontrollable soul beasts into the city. In response to this situation, SoulLand, along with several soul sage experts from the Pope's city, formed a special enforcement team, granting them the authority to act decisively against any disturbances, effectively expelling dangerous elements from the city. Although Xiao Yan had yet to reach the soul sage level, he joined this enforcement team. With his soul sovereign strength, he could contend with soul kings, and he was quite well known within Starlight City. Isn't that Xiao Yan? It looks like he's off to the Soul Master competition. Surely he must have one, some colleagues from the Martial Soul Hall remarked as they passed by. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Where are you headed? Xiao Yan inquired politely. The leader, a soul king, replied. We've discovered an undetermined number of 10-year soul beasts in a village east of Starlight City. The Archbishop fears a repeat of the beast tide from years past, so we must dispatch soul sect officials to address the situation. Ah, I see. Xiao Yan nodded, understanding the need for caution concerning soul beasts, although he believed that, typically, issues of this nature would not escalate. After bidding farewell, he continued toward his residence. He did not reside within the Martial Soul Hall, but had rented a courtyard on the outskirts of Starlight City, just a few steps away from the branch hall. He preferred to avoid the atmosphere where one was constantly obliged to greet others. While most members were not a bother, Xiao Yan's status, though unspoken, was evident through his association with SoulLand, which led others to recognize he was not an ordinary person. Whenever he encountered them, they would invariably approach him with cordial greetings, leaving him bemused by the obsequious smiles of burly men adorned with beards. Yet, upon pushing open the gate of his courtyard, he sensed something amiss. A familiar, fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. He paused momentarily before entering the house, where he found Bibi Dong sitting at the tea table, a knowing smile on her face, while beside her stood both Douluo and Ghost Douluo. What brings you here, esteemed seniors? Xiao Yan exclaimed, overjoyed at their unexpected reunion after 2 months apart. This also afforded him the perfect opportunity to inquire about Laina's strength. Little brat, you've made remarkable progress since we last met. Ghost Douluo observed, surprised to see Xiao Yan had reached level 40. Just luck. Really, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Bibi Dong interjected, we're here regarding the matter of soul rings. Last time you and Laina ventured into the Stardow forest to hunt soul beasts, you were far too reckless. That 30,000-year level illusory crimson fox was not something she could easily provoke. Had you not arrived in time and used the Qinglian earth fire to incinerate a large area, allowing for a hasty escape, she might never have been able to cultivate her soul power again. Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement, recalling their previous recklessness. Although the illusory crimson fox was not adept in combat, its seductive arts were unparalleled. Laina had quickly lost herself in its allure, and even after being rescued, she had babbled nonsensically for an entire week. Had it not been for the blue lotus earth heart fire, he could not have saved Laina and might have succumbed to the fox's soul ring himself. Indeed, the soul ring of that fox was most suitable for her, as she too desired to grow stronger rapidly. A touch of impulsiveness was thus understandable. Xiao Yan chuckled, but Bibi Dong frowned, expressing her displeasure. Are you truly that naive? To dare absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 30? Who taught you such folly? Chapter 17. Wealth lies in danger, Xiao Yan muttered softly. Did she not also absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? What is wrong with me absorbing a 10,000-year shadow owl? Guan Yu and Gue may exchange glances, relieved that no mishap had occurred. Though the shadow owl was a 10,000-year soul beast, it was far rarer and more challenging to hunt than those of 50 or 80,000 years. The process of absorbing its soul ring was fraught with peril. Even during their ascension to title Douluo, they could not have done so easily. We were unaware of the dangers posed by that shadow owl, Xiao Yan admitted sheepishly. Bibi Dong pressed her forehead, exclaiming, not one of you can put my mind at ease. I heard from SoulLand that a month ago, you undertook the task of hunting 3 soul kings alone? Xiao Yan nodded, explaining, they fled into the Stardow forest, where I could use my Yua without restraint. But how is it that you returned with injuries? Bibi Dong suddenly appeared before Xiao Yan, placing a hand on his shoulder. Underneath your clothing, you must still have bloodied bandages. No, Xiao Yan sighed. It seems nothing escapes your keen eye, teacher. The Soul Kings are indeed formidable, even with my Yua. I could only barely defend myself against the three of them. In the Dou forest, I utilized the complex terrain to evade them for an entire week before it ended. Their dying counterattacks were truly terrifying, and I was inadvertently injured. However, it is precisely because of this that I managed to break through to level 40 in such a short time. Once I acquire another soul ring, I will. My intention in sending you here was indeed to temper you, but not to have you perpetually dance on the edge of a blade. You may battle countless opponents stronger than you and win numerous times, but just one lost. Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly. I shall never lose, Xiao Yan murmured. Do you recall 5 years ago when I returned to the Holy City and happened upon the Spirit Hall Academy's competition? You encouraged me to participate, saying, if you cannot win, do not return to see me. Bibi Dong paused, reflecting, I did not realize that this statement had such a profound impact on you. But I only said that in jest. Could I truly deny you my presence? I was already gratified that you could match a level 31 opponent with your level 19 strength. It seems I've been excessively harsh on you in the past, leading you to strive for strength at any cost. Teacher, pursuing strength is my own choice. I recall you mentioning that the internal issues of the Spirit Hall can only be resolved through greater power, Xiao Yan asserted earnestly. Over the years, he had gained a clear understanding of the forces within the Spirit Hall, whether to assist you or for my own sake. After all, I do not wish to continue evading those elders. Bibi Dong sighed with relief. Though pleased, she did not show it excessively. It is wonderful that you think this way. However, you have made significant progress, and your training here is nearing its conclusion. If you wish to return, you may do so at any time. Xiao Yan replied, rest assured. Teacher, once I resolve matters here, I will return to the Holy City. What is transpiring here? Bibi Dong inquired. The evil soul master sect is lurking here. Xiao Yan replied with a fierce determination. It is merely due to the pressure from the Spirit Hall that they dare not act recklessly. However, within the Dou forest, both soul masters and civilians continue to suffer assaults. And it seems the two great empires are on the brink of large-scale conflict due to the instigation of the evil soul masters. Evil soul masters? With SoulLand Tian present, you need not worry, Bibi Dong reassured him. As a member of the Spirit Hall and your student, this matter falls upon my shoulders. I have witnessed numerous soul master teams ambushed to death by these evil soul masters during my previous entry into the Dou forest. If we do not eliminate them, how can we uphold the dignity of the Spirit Hall? Very well, your resolve is commendable, but do not be careless. These evil soul masters are exceedingly cunning. They have instilled fear in both empires and the soul master world in just a few months. If we can eradicate them early, it would be a significant achievement. Bibi Dong acknowledged. Eliminating them is not difficult. The challenge lies in locating these evil soul masters. Should you encounter those that even SoulLand Tian cannot handle, I would not mind causing some trouble for the Elder Hall. Moreover, we have come to assist you in acquiring soul rings. To seek soul beasts over 10,000 years, we must venture deeper into the Dou forest, where the dangers increase significantly. Because of me, the sky blue bull python may take action upon sensing us, Bibi Dong cautioned. Xiao Yan nodded, knowing of the sky blue bull python's reputation as a 100,000-year soul beast, capable of rivaling a tidal Douluo. If he and Hulayina were to encounter such a powerful soul beast, escape would be impossible. He was also aware of the enmity between the sky blue bull python and Bibi Dong. After all, conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts often arose under such circumstances. Well then, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. We will return tomorrow, Bibi Dong declared, leading the two tidal Douluos away. Though it was the first match of the day, Xiao Yan's remarkable performance earned him a unanimous advance to the semi-finals from the judges. And Hulayina likely received a similar outcome. With half a month remaining until the semi-finals, they had ample time to hunt for soul rings. How delightful it is to have support. This time, Xiao Yan felt none of the anxiety he had experienced before hunting soul beasts. With Bibi Dong present, any soul beast seemed within easy grasp. The group swiftly arrived at the Dou branch hall, where SoulLand Tian was currently troubled. In 3 days, negotiations between the two great empires would commence, with the Dou branch serving as the mediator. However, both armies had a tidal Douluo and several soul Douluos, and with his soul sage strength, he could not quell the two great empires. Although he could mobilize the Spirit Hall's army of soul masters, it was ineffective without a top-tier powerhouse in position. Elder SoulLand Tian, it has been a few days since we last met. Why do you appear so disheveled? Guan Yu entered, shaking her head at SoulLand Tian's appearance. SoulLand Tian was taken aback, recognizing the visitor, and quickly donned a smile. Ld Guan Yue. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I did not expect your arrival from afar. Last time it was a welcome, This time it is face to face. However, the Holy Emperor is right behind me. I came ahead to remind you, Guan Yu said. Hasten your preparations. The Holy Emperor has entrusted you with the matter of the evil soul masters. Thank you for the reminder. SoulLand Tian nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. Though he was uncertain of the Holy Emperor's unexpected arrival, it at least indicated her support. At that moment, Bibi Dong had arrived outside the hall, and SoulLand Tian composed himself before stepping out to greet her. Chapter 18. Hulaina's 10,000-year soul ring within the branch hall. SoulLand Tian was meticulously briefing Bibi Dong on the situation concerning the evil soul masters. Once he finished, Bibi Dong nodded, stating, "It appears these evil soul masters are not particularly strong. They are merely adept at hiding. However, your decisive actions in suppressing all evils in the city are commendable. Such decisiveness befits the bishop of the Star Dou frontier. Your Majesty, you flatter me. May I inquire what guidance you have for me?" SoulLand Tian inquired respectfully. Bibi Dong replied, "I trust you with the matter of the evil soul masters. I have come to the Star Dou Forest to assist Xiao Yan and Hulaina in acquiring their soul rings. Such matters indeed require your presence alongside them." SoulLand Tian recalled Xiao Yan's previous descriptions with trepidation. Should anything happen to Xiao Yan, the Holy Emperor would certainly hold him accountable. However, during those days, he had been unable to spare anyone, and Xiao Yan and Hulaina had entered the Star Dou Forest without informing him. Once again, the situation remains unchanged. If Bibi Dong does not arrive soon, he will be compelled to write her a letter to inform her of the circumstances. In light of this, I shall take my leave to rest. You may continue with your duties and expedite the resolution of the matters concerning the evil soul masters, Bibi Dong declared. Rising to depart, "Your Highness, please wait," SoulLand Tian said, mustering his courage. "Might I inquire if the two esteemed elders, Douluo and Douluo, could remain here for a while?" "Oh, and why is that?" Bibi Dong inquired. SoulLand Tian proceeded to relay the current state of affairs between the two empires to her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong acquiesced. The Spirit Hall has always conducted its affairs with great ostentation. Thus, it is only fitting to dispatch multiple title Douluo to intimidate both empires. Although Ghost Douluo and Douluo may not rank among the most formidable title Douluo, their every action represents the Pope, and it is believed that the two empires would not dare to act too audaciously. As for the Star Dou Forest, she alone could traverse it effortlessly. Despite the might of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, mere strength would not suffice to rival her. Furthermore, Bibi Dong has already laid plans within the royal family of the Heaven Dou Empire. A war between the two empires could very well obliterate her years of meticulous arrangements. Thus, the gravity of this matter is indeed considerable. As night fell, Xiao Yan removed his garments, revealing a body marred by countless scars beneath the thick leather armor. The bandages on his chest and back bore dark crimson wounds that pierced through his flesh. Recovering to this state within 5 days is quite remarkable, he mused. He unwrapped the blood-soaked bandages and gently applied ointment to his injuries. At this rate, in 2 weeks, his wounds would be completely healed, though the scars would remain. He sighed resignedly. The recent hunt for those 3 evil soul masters in the Star Dou Forest had indeed been arduous, nearly costing him his life. Nevertheless, the thought of the innocent lives harmed by the evil soul masters offered him a modicum of solace. Evil soul masters are not a novel phenomenon on the Douluo continent. Long before the establishment of the Spirit Hall, they wreaked havoc across the land, posing a tremendous calamity to all living beings. Ultimately, several powerful title Douluo united to repel the evil soul master organization and founded the Spirit Hall, instilling fear within the Spirit Master community. Although the Spirit Hall has begun to show signs of corruption, it remains a pivotal force in maintaining balance across the Douluo continent. Upon completing his application of the ointment, Xiao Yan summoned his soul power to wash over the wounds, allowing the medicinal balm to purge the toxins left by the evil soul masters. With the celestial lotus earth fire coursing through his body, he is rendered immune to all poisons. However, this does not imply that he is invulnerable to them. Rather, any toxin would have little effect on him, remaining passive within his system. Yet, who would willingly endure the presence of lethal toxins within their body? A faint black substance began to evaporate from the surface of the wounds, transforming into a dark gas that enveloped him. The toxicity of the gas posed almost no threat to Xiao Yan, yet he was suddenly startled by a series of coughs. "What is this? You, at such a tender age, engaging in such nefarious activities, be cautious, or you may find yourself in trouble." Hulaina's indignant voice ceased abruptly as she pushed open the door. Upon seeing the wounds adorning Xiao Yan's body, she inquired with concern, "What happened to you? Who inflicted these injuries?" "It's nothing. Those who harmed me are already dead." Xiao Yan replied, his voice tinged with pain. Let's not converse just yet. I must cleanse this toxin completely. Allow me to assist you, Hulaina offered, placing one hand beside the wound on Xiao Yan's back. Her gentle soul power flowed into him, unlike that of a typical battle spirit master. Hulaina's soul power, due to her martial spirit, could soothe and mend the wounds of others like water. However, the effectiveness was rather limited. Few were aware of this aspect. Having only witnessed her combat prowess, this toxin is lethal. Thanks to the protection of the celestial lotus earth fire, I am unaffected by its poison. However, it will still pose a risk to you, Xiao Yan remarked, acknowledging Hulaina's strength while also recognizing the potential threat the toxin posed to her. Have you forgotten what my fourth soul ring is? Hulaina replied with a hint of a smile. My fourth soul ring is the 10,000-year heavenly silkworm, which inherently counters most toxins. This rare silkworm feeds on subterranean fruits, and when they discovered it, the area was surrounded by such fruits, which Xiao Yan had humorously named potatoes. As Hulaina's gentle soul power enveloped him, Xiao Yan experienced a profound sense of clarity, as if his body were entirely exposed to the essence of soul power. This toxin is indeed formidable. Without our countermeasures, a moment's carelessness could result in death, Hulaina remarked, astonished upon encountering the poison of the evil soul masters. The process of detoxification lasted for approximately 2 hours. By the time the toxins within Xiao Yan's body were eradicated, the dark red hue of his wounds had significantly faded. Thus, one issue was resolved. Xiao Yan steadied his breath and, with Hulaina's assistance, rewrapped his bandages. Now, he could simply await a gradual recovery. You have yet to tell me who ambushed you and caused such severe injuries, Hulaina pressed, eager to understand what had transpired. Just some evil soul masters employing underhanded tactics to injure me. Those 3 were at the Soul King level. But they have since met their end in the Star Dou Forest, feeding the soul beasts, Xiao Yan stated nonchalantly. So, you emerged from the Star Dou Forest, battered and bruised? Hulaina asked, surprise evident in her voice. Xiao Yan scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, well, not quite. I was on the verge of fainting when I fortuitously encountered some individuals from the Heaven Water Academy. They were hunting soul beasts and rescued me upon seeing my injuries after battling the evil soul masters. Hulaina shook her head, exasperated. You're always trying to prove your strength. Facing 3 soul kings simultaneously would be quite a challenge, even for me. Do you believe I am inferior to you? Xiao Yan retorted with a grin. Chapter 19. Re-entering the Star Dou Forest, Hulaina clicked her tongue dismissively. What do you think? I originally came here tonight to assess your strength, but given your current state, perhaps it is best to forego that, lest you accuse me of taking advantage of you in your weakened condition. Xiao Yan suggested, if I could wield the celestial lotus earth fire, I would gladly accept the challenge. You only know how to flaunt that fire of yours, Hulaina said, hands on her hips. Without it, you'd be nothing more than a toothless tiger, wouldn't you? I have no desire to bicker with you. You did not come to me merely to showcase your strength, did you? What else is on your mind? Xiao Yan inquired. Hulaina pondered briefly before responding. Our teacher has also arrived. You must have seen her. Tomorrow, she will accompany us into the Star Dou Forest. Isn't that a good thing? At least we can safely absorb our soul rings, Xiao Yan remarked, although he was not afraid of danger. Having someone as formidable as Bibi Dong as a protector was undoubtedly a source of comfort. There's a catch, though. Do you remember that illusory scarlet fox that nearly took my life? Hulaina asked. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. You still harbor a desire for it? You have witnessed the illusory scarlet fox's prowess. Even if we succeed in hunting it, absorbing its soul ring would be perilous. I have refined my strength. I wish to give it a try. However, the teacher disagrees, Hulaina lamented. Could you possibly persuade her on my behalf? Xiao Yan's expression turned peculiar as he replied helplessly, Don't be foolish. Do you think the teacher would heed my words? You underestimate her. Although she has placed you here, she worries for you every day. She is likely to acquiesce to your request, Hulaina said, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Not a chance. I fear she would slap me for my insolence. She has done so before, Xiao Yan scoffed. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. That fox I scorched has likely fled to who knows where. How petty, Hulaina quipped, displeased. Is everything all right now? If so, I shall retire for the night. After all, I am an injured party, Xiao Yan said, noticing that Hulaina showed no signs of leaving. He quickly added, Surely, sister, you wouldn't let me sleep outside, would you? Well, considering your efforts in vanquishing the evil soul masters, I shall allow you to sleep on the bed while I take my rest outside. Hulaina retorted with a hint of annoyance as she exited. The following day, due to his injuries, Xiao Yan had been rising late for several days. and by the time he awoke, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were already outside. "Ah, the teacher has arrived. I hope I haven't overslept," Xiao Yan said sheepishly, scratching his head as he stepped out. Bibi Dong responded affirmatively and inquired, "I heard from Laina about your injuries. They seem to be more severe than I anticipated. Was it the people from the Tianshui Academy who rescued you?" Xiao Yan nodded, quickly assuring her, "Rest assured, teacher, I will refrain from such reckless actions in the future. I hope you keep your word. Come, let's head to the Dou forest." With that, Bibi Dong rose and made her way outside. In the courtyard, SoulLand Tian, Zhu Douluo, and Gai Douluo were present, and it was hard to believe that such formidable figures had gathered in this seemingly ordinary courtyard. Esteemed predecessors, Xiao Yan greeted them in turn. "This time in the Dou forest, the two elders will remain under my protection, with the Pope accompanying you. You shall face no issues," SoulLand Tian remarked, his confidence bolstered by the presence of two titled Douluo. Xiao Yan nodded, not probing further, knowing that the two titled Douluo's presence was permitted by Bibi Dong. SoulLand Tian escorted Xiao Yan and the others to the entrance of the Dou forest, where the guards, upon recognizing SoulLand Tian, allowed them to pass without hesitation. "SoulLand Tian, you may return and handle your matters," he instructed. "Your Holiness, rest assured, I shall not fail in my duty," SoulLand Tian replied. As they stepped into the Dou forest, everything around them seemed to transform. The civilized world of humans faded away, replaced by the wild realm of soul beasts. "Doesn't it feel familiar as soon as we arrive here?" Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. Xiao Yan, slightly embarrassed, coughed and replied, "Teacher, please don't jest. This is no place for humans. Since you are aware of that, why do you still frequent the Dou forest? Is it because of that notebook you carry?" Bibi Dong inquired, stowing her scepter and donning a gray robe, free from a need to uphold her Pope's demeanor in front of her students. Xiao Yan nodded, stating, "I make notes on each plant, detailing their individual and combined medicinal properties. I have discovered that certain combinations yield unexpectedly beneficial effects." Hulaina rolled her eyes and interjected, "Don't be foolish. If some herbs were truly effective when mixed, then auxiliary soul masters would be out of a job." Xiao Yan could not refute that. He indeed had yet to produce any useful pills and recognized the gap compared to auxiliary soul masters. Xiao Yan and Hulaina sought soul rings over 10,000 years old, so they did not linger at the outskirts but headed straight into the depths of the Dou forest. Along the way, they encountered only a few hundred soul beasts, with high-quality 1,000-year soul beasts and hunting teams being particularly scarce. However, for Xiao Yan, this journey to the Dou forest was not solely about acquiring soul rings. There were also evil soul masters lurking in the forest that needed to be eradicated. The Dou forest had undoubtedly changed since his last visit. In the past, we could easily spot several 1,000-year soul beasts at this point. Hulaina frowned, noting the altered atmosphere. "This is the toxin of the evil soul masters. It weakens soul masters' combat abilities, making it easier for them to kill. It also affects soul beasts, forcing them to retreat deeper into the forest," Xiao Yan explained, recalling his previous encounters with those three evil soul masters. "What exactly are these evil soul masters?" Hulaina questioned, perplexed, as in her understanding. They were a phenomenon from centuries ago. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. Although these evil soul masters possessed abilities akin to those of the Soul Sovereign and Soul King, their appearances were quite peculiar. They all donned black robes, surrounded by swirling shadows, and emitted eerie cackles. Xiao Yan often pondered what would happen if he removed their shoes and tickled their feet. Would they laugh heartily or continue their sinister cackling? The latter seemed rather bizarre. He felt an innate aversion to their appearance, as if he had encountered such foes before, yet could not recall a time when he had. Why would these individuals choose to become evil soul masters? Xiao Yan muttered resentfully. Bibi Dong remarked, "In this world, countless paths exist, and each individual must choose their own. The evil soul masters have forsaken the rationality of soul masters, acting solely on primal desires, ultimately leading to their own demise. Sometimes I wonder, if these evil soul masters were to appear in the Dou continent like the Spirit Hall, would they still be considered evil soul masters?" Xiao Yan mused suddenly. Chapter 20. Gathering place of soul masters in the Dou forest. Bibi Dong frowned and said, "Eliminate such thoughts from your mind. The Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. It cannot be compared to these inconsequential evil soul masters." "I was merely rambling," Xiao Yan replied awkwardly. The trio journeyed deeper, covering over 100 miles each day, and after 3 days, they finally reached the central area of the Dou forest. Their pace was not slow. They simply took care to observe the conditions of the soul beasts and soul masters along the way. Upon reaching this point, the number of soul beasts increased significantly. But many 10-year soul beasts had also retreated deeper into the Star Dou forest, resulting in the presence of weak soul beast corpses everywhere. This situation cannot continue, Bibi Dong thought. Although there are many thousand-year soul beasts here, encountering 10,000-year soul beasts remains a challenge. Xiao Yan informed Bibi Dong, if we venture 200 miles deeper, we will reach the heart of the Star Dou forest, where we can obtain our 10,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong was well aware of this, peering through the dense forest. She noticed the sky had darkened. She addressed Xiao Yan and Hu Laina. To enter the innermost region, we need to make some preparations. Although the soul beasts here are not particularly strong, their sheer numbers can be troublesome. I have the blue lotus earth fire, Xiao Yan stated, recalling how he and Hu Laina had once used it to make all soul beasts retreat. Can you maintain your martial soul for an extended period? Bibi Dong shook her head. You were fortunate to emerge alive last time. That is not feasible, but I can summon it if attacked, Xiao Yan replied, maintaining his naive bravado. But what if we encounter higher-level soul beasts? Soul beasts can communicate with each other. The blue lotus earth fire can scare off 1,000-year soul beasts and intimidate 10,000-year ones. But you cannot frighten those over 30,000 years old. Such soul beasts have attained intelligence. Once they discern your weaknesses, they will incite other soul beasts to attack, Bibi Dong cautioned. If we disturb the 100,000-year soul beast at the forest center, our endeavor to acquire soul rings will be thwarted. Xiao Yan and Hu Laina exchanged glances. Having not considered this aspect, what should we do next? They asked. Bibi Dong responded, first, we need to locate a gathering place in the forest. There will be substances that can help us conceal our presence. Did you not bring any? Xiao Yan questioned, bewildered. Bibi Dong sighed, exasperated. I haven't thought about such trivial matters in ages. Xiao Yan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they might be at the mercy of the mercenaries in the gathering place. Fortunately, he had brought some valuable items. The Star Dou forest spans a vast area, often frequented by soul masters hunting soul beasts for their rings. When resources run low, gathering places emerge. Typically, these gathering places are transient, not extensive, and are established by powerful soul masters of at least the Soul King rank, accompanied by several strong soul masters, selling goods at prices several times higher than those outside, yet demand still often exceeds supply. These mercenaries can be said to be perpetually living on the edge of danger, dancing upon the razor's edge of life. The vast perceptive range of the extreme Douluo is indeed remarkable, yet locating such a gathering place requires considerable effort. After enduring the disturbances caused by several soul beasts, Xiao Yan and his companions finally discovered signs of soul masters' activities in a narrow valley. Look, there are tents, Xiao Yan pointed out, remarking. It seems to be a temporary gathering site. Yes, let's head in. We'll spend the night here, Bibi Dong suggested. Though it was their first visit to such a place, Hu Laina had already concealed her face with a broad robe. The soul masters frequenting this area were often ruthless and savage, and her appearance could easily attract unwanted trouble. While they were not afraid of such complications, their primary objective was to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Thus, they aimed to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Newcomers, are you here to spend the night or to purchase something? The guard stationed at the valley entrance inquired as he saw the three approaching. Bibi Dong remained cold and indifferent, giving no indication of a response. Xiao Yan quickly interjected with a laugh. Several brothers, we are here to buy medicine to repel soul beasts and to spend the night. Come in then. The forest has been quite turbulent lately, the guard nodded. As merchants, they were not overly harsh. As long as the newcomers stated their purpose, they could enter the gathering place. If you wish to purchase repellent medicine for soul beasts, please follow me. A soul master wielding a spear guided them toward the pharmacy upon noticing the new arrivals. Something is amiss here. Normally soul beasts are concentrated deeper within the forest. Yet this area seems unusually deserted, Bibi Dong remarked. The spear-wielding soul master responded. Indeed, there have been some troubling occurrences. Recently, some soul masters seem to have gone mad, indiscriminately killing others without provocation. While conflicts and murders do happen frequently in the camp, they usually arise from specific causes. It's the evil soul masters. Xiao Yan clenched his fists and exclaimed. Yes, those from the spirit hall refer to them as evil soul masters. By the way, are you also disciples of the spirit hall? Sort of, Xiao Yan replied. Brother, where are those murderous evil soul masters now? Should we discover their whereabouts, we will drive them out immediately. They are a troublesome lot. Were it not for our leader being a soul emperor, we would have perished at the last gathering site. The man lamented. So, you must refrain from venturing out at night, especially if you are from the spirit hall. They particularly enjoy targeting spirit hall students and elders. Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of anger in the other's eyes. This is the place, he stated. The medicine sold here could repel soul beasts below the 10,000-year level, but if they encountered one older than that, he advised, you should leave quickly. Have these evil soul masters become so rampant? Bibi Dong scoffed. If they had been around a few months ago, the number of casualties would have been far greater. The Temple of the Holy Church conducted a thorough investigation of the Dou forest over the past month, eliminating more than 200 evil soul masters above the soul ancestor rank, including over 10 soul kings and several dozen soul sects, Xiao Yan explained. Currently, they cannot form a cohesive fighting force, but their ability to conceal themselves along the borders remains a persistent headache. What do you need? The pharmacy attendant inquired. Some powerful repellent medicine for soul beasts and a bit of hemostatic medicine, Xiao Yan replied, as his own wounds had not yet healed. Although he had brought some hemostatic medicine, he wished to purchase additional repellent medicine for soul beasts, preferably for those at the 10,000-year level. You want this? Yes, how much? Xiao Yan asked. Not expensive, 1,500 gold soul coins per package, the attendant replied, holding up a finger. Those who come here should not be short on gold soul coins, right? Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not have enough gold soul coins. But he produced a piece of beast bone emanating a faint purple glow from his pocket. This is the beak of a shadow owl. Its value exceeds 5,000 gold soul coins. I would like 3 packages of this medicine, along with some strong hemostatic medicine. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Although he had heard of the extreme rarity of the shadow owl, he had never seen one. Yet, Xiao Yan swiftly retrieved the beak from his grasp and asked, will you sell it? After pondering for a moment, the attendant replied, all right, I will consider you a friend and sell it to you at a discount. Xiao Yan and Hulaina exchanged glances, bemused by the attendant's smooth talk. The beak of the shadow owl was indeed extraordinarily rare, possessing the ability to enhance a soul master's talent and physique, greatly benefiting those below the 30th rank. If crafted into exquisite jewelry and auctioned at a prominent family event, it could fetch as much as 12,000 gold soul coins. Having acquired their medicines, the 3 were led to a cave where they would temporarily rest. Well, since we are outside, let's keep it simple, Bibi Dong remarked somewhat helplessly. She didn't necessarily need rest, but after 3 consecutive days of travel coupled with heightened tension, Xiao Yan and Hulaina were already feeling quite fatigued. The cave was modest, containing only a table, 3 candles, and a large bed. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and asked, can we have 2 separate rooms? The attendant expressed his helplessness. No. Just managing to provide 1 room for you is already a feat. There are over 300 soul masters gathered here, and we, the hosts, must sleep outside. Exchanging glances with Hulaina, Xiao Yan realized they could not make any further demands. Forget it, you're injured. Stay here with the teacher. I'll be fine on the ground, Hulaina insisted, waving him off. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly, glancing at the smirking Bibi Dong. I am still a man. It would be inconvenient to share a bed with the teacher. My injuries are not severe. You 2 rest first, I'll take a stroll outside. This place isn't safe. You should stay in, Bibi Dong countered. You and Laina should rest. I truly do not need any rest. Bibi Dong shook her head. Moreover, what about your injuries? How long until you heal? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan replied, about half a month. If I can absorb the soul ring sooner, I might recover more quickly. Rest. I will wait for you, Bibi Dong said as she settled on the table. Xiao Yan and Hulaina exchanged a glance, both shrugging in resignation. Given their current circumstances, they decided to keep it simple. Their bond was strong, and they were not overly sentimental. Sharing a bed was not a significant issue, especially as they were genuinely exhausted. Watching the 2 drift into a swift slumber, a trace of warmth flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Only these 2 children brought her some solace. Yet, whenever she recalled Xiao Yan's troubled background, a sense of anxiety enveloped her heart. If this child were to ascend to godhood, which deity would he inherit? Would he regain his memories upon achieving divinity? After all, she had promised to help him recover his memories. But would the Xiao Yan who regained his memories still be the same comforting presence she knew? Xiao Yan, you truly leave me conflicted, Bibi Dong mused, rubbing her weary eyes. Given her current power, opposing the Elder Hall was impossible. Only if Xiao Yan were to advance to the title Dou rank could she glimpse any hope. This is the essence of the Pope, Bibi Dong thought as she leaned against the wall, closing her eyes, and unknowingly succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a dozen shadowy figures silently infiltrated the gathering place, seemingly materializing out of thin air, almost undetected by anyone. As they appeared, Bibi Dong, who was resting, suddenly opened her eyes, golden light radiating from them. She sensed the presence of the cloaked soul masters the moment they arrived. So these are the so-called evil soul masters? She mused, observing 5 soul kings and 7 soul sects, their strength rather unimpressive. Bibi Dong held little interest in their fate. The lives of ordinary soul masters were not particularly significant to her. She wished to closely observe the combat techniques of these evil soul masters. The evil soul masters were enveloped in swirling black energy, a manifestation of their released soul power, which was laced with a plethora of toxins, rapidly spreading into the surroundings. Who goes there? A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal axe descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the malevolent soul masters. The sinister practitioners showed no signs of evasion. Several soul kings united their strengths to employ their soul techniques in a desperate attempt to withstand the formidable blow. However, what took Bibi Dong by surprise was the fact that all these malevolent soul masters bore purple soul rings, indicating that they possessed thousand-year soul rings. The assailant was Mu Shun, the vice leader of this gathering, wielding the power of a soul emperor at level 63, second only to the leader. Yet, the strength of a soul emperor was evidently insufficient to halt the release of toxic gas by these malevolent soul masters. Once inhaled, this noxious gas would impair the soul masters, diminishing their capabilities to a mere 80% of their normal potential, with the effects becoming more pronounced as one's strength diminished. At that moment, Mu Shun had already succumbed to the toxin. Although he had previously battled these malevolent soul masters, he had never considered the impact of such toxins. Even weakened, he unleashed his 6th soul skill as a soul emperor, the mountain-cleaving axe of the demon python. With a single strike, he repelled the combined assault of 5 soul kings. Yet the toxic soul power continued to emanate from within their bodies. What were their intentions? Mu Shun barked fiercely. At that moment, all the soul masters within the gathering were roused from their stupor. Affected by the toxic fumes, their soul power ran sluggishly, while some of the less capable individuals found themselves utterly unable to summon their soul power. The air is poisonous. The soul masters quickly realized the peril and rushed towards the exit, but upon stepping outside, they were immediately beset by the encroaching shadows, leaving only those of greater strength, such as great soul masters able to withstand the onslaught. Over 50 malevolent soul masters had invaded, all of whom had reached at least the level of soul ancestors or higher. The mercenaries of the gathering began their counterattack. Yet even with 2 powerful soul emperors among them, they found it impossible to break free from the encirclement of dozens of soul kings. Meanwhile, the number of malevolent soul masters continued to swell, making this location likely the most densely populated with soul masters within the Stardew Forest. It appeared that these malevolent soul masters had plotted this assault well in advance. The clamor outside roused Xiao Yan and Hulaina from their slumber. Xiao Yan sprang from his bed, performing a somersault, for the oppressive aura radiating from Bibi Dong ensured that the toxic soul power could not permeate their sanctuary. Chapter 22. 4 Soul Emperors and the Malevolent Soul Masters. Xiao Yan gazed outside, where the scene was far from optimistic. He quickly grasped the situation. "Teacher, shall we assist?" he inquired. Bibi Dong replied, "Let us observe for a while longer. I wish to ascertain just how many malevolent soul masters will assault this place. If we delay our intervention, it is true that the weaker soul masters may perish sooner, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the origin of these malevolent soul masters and the nature of the forces that have cultivated them. Now is not the time for such musings," Xiao Yan declared, ready to join the fray. However, Bibi Dong halted him, stating that as the number of malevolent soul masters continued to rise, they must exercise patience if they wish to ensnare them all. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. According to the reconnaissance from their branch, the number of malevolent soul masters within the forest did not exceed 200, yet over 100 had already gathered outside. If they waited a moment longer, there was indeed a possibility of capturing them all. What exactly are these malevolent soul masters? Hulaina questioned in confusion. Their methods of attack and soul power are exceedingly rare. The sudden appearance of so many is truly bewildering. As Xiao Yan observed the techniques of the malevolent soul masters, he remarked, "These malevolent practitioners refer to themselves as the Spear Hall. It appears that this is the name of their organization, suggesting a premeditated scheme." The Spear Hall. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, recalling that the report from the Temple of Heaven had mentioned this very organization, inciting her ire. The name of these malevolent practitioners bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hall of Spirits. It evoked a sense of familiarity, yet remained elusive like a fleeting dream. Sighing, Xiao Yan rubbed his temples. The battlefield was now teeming with no fewer than 200 malevolent soul masters, a quarter of whom were at the level of soul kings. In contrast, the mercenaries gathered here had only 5 soul kings among them, with the only notable strength residing in the two Soul Emperor leaders of the gathering. Damn it! How did these malevolent Soul Masters infiltrate our heavily fortified defenses? A puzzled Soul Master of the gathering's Soul Respect level exclaimed. Let's not dwell on that now. We must unite to repel the enemy. A fellow mercenary shouted. At this moment, the leader of the gathering, having repelled two Soul King-level malevolent practitioners, leaped atop a massive rock in the valley and bellowed, "Everyone, I am Muja, the leader of this gathering. This attack by the malevolent Soul Masters spares no one. I implore you all to join forces and drive back this formidable foe." At this juncture, several Soul Masters residing within the gathering responded, including 3 Soul Kings. Yet, the disparity in strength was challenging to bridge. Xiao Yan lamented, "The number of Soul Kings here likely does not exceed 10. Relying solely on the 2 leaders is insufficient." "Fear not. There are still others yet to emerge," Bibi Dong smiled, glancing towards the cave's entrance above. Within, the presence of 2 Soul Emperors could be sensed, one of whom had reached level 69. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from the cave, and 2 Soul Emperors, accompanied by 3 Soul Kings, charged forth into the battlefield of the gathering. To their astonishment, they were a group of women, clad in attire reminiscent of the Tianshui Academy. "Those are the insignias of Tianshui Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies of the Heaven Dou Empire," Xiao Yan remarked. Hulaina nodded in agreement, then pointed towards the northeastern corner below, stating, "The Soul Masters there should be instructors from the Blaze Academy. Also one of the 5 elemental academies of the Heaven Dou Empire." Xiao Yan sighed, fully aware of the dangers present, yet Tianshui Academy still chose to return. Such was the fate that Soul Masters must confront. "With merely these forces, we cannot hope to withstand such a multitude of Soul Kings." He shook his head. "The only reason the branch dared to launch a bold offensive against the malevolent Soul Masters is due to the presence of a Soul Douluo for Soul Saints, and 7 Soul Emperors, with over 100 Soul King-level experts, most of whom were elite forces brought by the Temple of Heaven from the Holy City. Here, it is impossible to compensate for the absence of dozens of Soul Kings with only 4 Soul Emperors, especially considering that there are more Soul Ancestor-level malevolent practitioners. While the number of Soul Masters within the gathering was greater, most were beneath the rank of Soul Respect, with only a few dozen achieving that status. To hunt suitable Soul Beasts for their Soul Rings, those in their 20s had to take risks to venture here. Waterbinger and her companions were already on their 2nd expedition into the Star Dou Forest in pursuit of their 4th Soul Ring, which could only be found in this forest. Otherwise, none would willingly return to this perilous place. Currently, they were filled with frustration, having thought that with the escort of 2 Vice Deans, their safety was assured. Yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Sensing the continuous fluctuations of soul power from outside, they were genuinely worried for their instructors and deans as the situation appeared dire. "Yue Xuevu. We too shall join the fray. Against Soul Ancestor-level malevolent practitioners, the 3 of us will not falter," Waterbinger declared to them. "You 3, who have yet to reach level 30, must remain here. Whatever happens, do not venture out until it is over." "All right, we will go," Xuewu nodded, eager to locate their instructors. Even if all the Soul Masters united their strength, they could not stem the tide of the malevolent Soul Masters' assault. These sinister practitioners seemed to regard their own lives with utter disregard as they launched frenzied attacks. By this point, several Soul Kings had already perished at their hands, and the united efforts of the Soul Masters had begun to falter, with some already fleeing in panic, only to be hunted down and slain by the malevolent Soul Masters. "Damn it, are we truly to perish here?" Muja seethed, crushing the Soul King-level malevolent practitioner in his grasp and swinging his colossal axe toward another battleground. With so many Soul Kings joining forces, even a Soul Emperor would need to retreat from the fray. "Everyone, unite your efforts." The 2 Vice Deans of Tianshui Academy, Shui Hua and Shui Jing, arrived beside Muja, proclaiming, "The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. We cannot confront them individually." Both Muja and Musha nodded in agreement. Fighting separately was indeed unwise, and only through collaboration could they hope to repel the enemy. The collaboration of 4 individuals against over 40 Soul Kings posed no insurmountable challenge. However, the remaining 10 or so Soul Kings and more than 100 Soul Sect members presented a formidable predicament that other Soul Masters could not resolve. Each of the 4 unleashed their ultimate techniques, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of soul powers that momentarily stunned the entire gathering. The attention of the Soul Masters was drawn to the battle above, for they understood that the outcome of this confrontation would determine the fate of both sides. Should the 4 Soul Emperors falter, their only recourse would be to flee. Countless shards of ice, mingled with sharp rocks, surged forth, swiftly overwhelming the 40-plus Soul Kings. Under such relentless assault, these Soul Kings began to crumble, with the foremost evil Soul Master disintegrating into mere dust in an instant. Chapter 23. The evil Soul Master of Soul Sage level prevails. It seems there is no need for the teacher to intervene this time, Hulayina remarked with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. All that remained was for the 4 Soul Emperors to take the stage. The threat posed by these Soul, sect-level, evil Soul Masters was negligible. However, Bibi Dong frowned, stating, "This group of evil Soul Masters is not so simple. I suspect they have ulterior motives." Xiao Yan pointed upward, saying, "I've sensed something amiss from the very beginning. Look at the top of the canyon." Following Xiao Yan's gaze, Hulayina beheld a pale man draped in a black cloak at the canyon summit, his sunken eyes a shade of blue, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Observing the battle below with a smile that was more sinister than amiable. "He may very well be the instigator." Bibi Dong commented, "Let us watch and see what his intentions are." Xiao Yan and Hulayina nodded in agreement, recognizing Bibi Dong's confidence in her own strength. As dozens of Soul Kings fell into disarray, the 4 Soul Emperors swiftly dispatched them. In mere moments, these Soul Kings collapsed to the ground. Just as Mu Zhe was about to continue his onslaught against the remaining evil Soul Masters, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive retreat of several dozen meters. In the next heartbeat, a massive iron chain, enshrouded in black mist, plunged into the ground where he had just stood. Immediately following, a second, a third, and countless chains rained down from the heavens, landing among the slain Soul Masters and evil Soul Masters. The 4 looked up to witness a figure soaring through the air, approaching them. Their hearts plummeted into an icy abyss, for they understood the implications of this event. Flight was a feat only achievable by Soul Sages, and the speed and grace with which this individual flew indicated he was no ordinary Soul Sage. "Thanks to you, I have gained such abundant nourishment." A maniacal laugh echoed throughout the canyon, causing all the evil Soul Masters to cease their battles and bow in reverence to the newcomer. Some even knelt despite being attacked, their lifeless bodies subsequently pierced by a massive iron chain. "Who might you be?" Mu Zhe. "Possess a modicum of standing in the Soul Master community. I would like to know what has provoked you to such great lengths." Mu Zhe inquired loudly. "Is it not permissible to slay you without reason?" The figure replied, descending, releasing a formidable pressure characteristic of a Soul Sage. 7 black soul rings materialized around him. All present were momentarily paralyzed. The nutrients from the fallen souls were rapidly absorbed by this man, his aura swelling as he seemingly reached the pinnacle of level 80, utilizing corpses as sustenance. What kind of technique could this be? Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grave, as this individual was indeed a significant psychological blow to her. "Attack!" With a mere wave of his hand, a crimson glow flickered in the eyes of the remaining evil Soul Masters, who then launched a more frenzied assault on the assembled company. The 4 Soul Emperors, however, dared not act recklessly, for the oppressive presence of this man was overwhelming. Shui Binger and her companions were caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of the evil Soul Masters, although the 3 possessed strength comparable to that of Soul Sects. They were not true Soul Sect members and found themselves unable to retaliate under such pressure. Xiao Yan, though only recently acquainted with Shui Binger and her group, felt a sense of obligation to assist them. After all, he had lamented their hasty departure. Chapter 24. An Old Acquaintance. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan declared, "Teacher, it seems we have no choice but to intervene." Bibi Dong nodded, while Hulayina scoffed. "What, have you spotted a familiar face?" Xiao Yan chuckled. "I shall take my leave." With that, he leaped from the cave entrance, employing his 1st and 3rd soul skills to their utmost, swiftly evading the attacks of several evil Soul Masters in mere moments. Bibi Dong sighed helplessly. "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him act impulsively." Hulayina nodded and followed Xiao Yan down. Bibi Dong rose and approached the cave entrance, casting her gaze upon the sinister figure, her eyes shimmering with a holy light. The man struck first. Even when the 4 Soul Emperors unleashed their soul skills to their fullest, they could not contend with a peak Soul Sage at level 80, especially one adorned with 7 10,000-year soul rings. After a single exchange, the 4 were forced to retreat, each spitting up a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs shattered from the force. The power of a Soul Sage is indeed formidable. Even the Dean would struggle against him here. Shui Huang muttered with difficulty. "What has transpired? This is not the Stardow Forest I once knew." Shui Jing braced herself with her sword, shaking her head. "We are no match for him. Unless a miracle occurs, we are doomed." Shui Binger, besieged by 3 soul sects, rolled back helplessly after a punch, her ice phoenix surrounding her now dimmed significantly. If this continued, she would soon be unable to hold on. Meanwhile, Shui Yiwerer and Shui Wu faced similar predicaments, with more and more soul masters perishing. Their time drawing near. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, charging toward her. An evil soul master was struck down by a heavy staff, and then a young man in a gray robe appeared, the Xuanzhong staff raised before her. Who would have thought you all would come again? What a surprise. Is there a mine here? A familiar voice echoed, causing Shui Binger to freeze momentarily before tears streamed down her cheeks. How could you be here? She exclaimed, hastily wiping away her tears to conceal her quivering voice. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe was something she had experienced before, yet this time, the impact was far more profound. Xiao Yan stated, I've reached level 40. This time, I came here with my senior sister to acquire soul rings. Unlike you, I wouldn't dare venture into the Stardow forest without my teacher. After swiftly dispatching 7 soul sect members, he rescued Shui Binger and her companions. I told you all to hide during such battles. Why risk your lives? Xiao Yan questioned, somewhat exasperated. They're all fighting, and we have the ability to contribute. Shui Binger replied with a hint of sadness. But as you can see, even our vice dean cannot contend with the might that has emerged. It appears we are truly doomed. Shui Yiwerer added tearfully, indeed, I thought we could handle these evil soul masters of Soul King level. But who would have imagined? He scratched his head and smiled at them. Do not worry. My teacher is exceptionally strong. Shui Bing, looked puzzled. Is Xiao Yan's teacher even stronger than a soul sage? I recall that the Lord of the Temple was also a soul sage. But could a soul sage with 7 10,000-year soul rings really be compared to an ordinary one? Chapter 25. The Pressure of the Ultimate Douluo. Hey, I say, you there? Hulaina, lacking Xiao Yan's swiftness, fought her way through, dispatching several soul sects and repelling 2 soul kings before finally arriving here. You and the teacher are going to intervene while you take this opportunity to flirt with other women. Huh? Xiao Yan was taken aback and quickly replied, Junior sister. You mustn't accuse me without cause. I'm here to rescue people. Shui Binger saved my life. I couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing. Her eyes filled with shock. Reflected Shui Binger as astonishment. In the previous Soul Master competition held in the city of the Pope, she had encountered Hulaina, who, at that time, had not yet qualified to compete on stage. In contrast, Hulaina had emerged victorious in the individual tournament, receiving the title of Saintess directly from the Pope. The Saintess was to be the future heir of the Spirit Hall and the strongest among those nurtured by the Pope, their relationship akin to that of teacher and student. However, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words and his reference to Hulaina, it became evident that the teacher he spoke of was someone of immense significance. Suddenly, an overwhelming divine pressure emanated from a corner, astonishing the soul masters present. This formidable aura seemed to invade the hearts of all, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. A woman clad in a fitted outfit gracefully traversed the air, surrounded by an array of soul rings, purple, black, and red. The assembly understood the significance of the red ring, 100,000-year soul ring. Such a ring could only be acquired by slaying a soul beast equivalent to a title Douluo. The number of rings encircling this woman indicated her prowess as a title Douluo. Eyes turned towards Bibi Dong. For there were but a few title Douluos on the Dou Continent, and to encounter one today was a rare fortune, even if it meant facing death. With a cold snort, Bibi Dong murmured. Having been in the hall for so long, she had neglected the happenings outside, unaware that such a malevolent force had emerged on the Douluo Continent. Her voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, radiating limitless divine pressure in all directions. The evil soul masters writhed in agony, clutching their ears, their bodies contorting, some even collapsing into pools of blood. This was the spiritual oppression of Bibi Dong, an extreme Douluo, capable of instilling fear in her foes with mere sound. It appeared this formidable presence had arrived to render aid. After a moment of daze, the crowd finally exhaled, while Shui Binger gazed up in disbelief, her eyes shifting to Xiao Yan, questioning if she was indeed the current pope. Is that really her? Shui Binger guspit. Sure. Xiao Yan swiftly covered her mouth, urging, keep it down and hold on tight. No shouting. The man in black was equally stunned by the overwhelming soul power, his eyes swirling with dark mist and his face twitching involuntarily. He had not anticipated encountering such strength in this place. Being a soul saint, he could sense the power of SoulLand Tian and his companions, which is why he had refrained from revealing himself. Yet, he could never have foreseen Bibi Dong's appearance here. Bibi Dong, exuding an aura of immense pressure, inquired, Who are you? And from whence do these evil soul masters come? What is this organization you call the Spirit Hall? To her surprise, the man in black exhibited no sign of fear, instead chuckling darkly. Your power is only slightly superior to theirs. Bibi Dong scoffed, displeased. Answer my questions. My identity is irrelevant, and the origin of the evil soul masters is of no consequence. Just know that the Spirit Hall is about to descend upon this world. The revival of my soul clan has commenced, and I am merely leaving a fragment of myself here. As he spoke, his gaze fell below. Kikik, Yan Emperor, let us see who will save you this time. Bibi Dong frowned. She had never heard of this so-called Spirit Hall, or any powerful being referring to themselves as this Emperor. Who was this Yan Emperor? Xiao Yan felt a piercing pain in his head, instinctively clutching it as countless images flashed through his mind, though they remained indistinct. He could vaguely discern a vast chasm spanning hundreds of thousands of miles and a magnificent multicolored fire lotus, followed by an endless storm of spatial turbulence. Xiao Yan moaned in pain, collapsing to the ground. Hulaina rushed to his side. Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? Shui Binger and the others were flustered, unsure of Xiao Yan's condition. Bibi Dong also noted Xiao Yan's distress and unleashed her seventh soul skill, binding him in place as if constrained by an invisible force, causing him to distort. Clarify who this Yan Emperor is. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to obliterate you, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Upon hearing the name Yan Emperor, the man's expression transformed from indifference to one of seething hatred as he hissed, Yan Emperor, Yan Emperor. His anguished cries echoed throughout the valley, chilling all who heard them. Yan Emperor Xiao Yan. Suddenly, he erupted, the dark mist clearing from his eyes to reveal a pair of pitch-black orbs. A powerful energy radiated from him, and in an instant, he broke free from Bibi Dong's shackles. Bibi Dong's face mirrored disbelief as she beheld the man who had freed himself. The power he wielded was unlike any soul power she had encountered, and it was even more formidable. The man in black thrust his palm toward Bibi Dong, who immediately countered with her skill. The collision of their immense energies caused the entire gorge to tremble, sending weaker soul masters reeling and spitting blood from the violent backlash. Bibi Dong found herself instinctively retreating a few steps, sensing that, for a fleeting moment, this man's strength seemed to surpass her own. At that moment, a faint iridescent glow enveloped Xiao Yan, emanating a searing heat that repelled the energy storm overhead. It appeared as if the sun were rising in the sky, and suddenly, azure wings sprouted from his back as he soared into the heavens. Soul Heaven Emperor. His roar was infused with boundless flames, igniting the surrounding forest with fervor, as a blue fire lotus coalesced in his grasp. Kikik. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan in the sky, the Soul Heaven Emperor disregarded Bibi Dong, unfurling his black wings and darting toward Xiao Yan, unleashing the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Ghost Bloodblade. Both combatants unleashed their strongest techniques, and the clash of black and blue light emitted a tremendous energy that shattered the very fabric of space, summoning a powerful storm that altered the colors of the world around them. Chapter 26 fragments. The city of the Pope, nestled between two great empires, stood as a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters, for it was the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. As the most powerful organization on the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall boasted a plethora of peak powerhouses, far exceeding any empire or sect. Aside from the Pope, there were several esteemed elders, each ranked among the most formidable titled Douluos. At this moment, these elders, who appeared unfathomable to ordinary folk, cast wary glances toward a specific direction, where a chilling energy had erupted. Stardew Forest. They simultaneously recalled that place, wondering how such potent energy could arise from there, where only a few 100,000-year-old beasts resided. Where had the Pope gone? At that moment, a blond man inquired sharply of those nearby. They exchanged glances, and one replied, Great Elder, His Holiness has gone to the Stardew branch, which is quite close to the Stardew Forest. What is happening? I hope this esteemed Pope can provide us with an explanation, Qiandalu pondered. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was utterly astounded, a feeling of helplessness washing over her, one she had not experienced in a long time. The battle occurring thousands of meters above was beyond her reach, and such a method of attack was beyond her capabilities. Only legendary beings could rend the very fabric of space, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The figures of Xiao Yan and the man in black were obscured by countless spatial rifts in the sky, leaving the soul masters below trembling as they witnessed the explosive energies unleashed by their colliding techniques. As if two extreme Douluo were embroiled in a fierce battle, the ant nest beneath their feet trembled. The confrontation persisted for approximately 10 minutes, during which the rift in the sky gradually began to mend. A figure descended rapidly from above, and Bibi Dong recognized it as Xiao Yan. However, he had dissipated the recently unleashed energy, returning to his usual form, and had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong approached and caught the descending Xiao Yan. Upon a quick examination, she determined that his body was intact and unharmed, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as she gazed at the profile of Xiao Yan, her expression bore a hint of complexity. Meanwhile, the man in black had vanished without a trace. After a brief search, Bibi Dong confirmed his absence and felt a sense of ease wash over her as she soared towards the ground. At this moment, Hulaina was left in a daze from the recent events, and beside her, Shu Binger and the others were so stunned that they scarcely dared to breathe. As soon as Bibi Dong landed, Xiao Yan opened his eyes, albeit his spirit remained somewhat hazy, and his voice was laced with exhaustion. "It seems I was just in the heavens?" Bibi Dong nodded and inquired, "Do you have no recollection?" Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, "That person was extremely dangerous. Even you do not seem to be his match." Bibi Dong could not refute this, saying, "Let us refrain from speaking for now. Focus on resting." At this juncture, several formidable soul masters finally regained their wits and immediately launched a pursuit against the remaining half-alive evil soul master. The toxic mists within the canyon had been dispelled by the intense heat emanating from Xiao Yan, and the evil soul master, having suffered considerably from Bibi Dong's soul skills, was akin to a toothless tiger, allowing others to slaughter him at will. Seeing Bibi Dong touch down, Hulaina hurried forth and asked, "What just transpired?" "What about Xiao Yan? He has fallen asleep," Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head. "Do not disturb him." Muzha and the other 4 soul emperors approached Bibi Dong anxiously, expressing their gratitude. However, Bibi Dong was dismissive of such pleasantries, and it was Hulaina who addressed them. After this battle, many soul masters seeking to obtain soul rings had suffered grievous losses, for only the Elemental Academy had a few strong souls among them, and not everyone possessed such fortuitous luck. The Tianshui Academy and others planned to rest before continuing on their journey, having witnessed Xiao Yan's condition and eager to see when he would awaken. Likewise, the Fire Academy shared this sentiment, as their institution was a cradle for fire attribute soul masters, and they were keen to understand the exceptionally pure fire energy. Yet, a titled Douluo stood guard beside Xiao Yan, making it no simple task to approach him. Bibi Dong was well aware of the intentions of these academies, but she did not excessively hinder their curiosity. In the past, had these individuals encountered Xiao Yan's blue lotus earth fire, she would have annihilated them all, for his abilities could not be exposed. However, at this moment, she felt no desire for such actions. Perhaps it was due to the stark contrast in power she felt from Xiao Yan's battle with the man in black. Or perhaps it was the uncertainty surrounding Xiao Yan's identity. What exactly were the Soul Hall and the Soul Clan, and what connection did they have with Xiao Yan? Bibi Dong pondered over the events that had transpired. The man in black seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yan, yet there appeared to be some form of connection between them, as they had utilized the same energy form in their combat. It became evident to her that the power of the Spirit Hall must be mobilized to investigate, for that individual's strength was terrifying. Even if all the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall were present, they would only face defeat. "Teacher, what shall we do next?" Hulaina asked, her gaze filled with concern for the slumbering Xiao Yan. "Will he be all right? Why does he possess such immense strength?" Bibi Dong shook her head, responding, "I do not know. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of a deity from the divine realm." Upon uttering this, she felt a twinge of uncertainty, for she was not entirely ignorant of the gods. The Rakshasa God was one she communicated with. But was the strength of the Rakshasa God truly so formidable? Hulaina murmured to herself. The legendary realm above the extreme Dou felt ethereal and elusive to her at this moment. By the afternoon of the following day, Xiao Yan finally awoke from his slumber. To others, a day had passed, but for Xiao Yan, it felt as if he had merely opened and closed his eyes. However, as he noticed Hulaina and Bibi Dong gazing at him with complex expressions, he sensed something amiss. "Did I do something outrageous?" "You unleashed a power that surpassed even that of our teacher," Hulaina stated without reservation. Xiao Yan scratched his head and asked, "Teacher, is that true?" Bibi Dong nodded, confirming, "Indeed, in that moment, your strength exceeded mine, even surpassing all the powerful beings I have encountered. It was a force beyond our comprehension." Xiao Yan sighed, feeling as though he had engaged in a great battle with someone in the heavens, but the details eluded him, leaving only a vague impression. Chapter 27. He probably did die. "Do you have no recollection at all?" Bibi Dong pressed. Xiao Yan nodded. "Perhaps that was my former self?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with disappointment. If that was Xiao Yan's true form, then what significance did her humble abilities hold? Xiao Yan, observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, understood her thoughts, but was at a loss for words. Would he still be the same Xiao Yan after regaining his memories? The three of them fell into silence, and, as time ticked by, about 10 minutes later, Bibi Dong suddenly inquired, "Is that evil soul master who called you the Flame Emperor still alive?" Xiao Yan hesitated, then shook his head. "I do not know, but he is likely dead. What if he appears again? Will you be able to match him?" Xiao Yan forced a smile. "Teacher, how would I know? I do not even know who he is." "It seems your memories may resurface as your strength increases." Bibi Dong stood, stating, "You and he clearly do not belong to this world. If the evil soul master returns, they may be even stronger, and I might not be able to stop them." Xiao Yan remained silent, understanding Bibi Dong's concern. At this moment, she seemed a different person, her tone toward him strangely unfamiliar, as if he were no longer her student. For reasons he could not comprehend, a feeling of loss welled up within Xiao Yan. He knew why Bibi Dong reacted this way, yet he still struggled to accept it. "Teacher, I will strive to grow stronger," Xiao Yan declared. "Do you believe it was my presence that attracted the evil soul master?" Bibi Dong paused, then shook her head. "I did not say that. But you think so, don't you?" This time, Bibi Dong fell silent, her thoughts aligned with his. If it were not for Xiao Yan, the evil soul master would not have returned, and the terrifying presence of the man in black would not have emerged. Suddenly, Bibi Dong clutched her chest, a wave of fear washing over her. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she indeed felt a sense of trepidation. In her fear, she diminished her identity and lost sight of her purpose. Xiao Yan seemed to act as a catalyst, revealing her own vulnerability. All her perceived strength stemmed solely from her power. It seemed so. Bibi Dong chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. "I too can feel fear. After all, I am not a god." "Teacher, what do you mean?" Xiao Yan asked, puzzled by Bibi Dong's unexpected reaction. Yet at that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed, her voice returning to its usual calmness. "Now that your condition is stable, we should proceed to obtain the soul rings. Let's go." Xiao Yan, taken aback by Bibi Dong's abrupt shift in demeanor, was left bewildered by her earlier thoughts. "Let's go," Hulaina chimed in, oblivious to the exchange between the two, simply admiring Xiao Yan's remarkable abilities, for she believed he was most likely a deity in his previous life. Xiao Yan nodded, following the two as they made their exit. At this moment, the area outside was nearly packed with individuals. Originally, there were fewer than 200 soul masters remaining here. But following the surge of energy that erupted that night, soul masters from within the Star Dou forest flocked to this place, resulting in a gathering of over 1,000. Bibi Dong, exasperated, held her head in her hands, acknowledging the formidable presence of many among these soul masters. Among them, the two most powerful were none other than the renowned Supreme Dragon and Serpent, the two titled Dou Emperors. Upon spotting Bibi Dong, the dragon and serpent hurriedly stumbled forward to pay their respects. The sight of such powerful titled Douluo behaving in such a humble manner was somewhat amusing. Yet it seemed entirely reasonable when the individual in question was a peaked Douluo. "You two are here as well?" Bibi Dong remarked in surprise. She had long been aware of the illustrious couple, who, despite being merely titled Douluo, wielded a martial soul fusion technique that rivaled that of most titled Douluo. "We have come to the Star Dou Forest in search of an appropriate soul ring for our daughter, Meng Iran. Upon hearing that a titled Douluo has made an appearance here, we wish to pay our respects. Only to find it is your holiness," the dragon humbly expressed. "I beg your pardon for this unannounced intrusion." He felt no need to be so deferential to other titled Douluo, but the identity and strength of the Pope were not something he could regard lightly. "Then, allow me to request your assistance," Bibi Dong said, dismissing any further trivialities with these individuals. Initially, she found it cumbersome to deal with the crowd, but with the presence of this couple, matters would be simplified. The dragon and serpent eagerly agreed, expressing their willingness to offer their service. At this moment, the two vice presidents of the Shui Academy approached to pay their respects. Shui Binger waved at Xiao Yan, who returned a smile, prompting Hulaina to roll her eyes at him. The other factions could only stand at a distance, as their status did not grant them the privilege to approach the Pope. Meng Iran, trailing behind the dragon, secretly observed Xiao Yan. She had heard from Shui Binger and the others that it was Xiao Yan who had thwarted the terrifying demon. One so fearsome, even the Pope could only observe from afar. "Level 40 is indeed impressive, but it still pales in comparison to my own strength," she murmured, having already acquired her fourth soul ring and reached level 41. Meanwhile, Hulaina was exceptionally strong, having reached the pinnacle of level 50, and would soon attain the rank of Soul King with her fifth soul ring. After exchanging a few words with the dragon and serpent, Bibi Dong departed with Xiao Yan and Hulaina. The serpent climbed atop a high rock and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, I implore you to heed my words. The rumors of war are but ephemeral fabrications. I have just confirmed with Her Holiness the Pope that the so-called Great Battle is merely a concoction of fiction. The nefarious soul masters of title or rank are nothing but exaggerated tales. All evil soul masters have been dealt with by the Spirit Hall, so rest assured." People were likely to believe only half of what the dragon proclaimed, yet regardless of which half they chose to believe, Bibi Dong would not find it particularly troublesome. After all, rumors abound, but how many can be taken seriously? Upon exiting the Soul Master gathering in the Dou forest, Xiao Yan and the others affixed small medicinal pouches to their bodies, which was their true purpose for entering that gathering. Had Bibi Dong not brought this, they would not have sought out the gathering, nor would they have encountered the evil soul masters. And it was likely that the soul masters within that gathering had met with grave misfortune. "Teacher, which soul beast are we to hunt?" Xiao Yan inquired. Bibi Dong replied, "Most of the soul rings you possess carry enhancement skills, with only your second soul skill being a control skill. Therefore, your fourth soul ring must be that of the Spirit Turtle." "Spirit Turtle, a 10,000-year soul beast?" Xiao Yan mused aloud. "What, shall I be granted additional armor?" The Spirit Turtle's shell not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but also boasts considerable destructive power, making it the most suitable transitional fourth soul ring. Once you reach level 50, you'll be able to acquire a purely offensive soul ring, Bibi Dong elaborated. As for Hulaina, the 10,000-year heavenly silkworm's soul ring is already quite powerful. If paired with the ice-condensing snow moth, their combined skills would rival those of some soul rings exceeding 50,000 years. "But, teacher," Hulaina began, yet Bibi Dong raised her hand to interrupt. "The illusory red fox is indeed well suited for you, but acquiring a 30,000-year soul ring at this juncture is somewhat precarious. Perhaps we should consider the next soul ring instead." Hulaina stamped her foot in frustration, longing only for that soul ring. She had little interest in Bibi Dong's ice-condensing snow moth. "Teacher, perhaps the illusory red fox is my best choice this time, while the ice-condensing snow moth can complement the 10,000-year heavenly silkworm. My fusion technique with the evil moon would yield no benefits. After all, their fusion is our trump card in the arena," she asserted to Xiao Yan. "Moreover, the illusory red fox possesses a passive ability that grants it exceptional resistance to toxins, making it a formidable opponent against evil soul masters," Xiao Yan added. "You seem well informed," Bibi Dong retorted with mild irritation, "but I am acutely aware of these matters. However, the illusory red fox is notoriously difficult to locate, and the soul ring absorption process can be exceedingly troublesome. The dangers are ever present, and a moment of carelessness could lead one into the fox's territory, a situation from which even I could not guarantee your safe return." Xiao Yan cast a helpless glance at Hulaina, his expression conveying his inability to assist. Hulaina clenched her fists, resolutely asserting, "Teacher, I believe I can endure. My abilities also involve charm, and I doubt the illusory red fox would be much stronger. This matter allows for no errors. A single misstep could lead to an abyss," Bibi Dong warned sternly. "Furthermore, encountering the illusory red fox is exceedingly rare. It is not something you can merely wish for." Left with no choice, Hulaina fell silent. At this juncture, Bibi Dong addressed Xiao Yan again. "Since you are capable of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, your blue lotus earth fire can also be incorporated into the soul ring. This time, we shall experiment with a fire attribute 10,000-year soul ring. Teacher, which soul beast's soul ring do you believe would be most suitable?" Xiao Yan asked. Bibi Dong pondered briefly before responding. "The dark golden flame demon is a 10,000-year fire attribute soul beast, residing at the volcanic region on the opposite end of the Dou forest. Due to the volcanic activity, the strength of these 10,000-year soul beasts has notably increased." Xiao Yan nodded. The strength of the dark golden flame demon was indeed superior to that of other 10,000-year soul beasts, making it a challenging hunt. Thus, caution was advisable. "Though I accompany you, the ultimate course of action remains in your hands," Bibi Dong stated to both of them. Xiao Yan and Hulaina understood Bibi Dong's implication. She was merely serving as a protector, only to intervene when faced with insurmountable foes. The task of hunting soul beasts was one they had to undertake themselves. As they ventured closer to the snow-capped mountains, they resolved to first seek out the ice-condensing snow moth that Hulaina required. This soul beast typically dwells at mid-mountain elevations, residing in small tribal formations. The tribe's leader would be a 10,000-year class ice-condensing snow moth, while its members would consist of several thousand-year snow mountain moths. Finding the tribe of ice-condensing snow moths was not particularly challenging, as their numbers were plentiful, and ordinary soul masters dared not provoke them. Only a group like theirs felt emboldened enough to target the ice-condensing snow moths. Xiao Yan gazed from afar at the enormous, fluffy moths, nearly entirely white in color, marveling at the wonders of this continent. Such rare and exotic creatures soared in this realm, with a pristine whiteness starkly contrasted with the other regions of the Stardew forest. In truth, the ice-condensing snow moth is quite remarkable. I once heard from a mentor at the sub-academy that its soul ring is among the most unique, and obtaining it may yield unexpected benefits. Xiao Yan remarked to Hulaina. What kind of benefits? Hulaina queried. Chuckling lightly, Xiao Yan responded, I don't know. After all, how many people would specifically hunt a moth to acquire a soul ring? You're quite the exception. Buffed. You're just rambling, Hulaina retorted with exasperation. Then added, but you'll need to assist me with all those snow mountain moths. I can't handle them alone. Rest assured, I will set their wings aflame. And they'll be no match for us, Xiao Yan said with a mischievous grin, knowing that fire was the greatest fear of such insects. Act like a person, will you? Hulaina scoffed. If their wings are burned, death will not be far off for those moths. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Worry not. You focus solely on dealing with the snow moths. Bibi Dong sat upon a stable boulder, addressing the two individuals before her. We must hasten, for we have already delayed a day at the gathering site, and we still need to venture to the depths of Stardew Lake and the summit of the Demon Flame volcano. Let us proceed quickly, Xiao Yan urged Hulaina, so we may resolve this matter sooner. The pair surged forth with remarkable speed towards a moth tribe, a place seldom trodden by human feet. The moths, unfamiliar with soul masters, exhibited no reaction upon their arrival. They merely observed the duo with their thousands of compound eyes. You take the ice-condensing snow moth away, while I will fend off the remaining moths, Xiao Yan instructed Hulaina. Nodding in agreement, Hulaina activated her second and third soul skills, both possessing formidable allure that was more than sufficient to captivate the ice-condensing snow moth. This millennium-year soul beast was not particularly powerful, roughly equivalent to a Soul King-level soul master, and was notably weaker than the illusory Scarlet Fox. Even a Soul Emperor would hesitate to confront the illusory Scarlet Fox alone. Ensnared by Hulaina's soul skills, the ice-condensing snow moth floated languidly towards her, trailed by over 20 smaller snow mountain moths, their fluffy bodies forming an endearing procession. Azure Lotus Earth Fire manifest. Xiao Yan conjured a wall of flames, quickly following with a second and third, sealing off all directions. Third soul skill, Shadow Owl Clone. He then executed the second soul skill, Stasis. In an instant, he teleported beside the ice-condensing snow moth, activating the second soul skill, causing its body to freeze in place for 2 seconds. With a mighty swing of his heavy ruler, he struck fiercely at its wings. Seizing the opportunity, Hulaina illuminated her fourth soul ring, invoking her fourth soul skill. Celestial Silkworm Devour. Thousands of celestial silks erupted from her hands, binding the ice-condensing snow moth tightly. As a surge of white soul power imbued with chilling energy coursed through the silks and into the beast's body. Never betray, Xiao Yan, Hulaina exclaimed. The ice-condensing snow moth, wounded and in pain, jolted back to consciousness, struggling violently. Xiao Yan's previous strike had not inflicted significant damage. He swiftly unleashed another blow, cautious not to exert his full strength for fear of killing the creature outright. After a series of strikes, the ice-condensing snow moth's energy began to wane, its struggles becoming less vigorous. Hulaina's fourth soul skill was immensely taxing on her soul power. It was clear that if the snow moth continued to resist, she would be the first to falter. Bibi Dong observed the scene with satisfaction, realizing that a millennium-year soul beast posed no challenge to them now, particularly given Xiao Yan's third soul ring. The Shadow Owl was something that many soul masters, including titled Douluo, had sought throughout their lives. Yet this fortunate lad had encountered it. However, a pang of emptiness struck Bibi Dong at this thought. Xiao Yan's true identity had been a source of unease for her, a feeling that had intensified since that fateful night. Recognizing the situation was under control, Xiao Yan withdrew the fire barrier he had created, knowing that any creature that came into contact with it would suffer greatly. Yet, under his command, the 20 or so moths inside had not sustained severe harm. Upon their leader's demise, they scattered in disarray. The celestial silks penetrated every corner of the ice-condensing snow moth's form. Its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, an unusual energy emanating from it. They understood what this signified. the soul ring of the ice-condensing snow moth was about to materialize. With twilight descending, Xiao Yan remarked, "You will need time to absorb the soul ring. It seems we shall have to spend the night in this desolate wilderness. With you here, I can absorb it without worry," Hulaina replied, smiling. "There is no need for thanks between us. It is merely my duty." Xiao Yan waved off her gratitude. Calling out to Bibi Dong in the distance, "Teacher, we succeeded." Bibi Dong rose and approached Xiao Yan and Hulaina, who was now preparing to absorb the soul ring. "Indeed, the efficiency is commendable," she said with a hint of a smile. "Nana, begin the absorption." Hulaina nodded, seated herself cross-legged, and a wave of pure soul power radiated from her. At that moment, a shimmering white energy ignited from the ice-condensing snow moth. More translucent than the jade-white glow of the millennium-year celestial silkworm soul skill. Xiao Yan gathered some dry twigs and kindled a fire. The surroundings had darkened, yet the snow illuminated the area more brightly than the forest would have, casting a gentle radiance even in the depths of night under the moonlight. The warmth emitted by the azure lotus earth fire enveloped the vicinity, transforming the space into a comforting warmth that aided Hulaina in alleviating the ice-condensing snow moth's frigid aura. Bibi Dong closely observed Hulaina since she began absorbing the soul ring, occasionally glancing around, her gaze seldom lingering on Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan sat before the fire, heating up some provisions he had carried with him. Food cooked over the azure lotus earth fire was imbued with warmth, which helped facilitate the flow of soul power within a soul master. He sprinkled some warming herbs over the food, using them as seasoning. "Teacher, it's ready to eat. Have some," he offered, noting, "Since I awakened, you have spoken little." Bibi Dong accepted the plate he handed her, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and sorrow. "You have been rather melancholic these past few days, perhaps due to doubts about my identity." Xiao Yan finally broached the subject that had been troubling Bibi Dong. Gently tearing off a small piece of roasted meat, she chewed it slowly, her voice tinged with weariness as she replied, "You are partly correct. It is not your identity I doubt, but rather I am afraid." Xiao Yan paused, perplexed. What brings this fear? Bibi Dong's eyes mirrored the reflections of the snowy night, lending a fleeting vitality to her otherwise sorrowful expression. "That night, your eyes glowed crimson as you soared into the sky, wielding an energy that was entirely foreign to this world. It was not soul power, yet it was 100-fold stronger. For a brief moment, I felt my status as a title rendered insignificant, akin to that of an ant before you." Humbled by her words, Xiao Yan bowed his head, recalling the events of that night. That power felt innately familiar, as if it had always resided within him. Yet now it eluded him, seeming as if it had never truly belonged to him. Bibi Dong, with a hint of concern, asked, "Do you believe you will always remain Xiao Yan?" Silence enveloped them, the flickering flames casting shadows upon Xiao Yan's visage, illuminating Bibi Dong's eyes. The cold wind howled, causing the flames to dance, as if in mournful celebration. Suddenly, Xiao Yan lifted his head, standing resolutely before Bibi Dong, declaring earnestly, "Teacher, I assure you, even if I reclaim my memories and cease to be who I am, no matter what I become, Xiao Yan shall never be ungrateful. A true man, born of heaven and earth, possesses the strength to rescue the multitude from peril and secure peace for all time. Should the evil soul masters rise again, I will devote all my strength. If you wish to take command of the spirit hall, despite any reasons, I will not shirk my duty." Bibi Dong gazed at the young man before her, astonished by his heartfelt declaration. Regaining her composure, she quelled her excitement and slowly rose. Xiao Yan spoke again, "Teacher, regardless of who Xiao Yan was or what status he held in the past, in this world, your kindness towards me is a tangible reality. Even if I do not belong here in the future, the bond between us shall never be severed." "You child," Bibi Dong embraced Xiao Yan's taught form, her voice softening. "Where did you learn such words? They stir the depths of my heart." It had been long since she had felt such fervor. As the Pope, she held a position of unparalleled authority, embodying supreme power and binding shackles. For her, emotions were a luxury, only evoked by those closest to her. For various reasons, Xiao Yan could only be considered a half-disciple until now. However, today, with his heartfelt words, he has completely earned the status of a true disciple in Bibi Dong's eyes. As she embraced him, Xiao Yan's heart raced, but his tense body gradually relaxed. "You spoke of sharing life and death together, of unwavering loyalty," he said. "At that time, I did not comprehend the meaning of your words, but now I understand." Bibi Dong released her hold, gazing into Xiao Yan's eyes and smiling. "I have kept you at the border for many years, and it brings me great joy to see you still think this way." Chapter 30. the seed of the blue lotus earth heart fire. I am aware of your unspoken burdens, and have you not been keeping an eye on me all along? Xiao Yan continued. Many things I once attributed to mere luck, but after facing life and death multiple times, I have realized that fortune is not constant. That shadow hawk was not something I could simply outsmart and kill. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who do you think deserves credit for all of this? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. So, you already knew. Only recently did I come to this realization. I imagine you were secretly observing during my pursuit in the Star Dou Great Forest, Xiao Yan queried. I have done my utmost, and since you have exerted yourself, there is no reason for me to refrain from acting. I have never encountered such a stubborn individual, willing to risk life and death for a single promise, Bibi Dong remarked, shaking her head. Yet, one day, I will be unable to protect you. Then let me protect you in return, Xiao Yan declared, clenching his fists. I once found myself in similar circumstances, teetering on the edge of life and death. I believe this is the way of a soul master. The flames danced vigorously now, crackling like dry wood, creating a unique and solitary nocturne upon this icy plateau. Xiao Yan extended his hand, drawing the flames into his grasp, revealing a delicate blue lotus amidst the fire. This blue lotus earth heart fire is my innate gift. It carries danger. When I am not strong enough, it attracts the attention of the elders, but as I grow stronger, they will fear it. He presented the lotus to Bibi Dong. Teacher, take this. You can share in the blue lotus earth heart fire with me. Bibi Dong cradled the exquisite blue lotus in her hands. Sensing the terrifying power it harbored, the seed of the blue lotus earth heart fire, or rather, its offspring, could only be refined into a single bloom with Xiao Yan's current abilities. I intended to gift this to my sister, but upon reflection, it would serve you better, Xiao Yan stated earnestly. Bibi Dong carefully received the token of gratitude from her student, acutely aware of the fire lotus's potential. If she mastered this flame, she believed she could rival the likes of Qian Douluo and others. With a hint of uncertainty, she queried, by giving this to me, will it adversely affect you? Xiao Yan smiled. It will merely cost me some soul power, which I can replenish overnight. Then, that is acceptable. If it were to harm you, I would rather forego this power, Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head. This flame martial soul is truly remarkable, able to produce offspring for others to wield. At that moment, Xiao Yan gently grasped the blue lotus, severing the bloodline connection. It merely required soul power for refinement. Bibi Dong gazed at the petite blue lotus, her eyes brimming with delight. In her joy, she removed 3 rings from her fingers and presented them to Xiao Yan. I had planned to wait until you participated in the Soul Master competition to gift these to you, but today seems a fitting occasion. What are these? Xiao Yan inquired. Perplexed. They are spatial soul guide devices, fashioned to resemble rings, known as storage rings. Within these rings, you can store various items. This red one can even hold living creatures. Aside from soul masters, you can store all manner of soul beasts, Bibi Dong explained. This green storage ring contains tens of thousands of plants from the Douluo continent. Elder Guanyuan mentioned you have an interest in studying flora for medicinal purposes. Personal interests, Xiao Yan replied, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. These forgotten plants resemble a vast treasure trove. With thorough research, I can concoct useful pills. While the idea is splendid, do not lose yourself in play and neglect your cultivation. These tens of thousands of varieties are not exhaustive. Some exceedingly rare plants are absent, and others have been preserved by Elder Guanyuan. To tamper with those would be akin to seeking one's own demise, Bibi Dong mused, recalling how the chrysanthemum Douluo had fiercely guarded his rare blooms. Xiao Yan nodded, accepting the 3 storage rings without hesitation. He already possessed 2 storage rings, but one had limited capacity, earned through several tasks involving the acquisition of materials from soul beasts. He had been pleased for days after obtaining it, and would never consider discarding it. The other was a gift from Hulaina, though it was precious, so he seldom wore it. With 4 storage rings adorning his fingers, he felt as though he had become a wealthy individual. At that moment, Hulaina's trembling voice broke through. Where is your fire? Do you wish to freeze me to death? Ice crystals formed on her brow and head, and the chilling aura around her intensified, rendering her seemingly frozen. Xiao Yan realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly summoned the blue lotus earth heart fire, enveloping Hulaina in its warmth. The searing flames transformed the surrounding air into a swirling heat wave. Are you attempting to murder me? Hulaina quickly revived, glaring at Xiao Yan. Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Yan scratched his head. Continue. I won't extinguish it this time. Bibi Dong watched the two with a bemused expression as the petite blue lotus began to dissipate, gradually absorbed into her body. Once it vanished completely, a lotus mark appeared on her forearm. The blue lotus earth heart fire now resides here, Bibi Dong declared with satisfaction. However, refining it will be somewhat troublesome. It will likely take me 3 to 5 years to fully master. Xiao Yan nodded. The blue lotus earth heart fire naturally obeyed him since it was born from within him. But Bibi Dong was different. She had essentially acquired a wild blue lotus earth heart fire, which she needed to tame before she could wield it. Sitting in the snow, Xiao Yan remarked to Bibi Dong. Then you must be aware that my blue lotus earth heart fire has already been discovered by Shui Binger of the Heavenly Water Academy. Bibi Dong nodded. I am indeed aware. But even if she speaks of it, no one will believe her. They will dismiss it as her delusions. However, after that night, rumors about me will surely proliferate. Xiao Yan sighed. Bibi Dong smiled. You need not worry about that. I have informed the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. They will know how to handle it. There may be some repercussions, and you might find yourself delayed in returning to the Pope's city. Xiao Yan was unconcerned, lying back in the snow with his hands behind his head. I have grown accustomed to the wild. If I were to suddenly return to that city, the convoluted customs of the Pope's Hall would be unsuitable for me. No one had ever taught Xiao Yan etiquette in the Star Dou branch, even within the Grand Hall. SoulLand Tian had been quite lax with him. This is something I had not anticipated. It seems I will need to teach you about etiquette, Bibi Dong remarked, covering her head. Your demeanor is far too unrefined for someone from the Pope's city. While you can act freely outside, some decorum must be observed within the hall. Chapter 31. Hulaina's Fifth Soul Skill. As dawn broke, Hulaina finally opened her eyes once more. A faint white soul power surrounded her, and energy waves radiated outward, solidifying the snow beneath her. I finally reached level 51. Is this the power of Soul King? Hulaina marveled, feeling the surging soul power within her. Nearly double that of a peak soul sect. 5 soul rings emerged in succession, with the 2 outermost black soul rings standing out prominently. A brief probe of her soul power revealed a striking similarity between the 2 rings, suggesting a complementary relationship. Fifth soul skill, Polar Ice Seal. With a graceful wave of her hand, Hulaina summoned dozens of ice spikes, each extending 2 meters in length, which surged from the ground and, under her deft control, shot forth in all directions. The locations struck were instantly encased in ice, a substance that, while resembling ordinary ice, exuded a chilling aura even amidst the snowy expanse. This formidable attack, characterized by its intense cold, would be unbearable for an average adversary. This marked the acquisition of her first powerful offensive spirit ring. Her previous rings had predominantly focused on control and attack. This development was indeed advantageous, allowing the venom of the celestial silkworm to be unleashed alongside the icy coldness, creating a dual threat of frost and poison. Hulaina surveyed her initial success with a sense of satisfaction, though ever since absorbing the ice-condensing snow moth spirit ring, she had felt a peculiar pressure in her head, the cause of which eluded her comprehension. Xiao Yan, observing her state, perceived that she seemed well. Even with her recent maneuver, he felt uncertain whether he could evade her attack, even with his 3rd spirit skill. Hulaina nodded and inquired. Didn't you mention there would be additional effects? Aside from the spirit skill and the fusion with the celestial silkworm spirit skill, what else is there? Xiao Yan shrugged, responding, how should I know? That was not my claim. I suspect our mentor spoke rather haphazardly. Deceitful, Hulaina retorted, though inwardly grateful for Xiao Yan's conjuring of the green lotus earth heart fire. How do you feel, Laina? Bibi Dong asked. Hulaina nodded, replying, the ice-condensing snow moth is indeed well suited for me. Its accompanying spirit skill boasts a vast range and high damage. Bibi Dong smiled, acknowledging that while the illusory red fox was perfectly aligned with Hulaina's martial spirit, at this juncture, she lacked the skills to decisively overpower her enemies, making it unsuitable for her current needs. As another night passed, Xiao Yan pondered the arduous challenge of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit beast, scratching his head in confusion. The Shadow Owl was also a 10,000-year spirit beast, yet he had not taken nearly as long to absorb it. The soul impact of a 10,000-year spirit beast is indeed formidable. Even a soul master like Laina, who specializes in mental fortitude, required several hours for absorption. Yet, Xiao Yan had managed to absorb the Shadow Owl in merely 2 to 3 hours. This conundrum had long puzzled Bibi Dong, who noted that Xiao Yan's mental strength was not particularly robust, even bordering on negligible. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the soul power he employed while manipulating the green lotus earth heart fire differed subtly from that of others. Such a slight disparity could only be discerned by a powerful observer like Bibi Dong, and even Xiao Yan himself remained oblivious to it. As Hulaina took a brief respite, they prepared to descend the mountain, their next destination being the Mirror Lake in the Star Dou Forest, a location nearly at the heart of the forest itself. This mirror lake was merely a kilometer away from the central lake, where the 10,000-year spirit beast, the sky blue bull python, congregated. Though Bibi Dong surpassed the sky blue bull python in strength, this territory belonged to the spirit beasts, and as a human soul master, she could not easily gain the upper hand, especially given her previous hunt of a 10,000-year spirit beast, which had turned the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape into her adversaries. I must now conceal my presence. Should the sky blue bull python detect me, it would spell trouble, Bibi Dong lamented as she meticulously suppressed her soul power, ensuring not a trace escaped. At this moment, she had restrained her strength to approximately level 95. The spirit shadow turtle typically inhabits the submerged areas of the mirror lake, its length reaching 5 to 7 meters. The larger the spirit shadow turtle, the older it is. Those exceeding 7 meters in length become the 30,000-year spirit beast, the ghost bone giant turtle, whose power rivals that of a human soul emperor. The deep, resonant breaths of the ghost bone giant turtle echoed, as if reverberating through the annals of time, conveying an indescribable ancientness. Xiao Yan halted, swiftly climbing a large tree to survey his surroundings. They were merely 2,000 meters from the mirror lake, where some spirit shadow turtles ventured to the lake's periphery in search of food, preying on the weaker spirit beasts within. However, it was unclear which of these ancient turtles had discovered fruit as a viable food source, leading to an increasing number of spirit shadow turtles scouring the area. How to shatter this turtle shell? Hulaina queried from below. Xiao Yan smiled, confident that while the spirit shadow turtle possessed formidable defenses, it could not evade his green lotus earth heart fire on land. Yet, just as he felt assured of victory, a moving boulder in the distance captured his attention. The massive stone stood around 6 to 7 meters tall and 10 meters wide, its surface entirely black. Upon closer inspection, it bore limbs and a grotesque head. Was it the ghost bone giant turtle? Xiao Yan froze momentarily in disbelief. Such a coincidence seemed improbable. The spirit shadow turtle was already rare, and the ghost bone giant turtle likely numbered less than 10. How could fortune befall him so? This revelation meant he could not recklessly employ the green lotus earth heart fire to hunt the spirit beast for its soul ring. Should the ghost bone giant turtle discover the spirit shadow turtle slain, it would undoubtedly unleash its wrath. A being on par with the soul emperor was not to be trifled with, even on land. In contrast to the spirit shadow turtle, the ghost bone giant turtle possessed an additional ability. It could retract its limbs and head into its shell, transforming the entire shell into a dart-like projectile aimed rapidly at its foe. The sharp barbs along the shell's edge, combined with its weight and acceleration, would deter even a soul master of the highest caliber from enduring such an impact. Descending from the tree, Xiao Yan relayed his observations to Bibi Dong. She chuckled. Have you forgotten what I told you? Leave the rest to fate and do what you can. You must devise a strategy to lure the spirit shadow turtle away from here. Moreover, the spirit shadow turtle would not stray far from the lake. Although Xiao Yan's green lotus earth heart fire could easily injure the spirit shadow turtle, he lacked the means to kill it swiftly. Even if it were slow, it could return to the lake within 5 minutes. Without Xiao Yan's influence, even the might of the green lotus earth heart fire could not sustain itself at the depths of the lake, hundreds of meters down. In Chapter 32, Xiao Yan swiftly conceived a plan. Since these turtles ventured ashore in search of fruit, he would use this as bait to lead the spirit shadow turtle further away. He meticulously searched through all the plants and fruits within his spatial ring, discovering over 1,000 varieties. However, with limited knowledge, he recognized only a fraction of them and selected the most delectable among those he was familiar with. Let us be honest. This spirit shadow turtle is a 10,000-year spirit beast, possessing at least a modicum of intelligence. Will it fall for such an obvious trap? Hulaina remarked, perplexed by Xiao Yan's idea. Yet, she too underestimated him. Xiao Yan had spent considerable time within the Dou forest, encountering 10,000-year spirit beasts on no fewer than 10 occasions. While these ancient entities possessed intelligence, surpassing that of their 1,000-year counterparts, their thoughts remained relatively simple, and their emotions easily provoked. Just watch. The brain of that spirit shadow turtle is likely no larger than a walnut, its intellect hardly remarkable, Xiao Yan dismissed, unfazed. At that moment, the spirit shadow turtle he had set his sights on was leisurely munching on fruit. Xiao Yan conjured a fireball, launching it towards the turtle's shell. However, he refrained from using the green lotus earth heart fire, merely channeling its fire attribute through his soul power to create a simple fireball. This level of attack was inconsequential to the spirit shadow turtle, yet it succeeded in capturing its attention. The turtle emitted a low, threatening growl. its ghostly eyes fixated on Xiao Yan, bewildered by the intentions of this human soul master, though its chewing continued unabated. Xiao Yan then retrieved a pale red fruit from his spatial ring, took a bite, and forcefully dropped it to the ground, instantly releasing a delightful fragrance that wafted into the air. This fruit was typically used for incense pouches, its exquisite aroma requiring strict preservation conditions. It was rather bland in taste, prompting Xiao Yan to spit out the remnants in his mouth onto the ground. Foolish creature, have you ever encountered something like this? Xiao Yan once again produced a similar fruit and smashed it onto the ground, causing juice to splatter and the aroma to intensify. Vuolina, unable to restrain herself, remarked, this fellow appears rather cheap. The Ling Ming Xiangui, indeed attracted by the scent, lumbered towards Xiao Yan with heavy steps. Xiao Yan continued to produce several similar fruits, tossing them onto the ground. As a 10,000-year soul beast, it possessed its own dignity and would never deign to lick the rotting fruits from the earth. To the creature, Xiao Yan's actions were nothing short of a blatant provocation. Its colossal body resembled a small mountain, effortlessly crushing boulders and trees into mere splinters as it advanced. Had Xiao Yan been struck by it, he would likely have lost half his life. Utilizing the enhancement of his first soul ring, Xiao Yan was able to evade the Ling Ming Xiangui's charge with relative ease. Contrary to Hua Lina's assumption that he was luring the beast with fruit, he was, in fact, inciting its ire. This tactic would draw it away from the lake, while simultaneously keeping the Yu-Gu giant tortoise suspicious of nothing. The enticing aroma would lead it to believe it was merely searching for delectable fruits. After tossing out over a dozen fruits, Xiao Yan successfully lured the Ling Ming Xiangui 10 kilometers away. At this point, the ghostly patterns on its shell began to fade, signaling its imminent exhaustion. Hua Lina and Bibi Dong followed Xiao Yan closely, and she inquired, have you considered how to slay this Ling Ming Xiangui? Will you simply burn it with your fire? Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, to be cautious, I will need your assistance. How can I help? Hua Lina asked without hesitation. The ice emitted by your newly acquired fifth soul skill can instantly cool its shell, while my Qing Liendi Xin Hua possesses an exceedingly high temperature. The significant temperature differential can easily shatter solid objects, Xiao Yan explained. When facing an enemy primarily focused on defense, your fifth soul skill is the best means of breaking through. Is that so? Hua Lina nodded. Each time she acquired a new soul ring and soul skill, she required time to comprehend and hone her combat abilities. Only by integrating each soul skill could she unleash her full potential. Fifth soul skill, Polarized Seal. Dozens of formidable blades materialized, piercing toward the fatigued Ling Ming Xiangui, which had no time to evade. A thick layer of ice instantly began to encase its shell. However, with a wave of Hua Lina's hand, the ice rapidly sublimated, leaving a chilling aura in its wake, coating the shell in a layer of frost. Now, Xiao Yan swiftly condensed the Qing Lian in his grasp, radiating an unfathomable temperature. The Ling Ming Xiangui let out a roar, expelling a water sword from its mouth. Utilizing the speed enhancement from his first soul skill, Xiao Yan evaded the attack and positioned himself directly above the tortoise's shell, forcefully pressing down the Qing Lian. Boom! The Qing Lian erupted, and the previously impenetrable shell now bore multiple fissures. Third soul skill, Shadow Owl Clone. Wielding the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan struck down upon the cracks. The Ling Ming Xiangui had no means to evade and was brutally struck by his powerful blow, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. The shattered shell, mixed with gore, splattered onto Xiao Yan, yet he did not falter in his assault. The Ling Ming Xiangui, in pain, would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. A dying soul beast, comparable to a soul king, posed an immense threat. The heavy ruler relentlessly battered the broken shell of the Ling Ming Xiangui. Xiao Yan understood he could not afford to grant this tortoise any opportunity for counterattack. Once it showed any sign of resurgence, the heavy ruler would deliver a crushing blow. Thus, under Xiao Yan's relentless barrage, the Ling Ming Xiangui soon met its demise. Concerned that it might feign death, he delivered several additional strikes before leaping away from its carcass. At this point, his clothing was drenched in the tortoise's blood, with even his hair and body stained by its dark blood. Xiao Yan, disregarding everything else, immediately set about absorbing the soul ring, fearing that the Yu-Gu giant tortoise might discover their situation. Hua Lina observed Xiao Yan's rapid absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring with confusion. Her own talent was already remarkable, yet she required several hours. What secret lay hidden within Xiao Yan? Bibi Dong patted her shoulder, saying, after all, Xiao Yan may not be an ordinary person. You needn't dwell on it. Just know he is someone you can trust. Hours later, after Xiao Yan had absorbed the soul ring of the 10,000-year Ling Ming Xian Gui, his heavy ruler underwent a transformation in appearance. The patterns on it became significantly more intricate, and the faint aura of malevolence emanating from it had undoubtedly intensified due to the Ling Ming Xian Gui's influence. Chapter 33, Fourth Soul Skill. Although the Ling Ming Xian Gui possessed formidable defenses, it belonged to the ferocious category of soul beasts, favoring not only sustenance but also slaughter. Given its robust shell, ordinary soul beasts posed little threat to it. Once more, Xiao Yan wielded the heavy ruler, and the fierce gale it produced astonished him. Following the infusion of soul power, its lethality had escalated to a new echelon. Yet, he found himself conflicted, as the change in patterns on the heavy ruler had rendered a previously indistinct handprint more apparent, thereby detracting from its aesthetic appeal. Damn it, who did this? Xiao Yan cursed inwardly. He had noticed this handprint before. Although it was deep, the heavy ruler's pitch-black surface had concealed it, so he had not given it much thought. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. He summoned his 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black. A combination that most soul masters could scarcely fathom, but which he had effortlessly achieved. Fourth soul skill, Ling Ming's Triumph. Aqua-hued soul armor crystallized around Xiao Yan, enveloping his entire form, with a heavy ruler also adorned with azure armor patterns. His 4th soul ring remained an amplification ring. At this moment, none of his soul skills were offensive in nature, yet they surpassed even the mightiest of assault skills. With this soul skill, it seems ordinary attacks will be of no consequence to him, Lina analyzed, though she was uncertain whether her polar eye seal could penetrate Xiao Yan's Ling Ming armor. After completing the absorption of the soul ring, they prepared to set off for their next destination. The Demon Flame Volcano was not situated at the heart of the Star Dou Forest, but rather on its periphery, directly opposite the Star Dou Branch Hall. This meant they would need to traverse the Star Dou Forest. A thunderous roar resounded as colossal trees in the distance seemed to be toppled by some immense weight, and the ground began to tremble beneath them. It appears the Yugu giant tortoise has discovered us, Xiao Yan stated calmly. Given our speed, escaping here is not a challenge, but it seems we are not alone. Hualina, exasperated, replied, dozens of 10,000-year Ling Ming Xian Guis are charging toward us. As Xiao Yan surveyed the scene, he witnessed the tortoise horde advancing with a momentum akin to a tidal wave. If they were ensnared, it would present considerable trouble. Here, Bibi Dong was unable to unleash her full potential. It was impossible for the two of them to confront so many 10,000-year soul beasts simultaneously. Xiao Yan retrieved 2 bundles of purple-black flowers from his spatial ring and crushed them with his soul power, releasing an overpowering stench. What is this? Hualina hastily covered her nose. The odor was unbearable, and even Bibi Dong could not help but grimace. Xiao Yan chuckled, sprinkling the powdered flowers over the Ling Ming Xiange's remains and directing the scent toward one direction. We shall take this route. As they walked, Xiao Yan elaborated. This is the remnant crabgrass, entirely purple-black in hue, typically found near the excrement of the 100-year-old great remnant crab. This scent can obscure our tracks and shift the blame onto those great remnant crabs. Consequently, the Ling Ming Xian Guis will immediately turn back to the lake to trouble the crabs. Numerous small lakes dotted the Star Dou Forest, and the great remnant crab was one of the more plentiful 100-year soul beasts. If they appeared in droves, they could certainly rival 10,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement, having not anticipated Xiao Yan's extensive knowledge. Although she had also studied soul beasts, most of her understanding came from books, and she had not paid attention to such trivial details. Certainly, given her formidable strength and status as a pope, there is no need for her to heed such trivialities. However, possessing such knowledge can undoubtedly alleviate some troubles along the way. Throughout their journey, Hualina discreetly observed Xiao Yan, noting that he had changed since their previous venture into the Star Dou Forest together. He seemed to possess an astute understanding of the habits of soul beasts. If she and the Evil Moon had come here to hunt soul beasts, they could not have achieved such ease. The ice condor, snow moth, and the spirit dark turtle were exceptionally challenging to hunt, yet under Xiao Yan's guidance, they exerted little effort. She voiced her confusion to Bibi Dong, who merely shook her head with a hint of resignation, saying, if you had lived in danger every day like him since childhood, you would naturally be capable as well. Yet, such trials are burdensome for anyone to endure. Even I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Within the Star Dou Forest, Xiao Yan moved with remarkable agility, increasingly resembling a hunter. He hunted soul beasts, malevolent soul masters, and all adversaries that crossed his path. At that moment, Xiao Yan ambled ahead, a blade of grass resting idly in his mouth, despite the myriad dangers posed by the soul beasts around him. He had never felt so at ease. They were far from the heart of the Stardow forest, and as long as Bibi Dong was present, no peril loomed. The might of a tidal Douluo was palpable, striking fear into the hearts of soul beasts without the need for any repellent substances. The toxic mists emitted by the evil soul masters on the outskirts of the Stardow forest had largely dissipated, revealing in the distance a towering flat-topped volcano, beyond which lay a colossal mountain range stretching for thousands of kilometers, nearly bisecting the star Dou Empire. The demon flame volcano is finally within reach. Xiao Yan exclaimed with delight, noting that over a week had elapsed since their entry into the Stardow forest. In just a few days, he and Hulaina would need to return to participate in the Soul Master competition. To save time, I shall take direct action this time. I wish you success in slaying the soul beast. If the Dark Gold Flame Demon's soul ring proves unfit for you, I shall slay the Dark Gold Flame Demon King. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed as she spoke coldly. Hearing her words, both Xiao Yan and Hulaina gasped in astonishment. The Dark Gold Flame Demon King was a being on par with a human title Douluo, and yet she spoke of its demise so casually. However, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of concern. Could he truly absorb an 8,000-year soul ring? While he found the 10,000-year soul ring easy to assimilate, the disparity between the two was not to be trifled with. Bibi Dong, perceiving Xiao Yan's apprehension, expressed her thoughts. I believe I cannot regard your twin martial souls from the perspective of an ordinary soul master. She continued, I have long harbored a hypothesis, which was validated the night you bestowed upon me the child flame of the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire. Xiao Yan, puzzled, inquired, Teacher, do you believe something is amiss? Your Chilwan Earth Heart Fire may not be an ordinary martial soul, or perhaps it is not a martial soul at all. It is an innate ability you possess. Bibi Dong declared, astonishing both Xiao Yan and Hulaina. She elaborated, soul masters summon their martial souls through the exertion of mental power, and to utilize them in battle requires soul power. Yet, when you wield the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire, it appears you do not operate under this paradigm. Chapter 34. The Soul Power of Xiao Yan. If it is not this, then what could it be? Xiao Yan asked, somewhat perplexed, as he was certain he utilized both mental and soul power to manipulate the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire. No, not at all. You remain oblivious to the distinction in your control over the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire compared to the Xuanzhong ruler. Bibi Dong shook her head. First, attempt to summon the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire. Nodding, Xiao Yan concentrated, and the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire manifested in his hand. Wasn't I just using mental power? He queried, while Hulaina nodded in agreement, sensing that he indeed employed mental energy. Bibi Dong, however, shook her head once more, stating that was not the case. The force you just wielded, while derived from your consciousness, is softer, more delicate, and purer than mental power. It resembles a strength that originates from the soul level. Though it springs from your consciousness, it transcends it. Xiao Yan found himself bewildered, questioning why he had never noticed this before. Do you recall your encounter with the illusory red fox? Bibi Dong suddenly mentioned. Hulaina grimaced, recalling how she had been ensnared by the fox's illusions, resulting in a significant misunderstanding with Xiao Yan, though she ultimately resolved the situation. Yet, it surprised her that Xiao Yan had managed to break free. Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging that the illusory red fox adeptly elicited human desires, ensnaring them in an endless internal struggle. Had it not been for the protective power of the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire, he too might have succumbed to the abyss. The reason the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire could shield you from temptation is that it scorches your soul. Yet, it is an innate ability, incapable of harming your essence. However, should an external force attempt to exert control over you, the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire becomes the annihilating flame for all invaders, and mental power cannot withstand its tumult. Only a force from the soul level can endure such harm, Bibi Dong earnestly explained to Xiao Yan. Though using the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire consumes your soul power, have you ever paid attention to how that power is expended? Xiao Yan hesitated, realizing that the consumption of soul power during the use of martial souls was a given. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that his soul power consistently converged toward his head, allowing him to harness the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire. Bibi Dong, worthy of her title as a peak Dou, had discerned the intricacies of this phenomenon. You are correct. I truly had not noticed this nuance. I assumed the manipulation of soul power was simply that, yet the sensation while wielding the Xuanzhong ruler does differ from that of the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire. However, this power is something I have never heard of, Xiao Yan said, staring at his hands in a state of confusion. Bibi Dong nodded, affirming, indeed. No soul master on the Douluo continent has ever harnessed such power. It remains unexplored. I have contemplated and believe there's only one method to truly comprehend your essence. What method do you speak of, teacher? Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. During your absorption of the soul ring, use mental power to guide your soul's power. Though my mental strength is not formidable, my mastery over it is quite adept. I believe it can be accomplished. Should it prove impossible, I have means to ensure our mental realms remain unscathed, Bibi Dong replied. If successful, we will be able to observe this power clearly, and perhaps discover a cultivation method entirely distinct from those of soul masters. As Bibi Dong spoke, her voice gradually diminished, having analyzed Xiao Yan meticulously. Only after articulating these thoughts did she realize that he harbored the potential for a revolutionary discovery. On the Douluo continent, soul masters cultivate soul power, and some, due to their professions, also attend to the cultivation of mental power. However, even at the pinnacle of mental cultivation, the outcome is merely heightened perception and rapid reflexes, serving only supportive roles in combat. Yet, within Xiao Yan lies a power that is utterly unique. If this power can be cultivated, could those deemed as waste martial souls, possessing low talent or no talent at all, be liberated from the constraints of soul power? While Xiao Yan and Hulaina did not ponder as far-reaching as Bibi Dong, they recognized the significance of this discovery. Once the nature of Xiao Yan's manipulation of the Chilwan Earth Heart Fire is established, the entire Douluo continent may face transformation. Teacher, how long do you think it will take to draw forth this power I have been using unknowingly? Xiao Yan posed this peculiar question. Bibi Dong shook her head, saying, there is no rush. Once you acquire the soul ring, we shall see if fusion is possible. This flame is quite peculiar. If even an 80,000-year soul beast's soul ring is incinerated, then my hypothesis is likely to be true. With that, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the infernal flame volcano, speaking with a hint of excitement. Then let us hasten our pace. The volcanic eruption zone was an exceedingly perilous territory. Here, aside from the ever-present Millennium Soul Beast, the Flame Demon, there were countless rivers of lava and magma swamps. In the rivers of lava, flaming stones would occasionally explode, sending waves of molten rock splashing up to several meters high, while the magma swamps lay hidden beneath a thin layer of volcanic ash, ready to engulf the unwary. Even a soul Douluo would not dare claim survival against such dangers. The best course of action was to remain as elevated as possible. For lingering too long anywhere on the volcano was fraught with peril, as one could never predict where a torrent of molten rock might surge forth. Bibi Dong, traversing the air, one hand clutching Xiao Yan and the other cradling Hulaina, wore an expression of resignation. The infernal flame volcano had not always been thus. Compared to other volcanoes, it had once been relatively benign. However, 5 years prior, it had inexplicably erupted with a ferocity driven by an unknown energy. Benefiting from the influx of fire attribute energy within the volcano, the soul beast that had adapted to this environment experienced a tremendous surge in power, and their soul skills became exponentially more formidable. This phenomenon was discovered by a soul Douluo and quickly spread, leading many soul masters to bravely venture into this desolate land, with the overwhelming likelihood that they would be consumed by the magma, merging into oblivion. The dark golden flame demon they sought to hunt was among the top 5 soul beasts residing here. Yet, the current dark golden flame demon was no less formidable than a 30,000-year-old soul beast, its formerly dark golden fur now shimmering with a gilded hue, making gilded flame demon a more fitting name. Chapter 35. The soul beast that speaks the lava cave was the usual dwelling of the dark golden flame demon. They possessed a strong territorial instinct, living solitarily except during mating seasons. Bibi Dong led the two to a cavern, where the intense heat emanating from within was palpable. Hulaina felt exceedingly uncomfortable. The heat exceeded what a normal person could endure, and any deeper for her would leave her gasping for breath. As a title Douluo, Bibi Dong found the temperature trivial, while Xiao Yan thrived in it. Noticing Hulaina's discomfort, Bibi Dong spoke. Laina, stay at the entrance. Although the infernal flame volcano is hazardous, the entrance to the dark golden flame demon's lair is safe, devoid of magma and soul beasts. We may not be in there long, but please do not wander off. Hulaina nodded, replying, don't worry, teacher. I'm not a child. I want to run off. It's just that this place truly makes me uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan conjured a cluster of azure lotus core fire. The instant the azure lotus core fire appeared, a roar echoed from within the cave, and the surrounding boiling magma and heat intensified. However, the oppressive heat around the 3 of them diminished significantly. I inadvertently discovered that the azure lotus core fire exerts a remarkable suppressive effect on ordinary flames. Even the magma submits before it, Xiao Yan explained, offering the fire to Hulayina. Due to my influence, the azure lotus core fire will not harm you. This flame should sustain you for several days. Hulayina was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected utility of the azure lotus core fire. As she toyed with the flame, she felt an overwhelming desire to command the magma around her. Thank you. I wish you success, she smiled. I'll be here waiting for your return. The roar that had just reverberated from the cave was likely the voice of the dark golden flame demon, which must have sensed fear in response to the azure lotus core fire. As Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong ventured deeper into the cave, Hulayina sat on a stone at the entrance, holding the azure lotus core fire, oblivious to the pair of crimson ears that were stealthily twitching among the nearby rubble. Although the cave was spacious, the ground was uneven. Xiao Yan cautiously followed Bibi Dong deeper into the cavern, pondering how Bibi Dong had assessed their current strength, now at level 41, and whether it was feasible to absorb 3 soul rings in one go. If successful, he could complete the soul rings for the azure lotus core fire. Suddenly, Bibi Dong spoke. However, if it fails, it will still be beneficial for us. Yet, the latter option is naturally far less advantageous for you. Xiao Yan shrugged with a carefree smile. If it fails, it fails. I hold no grand expectations. If it doesn't work out, it might even be a blessing in disguise. You have a refreshing outlook, Bibi Dong chuckled. Xiao Yan shook his head, affirming, regardless. I'm already quite satisfied with the azure lotus core fire. After traversing over 100 meters of the cavern's corridor, they finally reached the depths. The chamber was about 100 meters wide, featuring a lake of lava with a small island approximately 20 meters across, connected by a narrow rock bridge. The low growls of the dark golden flame demon resonated continuously, and through the scorching air, they could vaguely see the creature lurking behind a massive rock on the island. Xiao Yan estimated that this soul beast was at least 5 meters long, exuding a soul power fluctuation exceeding that of some human soul emperors, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Yet, this fearsome soul beast cowered behind the boulder, presumably intimidated by the azure lotus core fire Xiao Yan had just displayed. The arrival of Bibi Dong only heightened its unease. Humans, why do you instill such a sense of danger in me? It roared, startling both Bibi Dong and Xiao Yan. They had not anticipated that the dark golden flame demon could articulate human speech. It seemed that the rich fire attribute soul power here had accelerated the evolution of intelligence among these fire attribute soul beasts. Bibi Dong recalled, I visited here over a decade ago, and none of the dark golden flame demons possessed intelligence comparable to humans back then. Knowing that your strength has significantly increased, why do you not depart quickly? When our king discovers your intrusion, you will find it impossible to return. The dark golden flame demon snarled, though its movements betrayed a certain absurdity. Will your king come to your aid? Bibi Dong scoffed. Since we are here, there is no way we will leave empty-handed. Your life ends here. With that, Bibi Dong unleashed her attack, revealing all 18 of her soul rings in an instant. The dark golden flame demon barely had time to marvel before Bibi Dong's palm struck it forcefully to the ground, shattering the massive rock in the process. Xiao Yan could not help but be moved. The power of a limit Dou was indeed formidable. As he had not even seen how Bibi Dong executed her strike, the battle concluded with the emergence of soul rings. Go ahead and try your luck, Bibi Dong instructed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan approached the gasping dark golden flame demon. He had to admit, encountering a soul beast capable of speech made it difficult for him to simply kill it without hesitation. I'm sorry, my friend, though we share no enmity. The fate of soul masters and soul beasts is thus. Yet, your demise may lead to the emergence of a new cultivation method, making your sacrifice necessary, he said, pressing his hand onto the dark golden flame demon's forehead. No, I do not wish to die. I refuse. The dark golden flame demon roared, yearning to make one final struggle. Yet Bibi Dong's palm shattered its meridians, leaving not a single bone unbroken. No one will care whether you are willing or not, Xiao Yan declared, closing his eyes. The azure lotus earth heart fire manifested in his hand, swiftly infiltrating the dark golden flame demon's mind, thereby extinguishing its life. Bibi Dong approached, gently patting the dazed Xiao Yan, and gravely advised him. This is the essence of being a soul master. The stronger your power, the mightier the soul beasts you encounter. Some may even seem akin to ordinary beings, yet to grow stronger, you must eliminate them. No justification is needed. You are a soul master, and it is a soul beast. Xiao Yan nodded, aware of these truths. He had comprehended this from the moment he killed the black gold demon snake. However, this occasion felt distinctly different. In Chapter 36, an anomaly occurred during the soul ring absorption. He hoped his teacher's conjecture was correct. Inexplicably, Xiao Yan found himself anticipating the possibility of failing to acquire this soul ring. A surge of soul power began to coalesce around the dark golden flame demon's body, the dark red glow gathering about it, indicating that the soul ring was about to manifest. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Yan gazed at the slowly forming black soul ring, allowing the azure lotus earth heart fire to surge forth. He raised his arm, introducing the fire into the soul ring, eager to witness whether the soul ring could absorb the condensed energy under the fire's refinement. However, the soul ring remained unperturbed by the searing embrace of the azure lotus earth heart fire, gradually solidifying as before. If this continued, Xiao Yan might truly be able to fuse the first soul ring with the azure lotus earth heart fire. Indeed, the worth of a 10,000-year soul ring was incomparable to that of a 1,000-year one, and given the dark golden flame demon's formidable nature and its inherent fire attribute, it would not be easily vanquished by the azure lotus earth heart fire. Bibi Dong nodded. If successful, Xiao Yan's azure lotus earth heart fire would undoubtedly advance further, though matters regarding soul power might become less precise. Contemplating this, she glanced at her arm, where a small azure lotus emitted a faint glow. In her heart, Bibi Dong pondered. If she could completely refine the azure lotus earth heart fire, it would be tantamount to acquiring a third martial soul, allowing her to obtain 9 additional soul rings. Given her strength, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring would not pose a challenge, provided the soul beast was sufficiently powerful. At that moment, Xiao Yan had entered the soul ring absorption phase, the black soul ring descending slowly above his head. As long as it perfectly enveloped the azure lotus earth heart fire, the absorption would be deemed successful. Since the dark golden flame demon was a fire attribute soul beast, the accompanying soul skill was likely to be a transformation attack. Bibi Dong also settled cross-legged, seizing the opportunity to expedite the refinement of the azure lotus earth heart fire amidst the abundant fire attribute soul energy present. With the volcanic energy aiding her, the process became significantly more convenient. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut, his brows furrowed as he endeavored to merge the soul ring with the azure lotus earth heart fire. For reasons unknown, he harbored a foreboding premonition. Once the two entities combined, it might not unfold as he envisioned. As the soul ring and the azure lotus earth heart fire fully merged, an overwhelming mental pressure erupted from Xiao Yan's head, radiating outward. Bibi Dong, unable to brace herself in time, was also affected by this pressure, experiencing a sudden, piercing pain in her brain. At this moment, Xiao Yan too clutched his head, crying out in agony. In that instant of fusion, he felt as though something within his mind was on the verge of emerging, the sensation of his head threatening to split intensifying unbearably, rendering even him incapable of enduring such torment. What is wrong with you? Bibi Dong, though momentarily influenced, quickly regained her composure and hurried to assess Xiao Yan's condition. Tensed and rigid, Xiao Yan rolled over, clutching his head as he leaned against a nearby rock. The azure lotus earth heart fire swirled around him, causing Bibi Dong to hesitate in approaching him. Xiao Yan, what is happening? Talk to me. Bibi Dong implored anxiously. Xiao Yan's distress was deeply concerning, a level of pain he had never exhibited even when on the brink of death. Xiao Yan, with great difficulty, gestured for her to remain calm, suppressing the agony as he sat down. The source of his pain was the azure lotus earth heart fire enveloping him. Yet at that moment, the fire began to take on a translucent quality after absorbing the dark golden flame demon's soul ring. Damn it, come back. Xiao Yan attempted to command the azure lotus earth heart fire with his soul power, only to discover that the exertion heightened his headache further. Unable to bear the pain any longer, he rolled repeatedly toward the nearby lava lake, yet it seemed as if the azure lotus earth heart fire was controlling his movements. Come back. Witnessing Xiao Yan plunge toward the lava, Bibi Dong could no longer afford to worry about the fire's scorching heat. She seized him firmly, the intense heat instantly engulfing her arm and spreading throughout her body. Xiao Yan, snap out of it. What are you doing? Bibi Dong shouted, her own clothing being consumed by the azure lotus earth heart fire, which gradually eroded her skin. Yet Xiao Yan appeared frenzied, and despite Bibi Dong's best efforts, she was unable to restrain him. Determined, she too was dragged into the lava lake by Xiao Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong summoned her Spider Emperor martial soul, plunging one of its stingers into the rock. Due to the cracks formed by the rock and Xiao Yan's incessant struggles, they continued to descend. However, the azure lotus earth heart fire on Bibi Dong's body continued to burn, reddening her skin and threatening to engulf even her limit Douluo essence. Suddenly, she noticed the lava below shifting in shape. The closer the azure lotus earth heart fire approached the lava, the more pronounced the transformation became. This inferno, capable of consuming rock, was evidently fearful of the azure lotus earth heart fire. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, resolutely releasing her grasp on the struggling Xiao Yan and leaping after him. The azure lotus earth heart fire indeed had the power to suppress all flames. Thus, wrapped within it, Xiao Yan should face no peril. As a titled Douluo, she also possessed a certain resistance to lava's harm. Upon descending into the lava lake, the surrounding magma instantly receded, with the unyielding lava being devoured by the azure lotus earth heart fire, leaving Xiao Yan unharmed within the flames. At that moment, Bibi Dong landed beside Xiao Yan, forcefully extinguishing the azure lotus earth heart fire that connected them. For a titled Douluo, this was trivial. Her body did not come into contact with the lava, but hovered above the lake's surface. What on earth is happening? Bibi Dong, momentarily disregarding her disheveled appearance, gazed at Xiao Yan with deep concern. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. Currently, the color of the azure lotus earth heart fire enveloping Xiao Yan had significantly faded, yet its temperature continued to rise. The surrounding magma withdrew further and further. Bibi Dong had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Suddenly, the flames surged upward, rapidly enveloping the entire area, ensnaring Bibi Dong within. Almost instantaneously, the magma was consumed by the azure lotus earth heart fire. To think I'm not being scorched by the azure lotus earth heart fire again? Bibi Dong marveled, only then realizing the extent of damage inflicted upon her garments. Had anyone been present, they would have glimpsed the disarray of her attire. Yet Xiao Yan, with his eyes tightly shut, remained oblivious to the scene. In Chapter 37, the ethereal fox appeared. Presently, Xiao Yan had succumbed to unconsciousness, a force akin to mental energy manipulating the flames here. Bibi Dong sensed this power as well, disregarding her own attire. She immediately unleashed her mental energy to scrutinize this force, only to find a barrier seemingly separating them, rendering communication impossible. Such peculiarities raised her curiosity. What on earth was transpiring? As Bibi Dong pondered in confusion, the nearly translucent blue lotus heart fire transformed into a colossal serpent, encircling them within its embrace, the constricting circle of its form steadily narrowing. Observing the serpentine creature flicking its tongue, Bibi Dong felt an unsettling foreboding. However, engulfed by flames, she was uncertain whether she could escape with Xiao Yan. Moreover, she feared that forcibly dragging him away might jeopardize his well-being, particularly since she was unaware of the trials he was enduring. Meanwhile, Hulaina, languidly stationed at the cave entrance, idly toyed with the flame left behind by Xiao Yan, feeling reassured by its presence, as if it were a protective talisman, deterring any soul beast from daring to approach. Having lingered for quite some time, she calculated that roughly an hour had elapsed since Xiao Yan had entered. Given his rapid absorption of soul beasts, it was reasonable to expect his emergence within 2 hours. Yet, if Bibi Dong's suspicions were correct, and Xiao Yan could harness soul power, their wait might extend significantly. Bored, Hulaina lamented the oppressive heat that rendered her unable to cultivate effectively, wishing for a soul beast to provide some amusement. Just then, she heard a peculiar rustling behind her, prompting her to turn, only to find nothing but emptiness. After a brief pause, the sound returned, resembling the footsteps of a small quadruped. Furrowing her brow, she turned around again, but there was still nothing. Perplexed, she stood up to survey the open area behind her, which was devoid of any creatures that could conceal themselves among the small rocks. Suddenly, a crimson figure darted past, snatching the blue lotus heart fire from her grasp. What the? Hulaina gasped, startled, and instinctively retreated several meters, finally getting a clear view of the intruder. It was a fox, entirely crimson with a single white patch on its chest, its ears adorned with tufts of sharp fur. Its elongated and flawless form exuded an indescribable beauty, and its agile tail swayed rapidly, revealing its own nervousness. A demon illusion, Scarlet Fox? Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. Was this an omen of fortune or misfortune? In such circumstances, encountering a 30,000-year-old soul beast was both a stroke of luck and a dire predicament, especially as it had just stolen her protective flame. The fox, though comparable in size to a common fox, radiated an immense soul power and an innate elegance that differentiated it from its ordinary counterparts. This inherent talent allowed it to manipulate the consciousness of others, ensnaring them in a trance. Yet, the demon illusion Scarlet Fox made no immediate hostile move. It regarded Hulaina with a measured gaze, and upon sensing no threat from her, it consumed the blue lotus heart fire. A wave of heat surged from its abdomen as it leaped and surveyed the cave's interior, where an overwhelming temperature, even alarming to a 30,000-year-old fire tribute soul beast, lingered. Is the young human girl, the one who bestowed the flame upon you, inside? The fox inquired, addressing Hulaina. It was not unusual for a soul beast of such age to articulate human speech, particularly those reliant on charm for their attacks, as they possessed intellects surpassing that of ordinary soul beasts. Hulaina stepped back cautiously, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Relax," the fox chuckled eerily. "I merely wish to inquire if he could provide me with more of that flame. If I acquire sufficient quantities, I could attain humanoid form." The fox's unsettling grin revealed its intentions. While it typically took 100,000 years for a soul beast to transform into human shape, few were fortunate enough to reach such an age, often falling prey to soul masters or engaging in conflicts with their kin. Countless years had passed in Douluo Continent, yielding only a handful of 100,000-year-old soul beasts, with even fewer surviving. Hulaina furrowed her brow, uncertain of the fox's ulterior motives. Could Xiao Yan's blue lotus heart fire truly assist its cultivation? Moreover, she interjected, "I require your aid. Your soul skill, born from a fusion of the 10,000-year celestial silkworm and the ice condensation snow moth, could help me manage the surging fire attribute soul power within me, preventing an overwhelming absorption that could lead to my demise." The fox licked its lips, smirking. "You wouldn't be so naive, would you? Once my master emerges, do you truly believe you will survive?" Hulaina retorted coldly, "What is your true intention?" The fox's expression faltered slightly, clearly wary of Bibi Dong's prowess. It sensed that in her presence, it was far from formidable. Should she choose to strike, escape would be improbable. As this realization set in, its previously arrogant demeanor diminished considerably. "Young lady, your martial soul appears to be of the fox variety as well, serving a similar purpose of bewitching foes. Would it not be fitting for my kin to become your next soul ring? All I need do is capture you, and you shall be my next soul ring. But what are your subsequent soul rings?" Hulaina challenged. The fox resumed its enigmatic smile. "Do you know that in this Douluo continent, there exist even more powerful fox-type soul beasts? Among them is our ancestor, the 100,000-year Qingqiu fox demon, who has already transformed into human form. No one knows her whereabouts, but me." Hulaina was taken aback, pointing to herself. "Can I know?" "That depends on whether I can acquire what I desire." The fox replied, its grin widening. "As long as I manage to gather more of that flame, I shall gradually divulge their locations to you." Perhaps it was not merely a smile. Regardless of its expression, it seemed perpetually amused. Hulaina felt a stirring within her. Who could resist such temptation? 100,000-year soul beast, a perfect top-tier soul ring. "I never imagined you would go so far as to betray them for the sake of power," Hulaina remarked. "Little girl, what is wrong with striving for strength?" The fox countered. "Soul masters hunt soul beasts, and soul beasts engage in conflict among themselves. This is an eternal truth that will persist. Though I detest fighting, I must do so for self-preservation. I have already been pursued by no fewer than 20 teams of soul masters." Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt a twinge of sympathy for the fox. Soul beasts, upon gaining intelligence, diverged significantly from their ordinary counterparts, developing a semblance of empathy towards soul masters. Yet, even with such empathy, the allure of power often overshadowed any moral considerations. "But will Xiao Yan assist me?" she pondered, clenching her fingers tightly. Xiao Yan was a person of deep emotions. If she were to present such a request, he would undoubtedly not refuse. However, how much flame did this fox require? If it was too much, it could adversely affect Xiao Yan's cultivation. After deliberating for a while, she stated earnestly, "The decision does not rest with me, but rather with Xiao Yan. I cannot speak on his behalf. After all, this flame belongs to him, and giving it to you would undoubtedly impact him. If he disagrees, I will not consent either, and you should prepare to be caged." The fox blinked, licking its foreleg, and then declared resolutely, "Then let us await his emergence. It is not every day one encounters such a cultivation treasure. I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip by." Hulaina furrowed her brow and inquired, "How do you know this flame can aid you in cultivation?" The fox replied, candidly, "The last time you encountered me in the forest, that boy inadvertently allowed me to ingest his flame, which unexpectedly enhanced my cultivation by several years. Thus, I have been searching for him ever since, and here I am, having found him." "So you are that demon illusion Scarlet Fox from last time? But why do I not recall you?" Hulaina scratched her head. "Little girl, you were entirely ensnared in my illusion back then." The fox chuckled mischievously. "While others may be oblivious, I know precisely what you witnessed in that mirage." "Silence," Hulaina snapped. Hulaina's cheeks flushed as she scolded the illusory crimson fox in a state of exasperation. The fox merely flicked its ears, choosing not to engage with her ire. It had merely invoked a spell that unearthed the innermost thoughts within Hulaina's heart, leading her to willingly delve deeper into the environment. When will we emerge? The illusory crimson fox inquired. Hulaina shook her head and replied, I do not know. We have been inside for a while now. Approaching the cave's entrance, the illusory crimson fox felt the temperature within exceed that of the outside by more than 20-fold. A heat that even it found somewhat unbearable. Reluctantly, it released its mental energy to explore the cave. However, as its spiritual force traversed the corridor and entered the cave, it was suddenly confronted by a massive, flame-formed serpent, composed of a force akin to mental energy, which lunged toward it. What is this? The illusory crimson fox sensed an overwhelming threat and hastily unleashed its most potent allure skill, Desire's Illusion, momentarily halting the serpent's advance. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly retracted its mental power. At that moment, the illusory crimson fox trembled all over. The serpent did not pursue, but it appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground without regard for its own image. Hulaina, perplexed, wondered what had so terrified the illusory crimson fox. What is wrong? She asked. The fox lifted its head and gazed into the cave, stating, the entities within are terrifying. The enormous serpent, now transformed into a bluish-white hue, appeared significantly more solid than before, coiling within the cave, continuously swirling the bluish-white flames enveloping its body, quickly forming a vortex of fire. Bibi Dong and Xiao Yan, ensconced within this fiery whirlpool, remained oblivious to the events outside. Bibi Dong noted that the serpent's previous attack had been directed outward, yet had not culminated in a tangible assault. Could it be her? Bibi Dong pondered, naturally thinking of Hulaina. The energy fluctuations of the fire attribute here were immense, and it was only natural for Hulaina to be curious enough to investigate. However, she had not anticipated the presence of such a flame serpent. It appeared that Hulaina had not sustained any injuries. Bibi Dong reached out to touch the fire vortex, but the searing heat compelled her to withdraw her hand immediately. To be touched by such flames would be far more agonizing than the heart of blue lotus fire. It seemed that Xiao Yan's flames were in a state of evolution. The temperature here had escalated to a level even Douluo could not withstand. A mere title Douluo would find it excruciating. This fire did not merely scorch the physical form, but also tormented the soul. Bibi Dong's mental energy was suppressed by the flames, rendering her incapable of probing further. Only the body of an ultimate Douluo could endure such lethal heat. This is truly terrifying, she lamented. The bluish white is shifting to a reddish hue. Much of my clothing has been burned away. If this continues, I too will be unable to withstand the temperature. As time ticked away, an anxious Bibi Dong awaited Xiao Yan's awakening, sighing in frustration, unaware of the nameless malevolent fire quietly rising from her lower abdomen. At this moment, Xiao Yan found himself in a state of transcendence. Since the flames had fully manifested as bluish-white, he had developed a perception of his surroundings. The heart of blue lotus fire had indeed evolved, and the post-evolution flames were exponentially more potent. Yet, he could not comprehend why this was occurring. In addition to the flames, he was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's current state. Her garments had been incinerated, her flawless body exposed and reddened by the searing bluish-white flames. In the prime of his fiery youth, Xiao Yan had never envisioned such a scene, instinctively retracting his perception from Bibi Dong's direction. However, as he endeavored to accelerate the evolution of the flames, his mind was inundated with the images of what he had just witnessed. Teacher, what are you doing? Could you not wear some clothing? He inwardly lamented. Yet, upon observing Bibi Dong donning a robe crafted from superior fire-resistant materials, which was instantaneously vaporized by the heat, he realized that this was not a place for mortals to linger. In that case, we cannot delay any further. You must evolve quickly. Xiao Yan forcibly cast aside all distracting thoughts and concentrated all his soul power in a bid to seize control of the surrounding flames. Bibi Dong sensed the changes in Xiao Yan, the force emanating from his soul growing increasingly powerful. Noticing his furrowed brow, she understood the struggle he was engaged in against the flames surrounding them. As an ultimate Douluo, Bibi Dong possessed a reservoir of soul power far surpassing that of Xiao Yan. She sat cross-legged behind him. Surging soul power flowed into Xiao Yan's body. He felt a warm current envelop him and, upon investigation, discerned that it was Bibi Dong replenishing his soul power. A timely intervention indeed. Somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Yan thought to himself. Yet as he probed further, Bibi Dong's form reappeared in his mind. He struggled to adjust his mindset, while an inexplicable malevolent fire quietly smoldered within him. What am I even thinking? With Bibi Dong's assistance, Xiao Yan finally gained a measure of control over the flames, enough to quell them momentarily. As the evolution unfolded, he wondered what other phenomena might arise. This power was undeniable. Bibi Dong's mental energy was finally able to manifest somewhat. Upon making contact with the external world, she discovered this force originating from the soul, which was intrinsically linked to Xiao Yan. A closer examination revealed that he was not merely converting soul power into soul energy, but rather using soul power to drive the soul energy. This indicated that this soul energy was inherently Xiao Yan's, though the method of its cultivation remained a mystery. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Bibi Dong did not cease her transmission of soul power to Xiao Yan, as the environment compelled her to remain vigilant. "Teacher, that is enough," Xiao Yan managed to say, though his voice was barely audible. Bibi Dong did not catch his words. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch Bibi Dong's back, continuing, "Enough. My body is sufficiently replenished with soul power. There is no need for further transmission." At the instant his fingertip brushed against her, Bibi Dong involuntarily shivered, sensing a peculiar warmth enveloping her. Frowning, she detected something amiss. The massive serpent, during its attack, seemed to have been subjected to some soul skill restriction. It had cast aside that skill, sending it spiraling into the fiery vortex. There is something wrong with that soul skill. Bibi Dong suddenly sprang to her feet, retreating a couple of steps, but as she stood, a tingling sensation surged throughout her body, leaving the once noble and graceful Pope utterly devoid of composure. Fortunately, no one could witness the scene here. At this moment, Xiao Yan was meticulously focused on controlling the evolution of the flames, while Bibi Dong continued to sit cross-legged, employing the soul power within her to suppress the overwhelming impulse. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yan's heart was in disarray. As he managed the flames, he also had to rein in his own emotions, resisting the urge to extend his soul perception toward Bibi Dong. It was akin to forcing oneself to keep their eyes wide open while simultaneously controlling the impulse to look ahead. While it was manageable for a short duration, the longer it persisted, the more challenging it became. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also in charge of the flames in this vicinity, which had now transformed into a rich crimson hue. The original celestial lotus heart fire had undergone a qualitative change, and Xiao Yan felt on the verge of success. However, just as Xiao Yan allowed himself a moment of relief, an invisible soul pressure erupted from within him. Bibi Dong, caught off guard, was momentarily affected by this soul pressure, her consciousness stalling for an instant. Almost immediately, a sensation of burning washed over her, and she widened her eyes in shock, staring at Xiao Yan, who stood merely 4 or 5 meters away. Xiao Yan, too, was impacted by his own soul power. His eyes appeared hollow, as if this power did not rightfully belong to him. Yet, upon closer examination, it was unmistakably the force erupting from his own being. Bibi Dong, straining against the soul-level pressure, advanced step by step toward Xiao Yan, unaware of his current state, eager to discover what further action she could take. The peculiar soul skill she had just experienced became negligible in the face of this soul pressure. Gently, she placed her hand upon Xiao Yan's forehead. His body was scalding, and although his eyes lacked color, they could not conceal the intense heat within. Bibi Dong contemplated that perhaps by infiltrating his mind with her spiritual energy, she might uncover something of significance. Although invading the mind of a soul master might cause damage, her extraordinary control could easily mitigate such effects. And if Xiao Yan were to cooperate, it could potentially aid in his cultivation of spiritual power. Despite Xiao Yan being predominantly an offensive-type battle soul master, the influence of the Shadow Hawk Soul Ring rendered his mental prowess commendable. She was positioned before him, disregarding her own physical condition as she pressed her forehead against his, allowing her spiritual energy to gently emerge, intertwining like fine threads into Xiao Yan's mind. This gentle infusion of spiritual energy symbolized the merging of their consciousnesses. Each individual's consciousness is unique, and thus their spiritual worlds vary significantly. It was Bibi Dong's first encounter with such an oppressive environment, a boundless domain of fire stretching infinitely, flames sprawling across the horizon for countless miles, with only a tall figure standing amidst the flames. "Xiao Yan?" Tentatively, she called out to him. The young man turned, his appearance indistinguishable from Xiao Yan's, yet his aura exuded a maturity far beyond his years, perhaps in his early 20s. With sharply defined features and a slightly more robust physique, Bibi Dong understood that one should not solely rely on appearances to gauge age. Nonetheless, She was certain that this individual was unequivocally Xiao Yan. As Bibi Dong gazed at him, her expression was profoundly complex. He was Xiao Yan, yet he was not the Xiao Yan she knew. He smiled at her, and in an instant his figure began to fade, only for another to materialize in his place. Xiao Yan, Bibi Dong exclaimed upon seeing him, the latter scratching his head in confusion, seemingly puzzled by her presence. Teacher, my spiritual world seems on the brink of collapse. We must leave quickly. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled something, urgently advising Bibi Dong. I may soon be overtaken by the heart fire. Please restrain me. Bibi Dong, momentarily perplexed by his words, was suddenly met with a colossal fire column, hundreds of meters wide, erupting skyward into the heights of the atmosphere, surrounded by a fierce firestorm. Waves of scorching heat surged forth, and despite her attempts to defend herself, Bibi Dong found her protective measures obliterated, leaving her spirit gravely wounded. Ugh! Bibi Dong winced, unable to react further. Observing her plight, Xiao Yan rushed forward, placing a hand upon her chest to sever the connection between their spirits. Teacher, retreat and shield your mind. Do not channel any more spiritual energy, he implored, his final words echoing before silence engulfed the space. Upon exiting Xiao Yan's spiritual realm, a cataclysmic collapse ensued, following the recent evolution of the flames. Some vague memories surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. He realized that his celestial lotus heart fire had not merely evolved, but had fused with another type of flame, an intangible, colorless heart fire known as the falling heart flame, capable of scorching souls and significantly enhancing the holder's cultivation speed. This flame, akin to the celestial lotus heart fire, belonged to the category of Vioa, exotic fire, and their fusion would yield an even more formidable variant. In battle, it could manifest as the Buddha's wrath flame lotus for his use against foes. It seemed that the millennia-old fire attribute Soul Beast's soul ring had strengthened his soul power, enabling him to fuse with the new exotic fire. However, given his current physical condition, he found himself unable to endure greater soul power. Xiao Yan expressed his disappointment, lamenting that had his body been sufficiently robust, he could absorb more millennia-old soul rings, thus acquiring additional exotic fire fusions. He could only comfort himself with the notion of gradual progress. Although the falling heart flame had become more potent through its fusion with the celestial lotus heart fire, fully mastering this amalgamated exotic fire would require time. His spiritual world was collapsing due to the tumult of the exotic fire. Since you inherently belong to me, why must you react so violently? Xiao Yan scoffed, his soul power swiftly saturating the spiritual realm, two exceedingly powerful energies clashing within this microcosm, with no clear victor emerging. Xiao Yan understood that his soul power might temporarily be in a passive state, yet he remained confident in his eventual success. Bibi Dong found herself in a daze. Regaining consciousness after approximately 2 hours. Gently patting her head, she opened her eyes to a shocking revelation. She was naked, lying across Xiao Yan's chest. A flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had never encountered such a scenario. The deep-seated desires within her surged forth, rendering her body hypersensitive. You've truly brought me to ruin, you wretched child, Bibi Dong chided, her silver teeth lightly biting her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach. Yet, within her mind, the image of Xiao Yan from the spiritual world lingered, and she mused that his former self had been quite appealing. What am I thinking? Bibi Dong hastily shook her head, gazing at the closed-eyed Xiao Yan before her. She intended to utilize her soul power to suppress the soul skill that had ensnared her. However, as she began to channel her soul energy, she was horrified to discover that her soul power had been completely sealed by the recent soul shock. There was nothing left to suppress. At that moment, Xiao Yan opened his fiery red eyes, which glowed with the brightness of coals that had been burned for ages. To him, Bibi Dong appeared as a monochromatic entity, rendering her true form indecipherable. Teacher, the exotic fire will momentarily dominate my spiritual realm, and my soul power has waned. Xiao Yan struggled to articulate. You must stop me. As he conjured a fire lotus in his hands, Bibi Dong felt an icy chill run down her spine, should the energy within that lotus erupt. It could obliterate her entirely. Xiao Yan, halt! Bibi Dong urgently grasped his hands, but at that moment, Xiao Yan's strength was overwhelming, requiring all her might to restrain him. As Xiao Yan's hands were pried apart, the fire ceased to coalesce, hovering ominously between them. Yet, Bibi Dong sensed a faint energy emanating from Xiao Yan into the fire lotus, and once this energy reached its zenith, an explosion would be inevitable. Stop this at once. Bibi Dong, disregarding her own image, forcefully pinned Xiao Yan to the ground, seizing both of his wrists to exert complete control over his arms. her entire body pressing down upon him. Although she was unable to summon her soul power, the extraordinary strength of a limit Douluo lay precisely in this, as both her speed and strength could overpower others without the need for soul energy. With Xiao Yan restrained, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed somewhat. At that moment, Xiao Yan's soul power gradually gained the upper hand, once again suppressing diffused Douluo. However, as his gaze returned to normal, he beheld an astonishing sight. Teacher? Bibi Dong. Her complexion flushed, was atop him, her gaze piercing as it bore into him, the heat emanating from her eyes rivaling that of the Douluo. Internally, she was in turmoil, wrestling with herself, yet the desires transmitted from her body to her mind relentlessly tormented her dwindling rationality. Teacher, what is the matter? You can let me go now. Xiao Yan, unable to endure the treatment from Bibi Dong, spoke nervously. At this point, his soul power had suppressed Douluo, and having gained control over both flames, he felt an inner fire igniting within himself, a troubling omen. Bibi Dong forcibly shut her eyes, refusing to look at him. Yet this only caused her grip on his wrist to tighten, leaving 2 indigo marks upon his skin. As Bibi Dong's body pressed ever closer to Xiao Yan's, his struggles only served to further entrap him in her embrace. This shouldn't be happening, Xiao Yan thought, feeling overwhelmed. His inner fire began to spread, and should he lose control, it would spell disaster. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter might be bearable, as he was not one to shy away from responsibility. However, this was his teacher. The consequences of such a situation would be catastrophic if it were to become public knowledge. The warm breath against his ear and Bibi Dong's increasingly frantic breathing were demolishing the last defenses of Xiao Yan's heart, while her trembling body foreshadowed the fate awaiting them both in this fiery vortex. A dramatic scene was subtly unfolding, yet none were fortunate enough to witness it. Outside the cave, Gulaina felt the overwhelming surge of soul power, her and the young's expressions reflecting shock. The wave of energy swept past, rendering them diminutive in comparison, even rivaling that of a tidal Douluo. This power has nothing to do with my teacher. It must be that fellow Xiao Yan again. Gulaina mused, somewhat speechless. Regardless of how the power was manifested, it seemed that Xiao Yan might soon possess such strength. What a fortunate individual he was. Monsters, all of them. The Yaohuan Chihu, whose soul power and skills leaned towards mental interference, was the most affected by this soul power, muttering angrily as it paced before the cave entrance. Gulaina stood at the cave's mouth, tentatively extending her arm into the cave every few hours, only to be met with an immediate, overwhelming sensation of burning heat. The temperature within the cave rose predictably with each attempt. I hope the teacher is all right. Time has already been delayed far too long. We may miss the Soul Master competition in 4 days, Gulaina lamented, feeling helpless. A day had passed, and her desire to enter and uncover the truth was strong. But her limited strength held her back. Despite the importance of the competition, she could not abandon her companions and venture out of the forest alone. Xiao Yan reopened his eyes, finding himself cradled in a soft embrace. At first, he was disoriented, recalling only that he had successfully confronted the Douluo using his soul power. His thoughts momentarily stalled until he realized he was in Bibi Dong's arms. She lay there with her eyes closed, a faint blush still gracing her cheeks, and 2 dried tear tracks were visible at the corners of her eyes. What have I done? Xiao Yan quickly sat up, only to discover that they were both enveloped in the fiery whirlpool, entirely unclothed and exposed to one another. Staring at the slumbering Bibi Dong, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Calling out to her felt inappropriate, yet remaining silent was equally troubling. It seemed he had lost a part of his rationality, unable to recall the exact events that transpired. However, judging by their current state, something unexpected had undoubtedly occurred. Fearing to scrutinize Bibi Dong's body too closely, he hastily retrieved clothing from his spatial ring to cover her. Yet, as the garments emerged, they instantly vanished into nothingness. Damn it, Xiao Yan cursed under his breath, having forgotten about this troublesome entity's interference. At that moment, the fallen heart flame was entirely under his control with a wave of his hand. The fiery whirlpool and the massive flame serpent dissipated. Watching the Douluo flicker in his palm, he felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for you, I would not have lost control. He draped the clothing over Bibi Dong and donned a piece himself, not daring to disturb her. Whatever transpired, they would eventually have to confront it. Delaying it could be a blessing. Turning away, he forced himself to calm his racing heart, his breath in disarray. Though he was significantly stronger than before, something felt decidedly off. Stop it. Why does his soul power make me tremble? Xiao Yan smacked his head, bewildered. This is my soul power, for heaven's sake. Why am I feeling so flustered? He focused all his energy on calming his tumultuous emotions, oblivious to the movements behind him. Just as he was lost in confusion, a soft, serpentine arm entwined around his body, and a warm voice whispered in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. The root of your chaotic breath does not stem from your soul power, but rather from your disordered heart. Teacher, you are still just a child at heart. Becoming so easily agitated, Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of languor as she gently embraced Xiao Yan from behind. The sensation was profoundly impactful for him. I apologize, Xiao Yan murmured, gently holding Bibi Dong's arm, only to notice a bluish mark on his wrist, as if the blood had not yet dispersed. What do you mean by sorry? I ought to thank you, Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. You probably don't know, but I have a daughter. Xiao Yan was taken aback, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck his ears. This was something Bibi Dong had never mentioned before, and no one, including Hulaina, was aware of it. You must feel quite disappointed, Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Xiao Yan shook his head, his voice steady. Teacher, there is no need for such words. Everything that has transpired is my doing. I will not evade any responsibility, and I leave it to you to decide how to proceed. You, Xiao Yan. Bibi Dong sighed. Then let me first share my story. Xiao Yan nodded, equally curious about the events that had transpired in Bibi Dong's life. Understanding her past would guide him in ensuring he would not harm her in the future, while also allowing him to find his own path. When I was young, I fell in love with a man. He captivated me utterly. Every gesture of his drew me in, and I believed we would be together for a lifetime. However, as the saintess of the spirit hall, my life was not meant to be simple or stable. My teacher disapproved of our union because the man I loved was not powerful. He possessed only a soul power of over 20, and it was likely he would remain stagnant. Lacking talent, my teacher forcibly separated us. Her voice faltered momentarily, and Xiao Yan sensed Bibi Dong trembling as she recalled a painful memory. He reached out, gently patting her back, and spoke softly, Teacher, no matter what occurred. It is all in the past. Indeed, Bibi Dong sighed. But before that, I remained overshadowed by his presence. That man was Qian Xuanji. After that incident, I bore his daughter, yet I am unwilling to acknowledge the child as mine. She is but a ludicrous creation birthed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall. An erroneous existence. Listening to Bibi Dong's voice, which resonated with the bitterness of a sworn enemy, Xiao Yan felt a profound discomfort within. He was not a woman and could not fathom her feelings, yet he understood that the relationship between mother and daughter would hardly bring them solace. At that moment, Bibi Dong continued. Afterwards, I believed that the man I loved dearly had fled, for he was opposed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the 95th ranked title Douluo, Qian Xuanji. He was afraid, and I can understand that. However, I cannot accept the way he looked at me. His gaze was one of pity. Even more absurd is the fact that I have been unable to forget him. He remains that 29th level Great Spirit Master, which now seems laughable. Love is truly devoid of reason. Bibi Dong shook her head, and Xiao Yan sighed. In this cycle of heaven and earth, everything seems to be influenced by an irresistible force. Each person's fate is scripted from the beginning, inscribed in the book of heaven. Yet the scribe cares only for his own pleasure, indifferent to our plight. If I were powerful enough, I could become that scribe you speak of, Bibi Dong replied coldly. But good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Qian Xuanji was eventually slain by my hand. I owe thanks to that castaway from the Xiao Yan sect. Without him, I would not have had the opportunity to eliminate Qian Xuanji and seize control of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Yan bowed his head in silence. Bibi Dong inquired, Do you think I am a cruel person? Xiao Yan nodded. That seems to be the case, but not towards us. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled subtly, her voice softening. I should also thank you for allowing me to finally escape their shadows. This absurd sentiment that has arisen now disgusts me. Bibi Dong recalled the intense passion shared with Xiao Yan amidst the flames, his vibrant and powerful body captivating her at every turn. Reminiscent of the Xiao Yan she encountered in the spiritual realm, he was Xiao Yan then, yet no longer her student. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile, though she was uncertain which soul skill had clouded her judgment with desire. Yet, upon reflection, the outcome did not seem entirely unfavorable. The knots that had bound her heart for years had finally begun to unravel. Xiao Yan, promise me that once we leave this place, we will regard last night as a mere dream, as if it never occurred. Bibi Dong whispered in his ear, at least not just yet. Not just yet? What does that mean? Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable emptiness within after hearing her words. Nothing. Just remember that your soul power has greatly increased, but it is still insufficient. Bibi Dong's embrace loosened slightly. Without sufficient strength, you cannot protect those you hold dear. Xiao Yan nodded. I understand. I will not cease my progress, but last night. Let's not speak of it again. Bibi Dong released him in feigned anger, stating that the matter could be significant or trivial. Overthinking would only invite trouble. Xiao Yan was perplexed. Why did Bibi Dong react this way? Shouldn't such matters be taken seriously? Bibi Dong stood, her soul power surging forth, dispelling the sweat on her body and restoring her skin to a dry state. Xiao Yan, I know what you are thinking, and I am aware of my own thoughts. But this matter cannot be approached recklessly. Noticing Xiao Yan's silence, Bibi Dong sighed in resignation. I am no longer a paragon of purity. How could I doom you for a lifetime? Although we refer to each other as teacher and student, we share no blood ties. Let us treat this as a fleeting spring dream and leave it at that. Xiao Yan shook his head, rising to his feet. Teacher, though I am a loss for words, I am dissatisfied with this outcome. Are you content? Bibi Dong chuckled self-deprecatingly. What does it matter if I am dissatisfied? Save such discussions until you have become a title Douluo. A title Douluo? Xiao Yan gazed at the parched lava lake below, murmuring, it is only a matter of time. Bibi Dong was well aware that such an approach was unwise, but Xiao Yan was no ordinary person. Achieving title Douluo was merely a question of time for him. She merely sought a respite amid the turmoil. Chapter Su Shusan, Yihua. With this thought, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She had been enamored with power, perpetually entangled with the strongest organization on the continent, relishing the process. Yet now, the mere thought of Xiao Yan and the secrets he harbored caused her a headache. Bibi Dong sensed something amiss. The flame in Xiao Yan's hand could not be termed a spirit. It resembled more of an innate ability intertwined with him, interdependent and inseparable. Xiao Yan, do you remember anything? Bibi Dong inquired. Xiao Yan shook his head in confusion. I have no recollection. What do you remember? Bibi Dong pressed. Xiao Yan hesitated, then replied, Yihua. The azure-white flame in his hand manifested, emanating a temperature more terrifying than before. After absorbing the soul ring of the dark, forbidden flame demon, my soul power surged magnificently, allowing me to wield a new flame. Xiao Yan manipulated the azure-white flame, splitting it into two. One side was the azure-blue heart of the earth fire, and the other was the newly acquired fallen heart flame. So, this is not evolution? Bibi Dong asked, astonished. Xiao Yan nodded. Fusion is a more fitting term than evolution. Both flames share a unified name, Iawa. When Ia appears, all flames bow in submission. This also explained why the lava in this cave was repelled by his flames. Bibi Dong instantly connected the dots, having stood at the pinnacle of the continent for decades. She had never heard the term Iawa. Xiao Yan reluctantly said, I believe your speculation is correct. I truly do not belong here. Bibi Dong was taken aback, then shook her head. Since you have been reborn here, then you belong here within the spirit hall. Xiao Yan sighed and took out his heavy Xian ruler. Under the radiant glow of this top-tier assault spirit appeared rather mundane. Bibi Dong gazed at the red flames etched on the heavy Xian ruler, somewhat surprised. Since you wish to see me grow stronger, then receive my attack. Xiao Yan thrust the ruler into the ground, frowning as he declared, regardless of this life or the past, I shall never become a heartless person. Are you seeking to challenge me now? Bibi Dong scoffed, if you wish. Then make your move. Xiao Yan leaped into the air, activating his third soul skill, granting him brief weightlessness. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Xian ruler, embedded over 20 centimeters into the rock, soared back into his grasp. As his soul continued to strengthen, he seemed to glean fragments of past memories, though they were but hazy snippets and lacked substantial information. Yet, one combat skill remained vividly clear in his mind, having accompanied him for a long time and repeatedly turned the tide in his favor during perilous moments. The azure-white flames enveloped the entire heavy Xian ruler, and at that moment, Bibi Dong assumed a stance to face him, her 2 spirits and 18 soul rings revealing themselves. As a title Douluo confronting a mere soul master, she did not need to exert her full strength. However, facing Xiao Yan, she felt an impending sense of danger, for the abilities he demonstrated were unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Boom! Xiao Yan raised the heavy Xian ruler above his head, powerful soul energy gathering at its tip, radiating brilliantly within the confines of the small cave. Bibi Dong, embodying her spirit, had shed her usual elegance, now resembling a fearsome giant spider, atop which stood a chilling Rakshasa. Let me witness the skill from this other world. Bibi Dong thought fervently, ready to witness this historic moment. Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the azure-white flames spreading to the corners of his gaze, and an ancient voice resonated from his lips. Flame divide, devouring wave ruler, a colossal surge of soul power. infused with the ferocity of fire attribute energy, surged forth towards Bibi Dong. Aware of the impending danger, Bibi Dong braced herself, her Pope's staff held firmly before her. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor charged forward, meeting the formidable attack head-on. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted sharply. Such an assault was something even an ordinary soul Douluo would struggle to unleash. Yet here it was being wielded by a youth who had only just stepped into the Soul Zone realm. Despite the overwhelming might of Xiao Yan's attack, Bibi Dong, being a titled Dou, managed to fend it off with relative ease, aided by the formidable soul skills of the two Spider Emperors. Witnessing his strike fail, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The chasm between a titled Douluo and a soul zone was indeed vast. In the hazy recesses of his memory, he recognized this technique as one of considerable sophistication. As the effect of his third soul ring waned, Xiao Yan descended to the ground, utterly exhausted. The previous strike had drained him of all his soul power. The transformation of his skeletal structure was visibly evident at his shoulder, blood trickling down his arm and steadily dripping onto the ground. Coughing, Xiao Yan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Bibi Dong approached to assess his injuries, noting that he was utterly drained of strength. Her fingers swiftly pressed against several of Xiao Yan's acupoints, exuding a sense of helplessness as she remarked, "My dear child, is this truly necessary just to prove a point?" She understood that Xiao Yan was not the type to act recklessly, yet today she found herself indulging his defiance. A bitter smile crossed Xiao Yan's face as he replied, "It seems that I am still far from matching a master of your caliber." Bibi Dong reassured him, "Silly child, greatness does not come easily. You should grasp this truth." As Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain in his mind, he began to realize that his soul seemed incomplete with the elevation of his soul power. Bibi Dong sighed, urging him to cease his thoughts. His recovery would require time, and as she gently swept her soul power through his body, she was astonished to discover that his level was not 41, but rather an astounding 49. "Your level seems rather unusual," she exclaimed, amazed by this unprecedented leap. Xiao Yan explained, "The fallen heart flame inherently possesses a cultivation enhancement effect. After mastering it, my strength has indeed progressed." He added with a grin, "Moreover, anyone within 300 meters of me can benefit from this enhancement." Bibi Dong marveled at the miraculous nature of the flame, having witnessed numerous wonders emanating from Xiao Yan. Yet, as she absorbed this revelation, she felt a sense of numbness. "However, my soul power is currently unstable, and I fear it will take time before I can make further advancements," Xiao Yan lamented. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes, aware that if other soul masters heard his words, they would be infuriated. Who could achieve a 9-level leap in a single day? However, it was now evident that this unique power stemming from the depths of his soul was solely Xiao Yan's. As his strength increased, so too would the completeness of his soul, thus amplifying the power it could wield. Once his soul was whole again, he would likely recover his lost memories. Bibi Dong felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped to uncover a new method of cultivation, yet reality often fell short of expectations. Nevertheless, upon reflection, she recognized that such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and dwelling on them would only lead to unnecessary distress. Perhaps this was the unique ability of the divine. As she nurtured Xiao Yan's wounds with her soul power, she resigned herself to the fact that he would remain her student. When he entrusted her with the blue lotus earth heart fire, any lingering trepidation she held towards him evaporated. With the current developments, she understood that their entanglement was inevitable. "Xiao Yan, regardless of your current sentiments, our relationship remains that of teacher and student. I do not require you to shoulder any responsibilities at this stage. You have yet to reach that level." Bibi Dong spoke softly. "While I desire your assistance in managing the spirit hall, this is not a task to be undertaken lightly. When your strength reaches that level, I will naturally call upon you. Until then, do not rush into matters." Xiao Yan seemed to absorb her words, nodding gently. The fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul made it increasingly difficult for him to remain conscious, and under Bibi Dong's nurturing, he gradually drifted into slumber. His recovery was swift, yet complete healing would still demand time. By now, they had spent over 3 days within the Molten Cavern, and at this rate, they would surely miss the Soul Master competition in Dou City. "Awake?" Bibi Dong inquired as Xiao Yan opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. "How do you feel?" "I should be all right. Though my injuries are severe, with your assistance, they are manageable," Xiao Yan replied, his gaze towards Bibi Dong tinged with complexity. Recalling her earlier words, he sighed, "Teacher, we must hurry back. If we delay any longer, I shall miss the tournament in Dou City." Bibi Dong shook her head. "No matter how quickly we travel, we will not make in time." It would be better to participate in the competition in another city. Xiao Yan, puzzled, asked, Teacher, is the tournament in another city still ongoing? Bibi Dong explained, due to Dou City's unique location, it is distanced from the centers of the two empires, leading to events commencing 1 or 2 months in advance. This allows more time for participation in competitions in other cities. However, you are aware of the resources available in Dou City. Historically, champions from here are often merely second-tier competitors in larger cities. Xiao Yan understood this well. The Spirit Hall branch in Dou City was powerful due to its strategic position at the intersection of the two empires, necessitating a formidable force to maintain order. However, this also rendered the area desolate, with resources for cultivation and personnel often falling short unless forcibly requisitioned. This was precisely why mercenaries thrived here. Such an environment was woefully inadequate for nurturing a new generation of soul masters. Most of the staff within the branch had come from other cities to hone their skills, aiming for better positions upon their return. The Soul Master competition comprised both individual and team events, yet the ultimate showdown would always be a team contest. With excellent teammates from the Spirit Hall Academy, the competition held little significance for Nana. It primarily served as a means for her to gauge Xiao Yan's strength. Bibi Dong smiled. Yet it appears that, given Nana's abilities, she is indeed no match for you. Xiao Yan's previous technique, the flame-dividing soul wave measurement, was exceedingly potent. Impossible for a soul king to evade. What should I do then? Xiao Yan inquired. Now that you have reached level 49, albeit with a somewhat unstable aura, you stand unparalleled among your peers. Individual competitions are ultimately limiting. You must seek out a team composed of prodigies, Bibi Dong advised earnestly. The participating teams from various cities exhibit a wide array of strengths. With the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the royal teams from the two empires among the most powerful. Having spent years along the border, Xiao Yan had gained insight into the power dynamics of the two empires. The Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects were entrenched within the Tiando Empire, embroiled in relentless internal strife, yet collectively unmatched in strength. Conversely, the Douluo Empire relied heavily on its royal family. Only the powerful could hope to survive there. In that case, teacher, I shall seek a team within these two empires that will welcome me, Xiao Yan declared to Bibi Dong. But if we face our Spirit Hall team in the finals, I will not hold back. Then let us rely on our respective abilities, Bibi Dong chuckled. Each participant from the Spirit Hall Academy is a standout among their peers. It is unlikely any other team could triumph. Once Xiao Yan engages in combat with the Wuhuan Hall Academy, the majority of the burden will inevitably rest upon his shoulders. Should he falter, it would naturally signify a victory for the Wuhuan Hall Academy, and his defeat would not be in vain. Conversely, if he triumphs, it would bring her great joy, as the combat prowess he displays would surely astound the elders. However, this is contingent upon a singular premise, that Xiao Yan refrains from employing the Yi. While she is aware of the origins of his others will undoubtedly perceive it as an extension of his martial soul, which would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Chapter 45. Exiting seclusion, rest assured. Teacher, I shall manage it well, Xiao Yan acknowledged, grasping Bibi Dong's intent. If he were to utilize the Yi, he could easily contend against 7 opponents simultaneously, yet it is prudent to keep such power concealed until he is fully matured. Additionally, I require you to undertake a task. Bibi Dong stated with gravity. You need only instruct me, Xiao Yan replied with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong continued. The Wuhuan Hall has long been regarded as a lurking menace by the two great empires, yet their fear of our strength has deterred them from making rash moves, even against the sects under our purview. As you participate in the competitions across various cities, you will naturally encounter teams from other sects, and after securing victories, you will inevitably come face to face with some formidable sect leaders. If possible, I need you to gauge their sentiments, but remember, do not reveal your true identity. Xiao Yan paused, shaking his head. This matter seems rather troublesome. Bibi Dong remarked, Indeed, which is precisely why I am dispatching you. Only your prowess affords this opportunity, and I can place my complete trust in you. Hulaina's identity is nearly common knowledge, making her unsuitable for this task, and others would be even less capable. Xiao Yan nodded. Ishal domi utmost. There are countless sects, both major and minor, so as long as I can ascertain the intentions of the major sects, it should suffice. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to affirm Xiao Yan's words, he suddenly inquired, But teacher, what exactly do you wish to uncover? What are your intentions? Bibi Dong fell silent, her aspirations numerous. She yearned for an immensely powerful Wuhuan Hall, free from the constraints of the Elder Hall, the major sects, and the two great empires, with only the Pope remaining. The Pope symbolizes the zenith of authority. The Wuhuan Hall has existed for many years, like a razor-sharp blade suspended over every empire. As you have witnessed, the friction between the two great empires is relentless. Their borders ravaged, and the populace within those empires struggles to survive. Without the Wuhuan Hall mediating the chaos, the Douluo continent would surely descend into utter turmoil. Bibi Dong articulated, the two great empires are constrained by the Wuhuan Hall, and there are certainly numerous factions harboring ill intentions toward us. This is to be expected. Yet the Wuhuan Hall's influence is deeply entrenched within the two empires, making any attempts to undermine us virtually impossible. Xiao Yan shook his head. While the major sects and the Xingluo Empire possess peak powerhouses, their ulterior motives prevent them from achieving greatness. Bibi Dong nodded. Thus, I require you to probe them, discerning who stands as an adversary and who can be swayed to our side. Xiao Yan nodded, not overthinking it. The overt and covert struggles among various factions have been ongoing, where only the mightiest can endure to the end. Bibi Dong gently lifted Xiao Yan's chin, speaking earnestly. This time, you must embark on this journey alone. Neither I nor the Temple of the Forest can accompany you. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, assuring her, do not worry, teacher. I'm not a naive child. After lingering far too long here, let us proceed, Bibi Dong stated, her tone turning serious. Do not speak of what transpires here to anyone. Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment, reluctantly nodding. Let us depart. The road ahead is long. After saying this, Bibi Dong lightly patted Xiao Yan's back and stepped toward the cave's exit, with Xiao Yan following closely behind, his mind troubled. Could Bibi Dong truly treat this matter as if it had never occurred? Perhaps his own weakness rendered him insignificant in her eyes. Outside, Hulaina had already awaited for 3 days and nights alongside the illusory scarlet fox. Had it not been for the unbearable heat within the cave, she would have rushed inside to ascertain the situation. The sensation of sunlight once again gracing his face stirred the ego within Xiao Yan, which he diligently suppressed. Stepping outside beside Bibi Dong, however, they had not anticipated the presence of the illusory scarlet fox by Hulaina's side, this 30,000-year-old soul beast, now eyeing them warily. This is bad, Xiao Yan thought to himself, realizing the dire situation. The illusory scarlet fox's environment was exceedingly perilous, and Hulaina had likely already fallen deeply into its grasp. Bibi Dong snorted, displaying no hesitation, raising her hand to grasp the air before her, causing the illusory scarlet fox to levitate and contort to a concerning degree. Do not kill me, the illusory scarlet fox cried in anguish, feeling as though death was imminent. Teacher, please wait, Hulaina urgently interjected. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, clearly noting that Hulaina was not affected by the illusory scarlet fox's environment. Rather, the 30,000-year-old soul beast's presence beside her raised questions. What is going on? Xiao Yan approached to inquire. Hulaina promptly divulged the illusory scarlet fox's intentions, leaving everything to Xiao Yan's cooperation. The illusory scarlet fox, in distress, implored, I know you are powerful, but killing me would yield merely a 30,000-year soul ring. The Qingqiu fox demon is a 100,000-year soul beast. As a title Douluo, surely you grasp the value of a 100,000-year soul ring? Bibi Dong hesitated momentarily, then coldly retorted, I need you to tell me where the Qingqiu fox demon resides now. Panic filled the illusory scarlet fox's eyes, yet it steeled itself against its fear, declaring, if you honor my conditions, I will surely reveal it to you. You dare negotiate with me? Bibi Dong scoffed, her position as Pope making her averse to being coerced, especially after the turmoil that had transpired within the cave, leaving her vexed and seeking an outlet for her frustration. Teacher, Hulaina spoke with a hint of pleading. Might we consider Xiao Yan's perspective? Xiao Yan caught Hulaina's beseeching gaze, feeling helpless. This 100,000-year fox-type soul beast could be unique on the Douluo continent, and its contribution to Hulaina's strength would far surpass what the illusory scarlet fox could offer. Given Bibi Dong's temperament, it was highly plausible she might crush the illusory scarlet fox in a fit of rage. Teacher, since it claims to possess knowledge, let us trust it this once. After all, a 100,000-year fox-type soul beast is indeed rare, Xiao Yan suggested. Moreover, the illusory scarlet fox mentioned that Maioa could enhance its cultivation. Once it achieves human form, its strength will rival that of an ordinary title Douluo. Xiao Yan's words served as a reminder to the illusory scarlet fox. Its survival hinged on its own demeanor. Chapter 46. The ill-fated scarlet fox. The illusory scarlet fox, now fully aware of its own intellect, understood Xiao Yan's implications and promptly responded, Rest assured, Great One. Should my strength improve, I shall serve you faithfully. The strength of the various elders in the Elder Hall exceeds level 95. And should the illusory scarlet fox attain 100,000-year cultivation, its power would not fall short of an average title Douluo. Xiao Yan remarked to Bibi Dong. As long as it can be of use to you, it would be a significant asset. Bibi Dong was well aware of this rationale. Even she would not underestimate the assistance of a title Douluo. Yet, a powerhouse capable of reaching title Douluo status would surely discern the illusory scarlet fox's true form. And the inherent discord between soul masters and soul beasts meant that the Elder Hall would certainly not allow a 100,000-year soul beast to exist within the Wuhuan Hall. Soul beasts are, after all, soul beasts. They cannot be tamed for our use. Bibi Dong shook her head. However, as of now, Laina has no intention of hunting soul beasts for soul rings, so let us spare its life for the time being. Bibi Dong's intention was, of course, to wait until Laina reached the 60th level before eliminating the enchanting red fox. Xiao Yan remarked, in that case, I can still utilize my Yaoa to assist its cultivation, ensuring that the benefits are maximized once its cultivation reaches the 10,000-year soul beast level. What? The enchanting red fox, overhearing their conversation, felt a chill in its heart. And it seemed that Laina beside them held no objections. Laina shrugged and said, I merely desire a 10,000-year soul ring. The identity of the fox is of no concern to me. Thank you, Xiao Yan. Do not be in haste to thank me. You must first consider the teacher's perspective. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Teacher, you already possess the seed of the blue lotus earth fire within you. You can attempt to harness that seed to aid its cultivation. This will also expedite your familiarity with the blue lotus earth fire. Ah, so this was your plan. It does have merit, Bibi Dong chuckled, applying slight pressure to render the enchanting red fox unconscious. Xiao Yan seized the fox by its tail, allowing for a more detailed observation. One must admit that the crimson fur of the fox, combined with its physique, was indeed extraordinarily alluring. Under ordinary circumstances, even the most composed individual would find it hard to resist the allure of such a creature, wishing to exchange information about the Qingqiu demon fox for personal cultivation. However, unbeknownst to many, transactions between soul masters and soul beasts were impossible. Bibi Dong solemnly informed Xiao Yan and Laina, for their relationship was one of life and death, especially with awakened soul beasts, whose resentment against soul masters surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts. Indeed, as the teacher stated, if a soul master wishes to cultivate, they must hunt soul beasts, and naturally, soul beasts seeking vengeance will come for soul masters. The long-standing disputes between soul masters and soul beasts have become commonplace. It is a pity that the 10,000-year Qingqiu demon fox is, after all, a 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao Yan lamented. Laina also sighed in agreement. Though the 10,000-year enchanting red fox was not to be underestimated either, while it may not surpass the other two, she was nonetheless content. Bibi Dong smiled reassuringly at Laina. Do not worry, Laina. As long as we are within the Pope's palace, I have ways to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the Qingqiu demon fox. Really? Laina asked, somewhat incredulous. If we could ascertain the location of that other 10,000-year soul beast, it would be wonderful. Yes, Bibi Dong nodded. However, we have lingered too long in the Star Dou forest. We cannot afford any further delays. We must return immediately. Laina and Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. The former, still puzzled, wondered why they had spent such an extended period inside, and what was the nature of the soul energy that had erupted within that cave. Noticing that Bibi Dong seemed unwilling to clarify, Laina quietly inquired of Xiao Yan. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Yan's face reddened slightly. However, upon catching Bibi Dong's keen gaze, he reluctantly shared a portion of the truth, mentioning only his soul power and refraining from disclosing any details of their personal interactions. Laina felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. It was evident that finding new directions for cultivation was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, Xiao Yan's unique soul power instilled in her a profound sense of pressure. Although her talent could be deemed among the finest of her peers, she could not deny the prowess Xiao Yan was currently exhibiting. Perhaps it won't be long before you catch up to me, Laina said with a hint of resignation. Are you referring to cultivation level or strength? Xiao Yan replied with a playful smile. Laina, puffing up in annoyance, retorted, what do you mean by that? Who could withstand your blue lotus earth fire? Bibi Dong interjected. Even without utilizing his Xiao Yan's combat prowess cannot be measured solely by level. Are you not aware of Xiao Yan's true level? Laina blinked, confused. Isn't it 41? Xiao Yan shook his head. 49. Though somewhat unstable, it is indeed accurate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Laina exclaimed, rising in disbelief. The trio hastened towards the Star Dou branch hall. Even at their swiftest pace, it would take 4 to 5 days. During this span, the border had undergone some changes. The previously tense atmosphere between the two empires had eased considerably, and the nefarious soul masters that had frequently roamed the area had largely vanished. However, the high-ranking officials and military of the soul master world and the two empires expressed considerable dissatisfaction regarding the Martial Soul Hall's heavy-handed interference. Yet they dared not confront the Martial Soul Hall due to its overwhelming power. Tianlin was acutely aware of the two empires' true sentiments towards the Martial Soul Hall, but felt powerless to act. His strength had reached 79. With just one more level gained, he could hunt soul beasts and attain the status of a soul Douluo. However, due to the presence of evil soul masters and various other matters, this goal had been delayed indefinitely, leaving him stagnant for a considerable time. Nevertheless, with the evil soul masters now vanquished and a temporary peace established between the two empires, he could resume his cultivation. Guan Yu and Gui Mei had spent the past half-month traversing the border regions of Dou City and the Dou Forest, tackling the remnants of evil soul masters while also intimidating the two empires. However, shortly after Bibi Dong and her companions entered the Dou Forest, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from deep within the forest. This ferocious fire attribute energy did not belong to soul power, nor did it originate from the fire elements of Douluo Continent. The Elders' Hall in the Pope City was also stirred by this disturbance. The Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo hastened to the Pope City overnight to investigate the situation within the Dou Forest. They brought along hundreds of Martial Soul Hall soldiers, each of whom possessed soul power exceeding the 50th level. The appearance of the four-titled Douluos from Shrek Academy instantly heightened the tension between the two empires. However, the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo did not linger in Dou City. After gathering information from Guan Yu and others, they led the soldiers of the Martial Soul Hall into the depths of the Dou Forest. After approximately 3 days of travel, Xiao Yan and his companions discovered the traces of the Martial Soul Hall soldiers. Bibi Dong, recalling the purpose of their presence, decided against allowing Xiao Yan to engage with them. Uncertain of who was leading the team, she noted that the elders rarely left the Pope City. Yet, the intensity of the energy that had erupted was too substantial to ignore. Let's avoid them, Hulaina suggested. But in about 2 days, we will be able to exit. What about Xiao Yan? Bibi Dong pondered briefly before shaking her head. No, we cannot continue to act as one. Xiao Yan, you must depart first. Laina and I will seek out the leading elder from the hall. Xiao Yan nodded, though the feeling of evasion left him unsettled. He understood that to exist honorably, he needed to elevate his strength. What a formidable force the Elders' Hall represented. After parting ways with Bibi Dong and Hulaina, Xiao Yan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Everything stemmed from his insufficient strength. Even if he could reach the 90th level now, he would not have to hide and evade constantly. With the evil soul masters gone, the Dou Forest felt like home to Xiao Yan. He had reached the outskirts, where the soul beasts were primarily 10 or 100 years old, posing no threat to him. Xiao Yan sprinted, activating his first and third soul rings to their fullest extent, extravagantly depleting his soul power. Yet, he was not merely rushing back. He was solidifying his level, repeatedly exhausting his soul power before meditating to restore it. Only in this manner could he stabilize his fluctuating level. His reckless pace allowed him to cover what would normally take 2 days in a single day. Upon stepping out of the immense gates of the Dou Forest, he finally beheld the civilized world of humanity once more. With the absence of evil soul masters, the Dou Forest had seen an influx of soul masters hunting or exploring, including numerous young individuals at levels 10 and 20. Attention everyone, we are a mercenary group, and we have entered the Dou Forest in search of suitable soul beasts. We are short on personnel. Those interested in joining, please come to me. The requirement dictates that one's strength must surpass level 50, with a preference for assault-type soul masters and support-type soul masters. A woman clad in a white bodysuit shouted incessantly with a loud voice. Her robust physique, coupled with a slightly delicate face and a voice not entirely coarse, might easily lead one to mistake her for a long-haired man. Her booming voice garnered the attention of many, yet most, upon regaining their senses, turned and walked away. Although there were some soul masters above level 50, the majority held significant positions within various academies or sects and had no interest in this mercenary-like endeavor. Xiao Yan observed a young girl amidst the throng of mercenaries, her innocent, wide eyes gazing eagerly at the passing soul masters, seemingly hoping for them to stay. Beside her stood a young man in a blue suit who, despite his efforts to restrain himself, revealed hints of impatience in his eyes. A woman with long hair clad in a black bodysuit, exuding an air of confidence, stood behind them, surrounded by a palpable aura of power. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan discerned that her strength was somewhat inscrutable. Though she possessed striking features, her furrowed brow discouraged any frivolous thoughts. At that moment, several individuals approached from a distance, 3 men and 2 women. Aside from the leading young man, who appeared slightly older, the others seemed to be around the same age as the 2 from the mercenary group. Yet, this was not a gathering of virtuous individuals. The beauty of the 3 women elicited considerable envy, but none dared to act rashly, deterred by the prowess of the mercenaries accompanying them. "Apologies, teacher, ere long. We have arrived late," the golden-haired young man said with a smile, his handsome visage radiating warmth. The woman referred to as ere long replied nonchalantly, "It's not too late. The mercenary group is still not complete, so we cannot depart." "Oh dear, how unfortunate. Teacher Zhao and the principal Shu and Ti have provoked those from the spirit hall," lamented a white-haired youth, regret evident in his tone. "Had I known, I would have insisted on stopping him at that moment. You know full well teacher Zhao's temperament, and the spirit hall has gone too far." It was only after enduring much that teacher Xiao acted, a nearby chubby boy remarked. "Once I reach the rank of Soul King and Soul Emperor, I shall be the first to confront the spirit hall." Xiao Yan, listening from a distance, felt a twinge of curiosity about the unfolding situation. "Are you all heading into the forest to acquire soul rings?" he inquired. "Isn't it obvious? We're not going to play around, are we?" The chubby boy, seeing someone not much older than himself engage him, had little interest in further conversation. "Are you from the same academy? Is this your teacher?" Xiao Yan asked, remaining patient as he fixed his gaze on the spirited woman, eager to assess their strength. If they proved formidable, he need not search far and wide for a team that could accommodate him. The woman scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Xiao Yan's presence. Observing this, the golden-haired youth addressed Xiao Yan. "Young man, we are from Shrek Academy. Although our teacher has some renown, I doubt you have heard of her given your age." Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Are you all preparing for the Soul Master competition in a few months?" "Indeed. All of us possess soul power at level 40. This expedition to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts is of utmost importance. However, due to certain circumstances, our 2 teachers cannot accompany us," he replied with a hint of concern. "Why bother engaging in trivial conversation with this kid? We can't even hire a suitable mercenary at this rate. Further delays would be detrimental." The chubby boy expressed his impatience. Chapter 48. Strength? I believe it should suffice, Dai Mubai thought anxiously. Were it not for the unusual aura he sensed from Xiao Yan, he would have sent him away without a second thought. "Apologies, young man. My classmate possesses a fire tribute martial soul and tends to be a bit impulsive." Dai Mubai chuckled. "May I inquire as to your purpose in approaching us?" Xiao Yan replied candidly. "Naturally, it pertains to the Soul Master competition. To be frank, I have long trained alone and rarely accompanied others. Hence, I am unable to participate in the crucial team events. The majority of this group possessed strength around level 40, far superior to that of Tianshui Academy or other elemental academies." Although Xiao Yan was unfamiliar with Shrek Academy, he deemed this encounter fortunate. "Now I understand." Dai Mubai and the others nodded. "However, we at Shrek Academy are an inseparable team, and we cannot accommodate an 8th member." At that moment, the blue-clad youth, who had been silent, spoke up. Xiao Yan scratched his head, a hint of regret in his voice. "Is there truly no way to make an exception?" The blue-clad youth raised his chin. "Shrek Academy, as the name implies, is a school for monsters. Only the most gifted individuals gain admission. We do not intend to exclude you, but your strength is simply insufficient to join our ranks." "Strength? I believe it should suffice," Xiao Yan asserted, summoning the 4 soul rings within him. At this, the crowd collectively gasped, witnessing the 2 purple and 2 black rings encircling him. The present soul masters understood the implications of this display. 2 10,000-year soul rings. The nearby mercenaries exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. The woman, who had previously dismissed Xiao Yan, was also taken aback. She and T anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth was a soul master with strength surpassing level 40, and possessing such high-level soul rings. With a smile, Xiao Yan addressed them. "I apologize for my abruptness. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Xiao Yan, 16 years old, a level 49 assault-type soul master, and my martial soul is the heavy ruler." At this revelation, the members of Shrek Academy regarded him with newfound respect, gathering around him. Even the blue-clad youth's eyes brimmed with astonishment. "The first martial soul possesses a 1,000-year soul ring? My teacher never mentioned that," Tang Xin pondered, realizing that Master S theories were not entirely accurate. He exchanged a glance with Lu Erlong, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It appeared that Xiao Yan was no ordinary practitioner. Dai Mubai regarded him with a peculiar expression, caught between surprise and concern. He introduced himself. I am Dai Mubai, a level 42 soul master, with the evil eye white tiger as my martial soul. He gestured toward Xiao Yan. This is our teacher. Liu Erlong nodded. I am one of the mentors at Shrek Academy, Liu Erlong, a level 78 soul master, and my martial soul is the mutated fire dragon. Xiao Yan was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter a high-ranking soul sage so soon after his departure. No wonder he found Liu Erlong's strength somewhat elusive. The 7 individuals introduced their martial souls and levels, and to Xiao Yan's surprise, one among them even possessed the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Shrek Academy indeed lived up to its reputation, housing members of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I must extend my compliments. Though I find it curious that I have never heard of your academy, Xiao Yan remarked, perplexed. Dai Mubai quickly waved his hands. You flatter us, truly. Since my strength meets the requirement, may I accompany you? Xiao Yan inquired. Rest assured, I am not one to cling desperately. I merely happen upon your group here, and what unfolds next shall depend on fate. Tang San shook his head. While traveling together poses no issue, we cannot afford to lose any one of our 7 members. Who do you believe you could replace? Since this young man wishes to join us, we shouldn't be too heartless. Oscar chimed in, draping an arm over Tang San's shoulder. If it comes to it, let him take my place. Xiao Yan smiled helplessly and said, esteemed guests, I harbor no intention of causing you any disturbance. This competition is of utmost importance to me. Since you are facing difficulties, I shall refrain from further intruding. After speaking, Xiao Yan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and intended to take his leave. Although Shrek Academy appeared to possess considerable talent, my interactions thus far suggested they might not be the most amicable. Wait, Liu Erlong spoke up once again, Xiao Yan. May I inquire as to which academy or faction you represent? Xiao Yan paused momentarily and replied, as it stands, I am rather unaligned. Are you truly training alone? The crowd expressed skepticism. No matter how talented one might be, it seemed implausible to reach such heights independently. The first Millennium Soul Ring alone was not something a mere level 10 Soul Master could handle. Xiao Yan scratched his head and admitted, I do have a mentor. Were it not for her guidance, I would not have achieved this level. Liu Erlong nodded and asked, would you be interested in joining our Shrek Academy? Come on. The admission fee is quite reasonable, merely 20 gold soul coins. Oscar chimed in with a tone of amusement, eliciting laughter from several young ladies present. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, politely declining Liu Erlong's invitation. Apologies, esteemed teacher. It's not that I am concerned about the 20 gold soul coins. It's simply that my mentor would undoubtedly disapprove of my joining another academy. You could bring your mentor along. While Shrek Academy may be modest in size, we boast a formidable faculty. Only the most exceptional individuals can secure a teaching position here, Liu Erlong said with an unusually amiable demeanor. You might not be aware, but among our first graduating class, the strongest has already reached the Soul Emperor level and serves as an instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Indeed, our dean is also a soul sage at level 78. Such prowess is exceedingly rare even among the royal academies of the 2 great empires, Oscar added. A soul sage, you say? Xiao Yan remarked with a hint of indifference. Tian Lin Tian is a peak soul sage within the Spirit Hall. One often encounters soul Douluo or titled Dou level experts. While the title of soul sage sounds impressive, it holds little persuasion for me. I have no intention of joining Shrek Academy. I merely seek a team to collaborate with. If you do not accept me, I shall seek others. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of dissatisfaction in the other's eyes. Teacher Liu Erlong, with our strength, we do not require outside assistance. Tang San stated coldly. This individual's motives are questionable. His sudden approach warrants caution, especially if he harbors ill intentions. Liu Erlong rubbed his head and replied, Little San, precisely because of this person's mysterious identity, we should avoid offending him. Even if he has ulterior motives, Flander and Xiao Gang will be there to ensure our safety. Yes. Third brother, Oscar interjected. This person is a level 49 Soul Master. If he were to join another team, it could lead to complications. Exactly, third brother. We are indeed in need of a Soul King mercenary. Why not let him give it a try? Ning Rongrong suggested. Tang San furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then nodded, very well. But it is difficult to guarantee that he will exert his full strength during the Soul Beast hunt, especially since he does not appear to have reached the Soul King level. Teacher, what are your thoughts? Dai Mubai inquired of Liu Erlong, who pondered briefly before responding. Let's test his strength. If he can measure up to an ordinary Soul King, it will be most advantageous. Once Liu Erlong granted permission, Oscar nodded and approached Xiao Yan, saying, "Hey there, my friend. We are in need of a mercenary to serve as our protector. Why not take this opportunity to substitute for us? It would allow us to get to know each other better, wouldn't it?" Oscar winked playfully. "I have no objections. However, your friend," Xiao Yan began, but was cut off in exasperation. "A team of 7 is indeed difficult to modify. What you say holds some merit. You needn't worry about that. Either I will step down or we can swap out that hefty fellow." Oscar gestured toward Ma Hongjun. After contemplating briefly, Xiao Yan clasped his hands and replied, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. If I can find a suitable team here, I would welcome the opportunity to avoid unnecessary complications. Hold on. Before that, we must test your strength. Although your displayed prowess is impressive, the soul beasts within the Star Dou Forest are relentless," Oscar said with a chuckle. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yan questioned, puzzled. Oscar waved to Tang San and the others, saying, "Come here." Liu Erlong and Dai Mubai approached the temporary captain of the mercenary team and exchanged a few words. After listening, the captain nodded and remarked, "A level 49 battle soul master with 2 millennium soul rings and 2 10,000-year soul rings? I have never heard of such a thing. His prowess must far exceed that of his peers. Precisely for that reason, we need you to test him. He exudes a tremendous sense of pressure," Dai Mubai said, his brow furrowed. Possessing the evil white tiger martial spirit, he had an innate sensitivity to danger, and the feeling Xiao Yan imparted was more intense than that of some soul kings. I share the same sentiment as Mubai. However, due to the disparity in levels, my perception is not as acute, yet I can still sense that he is exceptionally strong. Liu Erlong reflected on Xiao Yan's demonstration of 2 millennium soul rings and 2 10,000-year soul rings, shaking his head in resignation. It was evident, even without further insight, that Xiao Yan's strength surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. The captain of the mercenary group was a level 60 soul king on the verge of becoming a soul emperor, and his purpose for entering the Star Dou Forest was to hunt suitable soul beasts while protecting the students of Shrek Academy, thereby earning their favor. Having just exited the Star Dou Forest, he was eager to re-enter. A robust man approached Xiao Yan, introducing himself. "I am Tai Sun, a level 60 assault-type battle soul master with the martial spirit of a raging lion." Xiao Yan gazed at the towering figure before him and inquired, "Are you here to test my strength, senior?" "Naturally. If you can withstand my onslaught for 10 minutes without defeat, you shall earn the right to join us." Tai Sun's voice, combined with his imposing stature, created an air of pressure. Yet to Xiao Yan, it posed little threat. Compared to Sai Nc, who was beside Tian Lin Tian, Tai Sun's form was even smaller. "Very well," Xiao Yan replied with a calm smile. 10 minutes it is." Tiasen nodded, secretly admiring Xiao Yan's composure. The young man remained remarkably unruffled in the face of his formidable presence. Such poise was indeed exceptional. "If I were threatened by someone like Uncle Tai Sun, I would have been frightened long ago," thought Xiao Wu, who observed from behind, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Composure requires strength to support it. His calmness indicates that he perceives no significant threat, Tang San agreed. "Though I am reluctant to admit it, he may indeed be considerably strong, surpassing my own abilities. However, should he harbor malicious intent?" As the conversation unfolded, Tang San subtly reached for his 24-bridge Minji, several chillingly powerful hidden weapons at the ready, confident in his ability to strike down Xiao Yan from behind. Tai Sun summoned his martial spirit, and a massive, furious lion materialized behind him, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, materializing beneath him. "Roar!" he bellowed, charging at Xiao Yan like a small mountain. At that moment, Xiao Yan merely summoned his Xian Zhong Qi, leaving the spectators puzzled by his actions. Faced with a powerful assault-type soul master of a higher level, he merely adopted a defensive posture. Liu Erlong and Dai Mubai, both assault-type soul masters themselves, understood Xiao Yan's intent, their astonishment only growing. Liu Erlong involuntarily exclaimed, "This person intends to confront Tai Sun head-on." Xiao Yan's gaze was fixated intensely on the formidable claws of Tai Sun. As the colossal awakened lion's claws descended upon him, the Xian heavy ruler met the strike with a resounding thud. After the impact, Xiao Yan deftly rolled backward twice to dissipate the force, while Tai Sun, unable to avoid it, staggered a step back. Indeed, this individual's prowess was extraordinary, Tai Sun mused. The recent exchanges had merely been tentative, yet he was already quite satisfied with the strength exhibited by Xiao Yan. It was well known that some ordinary soul kings would struggle to withstand even a single blow from him. "Come again," Xiao Yan remarked, brushing off the dust from his black robe, disappointment evident in his tone. He had anticipated handling that last strike with ease. but he was taken aback by the sheer power of his opponent. The disparity between their levels was indeed challenging to bridge, without utilizing soul techniques. It would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over you. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Xiao Yan's words. Faced with a formidable opponent who was a dozen levels above him, he was not contemplating defense, but rather seeking victory? Huh, what a bold lad. Let me see what you're made of. Taisheng, feeling a surge of displeasure at Xiao Yan's audacity, realized that a strong warrior possessed a certain dignity, particularly when confronted by such a brash young man. Chapter 50, The Duel with the Pinnacle Soul King. Fifth Soul Technique, Furious Lion Charge. Taisheng ceased his tentative strikes and unleashed his most potent soul technique. Albeit not with his full strength, for the gap between them was vast, and he wished to maintain some semblance of dignity. Xiao Yan smirked, and a torrent of soul power erupted from within him, for soul rings encircled him, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Fourth Soul Technique, Spirit and Ghost Armor. An azure soul power armor enveloped him, as Xiao Yan positioned the Xian heavy ruler adorned with blue patterns before him, clashing against Tiesheng's fifth soul technique. A tremendous shock wave emanated from the epicenter of their confrontation, reverberating outward, leaving the onlookers in awe. Tiesheng's strength ranked among the top 5 in their midst. Yet this black-robed youth appeared to be merely 16 or 17, managing to hold his ground against such a formidable opponent. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all wore expressions of astonishment, while Tang San and the others grew increasingly solemn. This individual is truly formidable. If I were to engage him, I fear I would soon be defeated, Dai Mubai remarked, shaking his head. Xiao San, what are your thoughts? Tang San was calculating the disparity in strength between the two. Xiao Yan's soul power and rings were considerably superior to his own, yet he possessed hidden weapons as a trump card, along with the 8 spider lances Soul Bone and the second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. In a life-and-death struggle, he believed he had a reasonable chance of victory. At this juncture, the clash between the two had escalated to a fever pitch, with the colossal awakened lion's claws relentlessly assaulting Xiao Yan. Even Taisheng had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could endure for so long, since it has come to this. Do not blame me for using my strength against one so young, Taisheng thought, vexed at the prospect of losing to such a brash youth. Xiao Yan sensed the gathering soul power from Taisheng and understood that his opponent had yet to employ his full might. He swallowed hard, though he appeared unscathed. He was indeed bearing injuries, and continuing this exchange would be disadvantageous for him. Second Soul Technique, Stasis. Xiao Yan activated his soul technique once more, refraining from summoning his Shadow Owl clone. Although that technique would ensure victory, using it recklessly in his current state might exacerbate his injuries. For a fleeting moment, Taisheng appeared momentarily dazed. However, in such a fierce duel, even a brief lapse of time was ample for Xiao Yan. Seizing the opportunity while Taisheng was distracted, the Xian heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand glowed with an intensified blue-black light. Activating his first soul technique granted him a significant enhancement in speed and strength. Each swing of the Xian heavy ruler now equated to a soul technique unleashed by an ordinary soul master. Thud, thud, thud. The gusts generated by the ruler sliced through the air with a series of explosive sounds, while the massive awakened lion spirit began to falter under Xiao Yan's relentless assault. Was I just controlled? Taisheng pondered, retreating while defending against Xiao Yan's heavy strikes. Yet, Xiao Yan pursued him relentlessly. If this continued, Taisheng was in danger of defeat. Dai Mubai and the others observed Taisheng, whose martial soul form had been suppressed, and were at a loss for how to respond. Why is Xiao Yan so dominant? Dai Mubai inquired of Tang San. Look at his attack style. It resembles that of a mercenary, prioritizing offense while neglecting defense. If someone else were to strike him now, he might very well face immediate defeat, Dai Mubai remarked to Tang San. He seems to be a rogue soul master, navigating this border territory alone, his identity likely unassailable. Tang San responded, this is a combat style he has chosen, when facing an opponent who is a soul king far beyond one's own level. Losing control of the initiative can lead to rapid defeat. However, this approach seems to consume a great deal of soul power. I wonder if he can sustain it. Ma Hongjun mused, pinching his round chin. At that moment, Taisheng activated his second and third soul techniques in an attempt to counterattack, only to find his efforts thwarted by Xiao Yan's continuous assault. The Xian heavy ruler was truly extraordinary. Every encounter with it caused Tiesheng's soul power to momentarily stagnate, as if the ruler possessed a unique ability to suppress the flow of soul energy. Xiao Yan was also aware of Tiesheng's unusual state. His Xian heavy ruler indeed had the capacity to suppress soul power. However, previously he had struggled to harness that effect. with his soul power now amplified. His control over the ruler had grown significantly stronger, coupled with the effects of the spirit and ghost turtle's soul ring. The suppression he could exert on his adversaries had intensified. Yet, this effect diminished considerably when faced with opponents of such higher levels, as Taisheng was able to withstand it. Impressive, boy, Taisheng thought, finding himself in a passive position, and his irritation grew as he began to show signs of openings in his movements. Xiao Yan smiled, skillfully capitalizing on the opportunity presented. He struck swiftly at Tiesheng's upper arm and elbow with the ruler, inflicting pain upon the limbs, controlling his martial soul's assault. Realizing his attack patterns had been exposed by Xiao Yan, Taisheng hastily retreated, perplexed to find that Xiao Yan did not pursue him further. At this moment, 8 minutes had elapsed, during which Taisheng had spent the majority in a disadvantaged position. After stepping back a few paces, he regarded the youth with the ruler, plunged into the ground, and felt a sense of reluctance. It was undeniable that he had been outmatched. This young man, though not long in years, possessed formidable cultivation, combat style, and temperament. Continuing the fight would likely only result in his own defeat. Xiao Yan sighed. He had initially intended to continue his pursuit, but with the time remaining for his first soul ring dwindling, rashly pressing on would only exacerbate his soul power depletion and worsen his injuries. Moreover, Taisheng was, after all, a peak soul king at level 60. Should he be bested by a mere soul master, his face would be utterly lost. Since they had crossed paths without enmity, it seemed wiser to grant him some dignity and avoid future complications. Taisheng discerned Xiao Yan's intentions and felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. He quickly adjusted his breath, preparing to conclude the contest. Xiao Yan, taking the initiative, charged forward with the ruler, his pace unhurried, allowing Taisheng ample time to react. Be cautious, Taisheng warned, knowing that the ongoing activation of his martial soul was taking a considerable toll on him. This time, he deftly evaded Xiao Yan's attack as the colossal awakened lion spirit retreated a couple of steps. Under Tai Sen's control, its claws lunged once more at Xiao Yan. The ensuing battle between the two men had shed all semblance of tension, resembling a turn-based game instead. It appeared that Tai Sen seemed to have the upper hand. Chapter 51. The overbearing spirit hall. Both combatants had expended considerable soul power. Uncle Tai Sen initially believed he could suppress Xiao Yan, only to discover that Xiao Yan's combat prowess was unexpectedly formidable. However, being a soul king, the reservoir of soul power within him far surpassed that of Soul Zone. Dai Mubai exhaled in relief. Had Tai Sen been defeated by Xiao Yan, he would have harbored serious doubts regarding the hierarchical system. At this moment, Lu Erlong shook her head and remarked, Xiao Yan has yet to unleash his true strength. Dai Mubai and Oscar furrowed their brows and inquired, Teacher, how do you know? Lu Erlong, seemingly shrouded in mystery, replied, It's the intuition of a soul master. Tang Sen elucidated during their exchange. Xiao Yan predominantly wielded his heavy ruler with his left hand, yet this weapon is summoned by his right hand. Furthermore, his actions indicated he is primarily right-handed, yet he intentionally avoided utilizing his right arm to exert force. Why might that be? Ning Rongrong gasped. Could it be that he harbors some undisclosed injury? Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. Otherwise, why would his recent attacks suddenly weaken? It is likely due to an injury that impedes his ability to sustain prolonged, intense combat. Is that so? If true, that would be excellent, Dai Mubai remarked. This suggests he is indeed unaligned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned from the forest alone while injured. Oscar voiced his concern, but if he is indeed injured, could that hinder us? You can gauge his strength from his performance. Perhaps he does not surpass Uncle Tai Sen, but he is certainly formidable compared to an ordinary soul king, Ning Rongrong reassured him. Moreover, my 9-treasure glaze tile is a premier support spirit. Combined with your sausage spirit, we should be able to heal him in no time. The sparring between Xiao Yan and Tai Sen came to a halt as 10 minutes elapsed. Xiao Yan retracted his heavy ruler and clasped his fists toward Tai Sen, saying, Senior, I am grateful for your graciousness. In the final skirmish, Tai Sen had noticeably restrained his strength. Whether intentionally or not, it provided significant assistance to Xiao Yan. Young brother, your talents are exceptional and your strength commendable. You have won this battle, Tai Sen conceded, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging Xiao Yan's prowess. Meanwhile, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse, though many drew closer to Xiao Yan. His astonishing display of talent in the recent battle had made him the focal point of attention. Hello, young sir. We are from the giant elephant sect of the Dou Empire. Would you be interested in joining our team? Young man, consider our Hecatome sect. We have many beautiful female disciples. I am sure you would be satisfied. Ha! You old hag. Trying to recruit talent through women? Young sir, do not listen to her. Our Wangguan sect has abundant wealth. Join us, and you shall enjoy endless riches. Greetings, have you heard of Songqing Academy? Would you care to visit our Plan Academy? The Spirit Hall is recruiting. Observing Xiao Yan surrounded by a throng of admirers, Shrek's members quickly allied with Tai Sun and the mercenaries to extricate him from the crowd. Everyone, please listen to Xiao Yan, he called out, feeling quite helpless. I have prior engagements. Should fate allow, I will certainly consider the sect you represent in the future. Indeed, why should you all approach him? He is a member of our Shrek Academy team. Ma Hongjun burst into the center, using his rotund frame to topple several individuals. Everyone disperse. Dai Mubai urged as he and Tai Sun worked to clear the onlookers. After all, Tai Sun, a level 60 Soul King, along with several other Soul Kings, were formidable presences among the gathered Soul Masters, especially with a level 78 Soul Sage present. Oscar chuckled. I wonder what fortuitous event led us to encounter such a great brother today. Brother, I do not deserve such praise. I merely have a request. Xiao Yan nodded. However, given the current circumstances, I trust my strength is recognized by all. Of course it is. Ma Hongjun slapped his back and pointed at himself. Why not simply join our Shrek Academy? With Master S knowledge, you will undoubtedly become even stronger. Xiao Yan slightly shook his head. I am merely teaming up with you. It would be splendid if we could ascend the stage together. Although somewhat disappointing, everyone understood that such matters could not be forced. However, should Xiao Yan join the Shrek team, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Hello, Xiao Yan. Welcome to the Shrek team. Although you are not yet a student of our academy, you're always welcome to join us. Lu Erlong smiled, clearly pleased with Xiao Yan's performance, regretting only that such an outstanding junior had been claimed by another. Xiao Yan cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Yet, as he raised his right arm once more, the fleeting grimace on his face did not escape Lu Erlong's keen observation. She placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, Is your injury serious? Tai San frowned, unable to believe that Xiao Yan had fought him while injured. However, recalling how Xiao Yan had suddenly relaxed his offensive, it all began to make sense. Xiao Yan hesitated before smiling. Senior, your discernment is remarkable. This injury has been festering for quite some time. To fully eradicate it will take some time, but it is nothing to worry about. It is better to resolve such matters sooner rather than later. The Dou Forest is fraught with danger, and there have been reports of evil soul masters lurking about. No one can guarantee safety. Lu Erlong expressed her concern. Rest assured, the issue of the evil soul masters has been resolved. Even if a couple remain, they pose no significant threat, Xiao Yan reassured her. Speaking of which, I overheard you discussing the Spear Hall. Has something occurred? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's gaze turned fierce, her demeanor resembling that of a dragon poised to unleash its fury. Tai Sun, witnessing her intensity, felt a twinge of fear. Did I say something wrong? Was I not supposed to ask? Xiao Yan questioned, perplexed by her reaction. Dai Mubai chuckled nervously. Teacher Lu Erlong, do calm down. Allow me to explain the situation to Brother Xiao Yan. Lu Erlong took a few deep breaths and waved her hand. It's nothing. If it must be said, then let it be. The Spirit Hall is truly overstepping their bounds. Chapter 52. Re-entering the Dou Forest. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. 10 days ago, I, alongside Xiao Gang, Flanders, and Zhao Wujin, brought our students to the Dou Forest to acquire suitable soul rings, but we were intercepted by members of the Spirit Hall. Lu Erlong replied bitterly. The Spirit Hall had sealed the entrance to the Dou Forest. Flanders and Zhao Wujin attempted to reason with them, but were rebuffed. 10 days prior, Xiao Yan pondered, recalling that it was the day after his memory lapse. Surely the battle that erupted in the forest must have alarmed the Spirit Hall. Then we engaged in combat, but to our dismay, they had Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo stationed there. Although Flanders and Zhao Wujin are formidable, they were ultimately outmatched and severely injured, Lu Erlong recounted with indignation. Recently, evil soul masters have been causing trouble, and it is difficult for me to ensure their safety alone. Xiao Gang, lacking strength, could only remain behind to care for Flanders and Zhao Wujin. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, grasping the situation from Lu Erlong's description. He then inquired, May I ask how many Tidal Douluo were present that night? 2. The Spirit Hall's Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo, Lu Erlong answered. Though I have not been active on the continent for quite some time, I'm still somewhat familiar with such pinnacle powers. At that moment, one of the Soul Douluo seated near the Serpent Spear Douluo, upon noticing that Lu Erlong was a woman, refrained from striking her with full force, merely rendering her unconscious. This, however, only fueled her indignation. Xiao Yan naturally recognized these two individuals and felt a slight sense of relief. They were both Tidal Douluo from the Spear Hall, following Bibi Dong's directives. Xiao Yan turned to Lu Erlong and remarked, So, you sought the mercenary group for this reason. Indeed, having more people offers greater assurance, Dou Erlong replied. We are about to set off. Can you keep up in your current condition? Xiao Yan nodded, saying, It's nothing to worry about. I'm not that delicate. However, I have one more matter to attend to. I must inform my teacher of this journey. How do you plan to do that? Dou Erlong furrowed her brow, eager to proceed without delay. Xiao Yan retrieved paper and pen from his spatial ring, stating, It will be done shortly. He swiftly penned his intentions and objectives, entrusted the message to a courier outside the small courtyard of Tiando City, placing it on the table. After handing over a few gold soul coins to the messenger, who expressed his gratitude, Xiao Yan waved him off, rejoining the Shrek Academy team as they once again entered the Stardew Forest. Being wealthy is certainly advantageous, Xiao Yan mused, gazing at the spatial ring on his hand. It contained hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, presumably placed there by Bibi Dong at some point, to the extent that she had forgotten about this substantial sum. For her, however, it was but a drop in the bucket. Along the journey, Dou Erlong inquired about Xiao Yan's circumstances, and in turn, he gleaned information about her companions. Originally, the Shrek team intended to venture into the Sunset Forest to acquire soul rings, as the Stardew Forest was notoriously perilous due to the presence of evil soul masters. However, the influx of soul masters heading to the Sunset Forest had made it increasingly crowded, with even some from the Douluo Empire traveling great distances, further depleting the already scarce high-level soul beasts in that area. Not every soul master team was fortunate enough to have a soul Douluo or title Douluo among them. Considering the quality of soul beasts, the Shrek Academy decided to hunt in the Stardew Forest, as they possessed 2 high-level soul sages and 1 high-level soul emperor, a lineup far superior to that of the Tianshui Academy, which had deployed all its forces. Yet, as fate would have it, they encountered the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. It seems our mission is quite substantial, Xiao Yan mused. Within this team, Tang San, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and others all needed suitable soul rings. As a return favor to Tai San, Shrek's group also had to assist him in hunting for an appropriate soul beast. Tai San's initial target was a soul beast over 5,000 years old, the devouring ghost black lion. However, after witnessing Xiao Yan's possession of a 10,000-year soul ring, he too became eager, frequently expressing his desire to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast during the journey. Dou Erlong, Xiao Yan. What type of soul beast do you think I should hunt? Tai Sun queried during a rest. Through his interactions with Xiao Yan, Tai Sun recognized that the latter was quite knowledgeable about the Stardew Forest. Forget about that 10,000-year soul beast. Wouldn't it be better to settle for a 1,000-year one? A burly woman interjected, her tone less than amiable. This woman, named Tong Tai Chue, was Tai San's wife and had been the one shouting for recruits outside the Stardew Forest. Come on, this would be my 6th soul ring. Isn't it reasonable to aim for a 10,000-year one? DSM protested. 10,000-year soul beasts are not so easily found, Xiao Yan remarked, looking at Dou Erlong, who nodded slightly and said, Even those of slightly greater strength can only withstand a soul emperor. The difficulty lies not in the hunt, but in finding one that is suitable. Xiao Yan acknowledged, If it weren't for luck, I wouldn't have acquired this 10,000-year soul ring either. At this, everyone present fell silent. If it were merely luck, how could he have obtained 2 consecutive 10,000-year soul rings? Dou Erlong was convinced that Xiao Yan must have an exceptionally powerful teacher backing him, at least a soul Douluo, if not stronger. Ah, forget it, compared to you. I'm just older, Tai San said with a hint of disappointment. Though he was the leader of a mercenary group, he had not advanced in strength for quite some time, and whether he could reach level 70 after obtaining a soul ring remained uncertain. Yet compared to him, some soul masters were barely in their teens or 20s, destined to remain stagnant throughout their lives. One must find contentment in life, he reflected, though Xiao Yan recalled the spirit beast he had hunted, the spirit Ming black turtle, which would be an excellent option for Tai Senator, but what? Tai Sun seemed to have gleaned a glimmer of hope from Xiao Yan's words. In the central region of the Stardew Forest, there exists a type of 10,000-year soul beast that has thrived there for generations, Xiao Yan stated slowly. Central region? 10,000-year soul beast? The group gathered around, intrigued, for 10,000-year soul beasts were typically coveted yet elusive. Dou Erlong shook her head slightly. I know what you mean. The spirit Ming black turtle, which is indeed suitable for attack-type battle soul masters. However, those turtles are protected by the phantom bone giant turtle, and the turtle groups typically move in herds on land. Chapter 53. Xiao Yan's injuries. Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging Dou Erlong's accuracy. His previous success in capturing a spirit Ming black turtle alongside Hulina was due to encountering a solitary one and luring it far away for a swift kill. Replicating that feat this time would prove challenging. First, they needed to find a lone spirit Ming black turtle and swiftly eliminate it. Liu Erlong, given her strength, could manage it. But the noise would undoubtedly attract the phantom bone giant turtle, which would come with its offspring in pursuit. Indeed, the risks were considerable, yet the rewards were immense. My fourth soul ring is the spirit Ming black turtle, Xiao Yan confided. Back then, my teacher was by my side, and it was because of her that I dared to act boldly. Now, moreover, being in the central region, the titan giant ape that had previously attacked them could very well reappear. Dai Mu Bai, with lingering trepidation, remarked, last time, when they came to the Star Doe forest with Zhao Wuji to hunt soul beasts, they encountered the titan giant ape, and at that moment, he felt no inclination to resist. The shock it exuded was far more formidable than that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. The titan giant ape? Xiao Yan pondered. The last time it had not appeared, suggesting that such a powerful soul beast was unlikely to stray from its territory. Given Shrek's team's strength, it was implausible for them to escape unscathed from such an encounter. With this in mind, Xiao Yan inquired, did the titan giant ape trouble you? The group shook their heads, and Tang San replied, only Xiao Wu was captured, but she returned later. I snuck out while the titan giant ape was asleep. Xiao Wu quickly clarified, snuck out? This revelation left Xiao Yan astounded, as if they were reenacting a scene from a classic tale. However, he realized he was unsure of the origins of this tale. Therefore, given our strength, it would be wise not to provoke the soul beast there, Liu Erlong advised. Yet, her curiosity about Xiao Yan's teacher grew. What kind of prowess must one possess to dare hunt soul beasts in such a realm? As night fell, Xiao Yan retrieved some substances to repel soul beasts, intending to sprinkle them around the campsite, only to be halted by Tang San. Night is when soul beasts are most active. We don't need to light a fire or drive them away, he explained. Doing so could attract reckless soul beasts, some of which might provide us with suitable soul rings. Xiao Yan was puzzled and asked, aren't you all planning to rest? This seems rather dangerous. The potential rewards are immense, Tang San replied with a cold smirk. Since we've spent considerable time on the outskirts after acquiring soul beasts, we need time to consolidate our strength. This way, we can approach the competition with absolute confidence. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, all right. But it could become troublesome if anyone gets injured. Oscar said, rest assured, with both Rong Rong and me here, the matter of recovery is in our capable hands. Xiao Yan smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I just remembered, there's also someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Liu Erlong suggested, Xiao Yan, why not let Rong Rong and the others assess your injuries? If they can expedite your recovery, it would alleviate some troubles. Having heard of the formidable prowess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Xiao Yan was naturally eager to give it a try. However, the idea of accepting help from others made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. All right then, Ning Rongrong interjected, taking his hand, let's go together. Sounds good, Oscar readily agreed. Xiao Yan, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, then I must trouble you both. Since you have temporarily joined our Shrek team, we are now comrades. It is only right that we assist one another, Ning Rongrong smiled. Xiao Yan followed Ning Rongrong and Oscar into a tent, where he removed his somewhat tattered black robe, revealing the snug, leather armor beneath. He neatly folded the robe and set it aside, then proceeded to take off the gauntlet from his right arm. As he rolled up his sleeves, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were confronted by numerous scars, the longest of which extended to his shoulder. Though it appeared to have scabbed over, the sight was still quite shocking. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. Ordinarily, such a wound would heal within half a month. However, due to his reckless use of the flame separation and devouring wave in that cave, the injuries had reopened, affecting his entire meridian system. These surface wounds were merely minor injuries, yet even with Bibi Dong's assistance, he could not recover swiftly. Fortunately, he had utilized herbs from his ring to refine some medicinal pills with his ego, allowing him to remain lively and active, though his right arm still lacked full mobility. How long have you had this injury? Ning Rongrong inquired as she lifted his arm. Xiao Yan truthfully replied, calculating it, it's been almost a month. Given your strength, you shouldn't be so severely hindered by this injury, Ning Rongrong remarked, puzzled. Xiao Yan chuckled wryly, old wounds unhealed, and new ones licked, hence it has come to this. Ning Rongrong summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, enveloping Xiao Yan in a gentle energy, while Oscar activated his soul skill to conjure restorative sausages. As they examined Xiao Yan's body, Ning Rongrong's brow furrowed further. His injuries were more severe than they appeared. She simply could not fathom how he managed to fight against peak soul kings like Taishan while appearing unscathed. Rongrong, is there a problem? Oscar inquired, noticing her serious demeanor. Her injuries are quite severe, relying solely on the two of us. It'll be challenging to heal her in a short time. Ning Rongrong sighed. Although her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was the pinnacle of support martial souls. She was still only a level 40 soul ancestor and could not unleash its full potential. Xiao Yan shrugged upon hearing this. He was not surprised by the outcome, as even a soul saint level support soul master like Luo Yun could not swiftly heal such injuries. He did not harbor high hopes for Ning Rongrong and the others. Waving his hand dismissively, "It's fine. I've been preoccupied with my journey these past few days and haven't paid much attention to my injuries. However, as I will be spending the next few days with you, I will have time to concoct some medicinal pills to expedite my recovery." Medicinal pills? Ning Rongrong and Oscar exchanged puzzled glances. Xiao Yan elaborated, "The variety of plants on Dou Qi Continent is vast. Even the most common blue-silver grass has its medicinal properties. By skillfully utilizing the characteristics of these plants, one can concoct the desired medicine." Chapter 54. Healing medicinal pills, so that is how it is. "You have quite a bit of knowledge about plants, don't you?" Ning Rongrong asked. Xiao Yan nodded, stating, "Initially, I approached it with a mindset of experimentation. But to my surprise, it proved quite effective. I have tested the medicinal properties of hundreds of plants and combined them to create various pills with unique effects." Oscar exclaimed, "Wow, so you're like Xiao San, who also enjoys tinkering with this." Xiao San? Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before asking, "Is that the person in the blue outfit?" "Yes, Xiao San is quite knowledgeable in this area, and his martial soul is blue silvergrass," Oscar affirmed. Xiao Yan found this intriguing. He often heard people claim that blue silvergrass was a useless martial soul, incapable of further cultivation. However, seeing a blue silvergrass soul master reach level 40 today shattered that rumor. Compared to blue silvergrass, Luo Yun silk was even less effective. Yet he had still managed to reach the soul saint level. In his lifetime, he might even attain the title of Douluo. "It seems you two will have much in common. Xiao San seems rather indifferent towards you at the moment, but you might use this topic to become better acquainted with him. He is the core of our team," Ning Rongrong earnestly advised Xiao Yan. "Unfortunately, we cannot assist you any further, for which I apologize." "Not at all, as long as this 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda remains here. Most of the pain in my body fades away," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, Ning Rongrong was correct in one regard. It appeared that Tang San harbored some animosity towards him, likely due to his abrupt appearance. Yet, it mattered little. Were it someone else, Xiao Yan might have kept his distance, but since Tang San also had a keen interest in medicinal concoction, he genuinely wished to befriend him. "I'll just leave this here," Ning Rongrong said, "but I can maintain my martial soul for quite a long time." Xiao Yan indeed required the radiance of a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. So he refrained from being overly polite with Ning Rongrong, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Ning Rongrong and Oscar exited the tent, leaving Xiao Yan alone to tend to his injuries. Xiao Yan first retrieved the necessary plants from his spatial ring and quietly dried them with the fire attribute of his Iowa. After all, with a soul saint level female mentor nearby, using his Iowa might easily draw attention. Such a task required only a slight manipulation to accomplish. Next, Xiao Yan gently flicked his fingers, causing a flicker of flame to dance at his fingertips. He then took out a small ceramic furnace from his ring and ignited it with the flame in his hand. At that moment, the others outside were preparing to enter their tents for rest when they noticed Xiao Yan emerging, one hand cradling a small furnace and the other holding the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. "Xiao brother, what are you doing?" Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Yan, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yan smiled, placing both items down, then retrieving the dried herbs from within the tent, saying, "I'm trying to concoct a medicinal pill for healing." The others looked bewildered, but only Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar understood what was happening. This person, like Xiao San, is also a master alchemist. Ning Rongrong chuckled, watching Xiao Yan's actions. Tang San shook his head nonchalantly. In his view, this method of alchemy was too antiquated and less efficient than his Xiantian skill. Xiao Yan remarked, "I hear that Xiao San also has considerable knowledge in pharmacology. I must seek your guidance one day." Tang San coldly shook his head, stating, "I only have a superficial understanding, all thanks to that old monster's teachings. You won't gain anything useful from me." Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders, responding, "Progress comes through exchange." Tang San observed Xiao Yan as he tossed the medicinal materials into the furnace, thinking to himself that his secrets must not be discovered by this person. Moreover, Xiao Yan was a mystery, possibly having gleaned information about his Xiantian skill from somewhere. He immediately resolved to keep a close watch on him and intervene if he made any suspicious moves. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, found it odd that Tang San seemed to harbor even greater animosity towards him. However, at that moment, he did not dwell on his thoughts, but instead busied himself with his own tasks. The pressing priority was to restore himself to his peak condition. Beside him, Tai-sun Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, and others were filled with curiosity, for no one had ever concocted pills in such a manner. Even Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong joined in to witness the spectacle. As Xiao Yan noticed the multitude of eager eyes upon him, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this method is one I have explored on my own. The success rate is rather low, and there is nothing miraculous about it. While conventional methods may not yield the potency of this concentrated pill, they are, nonetheless, more stable." Tang Sen leaned against a nearby tree, eager to see what ingredients Xiao Yan would employ for this healing elixir. "Hee, little brother Xiao Yan, I wonder how effective your healing pill is. If it proves more useful than ordinary medicine, perhaps you could concoct some for us," Tai-sun inquired with curiosity. "Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged," he added. "Let me give it a try as well," Lu Erlong said, a rare smile gracing her features. "Money is not a concern. However, I do not possess many ingredients and will require your assistance in gathering them," Xiao Yan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had enough materials to craft for himself, but with so many people involved, it would be quite a task. Yet, it was also an opportunity to foster camaraderie among them, which was not a trivial matter compared to the workload. Xiao Yan transcribed several copies of the formula for the pill and distributed them, stating, "I have indicated the required ingredients on this list. Half a red fruit, 6 blue silver grasses, 2 cowhorn flowers, 1 zero grass, and 2 handfuls of purple red clover. All of these are relatively easy to obtain. The last ingredient, however, is the heart-piercing lotus, which is quite rare in the Stardow forest. I have some on hand, but I will need you to gather more." "Wow, this is quite complicated," Oscar remarked, gazing at the 30-odd names of plants and fungi on the paper, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Most of the others shared his sentiment, except for Tang San, who was astonished by the intricate proportional control displayed in the formula. It seemed that what Xiao Yan claimed was likely true. He indeed had some knowledge of herbs. Tang San thought to himself, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Yan. This individual so readily sharing his formula. Could it be he harbored no ill intentions? This was excellent. I could learn more about pill concoction from him. Engaging in further dialogue would not be detrimental. The members of the mercenary group, having frequented the outskirts of the Stardow forest for years, were quite familiar with these plants. In contrast, nearly everyone from Shrek Academy, apart from Tang San and Lu Erlong, could not recognize a third of the plants listed. "Here is the plan," Tai-sun proposed. "Let Xiao San and me stay here while I go with the mercenary group to gather these ingredients. If we can successfully concoct this healing pill, it would greatly benefit us." Lu Erlong responded, "Teacher Erlong, while this healing pill is commendable, we have support-type soul masters among us, so we do not require too many. However, I have never seen this formula before and am quite curious about what kind of pill it will yield, so it would be best if you stayed here while I accompany the mercenary group." Xiao Yan waved his hand, saying, "Everyone do not rush. You need not go out of your way to find these plants. We will gather them as we delve deeper over the next few days. We will need to dry them, which can only be done during the day. Moreover, this is only my third attempt at concocting this pill, so I cannot guarantee a high success rate." Lu Erlong frowned, having overlooked that detail. At that moment, Tang San shook his head and said, "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, we have classmates with fire attribute martial souls." At this juncture, the drowsy Ma Hongjun was nudged awake by Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai said to Xiao Yan, "Here he is. His martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. He should have no trouble drying the plants. I oppose this. I'm dead tired." Ma Hongjun yawned, for it was no easy feat for someone of his stature to trek all this way, and he longed for sleep. "Let us forget it for now, everyone. It's nighttime, and it's unsafe to scatter," Xiao Yan advised. "If you wish to observe, it's not impossible. I have enough materials to concoct a dozen pills." After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Erlong and Tai-sun reluctantly nodded and inquired, "How long will it take for the pill to be ready?" Feigning concern, Xiao Yan replied, "If using ordinary flames, it would take 6 or 7 hours. However, if the temperature can be elevated further," Lu Erlong immediately understood his implication and exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San. Tang San, with a mischievous grin, retrieved the half-asleep Ma Hongjun. "Hey, third brother, what are you doing?" Ma Hongjun protested, looking quite aggrieved as he was dragged to the furnace. "Dai Mu Bai, Gaimdin, Fati, it's your turn to show your skills. How about demonstrating a bit?" "Little brother, the temperature of this furnace isn't sufficient. I wonder if your evil fire phoenix can raise the heat?" Xiao Yan asked him. Ma Hongjun wiped his face, somewhat displeased but confident as he replied, "Of course. Don't underestimate your chubby brother. Can't you speak properly?" Lu Erlong chided him, giving Ma Hongjun a light punch. "Hurry and ignite the flames." Xiao Yan chuckled helplessly. It was only natural for the chubby fellow to be a bit irritable after multiple failed attempts at sleep. He was curious to see whether Ma Hongjun's mutated fire martial soul could rival his own Yoa. Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul, and a fiery red phoenix materialized above them, emanating an intense heat that everyone could palpably feel, a warmth that was far beyond that of ordinary flames. Yet, Xiao Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. This so-called exceptional mutated martial soul did not quite meet his expectations. Compared to his Ihua, it was akin to a mere spark versus a blazing inferno. The flames of the evil fire phoenix swiftly supplanted the ordinary flames in the furnace, and Xiao Yan speculated that at this temperature, the pills would likely be ready in 2 to 3 hours. If he consumed one each day after a month, his internal injuries would be substantially healed. The medicines he had concocted previously had only proven effective for external wounds, leaving him powerless against the internal ruptures of his meridians. Watching Xiao Yan skillfully grind the ingredients and envelop them in soul power before placing them in the furnace, Tang Xin deduced that Xiao Yan had performed this process numerous times before. Thus, he surely possessed more than just one formula. Perhaps he had dozens, if not more. While their effects may differ, they were undoubtedly unique in the Douluo continent. After the others retired to rest, leaving only the mercenaries on watch, Tang Xin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Xiao Yan, "Brother Xiao, where did you discover this formula?" Xiao Yan paused for a moment, realizing that Tang San's approach indicated his intentions. However, he was not overly concerned, as he had merely been experimenting for fun. He replied candidly, "I created it myself." The essences extracted from these plants can influence a soul master's meridians, blood, and other tissues to varying degrees. By observing the different reactions after ingestion, I deduced their medicinal properties, ultimately blending them in suitable proportions to achieve a synergistic effect. Tang San furrowed his brow, for this sounded quite tedious. How much effort would it require to test all these ingredients one by one? Seeing the puzzled look on Tang San's face, Xiao Yan smiled and reassured him. "I assure you, every word is true. I have roamed the Stardow Forest for an extended period. This is merely a personal hobby. However, my instructor often reminds me not to lose focus on frivolous pursuits." Tang San shook his head helplessly. "If what you do can be considered frivolous, then surely healers across the land should not exist." "But I am a soul master," Xiao Yan lamented. "A soul master is either on the hunt for soul beasts or engaged in battles with them." "That is true," Tang San conceded, sitting beside Xiao Yan. "By the way, who is your teacher? Can you disclose that information? Your reticence leaves us feeling quite uncertain." "Feigning mystery," Xiao Yan replied. "She is quite formidable. If we secure victory, you will know in due time." Xiao Yan spoke the truth. Bibi Dong indeed wished for him to prove himself at the Advanced Soul Master competition, allowing her to rightfully take him as her student. After all, with Ulaina setting a precedent, it is rare for successive Pope to have more than one student. Chapter 56. The Efficacy of the Elixir. "The championship? I shall claim it," Tang San remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed a subtle threat emanating from Xiao Yan, though he could not quite articulate its nature. Likewise, Xiao Yan felt that the individual beside him possessed profound depths. Ning Rongrong was indeed correct. Tang San was the true linchpin of the Shrek team. In team competitions, no matter how formidable an assault-type Soul Master may be, they cannot uplift the entire team. Only a control-type Soul Master possesses such an ability. This individual, meticulous in thought, truly stands as a paragon among control-type Soul Masters. "Your knowledge of pharmacology is remarkably self-taught, is it not?" Tang San inquired, still somewhat incredulous. Xiao Yan shrugged, responding, "Not entirely. I know some doctors from the Stardow City Hospital and have consulted them on various matters. Ultimately, it's driven by mere interest." The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, 2 hours had swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Yan adeptly adjusted the heat multiple times, gradually incorporating various medicinal herbs. At this juncture, the essence of the herbs had been largely extracted, leaving only the remnants behind. The process of refining elixirs is relatively brief, yet intricate, requiring Xiao Yan to exert his soul power to eliminate the remaining impurities from the essence and fuse it into a cohesive whole. Through Xiao Yan's explanations, Tang Xin gleaned considerable insights into the pharmacological properties of plants, including a certain drug that could numb pain while forcefully awakening soul power, an elixir Xiao Yan had consumed during his encounter with the evil soul masters alongside the Heavenly Water Academy. Xiao Yan believed that while such a potion could be life-saving in critical moments, its use should be approached with caution, for he had experienced its aftereffects firsthand. Tang San, however, was unconcerned about these matters. To him, The knowledge he had acquired was akin to a treasure, and even Xiao Yan appeared more agreeable in his eyes. "It's done," Xiao Yan declared in a relaxed tone, and with those words, a rich aroma of medicine began to waft through the air. The scent was indeed delightful, prompting praise from Dou Emperor and others who had been awake throughout. The members of Shrek stepped out of their tents, joining the mercenaries around the modest alchemical furnace, watching as Xiao Yan gingerly extracted a green pill the size of a pinky fingernail. "How exquisite!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. The green elixir bore a peculiar pattern, a result of its exposure to air before cooling, which only enhanced its aesthetic appeal. Xiao Yan shook his head. While this elixir was indeed a commendable creation, it was merely his third attempt at refinement, falling short of his expectations. He introspected, acknowledging that his alchemical techniques were sound. The subpar results stemmed from inadequate flame intensity. Had he utilized his exotic fire, the quality of the elixir would have ascended to a higher echelon. Noticing Xiao Yan's discontent, Tang Sen was puzzled. Xiao Yan sighed. "It seems this forest is ill-suited for alchemy. In an ideal scenario, it should be crystal clear. Yet I doubt I could produce even one perfect pill from 100 attempts. What a pity." Xiao Yan produced the remaining dozen or so elixirs, distributing one each to Dou Emperor and Tai San, adding, "They are merely less potent. They still surpass ordinary healing potions by a significant margin." Xiao Yan had anticipated this situation. Had the elixirs been refined to perfection, given his current injuries, one would suffice, and with the aid of his he could restore himself to peak condition within 2 days. Dou Emperor, brimming with curiosity, did not wait for Xiao Yan to respond before consuming the elixir. Instantly, she felt it dissolve in her mouth, a powerful medicinal force flooding her insides, enveloping her vital organs in warmth. A faint golden glow shimmered in her eyes as the warmth coursed through her meridians, hinting at the healing of some old wounds. However, this effect waned after merely a dozen seconds, and the comforting sensation gradually dissipated. Yet, the brilliance in Dou Emperor's gaze intensified as she excitedly turned to Xiao Yan, grasping his arm and asking, "Can you refine more?" Xiao Yan was taken aback by her fervor. The strength of this soul sage was formidable, and in his injured state, he struggled to withstand her enthusiasm. He quickly replied, "Apologies, esteemed teacher, I must focus on my recovery for now. I shall refine more when time allows." Xiao Yan had also offered these elixirs to the elders of the temple, but they, backed by the formidable resources of the Spirit Hall, were not particularly impressed by the elixir's efficacy. Moreover, his alchemical techniques at that time were rather unrefined, resulting in less noticeable effects compared to now. However, during his second refining attempt, he distributed some of the elixirs to various mercenaries within the Stardow Forest, who praised his work highly and offered 30 gold spirit coins for each. Yet, the process of creating that batch consumed considerable time. The current recipe had undergone numerous refinements and had yet to be fully tested, but the results were satisfactory. One must not be overly ambitious. "I shall strive for better next time," Xiao Yan thought, distributing elixirs to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, giving Tai Sun and Dou Emperor 2 each for their own distribution. "Hooray!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully upon receiving her elixir. "Thank you, Xiao Yan." "No need for formality," Xiao Yan replied with a smile. He held a favorable impression of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, having conversed with them more than anyone else aside from Dou Emperor's little brother. "Many thanks. I just experienced its effects, and if one is injured, it will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. If possible, we hope to purchase this elixir in bulk." Tai Sun earnestly conveyed to Xiao Yan, having also just witnessed the elixir's effects and deeply impressed by them. For mercenaries like them, the likelihood of injury is significantly higher than that of ordinary soul masters. A serious wound could hinder the entire team's progress. If such elixirs were available in sufficient quantity, they could swiftly recover. Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Uncle Tai Sun, I mentioned earlier that this is only my third attempt at alchemy. Large-scale production is not feasible, and from the thousands of herbs, I could only yield a dozen or so. I barely have enough for myself." However, he assured them that the recipe would continue to improve and his techniques would become more refined. "When time permits, I plan to submit it to the Spirit Hall for distribution to various apothecaries." Xiao Yan had long harbored this intention, but the recipe was not yet perfected. Nevertheless, he believed he would optimize it after exiting the Stardow Forest. Chapter 57, The Night Assault of Soul Beasts. Dou Emperor scoffed, stating, "Why contribute to the Spirit Hall? They only perpetrate evil." Xiao Yan, exasperated, shrugged. After all, the Spirit Hall comprises numerous branches, and not every city's bishop is like SoulLand Tian. Some miscreants are indeed unavoidable. However, across the expanse of Douluo Continent, Only the spirit hall possesses the capacity to disseminate elixirs widely. Returning to the tent prepared for them, Xiao Yan found that due to prolonged usage of his martial spirit, Ning Rongrong had expended significant soul power and had to retract her 7 treasures glazed tile. Yet, with the healing elixirs in hand, Xiao Yan no longer required its assistance for pain relief. As he let the elixir dissolve in his mouth, the astonishing medicinal power surged through his organs, invigorating the flow of blood within him, and his soul power began to circulate naturally. Seizing the moment while the elixir's effects lingered, Xiao Yan reclined on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. After days of relentless travel, he had scarcely enjoyed proper rest, and the weight of fatigue soon ushered him into the realm of dreams. In the dead of night, the commotion outside roused Xiao Yan from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he sensed a marked improvement in his injuries. He stepped out of the tent, greeted by the chaotic scene of the camp, where several century-old soul beasts scurried about, engaged in battle with mercenaries. The effects of the soul beast-attracting potion were evident, though these were merely century-old soul beasts. Iron Forest, seeing Xiao Yan emerge, helplessly explained that patience is essential when searching for soul beasts. He recounted how he had spent over 10 days hunting them down. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, noting that some soul beasts inhabit fixed territories, pondering whether the ones they sought would be among them. Iron Forest acknowledged this, stating that one such confirmed location was the 4-eyed phosphor-armored beast, which the little girl Ning Rongrong needed, residing in the rocky areas of the Dou Forest. Unlike others of its kind, this variant possessed greater defensive capabilities and remarkable aggression. With a stroke of luck, they might even encounter a mutated version. The Dou Forest teemed with soul beasts, and predators that preyed on them were plentiful. Thus, it was not surprising for the 4-eyed phosphor-armored beast to undergo mutations. Are there any others? Xiao Yan inquired, at which point the mercenaries had already dealt with the incoming soul beasts. After all, each of them boasted power exceeding level 50, rendering the century-old soul beasts trivial in their presence. Iron Forest continued, the others have yet to decide which soul beasts they wish to hunt, as the soul rings required for the 7-treasure glazed tile have already been documented within the 7-treasure glazed sect, while the martial souls of the others are quite diverse. Indeed, Xiao Yan responded, the 4th soul ring I obtained was under my teacher's guidance. Although it merely grants a boosting soul skill, it possesses a potency greater than that of an attacking soul skill and also boasts an unparalleled defense absent in defensive soul skills. He expressed admiration for Iron Forest, asking how he had endured the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast. Iron Forest sighed, attributing it to luck. Xiao Yan clasped his hands together with a smile. If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. Iron Forest acknowledged this and turned to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, the members of the Shrek team had been stirred awake by the commotion outside. Zhu Zhuqing, with a look of disdain, kicked aside the corpse of a soul beast lying in front of her in Ning Rongrong's tent, coldly remarking, is this really effective? All we've got are century-old soul beasts. We can't expect to catch anything significant this way. Tang San reassured her, don't worry. I have a celestial herb that can attract soul beasts. If all else fails, we can resort to using it. Celestial herb, you say? Zhu Zhuqing pondered. Indeed, the celestial herb Tang San had gifted them was formidable, likely possessing a significant allure for soul beasts. She merely hoped to conclude this endeavor swiftly and leave this desolate place. Ning Rongrong gently patted her arm, rubbing her sleepy eyes. All right, get some rest. We have a travel tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing glanced up at the starry night sky, sighed, and said wearily, I'll step outside for a moment. You should sleep. Ning Rongrong said nothing further. She had been roused from her slumber by Zhu Zhuqing's movements and quickly drifted back to sleep. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged nods with the mercenaries. An Iron Forest cautioned, child, don't stray too far from here. If any danger arises, call for us loudly. Understood. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile, though it seemed somewhat forced. After Xiao Yan returned to his tent, he prepared to sleep, only to realize he still wore his leather armor. It took some effort to remove the cumbersome gear. This armor is quite inconvenient. I suppose I'll need to change into something else, he thought. The armor, crafted from the hide of a 1,000-year soul beast, the white crocodile rhinoceros, was costly and offered decent protection. However, Xiao Yan often engaged in battles against formidable foes, and once their strength surpassed level 50, the armor's defensive capabilities diminished significantly. During his clash with the evil soul master, it had developed numerous cracks. Bibi Dong had given him many defensive garments, including the robe of a platinum bishop, renowned for its exceptional protective power. Although the red robe with golden embroidery was soft and light like ordinary fabric, it would instantly harden upon impact, rivaling the hardness of a paladin's shield. Yet, Its ostentatious nature rendered it unsuitable for casual wear. Xiao Yan needed to make some modifications. Gazing at the robe in hand, he sighed in resignation, muttering, well, after so many days without rest, I suppose one more day doesn't matter. With that, he stowed the robe away in a spatial ring and exited the tent. The Platinum Bishop's robe was made from materials impervious to ordinary weapons. Naturally, even a small pair of scissors could not cut through it. However, submerging it in the diluted blood of a quadrupedal soul beast would temporarily soften it, albeit marginally. Iron Forest, I'm stepping out for a moment, Xiao Yan announced, lifting the hind leg of the deceased soul beast. Aren't you resting? Iron Forest was somewhat surprised, having heard Xiao Yan declare earlier that he would go to sleep without concern for the night. I'm taking this soul beast's body with me. It will be of great use, Xiao Yan replied, though the corpse of this century-old soul beast could fetch a good price outside. The mercenaries lacked spatial rings or soul tools, making it impossible to transport all of them. The only option was to leave the corpses behind, so Iron Forest did not mind one soul beast. Just don't stray too far. Anything could happen in the Stardow Forest, he advised. No waities. I'll head to that small creek over there, Xiao Yan responded, indicating that the creek was merely a couple of 100 meters away. Upon reaching the creek, Xiao Yan eviscerated the soul beast's corpse and tossed it into the water, which was immediately stained red. He then immersed the robe in the blood-red creek, patiently waiting for it to soak through. Once it did, he would be able to cut this peculiar fabric. The craftsmanship of this garment was a closely guarded secret of the Spirit Hall. Although Bibi Dong had the authority to know, she had never shown interest in such matters. And naturally, Xiao Yan was unaware of how the robe was made. Nevertheless, he understood how to work with the material. Once the robe was sufficiently soaked, he laid it out on the ground and began his sewing task. Although Xiao Yan possessed a natural talent for being a soul master, he was not a skilled tailor. With a few cuts, he trimmed the golden edges of the robe unevenly, but he was not one to pursue perfection. In short order, he shortened the robe and layered his original black robe over it, ensuring no one would recognize it as belonging to a Platinum Bishop. Not bad, he thought, satisfied with his work despite its ragged appearance. Just as he was about to search his spatial ring for another suitable piece of armor, the sound of a breaking twig reached his ears. The sound was faint. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's exceptional perception, he might have overlooked it. Intrigued, he noticed no traces of soul beasts around, and he followed the sound to a more secluded area away from the camp. Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame at his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, a bright fire lotus burst forth, drifting into the dense woods. Zhu Qing, seeing the light illuminate her face, was taken aback, realizing it emanated from a blue lotus. Ah, it's you, Xiao Yan remarked, noticing Zhu Qing playing with a diminutive soul beast. Upon closer inspection, he realized the small creature was merely an ordinary wild animal. Zhu Qing set the little cat down. Her martial soul was a nether spirit cat, and she had a fondness for feline soul beasts, particularly these small, harmless kittens. You're playing with cats this late at night? Xiao Yan found the scene rather heartwarming. It was undeniable that these students were quite different from himself. He lacked the leisure to engage in such activities, perhaps reflecting what a normal child might do. Zhu Qing nodded, her voice still cool and aloof. I don't feel like sleeping. It is not exhausting. You should return to rest early. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that if there were no pressing matters, he would take his leave. Wait a moment, Zhu Qing called out to him, her voice unexpectedly breaking the night's stillness. Xiao Yan, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Zhu Qing asked, what is your current level of strength? Xiao Yan replied candidly, on the surface, I am at level 49, but this is mainly due to external enhancements, resulting in a rather superficial aura. My true capabilities are at most at the level of 45. Indeed, formidable, Zhu Qing thought to herself, swallowing hard. She reflected that even their strongest member, Dai Mubai, had only recently reached level 41, and it was beyond comprehension that he could defeat a Soul King. Rest assured, my strength in the arena will be exerted to the fullest. You need not worry about me slacking off, Xiao Yan added humorously, sensing that the young woman seemed troubled, for it was unusual for someone to wander about at such an hour. Zhu Qing managed a subtle smile. With Xiao Yan's strength, even if he were to slack off, it would still surpass her utmost efforts. She was contemplating what kind of soul beast would be best for her to absorb a soul ring. Considering that Xiao Yan's 2 purple and 2 black top-tier soul rings were far superior to her own. Clenching her fist, she asked, I also desire a 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Yan paused before responding. 10,000-year soul beasts are rare and elusive. Even if we were fortunate enough to encounter one and successfully hunt it, your current abilities are insufficient for absorption. Why? If you can absorb it, why can't I? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, confusion evident in her voice. After all, Xiao Yan had been able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 30, while she was already at level 40. You must have heard of the optimal soul ring configuration theory, right? Xiao Yan explained. Typically, an ordinary soul master's first ring is a 10-year ring. The second and third are of 100 years, and the fourth to seventh are of 1,000 years, with anything above being 10,000-year rings. However, those with exceptional talent can elevate their first ring to a 100-year ring, the third to a 1,000-year ring, and only the fifth ring can be a 10,000-year one. You are currently only in need of your fourth ring. I am well aware of that, but your soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing began, her voice filled with frustration. I was merely fortunate. Not every soul master can achieve this, Xiao Yan admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Indeed, there was an element of self-praise in his words, yet they held truth. Even Hulaina, as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, had only attained a 10,000-year ring for her fourth. The girl before him clearly lacked the same extraordinary talent, which was not solely about strength, but also about the innate qualities required of a soul master. After all, in the face of spiritual turmoil, even a mighty as soul power serves but a fraction of its purpose. Is there truly no way? Zhu Zhuqing asked, a tinge of despair in her voice. Xiao Yan, observing her expression, sighed. The path to becoming a powerful being is destined to be fraught with challenges, yet you at least have friends by your side. Sooner or later, you shall become a true force to be reckoned with. But I cannot afford to wait that long. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, tears involuntarily escaping her eyes. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yan asked, bewildered by her sudden emotional outburst. Did she carry some heavy burden? Realizing her lapse, Zhu Zhuqing quickly wiped away her tears, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Not at all. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Your teacher and teammates are here. You can discuss your matters with them. While it may not resolve everything, it seems you share a strong bond. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. That won't do. My issues cannot be resolved by anyone but that person. Who? Xiao Yan instinctively inquired. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering a name. Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai is that golden-haired fellow, isn't he? Xiao Yan pondered, recalling how Dai Mubai's and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirits bore some resemblance, both being formidable hunters of the jungle. Yet, he could not comprehend the connection between them. My fate has been intertwined with his since the moment I was born, Zhu Zhuqing stated coldly. Chapter 59. Zhu Zhuqing's true identity. Although Xiao Yan was not one to indulge in gossip, he found himself intrigued by the girl's tale, eager to hear the story she had been building up for so long, regardless of its potential melodrama. This is a conflict between families. Both Mubai and I hail from the Star Luo Empire, belonging to two prominent families with a close relationship and a tradition of arranged marriages. Only the most outstanding individuals from our families can aspire to become future heirs. Neither Mubai nor I are direct descendants. My sister and Mubai's brother were betrothed from a young age, and so were Mubai and I, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of melancholy. We four are the most exceptional children of our respective families. Mubai and I came to the Heaven Dou Empire to enhance our strength. This elite competition for high-level soul masters is an opportunity bestowed upon us by our families. Since we are not direct heirs, our chances of inheritance are significantly diminished. If we can surpass our siblings, we will qualify for inheritance. Will your sister also participate in the Soul Master competition? Xiao Yan nodded in understanding. Participants in the Soul Master competition must be under 25 years of age. Given your age, reaching level 40 is nearly unparalleled. There is no need for excessive concern. If only it were that simple, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her fists clenched. They are older than us, and their talents are undoubtedly exceptional. If we lose, Xiao Yan, sensing her frustration, reassured, in that case, losing isn't disgraceful. Power often brings little joy. Rather, it can become a shackle, constraining your life. If only it were that simple. Do you think we truly value power so much? Both of our families have exceedingly peculiar regulations, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her voice rising with emotion. To cultivate the finest heirs, once the competing offspring are chosen, they're trained to view each other as rivals. The victor may inherit the family legacy, but the defeated face a dire fate. To prevent internal strife, the losers are often eliminated. Xiao Yan was taken aback by such cruelty. It was a harsh reality he had rarely encountered. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's troubled expression, he sighed. Then surely Dai Mubai can aid you. He is already a level 41 soul master with considerable strength. Mubai's elder brother is 6 years his senior, both intelligent and powerful. My sister is 7 years older than I. Competing against them leaves us with little chance. We must rely on our friends to have any hope of victory. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's voice began to tremble. Even if we win this time, the next time may not be so certain. My fate is inexorably tied to Mubai's, with no means of breaking free. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. You need not be so anxious. Even if you lose, you can simply hide. The Douluo continent is vast. There are plenty of places to escape to. Escaping is not an option. We would face a relentless pursuit from our entire family. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her thoughts clearly troubled. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Surely it can't be that dire. Is your family one of the top 3 sects or the imperial family of the 2 great empires? Do they possess such vast power? Zhu Zhuqing regarded him silently, her serious gaze making Xiao Yan uneasy as he swallowed hard and tentatively asked, could it truly be so? One of the top 3 sects? Or the imperial family? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. Very well. Since we've come this far, I shall reveal it to you. Mubai is one of the princes of the Star Luo Empire, and my family is also part of the nobility of the Star Luo Empire. 4 generations. Our family's martial spirits have complemented those of the royal family, leading to the tradition of intermarriage. Xiao Yan patted his head, realizing that the situation had become quite troublesome. He had no desire to entangle himself with such a formidable entity as the royal family. Should Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai face defeat, they would inevitably confront relentless pursuit from the Star Luo Empire's royalty. Although Xiao Yan was not afraid, he saw no reason to invite unnecessary complications. You won't tell anyone, will you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, pulling Xiao Yan back from his contemplation with her voice. He glanced at the graceful figure before him and, with a resigned nod, replied, it seems your classmates and teachers are unaware of this matter. Indeed, I have not disclosed it to them, but I will inform them before the competition begins, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. If you win this time, will you take charge of your family? Xiao Yan suddenly posed the question. Zhu Zhuqing paused, then responded, once we reach the required strength, we will have the opportunity to participate in the final competition, at which point all disciples seeking power and survival will take part. You must fight your way through all of them. Xiao Yan clenched his fists and declared. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, conceding, it is indeed cruel, but it is the only chance for survival. That's unreasonable, Xiao Yan countered. If it were up to me, I would strive to change it. Zhu Zhuqing looked taken aback, puzzled by his assertion. How would you change it? Xiao Yan replied, naturally, by enacting change myself. Refusing to participate and calmly facing the pursuit is a viable approach, but does not address the root of the issue. What do you mean? He continued. This brutal struggle for survival ultimately boils down to a contest for power. Xiao Yan stated coldly. It is constrained by the royal authority and cannot be altered by the will of the supreme ruler. The only solution is to overthrow and start anew. How could that be possible? It would be a coup, and my chances of success are negligible. Failure would lead to an abyss from which there is no return. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dismissed Xiao Yan's thoughts. Leading an army is undeniably challenging. Yet battles among the high-ranking do not necessarily require military involvement. However, this applies to the strong, as they have transcended the limitations of power. Xiao Yan explained, absolute strength can indeed shake the foundations of a family's authority, but without the power of a title Dou, it seems unattainable. Reforming the royal family? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock, a notion neither she nor Dai Mubai had considered. Such a seemingly mad idea appeared utterly unachievable. Xiao Yan, unaware of the royal family's strength within the Star Luo Empire, speculated that the Spirit Hall's ability to intimidate 2 great empires suggested there were no more than 5 formidable adversaries. Chapter 60. The Pope's Student That Is Impossible. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is a super Douluo of level 98, capable of contending with the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuqing self-mockingly shook her head. What can we, with our meager abilities, accomplish? 98 level? Xiao Yan was well aware of such a powerful figure's might. His own teacher, although a limit Douluo of level 99, could only exert strength equivalent to level 98 for certain reasons. However, he found Zhu Zhuqing's claim that the Emperor could contend with Bibi Dong hard to believe. So you understand? The only path for Mubai and me to survive is to triumph overall, ascending to that cold throne atop the corpses of our siblings, Zhu Zhuqing said wearily. Xiao Yan nodded, glancing at the surrounding dark forest before lifting his gaze to the starry sky, contemplating the words Bibi Dong had once imparted to him. Bibi Dong wished to discern the various factions' attitudes toward the Spirit Hall on the continent, with the most hostile being the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire. The internal dynamics of these empires remained uncertain, and their territorial distributions varied significantly. The Tiando Empire was home to several powerful sects, including the upper 3 and lower 4 sects, Yet its royal family was not particularly strong. The Snow Knight Emperor was merely a soul sage, and the entire royal family relied on a few worshippers to maintain its facade. In contrast, the Douluo Empire's royal family firmly controlled all factions within the empire, rendering its power immensely formidable. Within the Douluo Empire, the emperor's word is law, and his beliefs embody justice. Currently, the emperor harbored animosity toward the Spirit Hall, which meant the entire Douluo Empire shared considerable hostility toward it. As Xiao Yan contemplated these matters, his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing grew increasingly fervent. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan queried, "Have you ever considered undertaking something monumental?" "What do you mean?" "Such as becoming the emperor," he murmured. "If one does not wish to entrust their fate to another, one must become the true arbiter of power." Zhu Zhuqing stepped back a few paces, feeling breathless at Xiao Yan's aspirations. In the Tiandou Empire, such ambitions would entail the extermination of an entire family. "I am but a girl without support. I could never possess such strength," Zhu Zhuqing lamented. "Enough. I must return to rest." "Miss," Xiao Yan called out as he watched her turn to leave. "Do you not see that the Pope of the Spirit Hall is also a woman?" Under her guidance, the Spirit Hall has maintained its dominance over the two great empires for decades. The borders of both empires have never been as stable as they are now. If she can achieve it, why can't you? Zhu Zhuqing turned back, indignantly retorting, "How can I compare to her? Why can't you? Your talent is no less than hers, and given time, you will undoubtedly rise to join the ranks of the pinnacle strong," Xiao Yan asserted with conviction. Though Dai Mubai is also talented, his cultivation speed pales in comparison to yours. Without extraordinary encounters, you would undoubtedly reach title Douluo before him. Dai Mubai had only attained level 41 at 17, similar to Xiao Yan himself, whose rapid advancement was due to the fallen heart flame. While such talent would be regarded as exceptional in any academy, Zhu Zhuqing had already reached level 40 at the tender age of 13, far surpassing the latter in terms of cultivation speed. "Even so, I lack the ability." Xiao Yan chuckled softly, finally revealing the words he had long pondered. "The Spirit Hall can assist you." Zhu Zhuqing momentarily froze, perplexed. "The Spirit Hall? Why would they help me?" Xiao Yan replied, "Since you have revealed your background to me, I shall likewise disclose my identity to you. Let us be forthright with one another, until the opportune moment arises. We shall keep this secret between us. What do you say?" Zhu Zhuqing surmised that Xiao Yan's origins were not simple. Noticing the 3 high-grade spatial soul guides on his hand, a number her family possessed only a handful of. Thus, she sought methods to grow stronger or some assistance from him. Without further hesitation, she nodded, "Of course, I am eager to understand your true intentions in approaching us." Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled. "I harbor no ulterior motives. My teacher simply instructed me to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition, and I was at a loss for teammates, which is why I sought you out. My teacher is none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall." Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced with astonishment. While she suspected Xiao Yan's background was significant, she never anticipated that he would be a student of the Pope. "Why would someone of such stature deign to associate with us?" she queried, confused. "Isn't the Prince of the Douluo Empire here as well?" Xiao Yan jested, but he quickly elaborated on his reasons for being at the border. Although Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered the legendary figure, the mere mention of the Pope instilled a profound sense of pressure in ordinary soul masters. Such a being was unattainable for them in their lifetimes. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's furrowed brow, Xiao Yan refrained from further disturbing her thoughts, merely testing her opinion. His intention was to leverage the Spirit Hall's strength to support Zhu Zhuqing in becoming the supreme ruler of the Douluo Empire. Confident that Bibi Dong would agree if Zhu Zhuqing was willing. "Has my teacher and the others left the Douluo forest yet?" Xiao Yan pondered, feeling a tumult of emotions whenever he thought of Bibi Dong, unable to reconcile the events that transpired within the cave. After a lengthy silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. "If the Spirit Hall assists me, what will be the price?" Xiao Yan replied candidly. "The price is that there's a chance you may become a puppet of the Spirit Hall. Alternatively, even if you possess formidable strength and are no longer constrained by the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire must refrain from instigating war. Should conflict arise, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly possess the capability to reclaim everything. Your actions at the Spirit Hall are indeed tyrannical," Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly. Xiao Yan, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Although I am a student of my teacher, I have never involved myself in the affairs of the Spirit Hall." "Aren't you the future Pope?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned incredulously. Xiao Yan responded, "Of course not. I have a senior sister who is the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. She should be the one to assume that role." "Is she stronger than you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brow furrowing. At least her rank is higher than mine, but we do not adhere to the ruthless customs of the Star Luo royal family, where siblings are slain. My senior sister and I shall never harbor hatred towards one another, nor will we fight to the death, Xiao Yan asserted earnestly. After much contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing finally sighed. I believe you are a good person, but this matter concerns the fate of an empire, rendering my personal life and death of lesser significance. No rush. Whenever you come to a resolution, feel free to seek me out, Xiao Yan smiled. I believe my teacher would not mind having another exceptionally gifted student. Chapter 61. The Fragrance of Ethereal Beauty, a Student of the Pope? Zhu Zhuqing turned away silently and walked into the camp. It was already late at night, yet the gates of Star Dou City remained brilliantly illuminated. In the distance, one could see a nightly procession stretching several hundred meters approaching the city. At the forefront of this cavalcade was a luxurious carriage drawn by 5 magnificent horses, appearing like a mobile mansion, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed gentlemen. While commoners might perceive them as remarkable, those with a slightly higher rank among spirit masters could discern that these 2 had attained the rank of title Douluo. They have returned, Yuguan remarked nonchalantly. His Holiness the Pope is within. Elder SoulLand Tian nodded and led the others forward to welcome them. Although others might not recognize these 2 titled Douluo as one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, he had some acquaintance with both the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo. Yuguan and Gay Mei followed closely behind, arriving not far from the nightly group. At that moment, Bibi Dong had her eyes closed, reflecting on the events that transpired in the Inferno Demon S cave. Like Xiao Yan, she found it difficult to let go, but her rationality as the Pope compelled her to forcibly sever that recollection. Teacher? Hulaina, noticing Bibi Dong's silence, couldn't help but inquire, what are you thinking about? Bibi Dong opened her eyes, sighed softly, and replied, nothing much. We must be nearing Star Dou City, right? We are already at the city gates. Elder SoulLand Tian and the others are here to greet us, Hulaina responded. Beside her lay a fainted fox, the illusory red fox. After Xiao Yan's departure, Bibi Dong suddenly realized the source of the peculiar soul skill that had affected her in that cave. It was undoubtedly the work of this illusory red fox. In her wrath, she had contemplated exterminating the creature, but upon further reflection, it would be wiser to keep it for Hulaina's soul ring. To punish it, Bibi Dong subtly cast a spell, causing it to fall into its own illusion. Teacher, should we go outside? Hulaina asked. I'm tired. Let us head straight into the city. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Bibi Dong declared. Closing her eyes once more, Hulaina nodded and leaned out of the window, informing the others, teacher wishes not to be disturbed. Upon receiving this message, Elder SoulLand Tian and the others promptly stepped aside. He exchanged glances with Yuguan and Gue Mei, both wearing peculiar expressions. Yuguan remarked, it seems her holiness is troubled by something. Gue Mei nodded gravely, adding, little Yin hasn't emerged. Could something have happened? Don't overthink it. Xiao Yan has already sent me a letter. He has returned to the Star Dou Forest. Elder SoulLand Tian reassured them, waving his hand. After all, his identity was kept confidential. The Douluo Hall knew only his name, but no one had seen him. That makes sense. The reason is undoubtedly linked to the recent energy fluctuations in the Star Dou Forest, Gue Mei asserted. However, since then, we have not encountered any evil spirit masters. Both Elders SoulLand Tian and Yuguan nodded in agreement, recognizing that everything awaited Bibi Dong's command. However, with the border now stabilized, it seemed unlikely there would be any significant issues. The following day, within the Star Dou Forest, Xiao Yan awoke from his slumber, stretching vigorously. The healing elixir had proven effective. After a night's rest, he felt a noticeable improvement in his meridians, and the pain during the mobilization of his soul power had diminished, though he was still far from complete recovery. He estimated that once he fully healed, he would solidify his strength at level 49. Outside, the mercenaries were busy dismantling the tents, preparing to venture deeper into the Star Dou Forest. From Tai's son, they learned their destination for the day was the gravel area within the forest, a considerable distance away, with time being of the essence. How is your injury? Lu Erlong inquired as Xiao Yan awakened, her concern evident. The deeper they ventured into the Star Dou Forest, the higher the probability of encountering formidable soul beasts. Xiao Yan was the strongest among the group, second only to Lu Erlong, and it was imperative that nothing go awry. I'm fine. I can handle normal combat without issue, Xiao Yan waved dismissively. We can proceed without any special accommodations for me. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered with hesitation. Xiao Yan, understanding her internal struggle, refrained from approaching her. The gravel area of the Star Dou Forest was known as the Desert Oasis, spanning roughly the size of 10 Dou cities. Within it lay not only powerful soul beasts, but also treacherous quicksand, from which ordinary soul masters would find it impossible to escape once ensnared. The group traversed the forest for 2 days before finally arriving at this location. Throughout the journey, Tang Sen had been trying to bond with Xiao Yan, eager to glean more information about medicinal herbs. Though he concealed his intentions well, Xiao Yan easily discerned his motives. The one wielding blue silvergrass as his martial spirit was quite meticulous. While it appeared he sought guidance from Xiao Yan, it felt more like Xiao Yan was the one beseeching him for knowledge. Growing impatient, Xiao Yan reluctantly revealed a portion of his notes to Tang San, providing a vague diversion. While not confidential, it would suffice for Tang San to study for a week or two. Upon reaching the gravel area, the group quickly devised a plan and ventured into this barren terrain. Be cautious of your footing. Follow us closely. Only the paths we have traversed are safe. The mercenaries advised the Shrek Academy members. Although Xiao Yan had roamed the Dou forest for an extended period, he had never visited this particular area and was aware of its dangers, thus obediently following the mercenaries. In ordinary deserts, the daytime was marked by flying sand and shifting stones. Yet here, surrounded by dense forest, they felt not a whisper of wind, intensifying the already oppressive heat of the arid ground. Before long, everyone was drenched in sweat, except for one individual, Xiao Yan, who bore the Ioa. The scorching atmosphere invigorated his Ioa, compelling him to use his soul power to soothe its restlessness. I wonder if there are any fire attribute soul beasts here, Xiao Yan mused. While there are no open flames, the temperature here is quite suitable for fire attribute soul beasts. Lu Erlong chuckled in response. Naturally, there are some, but they are merely century-old soul beasts, not suitable for our use. Our objective here is to hunt the four-eyed phosphor beast. Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging. That is indeed the soul ring needed for the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. But what are the others? The need for further exploration had become imperative. The closer they approached the heart of the Dou forest, the more formidable the soul beasts became. This was precisely the rationale behind their decision to employ a multitude of mercenaries, lamented Lu Erlong. Even with both Flanders and Zhao Wuji present, their success was not guaranteed, especially with the elusive four-eyed, phosphor-armored beast lurking somewhere within. Capturing it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. The vastness of the area made locating a single soul beast quite the challenge. Rest assured, we possess our own methods, Lu Erlong assured the group, signaling for everyone to halt. Teacher Erlong, the fragrant celestial essence is prepared, Tang San announced to the gathered individuals. However, the allure of this essence was immense, and it would undoubtedly attract more than one soul beast. Chapter 62. The 50,000-year-old soul beast. Is this not a tad perilous? Xiao Yan inquired. Given our current formation, we should be more than capable, Tang San replied, shaking his head. The strongest soul beast here is the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast, and its numbers are limited. Indeed, our original strategy was formulated with this in mind, Lu Erlong concurred. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Since they had devised a plan, he chose to refrain from further comments. The strength of the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast was estimated to be around that of a soul king, and with his current capabilities, he felt confident in handling it. As Tang San produced the fragrant celestial essence, an extraordinary aroma enveloped the vicinity, its allure to soul beasts profoundly potent. Within mere seconds, the group could hear the stirring of soul beasts nearby. Xiao Yan brandished his Xian heavy ruler, swiftly turning to strike a 10-year-old beast, a centipede, with perfect precision. Remarkable reflexes, exclaimed the onlookers, who barely had time to register the soul beast before witnessing Xiao Yan execute a flawless parabolic strike. Everyone be cautious, Xiao Yan warned. Not hesitating to advance further, he plunged the heavy ruler into the ground, a cacophony of bone-crushing sounds erupting as a century-old armored sandworm, drawn by the fragrant essence, emerged from its sandy lair. The group unleashed their martial spirits. The soul beasts present were all of 10 to 100 years old, their strength merely reaching levels 2 to 30 among soul masters, posing little challenge for the seasoned mercenaries. Yet, the most fervent in battle was Lu Erlong. Despite being a woman, her combat style was ferociously aggressive, likely linked to her martial spirit. In the fray, her fists, feet, elbows, and knees transformed into lethal weapons, obliterating numerous soul beasts with her soul techniques. The Shrek Academy students hardly exerted themselves, as the mercenaries and Lu Erlong had encircled them from the start. After all, their strength was not yet formidable enough. After repelling over 100 soul beasts, the group finally caught sight of the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast. True to its name, It bore four somewhat terrifying eyes adorning its fearsome visage, its entire body encased in hard phosphor plates. At that moment, it clutched a freshly slain soul beast in its jaws, violently tossing the carcass into the throng of beasts, which only heightened the chaos. Utilizing its size and strength, the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast forcefully dispersed half of the beast horde, charging aggressively towards Xiao Yan and his companions. Xiao Yan shouted, having dispatched the two soul beasts attacking him, then turned his gaze towards Lou Erlong. She, having just slain dozens of soul beasts, was now in a frenzied state, only realizing her surroundings after Xiao Yan's call. Teacher Erlong is terrifying, Oscar whispered in awe. Huh? Lou Erlong, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Oscar. What did you say? Oscar quickly covered his mouth, terrified into silence. Teacher Erlong, the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast, is approaching. Tang San warned. And not just one, Xiao Yan added, as a second four-eyed phosphor-armored beast charged towards them. This one, with fiery red phosphor plates, exhaled flames of extreme heat, appearing even more formidable than the first. My goodness, this is a mutated four-eyed phosphor-armored beast. No, it should be called the four-eyed fire-lin beast. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Yan scrutinized it closely, shaking his head. This mutated four-eyed phosphor-armored beast seems to be only around 2,000 years old. That's still impressive. It's a 1,000-year soul beast. Tai-san shouted. I'll handle this 2,000-year variant. Leave the 7,000-year one to me. Just then, a third and fourth four-eyed phosphor-armored beast appeared, accompanied by two even more powerful soul beasts looming behind them. From the overwhelming aura, Xiao Yan deduced that these beasts were no less than 30,000 years old. Quick! Retract your fragrant, celestial essence. Xiao Yan urgently shouted. Tang San nodded, his expression turning grave. No one had anticipated the presence of such high-level soul beasts here. The two four-eyed phosphor-armored beasts approached, and the mercenaries, all over level 50, easily contained them, allowing the Shrek Academy members to deal with the remaining 10 to 100-year soul beasts. Yet, the unknown soul beasts lurking behind the four-eyed phosphor-armored beasts gave even Lou Erlong pause. Everyone retreat, Xiao Yan urgently commanded. We do not know what is approaching. The wisest choice is to temporarily vacate this area. At that moment, a shadow darted past, moving at a speed that left them unable to discern its form as it lunged towards Dai Mubai. A deep gash appeared on Dai Mubai's back, and Tang San was also knocked to the ground, failing to evade the shadow. Only then did Xiao Yan realize that the assailant was a 50,000-year crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Get out of the way, Xiao Yan shouted, hastily pulling the members of Shrek Academy to safety, leaving Dai Mubai and Tang San pinned beneath the cloud leopard. Third brother, Mubai, Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm, and though Xiao Yan had pulled them away, the two women charged back into the fray. I never expected these two to rush back in, Xiao Yan exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Lou Erlong swiftly dispatched the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast she had been engaged with, intending to rescue Xiao Yan and Dai Mubai, only to be struck away by yet another figure, a 30,000-year forest cloud leopard. Xiao Yan surmised that these two cloud leopards were likely a bonded pair of soul beasts, their intelligence rivaling that of humans. A few mercenaries, startled by the sudden appearance of the ancient soul beast, were at a loss, especially with several four-eyed phosphor-armored beasts watching them with predatory intent. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were naturally no match for the crocodile-armored cloud leopard and were swiftly overwhelmed in battle. However, Tang San seized the opportunity and launched his Death God-S letter towards the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Yet, he underestimated the creature's reflexes, sensing danger. The leopard swiftly adjusted its position, and Tang San's attack only struck one of its forelimbs. Realizing the severity of the situation, the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, feeling the unnatural sensation of the wound, deduced that Tang San's hidden weapon was laced with poison and promptly bit off its own injured limb. Cursed human, you have forced me to sever my own leg. The leopard growled menacingly. In that case, I shall take these two little maidens for myself. Chapter 63. Pursuing the crocodile-armored cloud leopard with a swift motion, the crocodile-armored cloud leopard snatched up the fallen Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, disregarding their struggles, and fled the scene with remarkable speed. Tang San, laboriously rising to his feet, found his vision clouded by blood. Normally, even the slightest injury to Xiao Wu would incite his fury, yet now he felt powerless. Third brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong rushed to assess Tang San and Dai Mubai's injuries. Don't touch me. Go save Xiao Wu. Tang San bellowed in anger. Beside him, Dai Mubai grimaced as he examined his wound, growling, Zhuqing has also been taken. Ning Rongrong, startled by Tang San's outburst, glanced towards Oscar for help. But he too was merely a support-type soul master, unable to offer any assistance. At this moment, Lu Erlong found herself ensnared by the 30,000-year-old cloud leopard. Unable to extricate herself, the mercenaries were similarly constrained by the four-eyed phosphor-armored beast, and even if they were to pursue, they would be no match for the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Xiao Yan sighed, patting Oscar on the shoulder, and said to Ning Rongrong, "Please assist them in recovering. I shall pursue the crocodile-armored cloud leopard." "Are you going alone?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in panic. A 50,000-year-old soul beast possesses strength comparable to that of a soul sage. "I will do my utmost," Xiao Yan replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice, "and at present, no one else can break free." Tang Sin nodded and urged, "I entrust this to you. You must rescue them." Xiao Yan then set off in pursuit of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. The creature was astonishingly swift, having traversed the stony terrain in mere minutes, vanishing into the dense forest. Pursuing it in such an environment would prove to be no simple task. Activating his first and third soul skills simultaneously, his speed surged to 100 times its normal rate, accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom. The onlookers caught only a fleeting shadow before he disappeared from sight. "What soul skill is that?" Tang Sin exclaimed in astonishment, noting that such speed was beyond even a powerful soul sage like Flander. Xiao Yan had indeed improved since their last encounter. His innate speed had significantly increased, and the application of this soul skill made him even more formidable. Coupled with his fourth soul skill, he barreled through the towering trees, shattering them with a resounding crash. The sound of splintering would echo behind the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, which momentarily faltered, astonished that anyone could keep pace with it. "Leave the human behind," it snarled. Xiao Yan hurled his heavy ruler, driving it forcefully into the ground ahead of the beast, creating a deep gouge several meters in length and causing the earth to tremble from the resultant shockwave. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard glared at Xiao Yan with fierce intensity, perplexed by how a mere soul master could possess such formidable strength. Although it had sustained an injury, its speed was still beyond that of an ordinary soul master. Xiao Yan, now tense, realized that this pursuit had spanned dozens of kilometers, and the duration of his third soul skill was nearing its end. Engaging the beast in his current state offered little hope of victory. At that moment, Xiao Wu had lost consciousness, while Zhu Zhuqing struggled weakly, unable to escape the gaping maw of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. "Human boy, if you wish to live, do not obstruct my path." The beast growled menacingly. Xiao Yan, gripping the heavy ruler, felt beads of sweat forming in his palm. Facing an opponent on par with the soul sage was nerve-wracking, even for him. His mind raced, simulating various outcomes of a battle with the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. He could potentially slay the beast, but at the cost of sustaining severe injuries, plunging himself into a perilous situation. Yet, was it worth risking his life for two people he had only just met 2 days prior? Esteemed beast, these two are mere children. Holding them serves no purpose. Might you consider releasing them? I'm willing to offer something of value in exchange, Xiao Yan ventured tentatively. "Run along, boy," the crocodile-armored cloud leopard retorted. "I recognize your strength, but you cannot last long against me. This girl possesses something I desire. Ha ha ha. It must be that heartbreak red she carries." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that the beast's gaze was fixed upon the girl named Xiao Wu. The heartbreak red, a rare and potent herb, was indeed a coveted treasure among soul beasts. "Is there a way to spare the girl in black?" he asked, clenching his fists. "Do you know her identity? Her family has ruthlessly slaughtered my kin in pursuit of soul rings. If I consume her today, it is merely fitting." The crocodile-armored cloud leopard replied disdainfully. Xiao Yan felt a cold sweat break out. He had not anticipated that the beast harbored a grudge against Zhu Zhuqing's family. This complicating factor made rescuing the two girls seem impossible. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard, sensing Xiao Yan's hesitation, refrained from striking, still uncertain of his true strength. With its own injuries, it would only engage if absolutely necessary. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Yan with despair in her eyes, fully aware that her fate was sealed. She had surrendered all hope of escape. "Just go," she whispered weakly. "This is my destiny, whether I die today or at some point in the future. There is nothing to be done. Tell Mubai to do his best to survive." Xiao Yan stood grimly aside, no longer attempting to thwart the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, having seemingly resigned himself to the inevitable loss of the two girls. Indeed, his strength was inadequate against the beast. The duration of his third soul skill had expired, and forcing its reactivation would come at a cost he was not prepared to pay. Even with the enhancement of his third soul skill, he still might not be a match for the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and the repercussions of failure were too great to bear. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard scoffed. It appears that you are not as formidable as I presumed. After all, you are merely a soul master. How could you possibly contend with me? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong reclined gently against the headboard, her thoughts drifting back to the techniques Xiao Yan had demonstrated within the cave. The flame-splitting wave ruler, the powerful gust of the ruler, infused with scorching heat, had surged toward her in an astonishing display, leaving her both alarmed and intrigued. What a restless little fellow. Where did you learn such a skill? Bibi Dong mused, her expression a blend of concern and delight. Yet this is indeed you, facing any formidable adversary head-on, daring to attempt the impossible. As Bibi Dong contemplated, she seemed to slip into a trance, sensing that Xiao Yan was on the verge of making a momentous decision. The azure lotus mark on her arm emitted a faint glow twice, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes and gaze towards the direction where Xiao Yan was situated. Within him, the Yue surged, and an intense blaze ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. A small vial of powder crafted from white jade had inexplicably appeared in his hand, which he poured into his mouth in one swift motion. A torrent of heat enveloped his body, and Io erupted from his left hand, incinerating the surrounding forest within a matter of moments. First soul skill, amplification. Third soul skill, shadow, owl doppelganger. Fourth soul skill, spirit nether's triumph. With the eruption of these three soul skills, an overwhelming surge of soul power radiated from him, enveloping the area in an expansive wave. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Xiao Yan dashed behind the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Just as it turned to look back, he activated his second soul skill, stasis. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard's movement faltered, and when it finally regained its senses, an incredibly fierce and searing attack crashed down upon it. Chapter 64. The 50,000-Year Soul Ring. Flame-splitting wave ruler. Xiao Yan was oblivious to the origins of this skill. After acquiring the fallen heart flame, his spiritual strength had indeed increased. This technique was not driven by soul power, but rather by his spiritual energy. However, the augmentations from his first and third soul skills still applied. The heavy ruler, now infused with blazing flames, descended forcefully upon the waist of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, as torrents of blood gushed forth, evaporated by the ethereal flames upon the Xuanzhongshu. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard, struck by this formidable blow, was sent hurtling several meters away. Xiao Yan gasped for breath, acutely aware that, while his recent strike had severely wounded the beast, it was not enough to claim its life. Without the luxury of time to recover, he charged once more at the crocodile-armored cloud leopard while his third soul skill was still active. At this moment, the rear half of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard had been cleaved apart by Xiao Yan's earlier strike, its internal organs shattered, and its skeletal structure rendered a disarray. Struggling to rise from the ground, its eyes were filled with terror, unable to comprehend how it had been ambushed by a mere soul master, nor why it had been reduced to such a pitiful state. In panic, it crawled forward, seeking to escape this dire situation. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had already fallen from its maw, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were wide with astonishment. She could not fathom how Xiao Yan had unleashed such a powerful attack. Was this the might of the spirit hall? Recalling the unusual flames that had danced upon Xiao Yan's Xuanzhongshu, she thought that could hardly be a skill of mere dimensions. Perhaps she would never forget this day. For at this moment, Xiao Yan shone before her like the sun itself. The crocodile-armored cloud leopard, now devoid of thoughts of vengeance or treasures, was singularly focused on survival, yet Xiao Yan would not grant it such mercy. This ancient soul beast, reigning supreme in the Star Dou forest for 50 millennia, could not be allowed to flee. Releasing it was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. "Young man, do not be overly oppressive," the crocodile-armored cloud leopard exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Yan as he approached with the heavy chur, its voice tinged with urgency. "Spare me today, and I shall repay you in the future. Remember, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a soul beast in distress." "Curse it, these are not my words," Xiao Yan retorted, bemused by the creature's audacity, as he raised the heavy chur to bring it down upon the beast's head. With a resounding thud, the once proud head of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard fell, reduced to a mere wisp of breath. "Forgive me, but if you do not perish, my heart shall remain uneasy," Xiao Yan declared, lifting the shrew once more, preparing to extinguish its life. Zhu Zhuqing, having recovered from her injuries, helped Xiao Wu to a resting place beneath a tree. Upon turning back, she witnessed Xiao Yan poised to deliver the final blow to the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Instinctively, she called out to him, "Wait." Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly gestured for him to stop. Xiao Yan frowned in confusion, questioning her intentions. Although the crocodile-armored cloud leopard had lost its will to resist, it was still a formidable 50,000-year-old soul beast, known for its rapid recovery. Allowing it to escape was a reckless decision. Approaching Xiao Yan, Zhu Zhuqing spoke gravely. "Let me handle this." Xiao Yan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "You want to kill it?" She repeated with determination. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you thinking? Are you prepared to risk your life?" Zhu Zhuqing's intent was clear. She wished to absorb the soul ring from this ancient beast. Yet, as a mere rank 40 soul master, the peril of absorbing a normal 10,000-year soul ring was already immense, let alone one of 50,000 years. The soul beast's spiritual backlash was no trifling matter. "I want it," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, her gaze unwavering. "If you can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, then so can I." "You cannot." Xiao Yan firmly rejected her notion. Even Bibi Dong would deem her insane for suggesting such a thing. "I can." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists resolutely. "This is my chance to grow stronger. No other soul beast is as suitable for me as this crocodile-armored cloud leopard." Xiao Yan shook his head derisively, exclaiming, "What kind of delusion is this? If it were that simple, everyone would hunt for soul beasts over 10,000 years. No one has tried. How can we know it won't work?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted. "That's because those who have tried are all dead." Xiao Yan snapped back, frustrated. He had come to rescue her, putting himself at risk of being killed by the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and he could not allow her to endanger herself further. He raised the Xuanzhongshi, ready to deliver the final strike, his third soul skill, Nether Slash. Before the Shi could descend, Zhu Zhuqing activated her own third soul skill, a black blade piercing through the crocodile-armored cloud leopard's throat, ending its life. Xiao Yan stood in stunned silence, convinced that this woman had lost her mind. Zhu Zhuqing smiled with satisfaction, as if proclaiming her victory to Xiao Yan. "A 50,000-year soul ring is a rare treasure, and it cannot be wasted. Today, I was prepared to face death, but your appearance has given me hope, perhaps the only hope. If you can conquer this crocodile-armored cloud leopard, then I too can absorb its 50-year soul ring." Xiao Yan closed his eyes and sighed wearily. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely. "Today, thanks to you, I have been granted a second chance at life. If I succeed, I will repay your kindness by joining you at the Spirit Hall. If I fail, bury me here, but know that your act of salvation will be repaid in another life." Xiao Yan shook his head, saying, "Whether or not you join the Spirit Hall has nothing to do with my saving you. However, if you're so determined, then do as you wish. Your path to rebirth or demise lies entirely in your hands." Zhu Zhuqing settled into a lotus position, preparing to absorb the crocodile-armored cloud leopard's soul ring. Meanwhile, the duration of Xiao Yan's third soul skill had expired, and the effects of the forcibly activated soul energy were waning. As he attempted to unleash the flame dividing and devouring Shi again, the meridians within him ruptured once more. If he did not take action, he would return to a severely injured state. He retrieved 2 healing pills from his storage ring and swallowed them whole. The medicinal energy immediately began to mend his meridians. But at this rate, recovery would be slow. Resolutely, Xiao Yan decided to consume all his healing pills, and the potent energy surged through his body, promising significant restoration but requiring lengthy refinement. Chapter 65. The Nine-Colored Linglong Heart. Here, within the Star Dou Forest, teeming with perilous soul beasts. If Xiao Yan entered a meditative state to refine the medicinal energy, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. Fortunately, Xiao had just opened her eyes, gazing in bewilderment at her surroundings. "Am I saved?" she wondered, taking in the sight of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard's bisected corpse and the meditative forms of Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing. Her heart soared with joy, and she rushed toward them. Upon noticing Xiao Wu's awakening, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although she was the lowest-ranked member of the Shrek team at only 37, she possessed exceptional agility, making her difficult for even typical rank 40 soul masters to subdue. With her presence, he and Zhu Zhuqing would be safer. However, Xiao Wu soon detected something amiss. Blood was seeping from Xiao Yan's body, undoubtedly a remnant of the recent battle with the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. While she could not comprehend how he had slain the beast, the evidence was irrefutable. Xiao Yan had indeed succeeded, and he must have taken medicinal pills, currently in the process of refining their healing properties. But when she turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing, she gasped in horror. Zhu Zhuqing was attempting to absorb the 50,000-year soul ring. "What is happening?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. As a soul beast, she understood the inherent dangers involved for Zhu Zhuqing with her current strength. To attempt to absorb a 50,000-year soul ring was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Seeing Xiao Wu awaken, Zhu Zhuqing offered her a reassuring smile. Xiao Wu, I need you to keep watch here for a while. What are you doing? Xiao Wu shook her head, urging her to stop. If you continue, the spiritual backlash will drive you mad. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained resolute, unperturbed by the warnings. As she focused on the task of absorbing the crocodile-armored cloud leopard's soul ring, Xiao Wu yearned to step forward and intervene, yet given the circumstances, any forceful interruption would only bring her harm. Anxiously, she stamped her foot, unable to comprehend why Zhu Zhuqing would act in such a manner. At this moment, she could do nothing but remain vigilant, ensuring that the two were undisturbed by the soul beasts during their meditation. Meanwhile, in the gravelly terrain, Lu Erlong had managed to drive back the forest cloud leopard. Ordinarily, given Lu Erlong's temperament, the forest cloud leopard would not have survived after injuring her disciple and abducting both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the agility and swiftness of the forest cloud leopard were unparalleled. Even with her martial soul in its true form, Lu Erlong struggled to match its speed, rendering her abilities ineffective and leaving her in a state of frustration. Tang San and Dai Mubai, aided by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, had regained some strength. Several mercenaries carried a barely breathing four-eyed phosphor beast and laid it before Ning Rongrong. Unfortunately, the mutated four-eyed Lin armor beast had fallen victim to Tieshin's assault, leaving Ma Hongjun disheartened. Although they had triumphed over the recent wave of small soul beasts, a heavy silence enveloped them, creating an atmosphere tinged with dread. With Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing captured, their fates remained uncertain. Despite Xiao Yan's pursuit, hope was scant among the group. The crocodile armor cloud leopard far surpassed the forest cloud leopard in both speed and strength, boasting the prowess of a 50,000-year soul beast, capable of contending with soul, dual-level experts. Tang San and Dai Mubai clenched their fists and stood resolutely, declaring, "Let us go retrieve them. Where shall we search?" Ma Hongjun inquired softly. Looking for two people in this forest is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Erlong closed her eyes and shook her head, instructing, "Rongrong, absorb the soul ring first." Tang San interjected, "Teacher Erlong, we cannot abandon Xiao Wu and Zhuqing in their uncertain fates." "Cannot what?" Lu Erlong cut him off, her tone firm. "The goal here is to hunt soul beasts. Given the current situation, do you wish for Rongrong to forfeit the soul ring she has labored to obtain?" No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Lu Erlong, visibly angered, asserted, "We will split into two teams to search for their whereabouts. However, it is still dangerous here. Rongrong must not encounter any additional mishaps while absorbing her soul ring. Indeed, Xiao San and Dai Ge, do not fret. Brother Xiao Yan has gone after them." Oscar reassured them, "You all witnessed his speed. It surpasses even Teacher Erlong's. There is a chance he might catch up with the crocodile armor cloud leopard." After hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within the group, though it was soon extinguished by reason. Even if Xiao Yan managed to catch up to the crocodile armor cloud leopard, his strength would be insufficient to rescue the two. They understood that Xiao Yan had only recently joined them and would not push himself to the brink. If he failed to save Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, he would undoubtedly return. "Rongrong, do not waste time. Absorb the soul ring," Lu Erlong said, her voice laden with sorrow. Ning Rongrong wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, nodding with a choked throat. She had never imagined that hunting soul beasts to assist her would lead to such dire consequences. At that moment, every member of the group found themselves reminiscing about the master, pondering whether the situation might have been different had he been present. The time taken for Ning Rongrong to absorb the soul ring was not lengthy, in comparison to the 10,000-year soul rings. The 1,000-year four-eyed phosphor beast's soul ring was exceedingly gentle, allowing her to complete the absorption in merely an hour. Though the years were not particularly impressive, it was still a mutated soul beast, offering remarkable benefits to Rongrong's evolved Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Lu Erlong elaborated to the group, originally, there was an 8,000-year four-eyed phosphor beast, but age does not define everything. If presented with a 10,000-year soul beast, like the Shadow Owl, and an ordinary 50,000-year soul beast, everyone would undoubtedly choose the Shadow Owl due to its unparalleled soul skills. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong's martial soul in its true form began to manifest, revealing an even more exquisite and translucent Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. The perfect pairing of two blue and two purple soul rings showcased the Nine Treasures' renowned abilities: strength, speed, soul, and defense, as the radiant heart of the nine colors resonated with the call of light. As Ning Rongrong unleashed her fourth soul skill, a sanctified glow emanated from the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower, illuminating every individual present. In that instant, the weariness that had burdened them vanished, and the wounds on Tang, San, and Dai Mubai visibly began to mend. This miraculous phenomenon was a result of the evolution brought forth by absorbing the mutated four-eyed phosphor beast. Ning Rongrong's voice seemed to echo from all directions as she wielded her fourth soul skill, unleashing a radiance capable of healing all injuries. Chapter 66. The Struggle of Souls. This soul skill is extraordinary. Such a mutated four-eyed phosphor beast is exceedingly rare, a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. I never anticipated we would acquire it today, Lu Erlong marveled. Although Tang San and Dai Mubai had not fully recovered, they were no longer in critical condition. The light emitted from Ning Rongrong's 9-colored glazed heart had a significant effect on external wounds, though it could not facilitate complete healing, as that was inherently unreasonable. Oscar prepared 2 sausages for Dai Mubai and Tang San to consume, compensating for the gap in their recovery. How splendid! With Rongrong's soul skill, we need not fear injuries on a battlefield, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. But how will we even reach the battlefield now? Tang San shook his head and turned to Lu Erlong, asking, Teacher Erlong, shall we not search for Xiao Wu and the others? Lu Erlong nodded affirmatively, stating, Of course we must. Xiao Yan has yet to return, and we are uncertain of what has transpired. More than half have likely fled, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Ning Rongrong countered, I don't believe you would do such a thing. Lu Erlong raised her hand to interrupt their conversation, speaking with a serious tone. I will take Rongrong and Oscar. Xiao San, you will accompany Taishin and the others. This way, I can safeguard both of them, and you can retreat unscathed. This division of groups was logical, as Lu Erlong's strength allowed her to traverse the Stardow forest with relative ease. However, during assault by soul beasts, she could only protect 2 individuals at most. Meanwhile, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were all offensive fighters of considerable might, so traveling with Tieshin's mercenary group would pose minimal danger. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, let us proceed as such, regardless of whether we find them or not. We shall regroup here in 10 days. Do not be late. Lu Erlong warned, her expression grave. This matter is of great importance. I brought you out here, and we must avoid further incidents. Everyone nodded in understanding. Taishin distributed some supplies to Lu Erlong, and the 2 teams embarked on their respective quests. As Xiao Yan pursued the crocodile armor cloud leopard, he inadvertently destroyed a swath of forest, prompting Lu Erlong and the others to prepare to search in that direction. Tang San, relying on his memory, ventured in another direction, thinking, Xiao Wu, I am coming. Please wait for me. As he hastened his pace, time ticked on. It was not until the next afternoon that Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of the girl beside him, peacefully asleep. She actually fell asleep, Xiao Yan mused, speechless. However, considering her injuries and the absence of any untoward incidents, he chose not to disturb her. He rose and draped his black cloak over her. From her aura, it was apparent that she had consumed a healing pill, likely one that Lu Erlong had given to Xiao Wu. Yet, his greatest concern lay with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was seated cross-legged beside the corpse of the crocodile armor cloud leopard, her eyes shut tight, beads of sweat cascading down her face, soaking her attire. It seemed she had been in this state for quite some time. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. If things continued this way, Zhu Zhuqing would only face failure. If her situation were slightly better, she might still preserve her life, but her future strength would be exceedingly difficult to enhance. The worst outcome would be her demise on the spot. Xiao Yan felt powerless to assist her, as external aid was futile during the process of soul ring absorption. He continued to sit cross-legged, refining the residual medicinal power within his body. However, this time he did not enter a meditative state, instead with a keen awareness. Xiao Yan assessed his internal condition. Compared to the previous day, he felt slightly better, yet the remaining medicinal power was insufficient to facilitate complete recovery. He couldn't help but lament how stubborn his injuries had been. Ever since he ventured into the Stardow forest a month ago to hunt the evil soul master, he had been in a constant state of healing, during which his soul power had gradually increased. Although this growth was minuscule, it did not escape Xiao Yan's notice. Tentatively, he released his soul power, enveloping the surroundings. This was his first attempt at externalizing his soul power, and the sensation was extraordinary, as if everything around him lay beneath his very eyelids. Soul perception and soul power perception were distinctly different. Regardless of whether it was a titled Douluo or an ordinary soul master, the range of their released soul power could only provide a vague outline, never akin to a direct observation. At that moment, he could clearly see Zhu Zhuqing's slightly trembling body, even discerning the flowing soul power through her meridians. To his astonishment, he he noticed a somewhat translucent beastly silhouette hovering above Zhu Zhuqing's head, which seemed to correspond to the soul entity carried within the soul ring of the crocodile armor cloud leopard. It was this entity that was assaulting Zhu Zhuqing's soul. Xiao Yan attempted to disrupt it with his soul power, but his efforts proved fruitless, prompting a sigh of resignation. It appeared that manipulating soul power was beyond his reach. However, as he made contact with the soul entity of the crocodile armor cloud leopard, the falling heart flame within him stirred slightly. Falling heart flame? Xiao Yan was taken aback. This heart fire was intrinsically linked to the soul, and it possessed the potential to aid in cultivation. He wondered if this falling heart flame could assist Zhu Zhuqing. With that thought, Xiao Yan opened his eyes and stood up. Instead of summoning the falling heart flame, he approached Xiao Wu from behind and knocked her unconscious with a swift strike, ensuring that his EO would remain undetected. Who could predict whether Xiao Wu would awaken suddenly? Feeling the scorching heat of the EO, Xiao Yan stepped before Zhu Zhuqing, snapping his fingers with his left hand, and the falling heart flame materialized within his grasp. He spread the flame around Zhu Zhuqing, controlling its burn with his soul power to prevent it from spreading further. The temperature in the vicinity surged, causing the corpse of the crocodile armor cloud leopard to rapidly dehydrate, transforming into a desiccated beastly form within mere minutes. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. The power of the falling heart flame seemed to surpass his expectations. Although the crocodile armor cloud leopard was dead, being a soul beast of 50,000 years, its body would naturally take at least a millennium to decay, and it could remain intact and lifelike for a century. Yet, even such a formidable body succumbed to the influence of VOO. He released his soul power again, observing that the soul entity of the crocodile armor cloud leopard continued to bombard Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness. It seemed that no method could intervene in its assault. Chapter 67. Soul Ring Evolution. However, the true utility of the falling heart flame lay elsewhere. Under its influence, the circulation of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power accelerated, and the meridians affected by the soul assault began to flow once more. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the falling heart flame did have some effect, albeit limited. It merely eased Zhu Zhuqing's difficulty in absorption, reducing the challenge of assimilating a 50,000-year soul ring to that of a range between 30,000 and 50,000 years. Whether she would succeed depended on her own fortune. He had provided ample assistance and could offer no more. As if sensing Xiao Yan's sigh, Zhu Zhuqing, who had manifested her martial soul, subtly twitched her cat ears. At that moment, she had entered a critical phase. Amidst the soul onslaught of the crocodile armor cloud leopard, she had momentarily lost consciousness but, through her indomitable will, had repeatedly regained her composure. Now, she had surpassed the limits she had previously reached. Xiao Yan's recent actions were akin to a timely aid, as the falling heart flame refined her soul power into mental strength and unblocked the meridians obstructed by the soul impact. If she could overcome the soul of the crocodile armor cloud leopard, she would successfully absorb its soul ring. With her 40th level strength, facing a 50,000-year soul beast was a feat even Xiao Yan could not accomplish. Even on a spiritual level, he could sense the arduous trials Zhu Zhuqing was enduring, and he felt a wave of emotion. He recalled how Hulaina had been in a similar state while absorbing a 10,000-year celestial silkworm. But that was merely a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, Hulaina had been nurtured by Bibi Dong, her foundation and mental strength incomparable to Zhu Zhuqing's. If Zhu Zhuqing succeeded in her absorption, Xiao Yan would be profoundly impressed, recognizing her talent and perseverance as exceeding his own. Reflecting on his own progress at her age, he had only been around level 20, and even now, he lacked absolute confidence in absorbing a 50,000-year soul beast. He fervently hoped for her success, eager to witness Zhu Zhuqing's moment of rebirth. Amidst the relentless soul assaults, Zhu Zhuqing's mental strength surged like a sword, repelling the crocodile soul beast time and again. Countless visions flashed before her eyes, her father's and mother's stern gazes constantly watching over her, suffocating her with pressure. She struggled to hold herself upright, gazing towards the sky in her mental realm, where a figure shone like the sun. With piercing determination, she declared, "I too can surpass you." Emperor of the Star, Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing bit her silver teeth, uttering these words with great difficulty. The weight of the several mountains pressing upon her could not halt her advance, for she remembered the words spoken by the young man in the black cloak, and how he had wielded his heavy ruler against the seemingly invincible soul beast. From that moment, she had sworn never to be weak again, nor to rely on Dai Mubai's strength for support. Regardless of how formidable a backup may be, it ultimately belonged to another. Only by possessing her own formidable strength could she secure her place in this cruel and indifferent world. Recalling the young man with the heavy ruler, she recognized his incongruity with this world. In just 2 days of acquaintance, he had dared to challenge the crocodile armor-cloud leopard alone. How foolish he was. At that moment, the soul assault from the crocodile armor-cloud leopard struck again. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils shimmered with an ethereal glow. She stepped forward and let out a powerful roar, merging her mental strength with her soul power, successfully fending off the overwhelming spiritual onslaught. You are not my endpoint. As her voice fell, the spiritual impact of the crocodile armor-cloud leopard dissipated, and within Zhu Zhuqing's mental realm, profound changes began to unfold. As night fell, Xiao Yan gathered some dry wood to kindle a fire. In the stillness of the night, the flickering flames provided a sense of comfort. Suddenly, an immense surge of soul power erupted from Zhu Zhuqing, sending a shockwave that overturned the campfire and propelled Xiao Yan several meters back, caught off guard. At that moment, a black radiance converged atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, rapidly forming a circular shape. Having absorbed 2 10,000-year soul rings, Xiao Yan deduced that Zhu Zhuqing had succeeded. She did it. She truly succeeded. Xiao Yan burst into laughter, though he had a premonition that Zhu Zhuqing would not fail. Witnessing this moment filled him with immense joy. Akin to seeing a fruit-bearing tree he had tended for years finally blossom. Xiao Yan retracted the falling heart flame and, after adjusting Xiao Wu, who lay on the ground, hurried to Zhu Zhuqing's side. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul ring had solidified, while the first 3 soul rings inexplicably began to tremble. Xiao Yan deduced that they were evidently fearful of Zhu Zhuqing's 4th spirit ring, which boasted a 1st and 2nd spirit ring of a century each, while the 3rd spirit ring was approximately a millennium old. Although this configuration exemplified a perfect ratio of spirit rings, it paled in comparison to the 4th spirit ring by several tens of times. Had there been a few spirit rings in between, it might have been tolerable. Under normal circumstances, the progression from a 1,000-year spirit ring to an 8,000-year spirit ring and then to a 10,000-year spirit ring, followed by 30,000 and 50,000-year spirit rings, would ensure that the earlier rings did not destabilize due to significant disparities. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes remained tightly shut, leaving Xiao Yan feeling somewhat helpless. Uncertain of how to address the situation, he observed as the shimmering light of the 50,000-year black spirit ring gradually overshadowed the 3 rings beneath it, continuously siphoning the spirit power from within Zhu Zhuqing's body. Given the current reservoir of her spirit power, it seemed that within mere minutes, she would be completely drained. Fortunately, this predicament lasted only about a minute, allowing Xiao Yan to exhale with slight relief. He had initially intended to transfer some of his own spirit power to her, but it appeared that would not be necessary for the time being. Just as Xiao Yan thought that no further anomalies would occur, a shocking event unfolded before him. The purple glow of the 1,000-year spirit ring, influenced by the 50,000-year ring, began to fade, replaced by the same black luminescence as the 10,000-year spirit ring. What did this mean? Xiao Yan gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the 1,000-year spirit ring had evolved due to the impact of the 50,000-year spirit ring? Before he had the chance to ponder further, the colors of the 200-year spirit rings below began to deepen as well. In a matter of seconds, the 3 lower spirit rings transformed entirely into black, with formidable spirit power swirling around Zhu Zhuqing. Having just entered the 41st rank, she now possessed an abundance of spirit power that surpassed Xiao Yan's own. While this was partly due to Xiao Yan's own spirit power being somewhat insubstantial, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing's strength had significantly exceeded that of her peers. Chapter 68. Nirvana. 4 10,000-year spirit rings? Countless questions swirled above Xiao Yan's head. Is this truly happening? Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and the black radiance of the 10,000-year spirit rings encircling her body intensified dramatically. This is the essence of a 10,000-year spirit ring. She felt the surging spirit power within her, a strength that had once daunted her, now vividly manifested within her being. It worked, Xiao Yan exclaimed with a smile, sensing that there might even be unforeseen rewards in store. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, saying, "My spirit rings have actually evolved. And what are the spirit abilities associated with those rings?" Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. They seemed to function as before, yet their potency has amplified tenfold. Zhu Zhuqing replied confidently, "Congratulations." Xiao Yan remarked, "The spirit ring of a 50,000-year spirit beast is something I wouldn't dare to absorb myself. Your ability to conquer it already surpasses my own." Zhu Zhuqing paused, a hint of regret in her voice as she said, "Without your support, I would have succumbed to the soul shock of the crocodile armored cloud leopard. Even with my current prowess, I would surely be no match for you." Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the terror of it. I was indeed impulsive yesterday. I retract my previous statement. Your talent and determination far exceed that of my senior sister. Xiao Yan scratched his head and replied, if it were anyone else, no amount of help from me would ensure success. Only you could achieve this. Feeling somewhat bashful from Xiao Yan's praise, Zhu Zhuqing was unaware that it was precisely his support that had allowed her to survive the soul impact. At that moment, she noticed Xiao Wu slumped against a tree, unconscious, and hurriedly inquired about her condition. After Xiao Yan assured her that Xiao Wu was unharmed, she felt a measure of relief. Why not try out your fourth spirit ability? Xiao Yan asked with a teasing smile. Regardless of how powerful a spirit master might be, the temptation to test their new abilities was irresistible. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, saying, once my fourth spirit ability is activated, it necessitates intense combat. It will not conclude otherwise. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that this fourth ability seemed to belong to a frenzied enhancement type. Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of mystery, added, I will use it when the opportunity arises. Xiao Yan shrugged in resignation. He was equally eager to witness Zhu Zhuqing's fourth spirit ability. By the way, what spirit ability was that flame tree you executed? Zhu Zhuqing curiously inquired, recalling the technique that had swiftly dispatched the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. You mean the flame-splitting wave tree? That isn't a spirit ability, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. It's powered by forces from the soul level, akin to mental strength, though it differs slightly. Soul level? Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered such a power before. Xiao Yan sighed. This is a power that only I can wield at present. I am contemplating how to enable others to perceive it, but even my teacher cannot sense it, let alone others. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet her mind was in turmoil. She had obtained a 50,000-year spirit ring. With each ring reaching the 10,000-year tier, such strength undoubtedly surpassed that of her elder sister, allowing her to triumph anywhere. She had promised to accompany Xiao Yan to the Spirit Hall after her success. Yet being born into a noble family of the Star Luo Empire, she had been steeped in negative portrayals of the Spirit Hall since childhood, leading to a rather unfavorable impression of the organization. Xiao Yan discerned her inner conflict and remarked, wherever you choose to go is entirely your decision. As a student of the Pope, I naturally wish for you to join the Spirit Hall, where stronger mentors and more abundant resources await. With your capabilities, no other academy could cultivate you to your fullest potential. Only the Spirit Hall possesses that ability. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, well aware of these facts, yet she was momentarily indecisive. Take your time to think it over. I do not expect you to join the Spirit Hall simply because I saved you. I hope you realize that the Spirit Hall is the most suitable place for you, Xiao Yan stated, then suddenly slapped his forehead, adding, actually, I can't claim to be a part of the Spirit Hall just yet. I am merely a student of the Pope. But there has only been one student for each Pope, Zhu Zhuqing replied, uncertainty lacing her tone. I'm the second, Xiao Yan shrugged. My teacher is not one to shy away from flexibility. If it suits her, she will undoubtedly accept you. Xiao Yan's assertion was not baseless. The 4 10,000-year spirit rings that Zhu Zhuqing possessed were unprecedented. Even someone as discerning as Bibi Dong would be compelled to acknowledge her. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from responding. Her mind engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Becoming a student of the Pope was a dream coveted by countless spirit masters. Gaining the Pope's favor would guarantee a pathway to becoming a peak powerhouse, with limitless prospects ahead. However, she harbored reservations about the Spirit Hall's practices and felt uncertain about how to navigate her position before the highest authority of an organization she did not favor. If the Pope were to command the Spirit Hall to exert pressure on the Star Luo Empire or her own family, how would she react? Not wanting to relinquish her fate into the hands of others, she resolved to become the true master of her own destiny. At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice echoed once more in her mind, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Why was she recalling this now? Had rebellion begun to stir within her heart? Meanwhile, Xiao Yan reignited the campfire, sitting cross-legged as he prepared to continue refining the residual medicinal power within him, while also keeping track of time as Xiao Wu was nearing awakening. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiao Yan's illuminated face in the firelight, her heart a tumult of emotions. She settled beside Xiao Wu, meticulously sorting through her thoughts. She found it challenging to let go of many things. Yet she had even more reasons to abandon the Star Dou Forest. The nights in the Star Dou Forest were exceedingly damp and cold, with water droplets condensing from the mist-laden leaves beginning to fall one by one. A droplet struck Xiao Wu, causing her to shiver and awaken. Zhuqing? Xiao Wu exclaimed, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's dazed expression beside her, instantly shaking off her sleepiness. Did you succeed? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, fatigue evident in her voice. Thanks to Xiao Yan's assistance, I would have otherwise been lost to the soul shock of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully comprehend as she inquired. Is it true that the crocodile-armored cloud leopard was defeated by Xiao Yan? Zhu Zhuqing nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. And he incapacitated the crocodile-armored cloud leopard with a single strike. At this moment, Xiao Yan opened his eyes. He had not entered a deep state of meditation and had remained aware of the external circumstances. How do you feel? Xiao Yan asked Xiao Wu as he blinked awake. She nodded in response, saying, fortunately, with your healing elixir, my injuries are no longer a concern. However, I was utterly exhausted this afternoon and fell asleep. No matter, Xiao Yan replied as he rose. Now that we are awake, let's return. I'm sure your classmates are quite anxious. It was then that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing realized they had been absent for 2 days. During this time, Liu Erlong would undoubtedly have taken action, likely searching for them. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. They have surely left the rocky terrain. If they're to find us, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Oddly, she did not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency, while Xiao Wu was eager to return. When they were captured by the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, Tang San had already sustained injuries from its claws, and she was now deeply worried about his condition. It is better than doing nothing here. Let us retrace our steps and see if we can find them. If we do not succeed in a few days, we should temporarily exit the Dou forest, Xiao Yan suggested. The two women nodded in agreement and turned back in the direction they had come. As they journeyed, they witnessed numerous towering trees, each as thick as a person, laid waste. Xiao Yan explained it was the doing of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. After traversing the night, they still had not encountered any signs of life. Just as they prepared to rest, a sudden gust of sharp wind swept toward them. Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, wielding the Xuanzhong ruler to counter the attack, neutralizing the low growl of a spirit beast that echoed before them. Peering through the dense foliage, he discerned a massive leopard-like spirit beast lurking within. What is happening? Xiao Wu had not yet grasped the situation when she intended to investigate further, only to be halted by Zhu Zhuqing, who raised her arm. Be cautious, stand behind me. Zhu Zhuqing's voice took on an urgent tone. Having acquired a 10,000-year spirit ring, her strength had significantly increased. Previously, she and Xiao Wu were evenly matched, but now she was confident that no one below the Spirit King level could rival her. From the thicket, the colossal forest cloud leopard emerged, its gaze fixed intensely upon Xiao Yan. You, human brat, are the one who killed the Leopard King. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, recognizing this forest cloud leopard, which bore numerous scars on its left leg and forelimbs, one of its legs hanging limply, evidently rendered useless. It appeared that the forest cloud leopard had fared poorly in its encounter with Liu Erlong and had somehow escaped her grasp, only to return seeking revenge after sensing the crocodile-armored cloud leopard's demise. So, it is you, Xiao Yan said, unperturbed in the face of a 30,000-year spirit beast. Although the forest cloud leopard's power was comparable to that of a spirit emperor among spirit masters, its current strength was significantly diminished. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Something feels amiss. I sense more than one pair of eyes watching us. Xiao Yan whispered, are there other forest cloud leopards? No, they do not appear overly dangerous. They seem to be merely 1,000-year spirit beasts, she replied. Before she could finish, several agile figures sprang from the surrounding thickets, leaping toward Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu without hesitation. The forest cloud leopard launched a sudden assault on Xiao Yan. Unaware of how Xiao Yan had managed to defeat the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, it believed that with a little caution, it could easily handle him. As the leopard's claws neared Xiao Yan, he moved unexpectedly, activating his first, third, and fourth spirit techniques simultaneously. The Xuanzhong ruler, infused with a fierce wave of heat, struck the forest cloud leopard's waist with tremendous force. Having survived long in the Dou forest, Xiao Yan was well acquainted with the habits and characteristics of various spirit beasts. This particular leopard belonged to a type renowned for its agility, possessing a slender physique that, while fast, lacked defensive capabilities, making its waist a particularly vulnerable and critical point. Although this attack did not match the power of the Flame Division S Devouring Wave ruler, each of Xiao Yan's strikes, bolstered by the 3 spirit techniques, equaled the might of a spirit emperor's abilities. Furthermore, the forest cloud leopard's strength was far inferior to that of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and coupled with its injuries, it found Xiao Yan's assault exceedingly difficult to endure. The forest cloud leopard yelped in pain and hastily retreated. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had engaged the 4,000-year spirit beast that had emerged. Zhu Zhuqing's 4 black spirit rings shone brilliantly in battle. as she effortlessly subdued 3 5,000-year spirit beasts with her first spirit technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu faced a single 1,000-year spirit beast, maintaining a balance in their struggle. The forest cloud leopard, now filled with regret, could not comprehend how Xiao Yan had unleashed such formidable power, nor could it fathom why these two young individuals possessed 10,000-year spirit rings. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan maximized his speed, swiftly closing the distance to the retreating forest cloud leopard. His third spirit technique had a time limit. Once it expired, defeating the forest cloud leopard would become exceedingly difficult. As the leopard attempted to continue its retreat, the Xuanzhong ruler struck its spine once more, targeting the already vulnerable area. Despite its desperate efforts to evade the blow, Xiao Yan found opportunities to land 3 successive strikes, resulting in the forest cloud leopard's waist fracturing. Its attack merely grazed Xiao Yan's robe, as it had lost most of its combat effectiveness. Just then, the duration of Xiao Yan's third spirit technique elapsed. Seizing the opportunity, he withdrew several meters, retracting the Xuanzhong ruler. While Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's attention was diverted, he conjured a fire lotus composed of the blue lotus earth fire and hurled it at the forest cloud leopard. As the explosion erupted, the spirit beast was engulfed in ethereal flames, frantically attempting to escape into the woods, hoping to extinguish the flames using the moisture within. Yet, unaware of the nature of these mystical flames, even submersion in water would not save it from being incinerated to ashes. Xiao Yan intentionally regulated the temperature of the flames, allowing the forest cloud leopard to flee further away, ensuring that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would not witness its demise. The manipulation of the ethereal fire required the use of soul power, and Xiao Yan's soul energy unconsciously radiated outward, granting him awareness of the surrounding environment. The 3,000-year spirit beasts proved no match for Zhu Zhuqing, who effortlessly defeated them with her initial 3 spirit techniques. As the forest cloud leopard retreated, the weaker spirit beasts, forcibly brought along to serve as pawns, lost their will to fight and scattered in flight. However, just as the spirit beast Xiao Wu was confronting attempted to escape, she swiftly blocked its path, activating her second spirit technique to ensnare the leopard-like spirit beast by the neck. At that moment, a vivid red flower fell from Xiao Wu's embrace. She was also within Xiao Yan's range of soul perception, and to his astonishment, he saw her transform into a rabbit, not her martial spirit, but rather an embodiment of her true self. A spirit beast? This absurd notion flickered through Xiao Yan's mind, prompting him to shake his head and retract his soul energy, confirming that Xiao Wu remained unmistakably human when scrutinized with soul power. Yet, just moments ago, she had appeared human. Why had she suddenly changed? He observed her fighting style with curiosity and unexpectedly noticed the flower that had fallen to the ground. His mind raced, recalling one of the properties of the heartbreak red flower. It could mask the aura of spirit beasts. Once more, he released his soul power and beheld the transformed Xiao Wu, further solidifying his conclusion. Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast, and one of the conditions for a soul beast to achieve this transformation is to have attained a cultivation age of 100,000 years. Upon reaching this milestone, a soul beast can take on a human form, but in doing so, it becomes an ordinary human devoid of any power. To regain the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast, it must commence cultivation as a soul master, a perilous journey fraught with danger. Hence, the choice to transform is exceedingly rare, yet Xiao Yan never anticipated encountering one today. He immediately entertained the thought of abducting Xiao Wu, although he currently had no need for a 100,000-year soul ring, with SoulLand Tian on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sage. Absorbing such a soul ring would be a perfect match for his cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to Xiao Yan's intentions, still engaged in battle with the soul beast. Let it go, allow me to handle this. Zhu Zhuqing, perceiving that Xiao Wu was still struggling, appeared behind the soul beast with an uncanny speed that ordinary people could not fathom. Her nails elongated instantly and plunged fiercely into the creature's body as she unleashed her second soul skill, Hell's Grasp. In an instant, over 100 claw marks tore through the soul beast's back, causing blood to spurt forth. Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded the creature's counterattack, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying several meters away. Xiao Wu exhaled in relief, then curiously scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, noting how significantly her strength had increased after absorbing that 50,000-year soul ring. Xiao Yan approached the fallen Heartbroken Red, a rare treasure indeed. This Heartbroken Red possesses a potent allure for soul beasts, but it also has the unique ability to conceal their presence. It was likely that the crocodile-armored cloud leopard had coveted this very power. What is that? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, catching sight of the heartbroken red in Xiao Yan's hand. "Isn't that your flower?" Xiao Wu gasped in shock, hurriedly searching her person, only to find the heartbroken red missing. Noticing Xiao Wu's flustered demeanor, Xiao Yan, with an unusual expression, extended the heartbroken red towards her, saying, "Here, you dropped this." Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly in gratitude, feeling fortunate that he was not like others consumed by greed. Had it been someone else who found it, there was a high probability it would have been claimed for themselves, making it troublesome to reclaim later. Although Xiao Wu did not notice, Zhu Zhuqing observed the peculiar expression on Xiao Yan's face and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did you scare off the forest cloud leopard? Are you worried it will strike again?" Xiao Yan shook his head, gazing at Xiao Wu as he asked, "Do you know?" "Know what?" Zhu Zhuqing was bewildered, and Xiao Wu was equally perplexed by Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan pointed at Xiao Wu, inquiring, "Who exactly is she?" Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and replied, "She is Xiao Wu." At that moment, Xiao Wu's heart raced again. Xiao Yan's question clearly indicated he had disowned her true identity. "It seems you're unaware." Xiao Yan shook his head and remarked, "Unaware of what?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, not comprehending his meaning. "When did you become a riddle master?" Xiao Yan paused, saying, "It's nothing. I must have misjudged." Just as Zhu Zhuqing felt confused, Xiao Wu sensed a chill creeping down her spine. She understood all too well the immense allure a 100,000-year soul beast holds for soul masters. If Xiao Yan intended to kill or capture her, it would be a simple task. She did not believe she could escape his grasp. Her only hope was that he had not confirmed her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. "Let us go," Xiao Yan said, stowing away the Xuanzhongshu and continuing in the direction they had come from. He was also conflicted about whether to capture Xiao Wu. A 100,000-year soul beast's soul ring is a coveted prize for every soul master. Yet, the soul beast before him was no longer in its beastly form, but had transformed into a girl. He had never engaged in the act of forcibly taking a girl against her will, nor did he hold such intentions. Should I regard her as a soul beast or a soul master? Xiao Yan pondered. At this juncture, Xiao Wu, trailing behind Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing, approached Zhu Zhuqing and tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "How about we separate and search for Teacher Erlong? Continuing this way is futile." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, saying, "What are you thinking? The Star Dou forest is fraught with dangers. Splitting up would only increase our peril." Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who had been leading the way, halted and turned to the two, exclaiming, "Ladies, I have two pieces of news, one bad and one not so good." Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, saying, "You might as well tell us two bad pieces of news." Xiao Yan sighed, stating, "The bad news is that we are lost. The other bad news is that we seem to have entered the territory of the golden armored dragon scorpion." "What?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback. The golden armored dragon scorpion is a renowned 50,000-year soul beast within the Star Dou forest. Although it may not possess the intelligence of other 50,000-year soul beasts, its combat prowess is exceptionally formidable, surpassing even that of the crocodile armored cloud leopard. Particularly fearsome are the toxic mists it emits and the poisonous stingers on its tail, which even soul Douluo experts would hesitate to confront alone. Xiao Yan, feeling equally helpless, had been so absorbed in contemplating how to deal with Xiao Wu that he had neglected to consider their route, relying solely on instinct to guide him. "What should we do? Should we retrace our steps?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "How do you know there are golden armored dragon scorpions here?" Xiao Yan pointed ahead to a patch of underbrush, saying, "There are fresh, molting traces of a golden armored dragon scorpion there." Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu approached, and indeed found a massive exoskeleton of a scorpion soul beast. Its translucent remains instilling a deep sense of dread in them. Chapter 71. Lu Erlong battles the dragon scorpion. What do we do? Can we go back? Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Xiao Yan shook his head, saying, "We would easily lose our way, resulting in us wandering in circles through the forest. The wisest choice now is to remain still. Scorpion-type soul beasts primarily operate on the ground, as long as we ascend the trees." As Xiao Yan mentioned climbing trees, the three instinctively looked up, only to be met with the sight of several grotesque faces looming above. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing screamed in fright, and even Xiao Yan broke into a cold sweat at the alarming sight. High atop the towering trees, about 6 or so thousand-faced demon spiders hung upside down. The thousand-faced demon spider is a soul beast that resides in trees, possessing razor-sharp fangs up to half a meter long and a sturdy web, with a penchant for preying on avian soul beasts that roost in the trees. The girls' voices drew the attention of the thousand-faced demon spiders. However, these creatures live high in the trees and are rarely hunted by soul masters. Most of them are unaware of the existence of soul masters, thus leading a rather isolated existence. Consequently, these thousand-faced demon spiders showed no interest in the trio, merely observing them with their myriad eyes before resuming their vigil for passing avian prey. What a bunch of hideous creatures! Xiao Wu exclaimed in fear. Zhu Zhuqing cast a questioning glance at Xiao Yan, asking, "What should we do?" Xiao Yan replied, "The thousand-faced demon spiders will not attack us unless provoked. In fact, their presence makes the trees the safest place to be. But we can't stay here indefinitely." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "This isn't a solution." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, stating, "That's true, but it's best to climb the trees first and then devise a plan. The golden armor dragon scorpion may have already sensed our presence, as it relies on scent to track intruders." The trio made their way to the base of a stout tree and began to climb. The sturdy trees here were designed to support the weight of soul beasts, easily accommodating the trio's ascent. After climbing several meters, they found themselves less than 20 meters from the nearest thousand-faced demon spider. Sensing the approach of unfamiliar creatures encroaching upon its territory, the thousand-faced demon spider opened its gaping maw, warning the intruders to keep their distance. Xiao Yan hastily gestured for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to halt, then retrieved several fruits that piqued the interest of soul beasts from his storage ring, tossing them towards the thousand-faced demon spider. Upon receiving the fruits, the spider first prodded them with its venomous fangs. The aroma emanating from the fruits elicited a soothing sensation. Once assured of their safety, it promptly devoured the offering. Observing the spider, as previously tense demeanor relaxed somewhat, Xiao Yan decided to inch closer. This time, the thousand-faced demon spider merely moved a few of its short legs in a symbolic gesture, refraining from any threatening actions. Despite being a 10,000-year soul beast, the spider possessed a level of intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary 100-year soul beast, its thoughts rather simplistic. Xiao Yan turned to the two companions behind him, and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, inquiring, "What should we do next?" Gazing downward, Xiao Yan noted that the golden armored scorpion had yet to reveal itself, likely either due to a considerable distance or an inability to detect their presence. However, Xiao Yan's early detection proved beneficial. Had he waited for the scorpion to approach before reacting, it would have been too late. Perhaps, he contemplated, he could enlist the aid of these arachnid allies. As a 10,000-year soul beast, the thousand-faced demon spider certainly could not contend with the golden-armored scorpion, but with several of them present, a collective assault might force even the scorpion to retreat. The question then became how to leverage these spiders. Soul beasts are inherently bloodthirsty. Should the golden-armored scorpion sustain even a minor injury, exposing its flesh, the thousand-faced demon spiders would undoubtedly launch a frenzied attack. Xiao Yan was confident in this strategy, reasoning that the scorpion had recently shed its skin, leaving its internal exoskeleton not yet fully hardened, making it vulnerable to his full force. Yet, they remained unaware of the scorpion's whereabouts or whether it had detected them. "Wait here for me. I will scout the area," Xiao Yan declared, preparing to leap from the tree. Zhu Zhuqing quickly intervened, anxiously exclaiming, "It's too dangerous to go down. Let us just stay put." The golden-armored scorpion is extremely perilous and highly aggressive, and escaping its encounter would be nearly impossible. "Rest assured, I have my methods," Xiao Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not move from this spot. I will return shortly." Swiftly, Xiao Yan darted into a dense thicket. While waiting for an opportunity was undoubtedly safer, time was of the essence. They could not afford to remain perched in the trees indefinitely. If the golden-armored scorpion had not detected their presence, they would have wasted precious moments. Scaling a taller tree, he utilized it as a vantage point, traversing the forest canopy in search of signs of the scorpion's activity. After an extensive search lasting several dozen minutes, he stumbled upon a massive tree that had been snapped in two. Upon examining the break, it appeared to have been severed by some sharp object. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that this was the work of the golden-armored scorpion. Surveying the surroundings, he indeed discovered signs of struggle. Using his soul power for a brief probe, he detected a familiar residue of energy, the soul power of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong and the others may have encountered the golden-armored scorpion. He murmured to himself, feeling a surge of anxiety. It was rare for disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school to venture into the Stardow forest. Following the trail of battle, he marked his path with Theo to prevent losing his way. As expected, after advancing several hundred meters, he heard the faint sounds of combat, intermingled with the roars of dragons and the scorpion's menacing growls. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in fury as she fixated on the golden-armored scorpion before her. A soul beast of 50,000 years of cultivation, exhibiting greater aggression compared to the previous crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Fortunately, Its low intelligence allowed Liu Erlong to maintain a precarious balance through strategy. "You two fall back," Liu Erlong commanded without turning her head. The golden armored scorpion proved to be a formidable foe. Its venom could be ejected from the stinger on its tail, and with your cultivation levels, even the slightest contact would incapacitate you. Chapter 72. A strike to sever the venomous stinger. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, acutely aware of the peril, hastily complied with Liu Erlong's instructions and retreated. At that moment, the golden armored scorpion launched another offensive. Liu Erlong's martial spirit roared as her sixth soul skill erupted into action, generating an energy wave that obliterated the flora within dozens of meters. Xiao Yan's vision blurred amidst the energy fluctuations, and now was the perfect moment for him to launch a surprise attack. Seizing the opportunity while the two were locked in combat, Xiao Yan unleashed his first, third, and fourth soul skills in rapid succession, enveloping his Xian Zhong staff in Yi as he charged towards the golden armored scorpion at lightning speed. Although the scorpion was embroiled in a fierce battle with Liu Erlong, it sensed the shift in soul power behind it and quickly identified Xiao Yan's intent to ambush. With a gaping maw, it prepared to counter with its venomous stinger. "Stop," Xiao Yan commanded, activating his second soul skill. While it could only immobilize the golden armored scorpion for half a second, that was sufficient. The staff descended, severing the stinger from the scorpion's tail, causing an uncontrollable spray of venom. Xiao Yan deftly evaded the venom, taking a swift step to Liu Erlong's side. "Is it really you?" Liu Erlong exclaimed, astonished to see Xiao Yan's return. His timing and positioning for the ambush had been nothing short of impeccable. The golden armored scorpion's exoskeleton was exceptionally tough, and even she struggled to penetrate it. The stinger, however, was a comparatively vulnerable point. Xiao Yan nodded. "Are you uninjured?" "It's not worthy of inflicting harm on me," Liu Erlong replied fiercely, "but you are quite the surprise." As Ning Rongrong and Oscar recognized the newcomer, they rushed forward excitedly, asking, "So you truly haven't left? Where's Zhuqing and Xiao Wu?" Liu Erlong inquired, "Did you manage to save them? Or at least find traces of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard?" She had not expected Xiao Yan to rescue the two, but she only hoped he could provide information about their whereabouts. "They're safe. You'll see them shortly. Right now, the priority is..." Xiao Yan turned to face the golden armored scorpion, speaking earnestly, "I have severed its stinger. While it cannot launch a potent attack for the time being, this type of scorpion soul beast may go berserk as a result." Liu Erlong frowned slightly. Xiao Yan's implication was clear. He had rescued Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Although she still found it hard to believe, the tension in her heart began to ease. Regardless of how frenzied the golden armored scorpion became, Liu Erlong felt confident facing it without its stinger. "Allow me to handle it," she declared. "Without its stinger, the golden armored scorpion no longer stands on equal footing with me." However, Xiao Yan shook his head. "Senior, do not rush. I have no doubt that the golden armored scorpion is no match for you, but we possess a more effective strategy for dealing with it." Liu Erlong's brows relaxed somewhat. Although the scorpion had lost its stinger, its inherent strength remained formidable, presenting a challenge. Curiously, she asked, "What strategy?" "We will lure it to a certain location where other soul beasts will assist us in combating it," Xiao Yan replied mysteriously. "And Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu are there as well." "That would be splendid." Liu Erlong finally smiled, turning to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. "You must protect yourselves at all costs." "Have no worries, Teacher Erlong," Oscar promptly nodded. "I will safeguard Rongrong." At that moment, the golden armored scorpion had recovered from the agony of its severed tail. Its 12 menacing eyes locked onto Xiao Yan, clearly redirecting its fury towards him. "It seems I have drawn its ire," Xiao Yan remarked resignedly. "You all follow my lead." At this moment, Xiao Yan's third soul skill had expired, prompting him to retract his fourth soul skill and rely solely on the speed enhancement of his first soul skill to forge ahead. The speed of the golden armored scorpion had escalated significantly, having entered a frenzied state. Its 8 stout, blade-like legs severed the surrounding trees with ease, while its massive pincers, akin to the size of wagons, swung continuously, narrowly missing Xiao Yan each time. The close call left him reeling. Had those pincers caught him, they would have inflicted severe injury, and even the protection of his black cloak would have been of little consequence. "Be careful." As the scorpion's pincers lunged again, Liu Erlong's martial soul manifested, and the fiery tail of the dragon struck fiercely against the golden armored scorpion, pushing it back a few steps. The resultant shockwave from their collision sent Xiao Yan tumbling forward for several meters before he regained his footing. The white jade vial appeared in his hand once more, ready for him to consume a potion and activate his third soul skill for survival. In that moment, Xiao Yan exhibited unparalleled speed and agility. impressing even himself with his ability to execute such intricate maneuvers, albeit covered in mud and looking rather disheveled. The golden armored scorpion's berserk state seemed to last indefinitely. After fleeing for several minutes, Xiao Yan realized that, without Lu Erlong's assistance, he might have sustained serious injuries. How much longer must we endure? This is unsustainable. I might as well deal with it directly, Lu Erlong lamented. Xiao Yan, observing the markers he had left behind, replied, "We are almost there. Less than 1,000 meters to go." With that, he continued onward. The golden armored scorpion pursued relentlessly, oblivious to the trap Xiao Yan had orchestrated. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, perched on a tree, noticed the dust rising in the distance. Utilizing her keen perception, Zhu Zhuqing discerned the approaching figure, a massive golden scorpion measuring over 10 meters in length. The golden armored scorpion. Zhu Zhuqing felt a moment of shock. Its fearsome reputation had spread throughout the Douluo continent, and anyone encountering a golden armored scorpion in a frenzied state would inevitably feel a chill of fear. In that moment, she caught sight of Xiao Yan, frantically fleeing, with Lu Erlong beside him, launching occasional attacks against the scorpion. "Wonderful, it's teacher Erlong," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, finding a sense of reassurance in Lu Erlong's presence. Despite Xiao Yan's formidable strength, she felt a twinge of fear that he might inadvertently drag her away. Meanwhile, the thousand-faced spider lurking in the trees began to stir. Having caught the scent of the golden armored scorpion, a potent mixture of blood and venom that was irresistibly alluring to these toxin-hunting soul beasts. Even the fact that it was a 50,000-year-old soul beast in a frenzied state did not deter them from rushing forward to feast. As Xiao Yan narrowly evaded another deadly attack from the golden armored scorpion, he leaped onto a tree, now only 100 meters away from the thousand-faced spider above him. He could even hear the sound of its venomous fangs grinding together. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, and almost simultaneously, the nearest thousand-faced spider launched its attack. The golden armored scorpion, sensing the unexpected intruders, emitted a fearsome roar, attempting to intimidate the approaching thousand-faced spiders. However, the spiders were undeterred, driven by the tantalizing scent of venom and blood. As the first thousand-faced spider attacked, several others nearby charged toward the golden armored scorpion. "My goodness, so many soul beasts!" Oscar exclaimed in panic. "We must leave this place." Xiao Yan shouted to them, urging, "While the golden armored scorpion is preoccupied, we need to make our escape." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's call, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu immediately jumped down from the tree, and Lu Erlong also managed to shake off the scorpion's gaze to join them. As they regrouped, Xiao Yan's voice rang out once more. "We have plenty of time for greetings later. For now, we must flee." After an arduous sprint, they finally exited the territory of the golden armored scorpion, now situated on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, where they hoped to encounter no further dangers. "Teacher Erlong." Xiao Wu leaped into Lu Erlong's embrace, tears streaming down her face, as if the suppressed emotions had found their outlet. Lu Erlong's eyes glistened with moisture. Despite their brief time together, she felt a bond with these students of Yu Shaojing. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sigh and exchanged a gentle hug with Ning Rongrong. "How did you two survive?" Oscar asked, somewhat inappropriately, as they had all believed Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to be in grave danger. To their surprise, the two appeared unscathed. Zhu Zhuqing grasped Xiao Yan, who was seated on the ground, and said, "He saved us." Although Lu Erlong had surmised the truth. Hearing it confirmed by Zhu Zhuqing left her momentarily incredulous. Seeing the astonished expressions around her, Zhu Zhuqing quickly recounted how Xiao Yan had subdued the adversary, along with the fates of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard and the forest cloud leopard. The demise of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard and the forest cloud leopard is for the best. Such intelligent soul beasts harbor deep grudges. Allowing them to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Lu Erlong remarked sternly, then softened her tone, addressing Xiao Yan. "You truly astonish me. I have never witnessed a soul master wield such formidable combat prowess." Lu Erlong reflected that even she could not have subdued the crocodile-armored cloud leopard in a single strike. "Brother, you are remarkable. I have decided that my greatest admiration now lies with you instead of Principal Flander," Oscar exclaimed, sidling up to Xiao Yan with a cheeky grin. Ning Rongrong, embarrassed by his antics, pulled him back, covering her face. "Come back here. Have you no shame?" Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Lu Erlong's incredulous gaze, felt an unexpected swell of pride, her typically icy demeanor replaced by a radiant smile. Xiao Yan chuckled, clasping his hands together. "It was merely good fortune. I capitalized on a moment of opportunity, nothing extraordinary. However, there is one person whose talent surpasses my own." Liu Erlong and the others immediately pressed. Who is it? Zhu Zhuqing, aware that Xiao Yan was referring to her, gently tugged at his sleeve. Let me explain. Don't embellish too much. Embellish? I speak only of objective truths, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Channeling her soul power, and 4 radiant black soul rings materialized around her. I absorbed the soul ring of the crocodile armored cloud leopard, she stated calmly. The 50,000-year soul ring has evolved my previous 3 soul rings into 10,000-year rings. Liu Erlong and the others exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After several seconds, Liu Erlong finally chuckled nervously. Zhuqing, that joke is a bit far-fetched. Setting aside whether your strength is sufficient to absorb a 50,000-year soul beast's soul ring. We have never heard of such an evolution of soul rings. That is because no one has ever achieved such a vast difference between 2 adjacent soul rings. When the disparity is too great, it causes instability, which is why higher-level soul rings can evolve lower-level ones to solidify their position, Xiao Yan interjected, producing a notebook from a spatial ring that detailed the reasons behind soul ring evolution. This notebook was one of the research findings from the Elder Hall, knowledge not accessible to the average person. Naturally, Xiao Yan would not foolishly reveal the entire notebook, merely presenting the relevant chapter for Liu Erlong and the others to peruse. Upon reading it, Oscar excitedly exclaimed, Teacher Erlong, we should head back. The golden armored scorpion might be on the verge of death, and if I acquire its soul ring, I too could attain 4 10,000-year soul rings. Liu Erlong cast a sidelong glance at him, delivering a firm punch to his head as she rebuked him sharply. Are you courting death? Xiao Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly interjected. The absorption of a 50,000-year soul ring is exceedingly arduous. Even I cannot guarantee a successful assimilation. The soul impact of a 50,000-year soul beast is no trifling matter. This young lady possesses a willpower that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and her talent surpasses ours. Even so, success remains a formidable challenge. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, stating, had it not been for Xiao Yan, I would have already succumbed to the soul impact of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. If given another chance, I fear I would falter as well. The cold water poured onto Oscar's aspirations extinguished his fighting spirit, and he sighed helplessly. It seems the strongest in our team has shifted from Dai Lao De to Zhuqing. I suppose Dai Lao De will face a tough road ahead. Serve him right. Zhu Zhuqing thought, her anger rekindled by memories of Dai Mubai's past actions. Liu Erlong gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm, speaking softly, Zhuqing, let me examine your body and see what changes have occurred since absorbing the 50,000-year soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and followed Liu Erlong to a secluded location. Xiao Wu covertly glanced at Xiao Yan a couple of times before trailing behind them. Her little actions did not escape Xiao Yan's notice. He understood that she was apprehensive about him, which was entirely reasonable, considering he had just been contemplating how to capture her. Chapter 74. The might of the 9-treasure glazed tower, however. After much contemplation, Xiao Yan ultimately abandoned that notion. Xiao had already shed her soul beast form. She was now an ordinary human girl, just like him. It would be utterly unreasonable to recklessly seize another's life to augment one's own power. Although eliminating her would grant him a 100,000-year soul ring, it placed her in a perilous predicament. As Liu Erlong ventured further, Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. While the formidable beauty teacher ensured their safety, her temper was notoriously volatile, and he constantly feared she might flatten him in a fit of rage. Leaning against a tree for a moment's respite, Xiao Yan reflected on his recent tension. He found himself reminiscing about the days spent in the Stardow forest alongside Bibi Dong. With her presence, he had little to worry about. Say, Xiao Yan, are you truly just a soul sect? Oscar inquired curiously, edging closer. Xiao Yan shrugged, affirming absolutely without a doubt. That shouldn't be the case. With your prowess, you ought to have no trouble finding a cooperative soul master team. I reckon if you went to the spirit hall, you'd be carried in on 8 palanquins, Oscar remarked, disbelief evident on his face. He could not fathom how Xiao Yan had yet to assemble his own team. Xiao Yan replied helplessly, haven't I mentioned? My teacher sent me to find a team that would accept me. It was all rather sudden, and I had no time to prepare. I just happened to run into you all, so I thought I would give it a try. I've put in quite a bit of effort these past few days. You can't just abandon me now, he added. Rest assured, saving Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing will surely earn you gratitude from Dai Lauda and Sange. They won't hold any grudges against you, Oscar guaranteed, slapping his chest. But I'm still quite curious. Who is stronger, you or Teacher Erlong? Xiao Yan paused, recalling Liu Erlong's combat stance, and responded with resignation. Does a soul sage really need to compare herself with me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong joined them, shaking her head. It's different. Although Teacher Erlong is a soul sage, she cannot swiftly slay the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. She couldn't even capture that forest cloud leopard. Xiao Yan felt a pang of exasperation. Are you not afraid that she might come looking for you after you speak ill of her behind her back? Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly. She would never harm me. But she would not hesitate to harm me. Oscar shuddered. Yet his curiosity overcame his fear of Lu Erlong as he continued. Big brother, I truly wish to know who is stronger between you two. How about you have a friendly spar? Regardless of the outcome, you'll always be my big brother. Xiao Yan pressed his forehead, internally lamenting, what kind of people are these? Nonetheless, being merely a teenager, Xiao Yan, despite his inherent aversion to competitiveness, harbored a trace of pride. He leaned closer to Oscar's ear and whispered, let me tell you this. If I were to unleash all my hidden cards in a life-and-death battle, I would survive, and she would perish. However, in a friendly spar, I would not be her match. Oscar's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he knew Xiao Yan was strong, he never anticipated such a confident declaration. Xiao Yan smiled mysteriously. The feeling of being admired was indeed delightful, and he was not exaggerating. He understood that his flame-splitting abyssal spear might not easily overcome Lu Erlong. But with two types of Ioa as trump cards, he could unleash a devastating fire lotus. If struck directly by this fire lotus, even a titled Douluo would find it difficult to escape serious injury. In a typical spar, he would certainly refrain from employing such overwhelming attacks for regular combat. He would only use the Xian Heavy Ruler, which could hold its own against Soul Kings and lower-ranking Soul Emperors, but against a Soul Sage, he had no hope of victory. What did you tell him? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, noticing Oscar's astonished expression. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. If you're curious, you can find a time to ask him. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, grasped Oscar's hand, eager to inquire about what Xiao Yan had said. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan retrieved his alchemy furnace, prompting an inquisitive look from Ning Rongrong. Are you going to refine healing pills again? Xiao Yan nodded, yes. The techniques I employed against the crocodile-armored cloud leopard inflicted some injuries on my body, nearly undoing my previous efforts. At that time, I consumed all my healing pills to barely suppress my injuries, but after today's battles with the forest cloud leopard and the golden-armored dragon scorpion, my condition has worsened. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, surprised to learn that Xiao Yan's injuries had deteriorated. I also acquired my fourth soul ring, a mutant four-eyed phosphor-armored beast, and my soul skill has undergone significant changes. It should be able to heal your wounds. Skeptical, Xiao Yan thought Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower could merely alleviate his internal pain and could not truly affect his injuries. Without further ado, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul. Upon seeing the 7-treasure glazed tower, Xiao Yan felt a pang of disappointment, but as he observed closely, the tower transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tower. A mutated martial soul? Xiao Yan was taken aback, marveling at the hidden talents within the small Shrek Academy. From the previously encountered blue silvergrass martial soul to the mutated fire phoenix martial soul, and now Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower, he was left in awe. I observe that you all possess the potential of titled Douluos. Given time, you shall surely stand tall at the pinnacle of Douluo. Xiao Yan mused aloud. Just then, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. The 9 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul. The fourth is defense. The 9-colored heart. Hearken to the call of radiance. A sacred light emanated from the 9-treasure glazed tower, illuminating Xiao Yan. Instantly, he felt a wave of fatigue dissipate as a warm current radiated from the tower, akin to the sun itself. At this moment, Xiao Yan could distinctly perceive the chaotic meridians within his body becoming smoother under the influence of the warm current. Remarkably, some long-standing injuries even exhibited signs of recovery. This was truly astonishing. Xiao Yan could hardly believe the changes occurring within him. After a few seconds, he settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to channel his soul power in conjunction with a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to mend his injuries. However, unlike summoning his martial soul, Ning Rongrong was currently utilizing all 4 of her soul abilities simultaneously, which demanded an immense amount of soul power. Prolonged exertion would inevitably lead to physical exhaustion. Chapter 75. Recovery of Injuries. Xiao Yan had been in a meditative state for over 10 minutes without any indication of awakening. At this point, Ning Rongrong was feeling extremely fatigued. Yet recalling how Xiao Yan had risked severe injury to rescue Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, she grit her teeth and persevered. Seeing this, Oscar quickly employed his soul abilities to conjure several sausages for Ning Rongrong to replenish her soul power, while also transferring some of his own soul power into her body. Rong, if you can't hold on any longer, just stop, Oscar said with concern. Although he wished for Xiao Yan to recover swiftly, he did not want to witness Ning Rong in such a state. Ning Rong shook her head, stubbornly enduring her weariness. It's all right, Xiao Ao. I can still manage. He has so many injuries within him. Just think of how painful it must be for him. Oscar nodded, increasing the rate at which he transmitted his soul power. He and Ning Rong had both witnessed Xiao Yan's injuries and were horrified. Such wounds were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Perhaps the cost of Xiao Yan's strength was indeed this. The treatment lasted for about an hour before both Ning Rong and Oscar finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Their soul power was nearly depleted, yet a flicker of consciousness remained. They distinctly felt Xiao Yan move beside them, seemingly rising from the ground. Heavenly! Is this the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? It truly is the strongest support martial soul. Xiao Yan exclaimed in awe, and immediately transferred some of his abundant soul power to Ning Rong and Oscar. He felt deeply grateful for their efforts. Thank you both. If you ever need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, Xiao Yan said earnestly. After the treatment from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, my injuries have healed over 90%, and my cultivation level has become even more stable. Ning Rong, now quite weak, merely smiled without speaking, a look of contentment gracing her features as she rested her head on Oscar's shoulder and fell asleep. Oscar embraced her frail form, suppressing his fatigue as he remarked, "No need for thanks. You saved Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. That is more important than anything. Although we often bicker, the Shrek 7 monsters are indispensable." Shrek 7 monsters? Is that the name of your team? Xiao Yan inquired, intrigued by the amusing moniker, which seemed quite fitting given their strength. Oscar nodded and soon lay down, falling asleep as well. Ning Rong also collapsed, resting against Oscar's chest. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within, akin to the sourness of unripe fruit. In an effort to quell his unease, he turned away from the two and prepared to continue examining the details of his internal injuries recovery. However, upon closing his eyes, the visage of Bibi Dong suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yan couldn't help but open his eyes again, letting out a sigh of resignation. Fata is cruelist. When Lu Erlong joyfully returned with Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, she discovered Oscar and Ning Rong fast asleep, prompting her to seek clarification from Xiao Yan. Embarrassed, Xiao Yan recounted how the two had assisted him in his healing. Lu Erlong appeared unconcerned, instead expressing satisfaction. It seems Rong has grown quite a bit during this time. How so? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. Lu Erlong chuckled. You wouldn't know. She used to be quite the little demoness, a headache for anyone who crossed her path. However, since joining the Shrek team, her temperament has gradually mellowed. She's doing much better now. Zhu Qing stifled a laugh and said to Xiao Yan, don't be fooled by her current good behavior. Deep down, she still harbors a little devil. Surely not, Xiao Yan replied, unable to believe that such a kind girl could have once been like that. Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively. Well, that's all in the past now. Let's refrain from speaking ill of her. They are both very tired. We should rest for the day. There's plenty of time. All right, we'll camp here. Zhu Qing nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and, with a puzzled expression, asked Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Ever since we drove off that forest cloud leopard, you've been silent. Are you injured? Xiao Wu was startled and quickly shook her head. No, I'm not injured. At this moment, Lu Erlong also noticed Xiao Wu's unusual demeanor and was about to inquire further when Xiao Yan interrupted. Perhaps she has just exhausted herself over the past few days. After all, her level is relatively low, and her martial soul is weaker compared to ours. Thankfully, she has been with you. Otherwise, she could have encountered danger. Lu Erlong and Zhu Qing nodded, accepting this explanation without doubt. After repeatedly advising Xiao Wu, they began setting up the tents. Xiao Wu's gaze toward Xiao Yan was complex. She did not understand why he would defend her. Seeing her expression, Xiao Yan said, living is not easy. Don't throw yourself into the fire. If you harm yourself, you also endanger others. Xiao Wu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Xiao Yan chose not to elaborate further, taking out some spirit beast repellent medicine from a storage ring, sprinkling it around the area before joining Lu Erlong and the others in setting up camp. As dusk fell over the Stardow forest, the roaming spirit beasts around began to increase in number. However, due to the repellent medicine, they dared not approach. Xiao Yan and Lu Erlong carefully observed each passing spirit beast, feeling a tinge of disappointment. There were no suitable spirit beasts for Oscar. I told you, waiting for something to happen is unrealistic, Zhu Qing remarked, finding their silence amusing. It was just a gamble. I wasn't counting solely on this. Xiao Yan shrugged and stood up. By the way, when will the others meet up with us? We agreed to gather in a few days in that sandy area and then exit the Star Dou forest together, Liu Erlong explained, adding, honestly, I'm quite anxious. I wonder if those mercenaries are reliable. Tang San and the others have just barely reached level 40. Xiao Yan, however, confidently asserted, I can't speak for others. But that Tang San you mentioned will definitely be fine. Liu Erlong relaxed her brow slightly, playfully asking, what makes you so certain about him? Chapter 76. News of the Haotian Douluo, Xiao Yan replied, you don't understand him. He always observes everything around him with a discerning eye. Such a person will never fare poorly, no matter where they go. Moreover, I sense his psychological maturity far exceeds that of an average teenager, perhaps even surpassing yours. Liu Erlong naturally did not believe Xiao Yan's words, considering him to be overestimating Tang San. After all, while Tang San was indeed talented and had surprised her on multiple occasions, it was entirely normal for Xiao Yan to misjudge him. Xiao Yan smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Liu Erlong was unaware of Tang San's true capabilities. Initially, Xiao Yan regarded him as merely a peer, but each time he felt the chill behind him and turned around, it was invariably Tang San watching him. He concealed his intentions well. Others could not detect it. If not for Xiao Yan's keen perception, he would not have recognized Tang San's prowess. During the encounter with the crocodile armor cloud leopard, Xiao Yan had also witnessed the weapon Tang San had thrown, a weapon that had managed to injure the beast unexpectedly. However, such a weapon was entirely foreign to Xiao Yan. He had neither encountered it nor heard of any sect on the Douluo continent that employed such a formidable tool. Its immense power seemed incongruous with its obscurity, and despite much contemplation, he could not fathom this anomaly. He resolved to bury this question deep within his heart, planning to inquire about it with Sir Lin Tian or others when the opportunity arose. At this moment, within the Spirit Hall of Star Dou City, the atmosphere was decidedly grave as everyone fixated on the elegantly attired woman upon the high platform. Although this place was usually solemn and dignified, it rarely exuded such an intensity that could almost condense the air into liquid. The oppressive ambience rendered the guards within the hall utterly speechless. I shall ask you once more, is this information accurate? The chilling voice of Bibi Dong, laden with an undeniable authority, reverberated throughout the space. Even the formidable Yueguan and Guemei felt a shiver run down their spines. Sains knelt below, trembling like a towering iron statue, pressing his forehead deeply against the carpet as he stammered, Your Holiness, every word I speak is the truth. We indeed discovered traces of the Haotian hammer within the Star Dou Great Forest, and the individual in question possesses 9 soul rings, one of which is red. At this revelation, the high-ranking officials present, with the exception of Bibi Dong, collectively inhaled sharply as the tension within the Grand Hall escalated further. The Haotian hammer, a soul ring of 100,000 years. Bibi Dong spoke those words with a chilling detachment. The Haotian Douluo has resurfaced. I never expected him to still be alive. Those with experience in the Spirit Hall were well aware of the notorious reputation of the Haotian Douluo. Years ago, the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, engaged in a fierce battle against him for a 100,000-year soul beast, accompanied by the elders Zhu Duo and Dai Duo. Ultimately, they failed to best the Haotian Duo, and it was during that confrontation that Qian Xuanji sustained fatal injuries. The Spirit Hall then pressured the Haotian clan into seclusion, fundamentally altering the balance of power on the Douluo continent. It could be said that the Haotian Duo was the primary adversary of the Spirit Hall, and the emergence of such a formidable foe naturally instilled profound anxiety among its members. Your Holiness, I believe we must immediately seek out the Haotian Douluo and swiftly eliminate this threat. Yu Douluo Yugon assented vehemently. Though he had made significant strides in strength, he knew he could not yet rival the Haotian Douluo. However, his soul fusion technique with Gui Duo was extraordinarily powerful, making it unlikely for even the Haotian Douluo to thwart them easily. Moreover, they had the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, who possessed peak Douluo power, considerably surpassing the Haotian Douluo. Bibi Dong was well aware of these dynamics. Thus, while she felt anger upon hearing the name of the Haotian Douluo, she maintained her composure, confident in her own strength, albeit this self-assurance was somewhat shattered by Xiao Yan's performance. After Zhu Duo spoke, Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze fixed outside the hall, toward the direction of the Star Dou Great Forest. After a lengthy pause, she nodded. Seeing this, Yueguan hurriedly inquired, Your Holiness, does this mean you consent? Bibi Dong replied, Conduct a covert investigation. Do not allow anyone to discover our actions, lest they accuse the Spirit Hall of bullying. Understood. Both Yueguan and Guemei nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong rose from her seat and descended the high platform. Addressing Sir Lin Tian with calm resolve, "Tomorrow, let Nana return to the Pope's city to cultivate. I shall take a stroll outside. If anything arises, have the two elders seek me out." Sir Lin Tian respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong exited the spirit hall, returning to the courtyard rented by Xiao Yan. On the table in the living room lay Xiao Yan's letter, stating that he had found a commendable team for the competition and would not be returning for the time being. Bibi Dong sighed softly, her concern for Xiao Yan's injuries deepening. Even he was unaware of the potential for permanent damage that such injuries could inflict upon him. He had always been so driven, offering himself no respite. Have I pushed him too hard in the past? Bibi Dong pondered, recalling the various trials Xiao Yan faced during his training years ago. She had nurtured him according to the standards of a strong individual, demanding the abandonment of any laziness or cowardice. It was precisely this rigorous approach that forged his relentless spirit. Yet now, seeing Xiao Yan, even Bibi Dong could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, reminiscing about her own training experiences with Hu Laina, which had never been so perilous. "Indeed, I was mistaken," Bibi Dong mused, caressing the lotus mark on her wrist. With a slight infusion of soul power, she shed her ornate robe, revealing the plain attire beneath. Rising to her feet, she summoned a surge of azure flames. Approaching a cage crafted by a soul engineer of the soul Douluo rank, where the illusory crimson fox resided. "Be good, it's time to eat." Though Bibi Dong wore a smile, her voice exuded warmth. To the illusory crimson fox, she appeared as a demon from the depths of hell, whispering temptations to devour the strange fire. "Why show such reluctance? Had you not come seeking me, I would not have ensnared you so easily," Bibi Dong said with a smile, releasing the azure flames toward the illusory crimson fox. This azure flame, known as the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, was a gift from Xiao Yan, transformed from his subfire. Although she had yet to master it fully, she had acquired some operational techniques. And after days of nurturing the illusory crimson fox, her control over the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire had grown increasingly adept. The illusory crimson fox cast a begrudging glance at Bibi Dong before swallowing the azure flames in one swift motion. Though it found itself cornered, the instinct to seize this opportunity for growth compelled it to act. Chapter 77. Night Conversations. Truly greedy, Bibi Dong remarked disdainfully. Observing the illusory crimson fox treat the flames as treasures, it should have anticipated such a day when it dared to take risks. What it did not foresee, however, was Bibi Dong's cold and ruthless nature. Noticing its lack of resistance, she encircled the cage with the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, which, fueled by the soul power of a tidal Dou, could sustain its flames for 30 days without extinguishing. This also illustrated that the greater one's strength, the more potent their control over the strange fire. Although Bibi Dong had yet to master the technique fully, the durability of her Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire had already surpassed Xiao Yan's by several folds. She stepped outside, leaving the courtyard, and soon vanished into the night. The night in the Stardow Great Forest was exceedingly cold, particularly in this damp area teeming with scorpion and insect soul beasts, where the chill mingled with moisture to create an even more discomforting atmosphere. Xiao Wu emerged from the recently warmed tent and spotted Xiao Yan keeping watch outside. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still asleep, while Lu Erlong and Zhu Zhuqing had already retired, catching Xiao Wu off guard. She hesitated, then decided to circumvent Xiao Yan, intending to head elsewhere. "Where are you going?" Xiao Yan inquired. Xiao Wu shivered slightly, murmuring, "I'm just going to wash my hands. They got dirty by accident. There are no rivers or water sources here. If there's nothing else, you should return," Xiao Yan replied, observing her with a calm demeanor that seemed to treat her as an ordinary human. Xiao Wu took 2 steps back, her anxiety heightening as Xiao Yan's composure made her feel increasingly fearful, dreading that he might transform into a ferocious beast at any moment. Seeing her flustered state, Xiao Yan exhaled gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will not disclose your identity. You may cultivate in peace." Xiao Wu paused, uncertain, and nodded hesitantly, asking softly, You want to capture me, will you?" "Not at present. I have no need for a 100,000-year-soul beast as a soul ring," Xiao Yan replied, his tone hinting at mischief. "You indeed. In the future, I won't either, at least not if the soul beast does not bring about its own demise," Xiao Yan stated firmly. "It seems you truly know my identity. How did you uncover it?" Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. The presence of the heartbreak red on her was supposed to render her undetectable, and even without it, ordinary soul masters could not perceive her true identity. Only a tidal Douluo of level 95 could. Every individual harbors their own little secrets. I shall safeguard yours. So do refrain from prying into mine, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. I am here to seek a companion, not to pursue spirit beasts. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Xiao Yan shifted, and she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. I regard you as a person. Though others may not be so considerate, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Are you aware of the immense allure 100,000-year spirit ring holds for those formidable beings on the brink of ascending to title Douluo? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu involuntarily trembled, whispering, I certainly understand. Observing the sorrow etched upon Xiao Wu's face, Xiao Yan surmised that something must have transpired with her. Just know this. Heed my counsel and refrain from participating in the Senior Soul Master competition. With your abilities, reaching the finals is well within your grasp. But the finals will take place in the Pope City, where no fewer than 10 title Douluo reside. Capturing you would be an exceedingly simple task, he warned. Although he was a student of Bibi Dong, he felt an inexplicable aversion to the thought of Xiao Wu being ensnared by the spirit hall for a mere ordinary spirit beast. Spirit beasts over a century old are already considered precious, while those spanning a millennium or more have endured countless days and nights to attain their current prowess. After 100,000 years of cultivation, they finally possess the strength to rival human title Douluo. Yet, some spirit beasts willingly relinquish all their power to transform into human form and live as ordinary people, the perils of which cannot be succinctly articulated. Xiao Yan pondered, acknowledging that he had indeed felt a pang of compassion. The aspiration to become human must have been a hope nurtured over countless days and nights. And if the outcome were to be reduced to becoming someone's spirit ring or spirit bone, it would be lamentable indeed. Xiao Wu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. How could she not be aware of what Xiao Yan spoke? Yet, she yearned to follow Tang San's footsteps. Wherever he ventured, she would accompany him. She had come to regard Tang San as her anchor, and without him, she felt as though the very sky would collapse. I cannot abandon my classmates or my teacher. She shook her head resolutely. I will keep the heartbroken red with me at all times. Nothing will happen. Xiao Yan sighed, resigned. Then may you seek your own fortune in this matter. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Xiao Wu shook her head. Indeed. You have confided in no one. Have you considered how they might react when your true identity is revealed to them? Xiao Wu's body trembled, unsure of how to respond. The reactions would likely fall into two categories, and given the relationship between humans and spirit beasts, it is evident which is more probable. Since you are a team, you ought to disclose your identity to them. If you fear rejection, confide first in those you trust most, Xiao Yan advised. Paper cannot contain fire. The truth will eventually surface. I do not know what to do. Xiao Wu grasped her hands tightly, shivering in the frigid air, her appearance particularly pitiful. Xiao Yan found it perplexing. After all, she was a spirit beast that had lived for over 100,000 years, and one would expect her insight to surpass that of ordinary individuals. Yet, her demeanor was indistinguishable from that of a young girl. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu turned and retreated into her tent, her heart in turmoil, for Xiao Yan had just unmasked her identity. Furthermore, she understood that his words rang true. No matter how much she tried to conceal it, she could not alter the fact that she was a spirit beast. Third brother, if you were to discover my true nature, would you still protect me, as you do now? Xiao Wu murmured to herself. This night was destined to be sleepless. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed after the sun emerged, and rays of light illuminated the Star-Doe forest, restoring its vibrant appearance. Oscar sat up from his tent, stretching his back vigorously. He had slept for a full 10 hours, finally replenishing his lost energy. He needed to adjust his state well, for the time had come to hunt spirit beasts. Chapter 78. The perfect spirit beast for Oscar. Lu Erlong rose early to tend to Ning Rongrong. Compared to Oscar, Ning Rongrong was more delicate. Her recovery required more than mere rest. She needed someone to gently bestow some of their soul power upon her. After a while, she finally opened her eyes to the concerned faces surrounding her. Are you all right? Xiao Yan asked, a hint of apology in his voice. You've suffered, but the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is indeed remarkable. I'm almost fully healed and now in peak condition. Ning Rongrong smiled. Having noticed the approving gaze from Lu Erlong, her heart filled with joy. Very well, let us set forth. We have time to hunt a suitable spirit beast for little Oscar, Lu Erlong announced to the group. Along the way, Xiao Yan inquired of Oscar what spirit beast he desired for his 4th spirit ring, only to be taken aback when Oscar expressed a wish for a 10,000-year spirit ring. For combat type or support type soul masters at level 40, there exists a slight chance of success in absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. but it is utterly unattainable for support-type soul masters. That will not do. You must choose another, and besides, 10,000-year spirit beasts are not so easily encountered, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head. As he spoke of 10,000-year spirit beasts, Xiao Wu's body visibly stiffened for a moment, though she soon relaxed, for she now considered herself human. Oscar, with a mischievous grin, suggested, then surely an 8,000-year spirit beast would be acceptable? Xiao Yan scoffed. This fellow was clearly intent on securing a spirit beast of that age from the outset. After all, he felt it would be difficult to refuse him twice. Little Oscar, do not aim too high. Age is not the most crucial factor. Finding one that suits you is of utmost importance. Lu Erlong interjected, recalling Zhu Zhuqing's 5,000-year spirit beast and how perfectly it complemented her martial soul, leading to signs of mutation in her martial spirit. Xiao Yan speculated that if Zhu Zhuqing were to hunt a suitable 10,000-year spirit beast next time, her martial soul would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. As he walked, Xiao Yan pondered deeply, suddenly halting as if struck by a thought. He addressed the group. I believe I know of a spirit beast that would perfectly suit Oscar's spirit ring. What? The group paused in astonishment, and Oscar eagerly inquired, what spirit beast is it? What type and how many years? Xiao Yan waved his hand, urging them not to rush. The spirit beast resides not far from here, approximately half a day's journey away. Half a day? Why not just tell me and spare the suspense? Oscar feigned exasperation. Indeed, your teasing is unnecessary. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, realizing that the spirit beasts perfectly suited to support-type martial souls were exceedingly rare. If it were her, she too would be immensely excited. Xiao Yan pointed ahead and said, that area marks the entrance to the northwest region of the Stardew Forest. At the junction of the northwest and southern regions, there exists a rare spirit beast known as the star mist grassbug, a 1,000-year spirit beast. However, due to the rampant hunting by passing spirit beasts, it is now on the brink of extinction. The star mist grassbug? Oscar felt a twinge of disappointment. This spirit beast was indeed a perfect match for a food-type soul master, and its lack of aggression meant that even support-type soul masters could defeat it. However, because of this, their numbers were exceedingly scarce, and numerous teams specifically seeking the star mist grassbug had returned empty-handed, leading the two empires to consider it extinct. Lu Erlong shook her head. We had certainly contemplated this, but given that this spirit beast is considered extinct, we must abandon the idea. In truth, they are not extinct. They have merely concealed themselves from more powerful spirit beasts, Xiao Yan elucidated to the group. I discovered this by chance while foraging for medicinal herbs. These star mist grassbugs have retreated from the ground and trees, hiding within the phosphorescent scales of the 10,000-year white phosphorus forest python. And within a single scale of a white phosphorus forest python, there are undoubtedly multiple star mist grassbugs. The white phosphorus forest python? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Although the white phosphorus forest python is a soul beast of 10,000 years, provoking it would inevitably summon the 50,000-year soul beast, the phosphor-armored white dragon. This dragon, a companion to the white phosphor forest python, is inseparable from it, as both are serpentine soul beasts that roam the forest together. Thus, in our pursuit of a millennium starry mist caterpillar, we are compelled to provoke a 50,000-year soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing felt a dryness in her throat. She could not fathom why Xiao Yan consistently voiced such entangled matters. Moreover, a mature and robust phosphor-armored white dragon is usually accompanied by not just one, but at least 4 or 5 white phosphor forest pythons, sometimes even a dozen. To provoke such a creature with our current strength seems nothing short of self-inflicted misery. Oscar, with a mournful expression, lamented that there was not entirely no way. We could simply snatch it and flee. The starry mist caterpillar is in a symbiotic relationship with the white phosphor forest python. After all, it is not embedded within the python's flesh. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. Lu Erlong furrowed his brow and asked Xiao Yan, what is your plan? 2 plans, Xiao Yan replied mysteriously. I believe at least one will work. What plans? Oscar urged eagerly, gripping Xiao Yan's hand tightly. With a resigned expression, Xiao Yan said, the first plan is to straightforwardly approach the phosphor-armored white dragon and request it. While its intellect may not rival that of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, it is certainly far superior to that of the golden-armored scorpion. If we present a suitable reward, it may agree. And once it consents, the white phosphor forest python, being its vassal, would naturally not refuse. Lu Erlong quickly waved her hands, expressing her skepticism. I find this plan unreliable. Let us hear the next one. Xiao Yan shrugged and continued. The second plan, of course, is to resort to outright theft. A direct approach is out of the question. We must employ a surprise attack and steal the starry mist caterpillar from the gaps in the white phosphor forest python S armor. However, two challenges arise. First, how to capture their attention, and second, how to ascertain the location of the starry mist caterpillar. We cannot possibly search for it piece by piece unless we incapacitate them all with poison. Incapacitate them with poison? Lu Erlong nodded, saying, that's a good approach. Let us use poison. Xiao Yan felt slightly embarrassed, having merely made a casual suggestion. But the question remained, do you understand poison? Moreover, the phosphor-armored white dragon is a 50,000-year soul beast. What kind of poison could possibly render it unconscious? Furthermore, this type of serpent possesses a strong resistance to toxins. Unlike other soul beasts, Xiao Yan sighed, I believe we should first attempt the first plan. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, pondering who would dare to try it. Zhu Zhuqing awkwardly inquired, well, it's certainly one TB me. Ning Rongrong shook her head in agreement. Oscar scratched his head and, feigning distress, remarked, surely it can't fall to me. Lu Erlong quickly interjected, I despise snakes. Besides, I find this method dubious. Let us abandon it. Xiao Yan, in frustration, said, come on, this might be the simplest approach. If we attempt to steal or snatch it, we will undoubtedly be pursued by a horde of snakes for miles. Chapter 79, A Gift in Exchange. At this moment, the previously silent Xiao Wu suddenly stepped forward, declaring, let me go. The crowd gasped in surprise. Ning Rongrong immediately seized Xiao Wu's shoulders, shaking her vigorously. Xiao Wu, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Wu, please don't push yourself. It's just a soul beast, not worth it. Oscar quickly urged, knowing that Xiao Wu was only a 37-level soul master, the weakest among them aside from the support-type soul masters. Yet Xiao Wu shook her head, resolute, stating, let me go, I believe I can do it. Lu Erlong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. Moreover, Xiao Yan's plan was already quite far-fetched. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had always thought of Xiao Wu as a girl lacking in assertiveness, yet here she was daring to step forward. Upon reflection, Xiao Wu was indeed transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, perhaps endowed with a natural persuasive ability towards soul beasts. Allowing her to take this risk might indeed be the best choice. This time, Xiao Wu's attitude was unwavering, leaving Lu Erlong and the others puzzled about her motives. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, asked, but what reason do we have to convince the phosphor-armored white dragon to agree? Xiao Yan offered the group a reassuring glance, affirmatively stating, I certainly have a method. What method? Ning Rongrong pressed. Xiao Yan sheepishly rubbed his hands together, responding, I'll explain once we arrive. It's not convenient for too many to know. After all, we are a team. It would be inappropriate to conceal a good plan, Lu Erlong thought, not fully trusting Xiao Yan's intentions. Of course there is a method. Otherwise, why would I even mention it? Xiao Yan's complexion paled slightly, appearing somewhat hesitant. Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed, queried, this isn't like you. Just say what's on your mind. You're making it seem as though you're shy. Do I really have to say? Xiao Yan asked, his face drawn. Of course you must. The others chorused. Feeling utterly exasperated, Xiao Yan sighed and retrieved a long, strip-like object from his storage ring, still attached to two bloody meatballs. As this item emerged, an overwhelmingly foul odor filled the air. What on earth is that? Where did you find such a disgusting thing? Oscar and the others recoiled, their scalps tingling from stench. The object was roughly a meter long, and Xiao Yan, looking quite embarrassed, explained, I thought it was a treasure at the time, so I took it. I never imagined it would actually come in handy today. Did you dig it out, a cesspit? Lu Erlong and the girls kept a distance of more than 10 meters from the object, yet the stench lingered. Zhu Zhuqing pinched her nose and struggled to ask, what exactly is this? Xiao Yan answered honestly, this is the tail whip of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. It is a significant tonic for soul beasts and equally beneficial for soul masters. The white phosphor forest python mates with the phosphor-armored white dragon multiple times each day, sometimes exceeding thousands of times in a month. With such frequency, the quality of the offspring is assured. Stop. Enough. Lu Erlong interrupted Xiao Yan's explanation, stating, I understand the concept. Any further elaboration would be inappropriate. Teacher Erlong, what does mating mean? Ning Rongrong began to inquire, but Lu Erlong promptly cut her off. Don't ask. I don't know either. Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Xiao Yan, saying, all right, can we put that thing away now? Xiao Yan nodded awkwardly, internally questioning why he had even mentioned that method, considering how curious they were. Recalling the gruesome scene, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, to ensure Oscar could successfully obtain his soul ring, She resolved to take the plunge. After much contemplation, Liu Erlong also reluctantly nodded, acknowledging that risks and rewards often coexist. However, if Tang San were present, he would undoubtedly prevent Xiao Wu from putting herself in danger. Let us go and test our luck. If all else fails, Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. We will have no choice but to resort to theft. To be honest, I've never engaged in such a humiliating act before. If Flander were here, we might as well directly steal it, Liu Erlong lamented. What is so humiliating about it? Xiao Yan internally scoffed. Although he could not claim to have done such things frequently, it certainly wasn't his first experience. Once before, he had traded the kidneys of 400-year soul beasts to procure a rare golden phoenix tail grass from a guardian 50,000-year soul beast. After traveling for a day, they finally arrived at the habitat of the white phosphor forest python, which lay within a swamp teeming with toxic miasma. If Xiao Yan were to enter alone, it would pose no issue. After all, he possessed the power of Yi, rendering him immune to toxins. However, the others could not afford the same luxury. Ahead lay a region thick with miasma, where even a titled Douluo could not linger for long. Only soul masters and soul beasts that thrived in such toxicity would feel at home there. Xiao Yan informed the group, I have some pills that can neutralize the effects of the miasma, but they are only sufficient for 2 individuals. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Wu's body involuntarily trembled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. After an evening of conversation with Xiao Yan, she became convinced that he would not harm her. Liu Erlong, somewhat anxious, said to Xiao Yan, I shall accompany you. This way, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can retreat without difficulty. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Wu and gently shook his head, smiling as he replied, Teacher Erlong, if you were joined, the likelihood of an accident would indeed increase. Over the past few days, Xiao Yan had come to understand the temperaments of those around him, and he recognized that this Liu Erlong was not someone to be trifled with. Her temper was fierce, and once roused, no one could restrain her. This left Xiao Yan feeling somewhat exasperated. How could such a beautiful person possess such a volatile disposition? Inwardly, he mused, if not you, then who would be more suitable? Liu Erlong, feeling somewhat vexed, inquired, what do you suggest? Xiao Wu stepped forward and declared, let me go. Rest assured, we will succeed. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing harbored concerns for her safety, while Oscar wished to accompany Xiao Yan, but each of them was met with Xiao Wu's resolute refusals. Fear not, Oscar. I will bring back the star lizard grass for you, she asserted confidently, clenching her small fist. Xiao Yan smiled subtly and addressed the group. Trust her. Allowing her to accompany me is indeed the wisest choice. Liu Erlong regarded Xiao Wu with a complex expression before turning to firmly grasp Xiao Yan's shoulder, solemnly stating, you must protect her. Should anything happen to her, I will not spare you. Chapter 80. Why be human? Xiao Yan scoffed softly, seizing her wrist as he retorted, you need not remind me. I shall certainly safeguard her. However, my relationship with you is not one of teacher and student or subordinate. You ought to speak with a modicum of courtesy. Even the most exquisite lady must adhere to reason. Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's unyielding response, then forcefully withdrew her arm, her face slightly flushed from urgency. Her volume diminished as she said, understood. You two hurry back. Xiao Yan nodded, taking Xiao Wu with him. After giving her a fiery red pill to consume, the two stepped together into the miasma. Liu Erlong stood for a few moments, staring blankly in the direction from which they had vanished. Meanwhile, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gathered behind to discuss the recent events. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? Teacher Erlong actually backed down? Oscar exclaimed, struggling to suppress his voice, yet unable to conceal his astonishment. Ning Rongrong added, perplexed, Teacher Erlong isn't usually like this. What kind of magic has Xiao Yan employed? Reflecting on her encounters with Xiao Yan, Zhu Zhuqing felt a familiar sense of pride swell within her. At that moment, Xiao Yan appeared to her as if he emanated a radiant aura, having once claimed that in a life-and-death struggle, he would prevail. It seemed that Liu Erlong had indeed been intimidated by Xiao Yan's earlier assertiveness. Liu Erlong remained in place for 2 to 3 minutes, finally snapping back to reality. Drenched in sweat, yet feeling a strange chill, she pondered, why do I feel so unsettled around Xiao Yan? As Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu navigated the toxic haze, he remained unaware of the discussions behind him. When he had spoken to Liu Erlong earlier, he had inadvertently unleashed his soul power, coinciding perfectly with her anxious state, thereby overwhelming her with his presence. Xiao Yan mused to himself about the unexpected utility of this soul power, considering how it might be harnessed for unforeseen advantages. At that moment, Xiao Wu accidentally stepped into a void, letting out a startled cry as she began to fall towards the swamp. Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, seizing her before she could descend into the mire and pulling her back into his embrace. "Did I not instruct you to walk behind me? The path I tread is the safest," he admonished. "The fog is so dense, I fear I might lose you," Xiao Wu confessed, her trepidation palpable as this was her first encounter with such a place. Observing her vulnerable demeanor, Xiao Yan sighed, "Then hold onto my robe tightly. And remember to tread where I have walked." Xiao Wu nodded obediently, for reasons she could not fully comprehend. Xiao Yan's words from that night, when she revealed her identity as a spirit beast, instilled in her a sense of reliance, distinct yet equally potent compared to her feelings for Tang San. It was a trust born of validation, as if with him by her side, the world could not possibly collapse. This swampy region was somewhat unfamiliar to Xiao Yan, having only traversed it on 2 occasions. After wandering for some time, they finally discovered traces of the white phosphor python. Upon reaching the gathering place of these serpents, massive white pythons, each a meter in diameter, came into view. "Shoo!" Xiao Yan signaled for silence, gesturing toward the nearby white phosphor pythons as he whispered, "They are right there." Xiao Wu nodded, her small frame trembling at the sight of such formidable spirit beasts, yet she did not hesitate, declaring, "We must find the phosphor-armored white dragon." With a hint of admiration in his gaze, Xiao Yan replied, "No need to rush, judging by their behavior. The phosphor-armored white dragon is likely in league with one of these white phosphor pythons. It will reveal itself after dark. Let's wait a while." After a considerable time had passed, Xiao Wu suddenly expressed, "Thank you for accepting my identity." Xiao Yan hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. "I merely regard you as human." In truth, many spirit masters share this sentiment. However, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, once your identity is known, you will undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of powerful spirit masters. Xiao Wu nodded, acknowledging that the perception of her humanity was irrelevant. In the eyes of those formidable spirit masters, she was merely a coveted 100,000-year spirit ring. "If I were you, I wouldn't transform into a human. It's far too perilous," Xiao Yan remarked. "Being human is not without its challenges. It merely alters the method and rationale for predation." With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Wu replied, "That is not the case. As a spirit beast, there is no future. Only by becoming human can one endure." Xiao Yan countered, "That is not necessarily true. The Titan giant ape and the azure sky bull python are also renowned 100,000-year spirit beasts. Tell me, which titled Douluo dares to provoke them? They simply choose not to." Xiao Wu retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Among humans, there are numerous titled Douluo. Sometimes they unite for a common goal. No matter how powerful the azure sky bull python and the Titan giant ape may be, they cannot escape the pursuit of titled Douluo. They may be alive today, but that is merely a temporary reprieve from their fate." Xiao Yan paused, realizing the truth in Xiao Wu's words. Even a 100,000-year spirit beast could not withstand the might of a titled Douluo at level 97 or above, let alone the existence of those who could reach the pinnacle of 99. At that moment, Xiao Yan recalled that Bibi Dong's spirit rings also included 100,000-year spirit beasts, leading him to conclude that such creatures do not necessarily meet a peaceful end. Once they gain notoriety, they become targets for spirit masters, ultimately destined to become someone's spirit ring, merely a matter of time. Xiao Wu's voice trembled as she recounted, "My mother always told me that only by becoming a titled Douluo among humans can one truly be safe. Yet, after our transformation, my mother's strength diminished significantly. She was killed while trying to save me, becoming that person's spirit ring." Xiao Yan was taken aback, not having anticipated her tragic backstory. He sighed deeply, saying, "As a human, I feel remorse for that individual. However, do you not harbor hatred for spirit masters? Why then do you choose to associate with them?" Xiao Wu contemplated before wiping her tears, responding, "I am aware that the conflict between spirit beasts and spirit masters has existed since time immemorial. My mother always instructed me that since we have become human, we must regard ourselves as such. We're no longer spirit beasts, and thus have no reason to despise spirit masters. I do not hate them, but I harbor a deep resentment for those who kill my mother." Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words to console her. However, he could not help but agree with her mother that not all soul masters were malevolent, nor were they entirely benevolent. Some soul masters, despite being capable of regarding them as fellow beings, would ultimately succumb to the alluring temptation of a 100,000-year soul ring, harboring murderous intent against them. Chapter 81. The emergence of the white dragon from the inception of soul power. A relentless cycle of slaughter has ensued between soul masters and soul beasts. Thanks to the collaboration among humans, soul beasts have perpetually found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet the conflict between these two factions has never ceased. It is akin to a curse. In their pursuit of strength, soul masters must hunt soul beasts. Reflecting on this, one realizes that even among soul masters or soul beasts, mutual slaughter is not uncommon. Perhaps this is the nature of our beautiful world, where each tragic demise adds a hue to its cruel tapestry. After a lengthy wait, the sky began to darken. In the dense poison fog, sunlight was nearly imperceptible, with visibility scarcely extending beyond a few meters, rendering the distinction between day and night negligible. Just as they awaited the appearance of the phosphor-armored white dragon, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. "Look over there." Xiao Yan pointed toward the direction where the phosphor python resided, addressing Xiao Wu. The phosphor-armored white dragon is appearing. Following his indication, Xiao Wu beheld a colossal serpentine soul beast emerging from its lair, its fierce visage already bearing draconic features. Its massive body, measuring 3 meters in diameter and over 100 meters in length, caused the very ground to quake. This was a soul beast of 5,000 years, rivaling the might of a typical soul fighter. Xiao Yan observed the phosphor-armored white dragon and remarked solemnly, "It seems the ruler of this domain has changed. When I last visited, this phosphor-armored white dragon was not nearly as formidable. Evidently, it has vanquished its predecessor and claimed its harem." Puzzled, Xiao Wu inquired, "Why do the phosphor pythons not resist? After all, the previous phosphor-armored white dragon was their mate. Soul beasts have always revered strength. In the eyes of the phosphor pythons, the phosphor-armored white dragon was merely a tool for their cultivation. With a more powerful dragon in their midst, they undoubtedly welcomed its presence, and the weaker phosphor-armored whites might even be driven from the group." Xiao Yan explained to Xiao Wu that this dynamic mirrored the rules of lion prides and wolf packs, reflecting the fundamental laws governing all living beings. "Is it the same for humans?" Xiao Wu asked. "Sometimes, yes," Xiao Yan replied, uncertain how to elaborate, and deftly shifted the topic to the star lantern worm. "Do you have confidence in persuading the phosphor-armored white dragon?" Xiao Wu initially shook her head, but instinctively nodded. "I believe I can. If danger arises, retreat immediately." "I will ensure your safety," Xiao Yan said earnestly. Despite the phosphor-armored white dragon not being a particularly fierce soul beast, caution was paramount. Xiao Wu nodded, accepting the white storage ring that Xiao Yan handed her. This ring was none other than his previous low-level storage device, a stark contrast to the one bestowed by Bibi Dong. Now, it served a new purpose, intended to contain some rather foul and unsavory items. She inhaled deeply, her eyes resolute, and stepped forth with determination. From the moment Xiao Wu ventured out, Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the soul beasts, ready to whisk her away at the first sign of danger. The phosphor-armored white dragon swayed its massive form, exuding an air of regal dominance over the phosphor pythons. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance caught off guard. "Oh no," it thought, sensing a surge of energy escaping its being, causing it to collapse to the ground. Amidst the confused and resentful gazes of the phosphor pythons, the phosphor-armored white dragon rose, weakly addressing Xiao Wu. "Human, what brings you here?" Undeterred, Xiao Wu met its gaze defiantly and proclaimed, "Open your eyes and see who I truly am." The phosphor-armored white dragon hesitated, rubbing its eyes with its tail tip, and indeed noticed something unusual. Xiao Wu had not concealed her true identity. The aura of a 100,000-year soul beast radiated freely, causing some of the phosphor pythons to retreat in fear. Yet, the intimidation she wielded could only frighten these unrefined soul beasts. It meant little to the phosphor-armored white dragon. "Ah, so you're not human. What business do you have with me?" the dragon inquired, displaying a temperament that aligned with Xiao Yan's description, calm and measured. Unlike many other soul beasts, gathering her thoughts, Xiao Wu cleared her throat and said, "I am here to propose a transaction." "A transaction for what?" the phosphor-armored white dragon asked, curiosity piqued. "I require a star lantern worm from a phosphor python," Xiao Wu replied. "Is that all? Such a trivial matter can be resolved simply. Take one and be gone." "Do not trouble me further," the phosphor-armored white dragon said impatiently, swiping its tail to collect a few star lantern worms from a nearby phosphor python. "Hurry, choose one and leave me in peace." Xiao Wu was taken aback. She had not anticipated the dragon to be so accommodating, foregoing any conditions. Actually, I possess something to exchange," she said awkwardly. "I do not require your offerings. Be gone." The phosphor-armored white dragon retorted, unimpressed by her presence. The only item of slight interest was a piece of the crimson heartbreak flower, but it had plenty of those already and did not need her withered version. Sighing in resignation, Xiao Wu instinctively glanced toward Xiao Yan, a movement that did not escape the keen eyes of the phosphor-armored white dragon. Is there someone else? It exclaimed, angered. You humans, what is your intent in sneaking around? Come fort. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied, stepping out from his concealed position. The phosphor-armored white dragon was already in a foul mood. Concealing further was unwise. At that moment, Xiao Wu swiftly produced the storage ring, revealing its contents, and shouted, Look at this. The dragon, captivated by her voice and the enticing aroma emanating from the treasure, shifted its focus to the alluring offering. Its expression brightened with delight. Brother White Dragon, this is a treasure. Xiao Yan interjected, puffing out his chest. This is the essence of a 5,000-year soul beast, the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. It is a potent tonic, a gift we have brought for you. The phosphor-armored white dragon leaned closer to sniff the offering, its face betraying a look of rapture as if savoring a delectable feast. Nodding, it opened its mouth and swallowed the treasure whole, exclaiming, Indeed, a fine delicacy. I feel invigorated. The phosphor-armored white dragon twirled with joy, and if it had limbs, it would surely be dancing with glee. Chapter 82. Perils in the Poison Fog. My sincerest apologies for the intrusion. My companion requires a star lantern worm, which is why we sought your assistance. Xiao Yan chuckled. Recognizing the power dynamic at play with the phosphor-armored white dragon, the dragon flicked its tail and stated, Given that this young lady and I are both high-level soul beasts, I shall overlook your transgression. I am pleased with the gift you have brought. Take the star lantern worms with you. Rest assured, we only seek one. Greed is not a virtue we aspire to, Xiao Yan replied, bowing respectfully. In that case, we shall take this one and take our leave. Xiao Yan purposefully selected the oldest star lantern worm, which appeared to be at least 8,000 years old, a considerable challenge for Oscar. Very well, the phosphor-armored white dragon said, waving its tail. Should you come across more treasures like this in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I possess even more extraordinary treasures for exchange. Xiao Yan nodded and replied, Naturally. With that, Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu prepared to depart. However, just as they turned to leave, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept toward them. Quick as a flash, Xiao Yan wrapped his arm around Xiao Wu's delicate waist, narrowly evading the attack. At that moment, the phosphor-armored white dragon's demeanor shifted. Alas, it is a toxic gas accumulation. How unfortunate. This substance is quite troublesome to encounter. The entity that had just attacked Xiao Yan and his companions was none other than a humanoid creature composed entirely of poisonous gas, which the phosphor-armored white dragon referred to as a toxic gas aggregation. This peculiar being had only recently emerged. As Xiao Yan observed the misty humanoid, he pushed Xiao Wu aside, his brow furrowing in concern as he prepared to confront this oddity alone. Ha ha ha! May fortune favor you in this endeavor. The venom of this creature is something even I would not dare to provoke, the phosphor-armored white dragon remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, seemingly devoid of any intention to assist Xiao Yan. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu, its gaze shifted slightly, as it too belonged to the realm of spirit beasts, and would come to her aid should she be in peril. The toxic gas aggregation launched another attack, this time aimed directly at Xiao Wu, as if it recognized that Xiao Yan was not to be trifled with. The speed of this assault was astonishing, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. Should the venom strike Xiao Wu, the consequences would be dire. Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Xiao Yan summoned forth a fiery lotus, conjuring a swirling vortex of flames that enveloped the toxic attack, incinerating it in an instant. The moment the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire manifested, the surrounding poisonous gas was forced back hundreds of meters, illuminating what had previously been shrouded in toxic mist. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, realizing that in his moment of desperation, he had inadvertently revealed the existence of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed by the thought of Xiao Wu disclosing this secret, as he trusted she would keep it safe. The phosphor-armored white dragon emitted a sound of confusion. It had never witnessed such a display of power before. The intensity of the flames was such that even it felt the heat. Xiao Wu retreat. Xiao Yan commanded, erecting a firewall of exotic fire between them to shield Xiao Wu from the assault of the toxic gas aggregation, which seemed increasingly agitated and relentless. The colors of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire began to shift, merging with the fallen heart flame, creating a new exotic fire. Begone, foul fire! Xiao Yan bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames that encircled the toxic gas aggregation, obliterating it into nothingness. He exhaled slowly, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind regarding the creature he had just vanquished, especially considering the evident dread it instilled in the phosphor-armored white dragon. What exactly was that entity? He retracted all his exotic fire back into his being, and within 1,000 meters, the poisonous fog showed no signs of returning. As the potency of his flames had deterred any further encroachment, Xiao Wu gazed in awe at Xiao Yan's silhouette, unable to fathom how he had executed such a feat. The temperature of the flames she had just witnessed far surpassed anything she had encountered before. The true form of Ma Hongjuan's fire phoenix was but a mere grain of rice compared to the bright moon. Xiao Wu, do not inquire about what I just used, and do not dwell on it. Forget this matter. Xiao Yan turned to her, speaking solemnly. Xiao Wu nodded, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets. She recognized that Xiao Yan had revealed his ability solely to protect her and promised not to share this with anyone. Did you employ this technique against the crocodile-armored cloud leopard as well? She asked. Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, No, let's not dwell on that. We should gather the star mist grass and depart. Xiao Wu nodded dully, and just as they were about to leave, the phosphor-armored white dragon, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly interjected, Human, please wait. Its tone had inexplicably shifted to one of deference. Likely astonished by Xiao Yan's recent display of exotic fire. What is it that you wish to discuss? Xiao Yan inquired, though uncertain of the dragon's intentions. He greeted it with a smile. Can you utilize that technique once more? The phosphor-armored white dragon asked directly, revealing its desire. I have accumulated toxins within me for millennia, which severely hinder my progress in cultivation. Your fire could assist me in purging these toxins. Xiao Yan was taken aback momentarily, then shook his head. Such flames exact a heavy toll on me and cannot be used lightly. After one usage, I would require a considerable duration to recover. Although employing exotic fire was no great strain for him now, as he could directly manipulate soul power without needing to convert it, he chose to express caution, wary of the potential complications of being entangled with the phosphor-armored white dragon. Fear not. I possess numerous rare, celestial plants unseen in the outside world, many of which can restore soul power. If you can help me eliminate the toxins within, I shall offer you as many celestial items as you desire. The phosphor-armored white dragon assured him without hesitation. Xiao Yan coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat exasperated, as these celestial items were not as plentiful as cabbages, and he was uncertain of the truth behind the dragon's claims. What, do you not believe me? The dragon inquired, signaling to a nearby white phosphor python, which quickly departed. Just as Xiao Yan was contemplating the situation, several white phosphor pythons returned, their tails entwined with an array of translucent red and blue celestial herbs. Behold, this is the Zhu Man Sha Hua, capable of swiftly restoring soul power. The blue one is a millennium old, while the red one is 3 millennia old. I also possess black and golden varieties, aged 5 and 10 millennia, respectively, of which even I have very few. The phosphor-armored white dragon proclaimed with pride. Chapter 83. The Magnanimous Dragon King. Xiao Yan was taken aback by the dragon's generosity. He had not expected the phosphor-armored white dragon to treat these celestial items as if they were mere vegetables, though the dragon was not lacking in intelligence. The long-term presence of poisonous mist had isolated it from the outside world, rendering it unaccustomed to human beings. As a result, the spirit beasts in this area held little wariness towards humans. Given the absence of human interactions, it was hardly surprising that rare treasures had emerged here over millions of years, making the dragon's actions somewhat understandable, albeit quite shocking to others. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan finally managed a wry smile. Esteemed elder, I am merely capable of executing minor techniques. I am unworthy of such celestial treasures. The phosphor-armored white dragon shook its head, insisting, I believe you are worthy, if your flames can eradicate the toxins within me. You may take the 10,000-year celestial items as you wish. The dragon, unfamiliar with human interactions, appeared straightforward in its intentions. While it valued these celestial items, it possessed many, making the exchange for toxin removal quite advantageous. Xiao Yan, too, was eager to acquire the Zhu Man Sha Hua, setting aside the 3,000-year-old celestial item. Even the blue millennium Zhu Man Sha Hua could fetch over 100,000 gold soul coins, and such items were priceless in the marketplace. Their medicinal value was exceedingly high, capable of allowing soul masters to swiftly recover soul power and solidify their cultivation. Xiao Yan was confident he could enhance its effects through his research, and if combined with other herbs to create pills. Consuming one during battle could restore a significant amount of soul power instantly. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan addressed the phosphor-armored white dragon. Your offer is indeed tempting. However, I am uncertain of the specifics of your condition and cannot guarantee a complete eradication. I can only promise to do my utmost. If you can eliminate even a portion, it would suffice. You may take as many celestial items as you desire, the phosphor-armored white dragon replied, its eyes glinting with expectation. Xiao Yan clasped his hands together, saying, then I shall respectfully comply. This was akin to a windfall for him. Controlling exotic fire was not a challenge, and with the cooperation of the phosphor-armored white dragon, he was confident he could eradicate most of the toxins within. Then follow this king. The phosphor-armored white dragon beckoned with its tail, which, for serpentine spirit beasts, served the function of a hand. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Wu beside him and addressed the phosphor-armored white dragon. I have no objections, but my friend cannot remain in this poisonous mist for too long. May I escort her out before returning to assist you? The phosphor-armored white dragon lowered its body. Scrutinizing Xiao Wu, I fail to comprehend why you choose to take on a human form. Had you come in your true form, even I would not be your match. Little Dance smiled with a hint of resignation and remarked, you'll understand when you reach this point. The scaled white dragon flicked its tongue and signaled to the nearby white phosphorus anaconda, saying, I can have the white phosphorus anaconda escort her out. You need not depart. Xiao Yan hesitated, expressing concern. Is that really all right? What could possibly go wrong? It can follow the scent of your arrival to retrace its steps, replied the scaled white dragon, as a white phosphorus anaconda drew near. Although the anaconda was roughly 1 meter in girth, it stretched about 80 meters in length, a formidable creature in Little Dance's eyes. Are you capable of this? Xiao Yan inquired. Little Dance nodded earnestly, rest assured. I was once a soul beast. I shall not be afraid. I wasn't asking if you were afraid. Xiao Yan chuckled, though he noted the tremor in her arms as she clutched the starry grass insect, suggesting otherwise. I mean it. You needn't worry about me. I can venture out with this large serpent, Little Dance retorted, noticing Xiao Yan's skeptical expression. The scaled white dragon chimed in. Indeed, you doubt my beloved? Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration. The anaconda being referred to as beloved was rather absurd. Moreover, while the white phosphorus anaconda possessed some intelligence, it was not particularly high, leaving uncertainty whether it might act out of line after parting ways. At that moment, the anaconda had already lifted Little Dance, who winked at Xiao Yan, conveying a message of reassurance. Xiao Yan, I will venture out with this large serpent. Trust that we shall wait for you outside. Do hurry. Little Dance placed the starry grass insect back among the scales of the white phosphorus anaconda, before adding, I will keep your secret. Xiao Yan sighed, reluctantly nodding. After all, Little Dance was a spirit beast of 100,000 years, and such intelligent beings naturally felt a sense of belonging towards her. He figured there wouldn't be any major issues. Now, his task was to find a way to expel the poison from the scaled white dragon. How long will you remain here? Little Dance asked him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan replied to the scaled white dragon and Little Dance. I can only stay here for a week, as I have my own matters to attend to. The scaled white dragon appeared somewhat displeased. It had hoped Xiao Yan would cleanse the poison within it before departing. Xiao Yan discerned the scaled white dragon's intent and stated solemnly, I apologize, but if you cannot agree, I must take my leave. Although he was reluctant to part with the celestial flora, they were not irreplaceable. His fondness for them was merely a matter of interest. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intention to leave, the scaled white dragon promptly nodded in agreement to his terms. As a spirit beast, its perception was quite acute, and it recognized that Xiao Yan was no ordinary individual. If it summoned its shadow owl avatar, it would be unable to retain him. Losing this singular beacon of hope would mean the end of its aspirations for advancement. After Little Dance departed, Xiao Yan, guided by the scaled white dragon, arrived at an underground cavern. This cavern was impressively wide, measuring several meters in diameter. Upon descending, Xiao Yan discovered rare plants and crystalline minerals within, though not as precious as celestial specimens. Their quantity was still astonishing. After traversing several hundred meters through the cave, a vast subterranean garden unfolded before Xiao Yan's eyes. Here, despite the absence of natural light, a dazzling array of luminous celestial plants flourished, rivaling the size of the star Dou city below. Among them, aside from the Zhuman Xiaohua, were numerous celestial varieties whose name Xiao Yan could not recall, their energy fluctuations comparable to the 30,000-year-old Zhuman Xiaohua. So, this is what you typically consume? Xiao Yan remarked, feeling slightly dizzy. If this treasure trove were to be discovered by the outside world, even if the toxic miasma here were 1,000 times more potent, countless spirit master teams would flock to harvest its riches. These celestial plants serve little purpose for us. We only consume them when we are too lazy to hunt. After all, we are not herbivores, the scaled white dragon scoffed. What you humans treasure, to me, is merely ornamental flora. Has anyone else visited this place throughout the centuries? Xiao Yan inquired. No, you're the first. Although I encountered humans millennia ago, that was when I was still a phosphorus snake. Barely surviving on the fringes of the toxic miasma, the scaled white dragon replied candidly. Soul beasts of the same type evolve their forms upon reaching certain cultivation thresholds. The white phosphorus anaconda will transform into the scaled white dragon after 5,000 years of cultivation. Relieved, Xiao Yan thought that if the scaled white dragon understood the implications, it would certainly not allow him to leave. While he had means of escape, it would ultimately prove cumbersome. Well then, think of a way to cleanse the poison from me, the scaled white dragon urged. Not long ago, I defeated the king of this tribe, ousted it, and claimed this territory for myself. However, I incurred some injuries, and the toxins accumulating within me have become somewhat perilous. Xiao Yan nodded, living amidst the toxic fog. The scaled white dragon inhaled and exhaled poison with every breath. Most toxins were converted into nourishment, yet some mutated or remained unprocessed, gradually becoming an insurmountable poison. Typically, such poison would not affect toxin-utilizing spirit beasts, yet injury could trigger a backlash. Although this risk was rare, the scaled white dragon had unfortunately experienced it, hindering its cultivation. Should the old Dragon King return, it would find itself in a precarious position. The scaled white dragon shared these concerns with Xiao Yan, promising him the freedom to harvest from his celestial plants. At this moment, it undoubtedly viewed Xiao Yan as a lifeline. Acknowledging this, Xiao Yan assured he would do his utmost. While eradicating the poison entirely would take considerable time, he could eliminate a significant portion of it in the short term. The toxins accumulating within you are widespread. To cleanse them, foreign fire must enter your meridians, which will undoubtedly cause excruciating pain, a sensation akin to being unable to live or die. Are you certain you are prepared for this? Xiao Yan's gaze pierced through the pulsating flames in his hand, locking onto the scaled white dragon's eyes. The scaled white dragon shook its head defiantly. Bring it on. This king fears no pain. As long as the toxins are expelled, it will all be worth it. Xiao Yan spoke in a low voice. Then you must endure. If you cannot withstand the pain, speak up, and I shall withdraw the foreign fire. However, should you move erratically, your breath may become chaotic, resulting in your meridians intertwining uncontrollably, leading to incineration by the foreign fire. The scaled white dragon paused for a moment before responding. Understood. Proceed. Xiao Yan nodded, leaping onto the head of the scaled white dragon. The foreign fire gradually seeped through the gaps in its scales, circulating through every corner of its body. At that moment, the scaled white dragon trembled in agony, prompting Xiao Yan to urgently call out, "Stay still. Be cautious of the backlash from the foreign fire." The scaled white dragon gritted its teeth, suppressing the internal inferno, and asked Xiao Yan, "How long until the toxins within me are completely expelled?" To eliminate them entirely will take a significant amount of time, but cleansing them daily with foreign fire over the course of 7 days will at least remove 99%. Xiao Yan replied, while using his spiritual energy to guide the foreign fire deeper into new meridians. Although the meridians within the scaled white dragon were intricate and lengthy, longer than anything Xiao Yan had ever witnessed, its serpentine nature made traversing them manageable. Each complete circuit took approximately an hour. After several hours of scorching the scaled white dragon's meridians with foreign fire, Xiao Yan finally ceased his actions and jumped down from its back. Feigning exhaustion, he said, "Take a moment to assess how you feel. I need to recover my soul power." At this moment, the scale-armored white dragon had yet to recover from the excruciating pain inflicted by the recently endured strange fire. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan had withdrawn the flame, it began to thrash about wildly. The torment it experienced was far beyond what an ordinary soul beast could withstand. The garden, composed of celestial-grade flora, was left in utter disarray as the massive form of the scale-armored white dragon rolled through it. However, despite its colossal size, the destruction it wreaked was but a mere fraction of the vast underground world, comparable to a drop in the ocean. After a series of tumultuous rolls, the scale-armored white dragon finally began to regain its composure, gasping for breath. It could sense the alterations within its meridians as the strange fire scorched through them, a sensation both peculiar and profound. Initially, there was a blend of pain and a hint of relief. Ultimately, it culminated in excruciating agony mingled with a sense of liberation. As the toxins were purged, this strange fire is indeed formidable. It has already eradicated a substantial portion of the poison within me. I now feel as if I am on the verge of transformation. It marveled, noticing that the color of its dragon horns had become even more pristine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had consumed 2 millennium-old Zhu Man sandflowers. The effects of such celestial-grade treasures not only restored soul power, but also fortified one's strength. rendering the Soul Master's energy more robust. For Xiao Yan, who was operating at a level slightly inflated, this was an exceptional tonic. Elated by the changes in his internal soul power, he thought, at this rate, I shall solidify my level within a few days, allowing me to truly manifest the prowess of a 49th level battle Soul Master. However, after this, Xiao Yan planned to restrain his ascent in level. Surpassing 50 was a crucial turning point. The more one's soul power was consolidated before reaching that mark, the stronger one would become thereafter. Yet, there existed an ultimate limit. No Soul Master could surpass this threshold. In the forest, cloaked in toxic mists, a massive python darted through the underbrush. Following the scents left by Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu, the white phosphor forest python swiftly guided Xiao Wu to the edge of the miasma, where visibility had improved to several hundred meters, and the noxious fumes had significantly diminished. Even Xiao Wu, with her own capabilities, could manage to exit. The white phosphor forest python halted here, gently shaking its body to place her on the ground, and returned the starlight grass bug nestled within its scales back to her. A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she inquired, "Aren't you coming out with me?" The python shook its head, circling around her, pointing its tail at her, and then at itself, performing a mock death gesture with its tongue lolling out. Having once been a soul beast herself, Xiao Wu understood the python's concerns. As a rare millennium-old soul beast, it held considerable allure for soul masters. Without the miasma, it had lost its protection, becoming vulnerable to hunters. Gently stroking the python's chin, Xiao Wu said softly, "In that case, let us part ways here. Please return and inform Xiao Yan that we will await his return. He must come back." The python nodded, turning its serpentine body back towards the depths of the miasma. Once Xiao Wu had oriented herself, she retraced her steps, having marked her path with the Xian Zhongqi after traversing several kilometers following the markers. She spotted Lu Erlong and the others waiting for her at their resting point. Seeing only Xiao Wu emerge, Lu Erlong hurriedly approached, questioning, "Where is Xiao Yan?" Xiao Wu promptly handed the starlight grass bug to the approaching Lu Erlong, explaining he is still inside. This is the starlight grass bug, an 8,000-year-old specimen. The group gathered around, observing the nearly extinct soul beast, while Lu Erlong, noticing Xiao Wu's calm demeanor, felt a modicum of relief and inquired, "When will Xiao Yan emerge?" Xiao Wu replied earnestly. He said he would be out in 7 days. "What? 7 days?" Lu Erlong's voice shot up in pitch, his anger palpable. Does he think himself invincible? Anyone remaining in such toxic miasma for 7 days would surely perish. Xiao Wu sighed. He has his reasons. Concerning the scale-armored white dragon. The scale-armored white dragon? You truly interacted with it? Zhu Zhuqing asked excitedly, her worry for Xiao Yan's safety evident. Xiao Wu nodded. The scale-armored white dragon treated us well, providing us with numerous starlight grass bugs to choose from. However, it is injured, and only Xiao Yan can heal it. She revealed Xiao Yan's situation while omitting the secret of his use of the strange fire. Really? Are you certain? Oscar and others expressed skepticism, as they had always perceived soul beasts as unreasonable predators, never having heard of one like the scale-armored white dragon. Xiao Wu firmly nodded. Rest assured. I believe you'll be fine. Lu Erlong rubbed his temples, feeling the strain. Xiao Ao prepared to absorb the soul ring. This 8,000-year soul beast ring will pose a significant challenge for you. As for Xiao Yan, we will wait for him for 7 days. The fact that Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar were poised to acquire suitable soul rings was entirely due to Xiao Yan's efforts. And he had also saved both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's lives. Out of loyalty and reason, they should indeed wait for him. This predicament left Lu Erlong feeling somewhat at a loss. If Xiao Yan, as Xiao Wu stated, would emerge after 7 days, that would be acceptable. However, if he did not return, should he wait or move forward with his students? Noticing Lu Erlong's discomfort, Xiao Wu discreetly slipped away. At that moment, a fluffy little rabbit appeared beside her. Smiling, she gently patted it twice and said, "Go, tell Brother San our location so they can find us." The rabbit seemed to understand her intent, nodding in acknowledgement before darting off into the dense underbrush. After the rabbit departed, Xiao Wu clenched her fists slightly. By sending the rabbit to inform Tang San of their whereabouts, she was preparing to confess her true identity to him. "Brother San, if you were to discover that I am a soul beast, would you still protect me?" She pondered, willing to trust Tang San, for he had once sworn an oath to her. After a day and a night, Xiao Yan finally emerged from his meditative state. Before him lay the massive form of the scale-armored white dragon. But unlike before, the white phosphorescent scales now radiated a gentle, warm glow, reminiscent of jade. It appears your strength has improved, Xiao Yan remarked, observing the dragon's favorable condition. Are you ready to welcome the strange fire once more? The scale-armored white dragon trembled slightly upon seeing Xiao Yan awaken, as memories of the previous day's agony flooded back. Fearfully, it inquired, is there an alternative method? That sensation was unbearable. Xiao Yan shrugged. If you cannot endure it, there are other options, though they are more complex and perilous. Is it painful? The scale-armored white dragon pressed. Xiao Yan shook his head. If all goes smoothly, you should not experience any pain. And if it does not go smoothly? With a sly grin, Xiao Yan replied, then it would be a matter of complete annihilation. The scale-armored white dragon was momentarily taken aback and quickly flicked its tail, exclaiming, what do you intend to do? I cannot endure yesterday's torment, nor do I wish for annihilation. I merely seek to cleanse the poison. Xiao Yan sighed. Such a straightforward solution is rarely available, but with proper execution, the second method is not out of reach. The scale-armored white dragon eagerly asked, what method? Xiao Yan summoned the two types of strange fire within him, stating, the energy released from the fusion of these two strange fires far exceeds that of a single type. If this combined fire is directed to your brain, its energy will travel through your meridians and blood, cleansing every part of your body of toxins. What is the failure rate of this method? The scale-armored white dragon inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yan responded, as long as it is properly controlled, there should be no unforeseen accidents. Then why did you not mention this sooner? The phosphor-scaled white dragon, in anguish, posed a question that had just crossed my mind. Xiao Yan, with a resigned shrug, admitted that he had never manipulated strange fire into another's meridians before. Fortunately, your meridians are several times larger than those of a human. Otherwise, a mere mortal's channels would have been incinerated long ago by the The phosphor-scaled white dragon lashed its tail violently against the ground and leaned its head toward Xiao Yan, urging, let us commence swiftly, but do exercise caution. I do not wish to be harmed. Xiao Yan gently pushed aside its massive head, saying, hold on a moment. I have yet to truly merge the two types of Allow me to familiarize myself with the process first, or the chances of failure will be exceedingly high. The phosphor-scaled white dragon felt somewhat disheartened. Xiao Yan's spontaneous ideas seemed perilous, and following his advice could indeed be quite dangerous. Consider it well. Which method do you prefer? Xiao Yan inquired. Though I have no experience, I believe the probability of successful fusion is substantial, provided one maintains control. After a brief contemplation, the phosphor-scaled white dragon replied, then let us proceed with the latter option. Although it bears some risk, it is preferable to enduring the torment of this scorching. Xiao Yan nodded and began to prepare. He had attempted to merge the two before, but that had been under circumstances beyond his control, and he had been interrupted by Bibi Dong and himself, resulting in no genuine success in fusion. The energy of the fuse would be significantly more volatile, and a moment's inattention could lead to utter destruction. However, as a master of the Xiao Yan would not be harmed by it, though the explosive energy it unleashed could still inflict severe injuries upon him, necessitating extreme caution. With his soul power guiding the two to meet and gradually intertwine, he was acutely aware that the nature of was inherently searing, and their convergence would inevitably provoke some violent reactions. A tempestuous energy erupted from Xiao Yan's hands, rendering the entire subterranean realm sweltering. Despite its name, the phosphor-scaled white dragon, essentially a serpentine spirit beast, wielded poison as its means of attack, and thus was profoundly averse to such intense heat. Be mindful. Do not overheat this place, it admonished. Visibly displeased, Xiao Yan, undeterred by its protest, recognized the immense difficulty of merging Any misstep could lead to failure. At that moment, he exerted his soul power to its utmost, employing a remarkably deft control to calm the two and continue their fusion. Despite Xiao Yan's best efforts, reality often diverged significantly from ideal scenarios. Midway through the fusion, he discovered he could no longer advance. Forcing the fusion would result in an explosion, the magnitude of which he dared not contemplate. Thus, he utilized his soul power to extract the partially fused Upon retracting the into his body, he realized the temperature of the underground world had escalated to several times its previous intensity. The phosphor-scaled white dragon could no longer endure the searing heat and had slipped away to the surface, unbeknownst to him. It seemed a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Xiao Yan calculated that he had been merging for at least 6 hours, yet he had still failed. Thankfully, he had detected the problem early. Had he continued, the entire area may have been obliterated by the Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless. It appeared that merging was not as straightforward as he had presumed. However, The phosphor-scaled white dragon would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept the previous methods, and failing to achieve success would leave him with little explanation to offer. Moreover, he was eager to witness the results of the fusion. With this in mind, Xiao Yan consumed 2 Zhuman Hua elixirs to restore his stamina and soul power, preparing for another attempt at fusion. Over the course of the following days, Xiao Yan endeavored 3 times, finally succeeding in the last attempt to fuse the Eoa into a dual-colored flame. At this moment, the Eoa had taken on the form of a fire lotus. However, once detached from Xiao Yan's soul control, it would become exceedingly unstable, liable to erupt violently within mere seconds. Gazing upon the exquisite fire lotus, Xiao Yan mused that it could serve as a formidable offensive weapon. Yet, the time required to condense this fire lotus was excessively lengthy. In the midst of genuine combat, there would be no opportunity to merge Eoa. Throughout the days of fusion, Xiao Yan's soul power had frequently approached depletion. Yet he realized that his control over it had become increasingly precise. Compared to the previous days, his mental fortitude seemed to have been augmented. Had one not observed closely, it would have been difficult to discern that the fusion of the Qinglian earth fire and the fallen heart flame resulted in the shape of a lotus flower. Xiao Yan had not anticipated that the amalgamation of these 2 Eoa would yield a fire lotus. After all, the fallen heart flame transformed into a massive fiery serpent during an assault. The searing temperature surrounding him had been entirely absorbed by the fire lotus, rendering the atmosphere momentarily cooler, and the intensity of the heat emanating from the lotus had diminished considerably. However, when one attuned their soul power to it, they would discern the terrifying force contained within. This was the fire lotus in its perfected state, both restrained and ferocious, calm until provoked, at which point it could unleash annihilation. Thus, let us name you the destruction fire lotus, Xiao Yan declared earnestly while gazing at the diminutive lotus in his hand. Although he had yet to unleash its true power, he believed that even a tidal Douluo would be reduced to ashes in an instant upon facing his destruction fire lotus. At that moment, the phosphor-scaled white dragon descended from above, sensing the terrifying temperature in the cavern had dissipated and curious about Xiao Yan's activities. However, upon seeing the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's grasp, it was so taken aback that its tone altered. "What are you doing? Quickly discard that thing." Xiao Yan grinned mischievously. "If I were to throw it away, it would explode immediately." The phosphor-scaled white dragon recoiled in fear, its massive form trembling. Despite the fire lotus appearing unassuming, its innate sense of danger warned it that should that small object erupt, it would face certain death. "Rest assured, this fire lotus is entirely under my control. It will not explode," Xiao Yan reassured, noticing its fearful demeanor and choosing to cease his intimidation. At that moment, he reflected on the profound truth that possessing absolute power capable of destruction would instill a sense of dread in others, even when one remained inactive. In retrospect, the Spirit Hall operated similarly. It had never truly declared war against the 2 great empires. Yet as long as the Spirit Hall existed, the Douluo continent would remain in turmoil. Despite Xiao Yan's assurances, the phosphor-scaled white dragon still dared not approach, preferring to cower behind the massive stones in the passage, seemingly ready to flee at a moment's notice. Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Do you not wish to completely rid yourself of that poison? This is a method that can thoroughly cleanse it. As long as I control it with my soul power and introduce it into your mind, the fire lotus can continuously supply energy to your body, eradicating the poison within a month. Moreover, the Eoa can be expelled by you immediately. Encased within my mental energy, it will not detonate." The phosphor-scaled white dragon, listening to Xiao Yan's rationale, shook its head, responding, "Young man, you must ensure there are no unforeseen accidents. If that little thing emits any energy leakage, I will perish." Xiao Yan reassured, "There will be no issues. My soul power can insulate the Eoa from external reactions, only providing you with what you require from the fire lotus." After multiple confirmations with Xiao Yan, the phosphor armor white dragon reluctantly accepted this method. After all, soul beasts that have cultivated to such an extent are extremely life-conscious, and Xiao Yan could understand its cautiousness. Chapter 87. A permanent solution. The fire lotus was firmly controlled by Xiao Yan's mental strength as it entered the head of the phosphor armor white dragon. At that moment, the dragon felt a noticeable increase in temperature in its head. Subsequently, a wave of warmth began to spread from its head outward, gradually eroding the poison within its body. Unlike the previous sensation of the Eoa entering its meridians, this feeling was devoid of pain, only a slight itch. Xiao Yan's actions were a mimicry of his own invulnerability to toxins, as the Eoa within him consumed all invading toxins. Thus, he devised a similar internal detoxification system, relying on the Yoa to devour other toxins while ensuring it did not harm itself. However, the sheer size of the phosphor armor white dragon made it apparent that relying solely on one type of Yoa would be insufficient. Only by merging two types of Yoa could the desired effect be achieved. The phosphor armor white dragon let out a few roars upward, seemingly expressing its exhilaration after the poison's cleansing. At that moment, the red glow in its eyes became more pronounced, and the white light enveloping its body gradually shifted to a bluish hue, with the patterns on its twin horns beginning to change as well. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. He recalled reading in an ancient tome about soul beasts that serpentine soul beasts could transform into dragons upon reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation. It appeared that this poison was affecting you more significantly than I had anticipated. If you manage to eliminate all the poison within, you should be able to undergo a transformation from snake to dragon. Xiao Yan pondered aloud. The phosphor armor white dragon paused, then shook its head, saying, "It is not that simple. Cleansing the poison is merely the first step. As you know, our cultivation methods differ from those of other soul beasts. To enhance our abilities, we must engage in mutual cultivation with the white phosphor python, but this method is exceedingly slow." Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging that if it were the soul beast from 50,000 years ago, it would be manageable. However, once their cultivation reached beyond 50,000 years, the drawbacks of this method would become increasingly apparent. This was unavoidable. Unlike humans, soul beasts inherently possess a slower cultivation speed. Xiao Yan lamented. Yet there is a significant advantage. After all, you do not require innate talent to become a 100,000-year soul beast. While humans must possess exceptional capabilities to attain the title of Douluo, the phosphor armor white dragon looked taken aback, then shook its head. "You are oversimplifying things. Almost all soul beasts can become 100,000-year soul beasts as long as they continue to live. Yet even if humans achieve the title Douluo, their lifespan seldom exceeds 200 years. In this regard, one could argue that soul beasts are superior to humans. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Among a million soul beasts, fewer than 1 in 10 will live beyond 1,000 years. The thresholds of 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, and 80,000 years will eliminate the vast majority of soul beasts. Ultimately, the likelihood of achieving a 100,000-year cultivation level is slim, and even if one painstakingly reaches that level, they cannot escape the relentless hunting of titled Douluos, resulting in the current plight where soul beasts are forced to cower in their habitats, constantly enduring the pursuit of spirit masters. Even the sky blue bull python is not entirely safe. Let's not dwell on this. This toxic region has existed for several 100,000 years, providing me ample time to gradually enhance my cultivation. Matters beyond this are not within my purview, the phosphor armor white dragon stated, its gaze returning to Xiao Yan. Are you certain that this fire lotus will not go out of control? Xiao Yan nodded earnestly. You may do as you please. This fire lotus is under my mental control, and it will not explode without my permission. However, with my current soul strength, I can only maintain control over one at a time. Controlling two simultaneously would be somewhat taxing, and 3 is out of the question. It seems this indeed consumes a considerable amount of your energy. You may freely harvest all the celestial plants here. The phosphor armor white dragon waved its large tail toward the celestial flora of this subterranean realm. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, not wishing to be impolite. Though he did express a hint of curiosity, why are there so many celestial plants here? With the resources of Dou Qi Continent, it seems impossible to sustain such an abundance of celestial flora. The tip of the phosphor armor white dragon's tail pointed downward. Below lies the source of the toxins in this region, and that substance nourishes these celestial plants, having done so for several 100,000 years. Xiao Yan was somewhat astonished. Perhaps there would be no other place like this on the entirety of Douluo Continent. The phosphor armor white dragon seemed indifferent, having never ventured outside and harboring no desire for the world beyond. Here, it was the undisputed ruler, the strongest among all phosphor armor dragons and white phosphor pythons. The quantity of celestial plants was beyond measure. Even if Xiao Yan filled all 3 of his spatial rings, he would not be able to carry away even a fraction of them. However, Xiao Yan did not pursue that course. He only took some ordinary celestial plants that he might find useful. Among them were various types and ages, sufficient for his research. The phosphor armor white dragon then led him deeper into this underground world, where he encountered numerous super celestial plants with a history of reaching 100,000 years. Under normal circumstances, such ancient celestial plants would have already evolved to possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, but the pervasive toxic mist here suppressed their intellect, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary plants. Curious, Xiao Yan tentatively touched the stem of a 100,000-year red celestial plant. To his surprise, the plant seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, instantly retracting its leaves to the other side. Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame at his fingertip, which he gently placed near the celestial plant. The flower trembled violently, as if it had encountered some terrifying phenomenon, indicating that it had developed some form of intelligence at this stage. Xiao Yan contemplated, having grown here all this time, I am unsure of their purpose. If you wish to take them, feel free. The phosphor armor white dragon appeared unconcerned about the celestial plants. Xiao Yan felt somewhat tempted by its words, but he was uncertain of the potential uses of these plants. If he recklessly harvested them, would improper storage not be a waste? After some deliberation, Xiao Yan carefully plucked a few leaves or petals from each 100,000-year celestial plant so that he could meticulously study their properties without harming the plants. Subsequently, under the curious gaze of the phosphor armor white dragon, Xiao Yan recorded the external characteristics of each celestial plant and stored the harvested leaves or petals in different jade bottles. However, just as Xiao Yan was documenting the last few celestial plants, he discovered a flower radiating a chrysanthemum yellow glow. Chapter 88. Departing the toxic miasma, its leaves were a crystalline emerald green, resembling gemstones, while the roots transitioned from purple to green. Following the faint characteristics of the flower, Xiao Yan recognized this 100,000-year celestial plant as being strikingly similar to a type of martial soul he had encountered before. Heavenly chrysanthemum? Xiao Yan observed it with curiosity. Without a meticulous examination, it would indeed be difficult to discern their similarities. However, given that this was a 100,000-year celestial plant, it undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary heavenly chrysanthemum. Regardless of whether it was indeed the heavenly chrysanthemum, it would certainly be an unparalleled treasure for the chrysanthemum Douluo. Xiao Yan also recalled the storage conditions for the heavenly chrysanthemum, so he carefully harvested this celestial plant, ensuring its proper preservation before placing it into his spatial ring. Upon thorough investigation, Xiao Yan found another 100,000-year celestial plant that he recognized. He cautiously touched the plant, so excited that he did not even notice when a thorn from the flower pricked his hand. The phosphor armor white dragon, observing Xiao Yan's uncharacteristic behavior, inquired with confusion. What is the matter? Is there something special about this red flower? Xiao Yan suppressed his excitement and carefully examined it once more. The flower is known as the Crimson Supreme. According to the ancient texts consulted by Xiao Yan, this flower blooms for the first time with only a single petal, which is a deep crimson hue. It wilts once every millennium, and when it blooms again, it manifests 2 petals. This cycle continues for 10,000 years, at which point the flower will resemble others, boasting numerous petals, over a dozen, while the color transforms to a bright red. As time progresses to 30,000 years, the petals shift to a blood red shade. However, no further details are provided for the years beyond that, possibly indicating that the author of the text had never encountered a higher-aged Crimson Supreme. Xiao Yan recognizes this flower due to its stem, which resembles that of arrow bamboo. If one were to sever it, no one would discern it as a flower-esque root, mistaking it instead for mere bamboo. His excitement stems from the immense medicinal value of the flower, leaves, and stem, reputed to possess the ability to revive the dead and restore flesh and bones. Although the text may contain exaggerated claims, Xiao Yan once heard from Douluo about the effects of the Crimson Supreme, which he has sought throughout his life. The preservation of this high-age Crimson Supreme necessitates nurturing with blood, yet this particular specimen seems to thrive on the toxic miasma of the area. It is perplexing how these celestial plants can derive the energy necessary for growth from such toxicity. However, thinking of the soul beasts that inhabit the miasma brings him some understanding. While this poison is lethal to humans and most soul beasts, it serves as a potent tonic for creatures like the phosphor-armored white dragon. With this in mind, Xiao Yan produced a large vessel and drew the surrounding miasma into it, subsequently placing the Crimson Supreme along with its soil inside. These 2 components would suffice. He then spoke to the phosphor-armored white dragon, who appeared skeptical, expressing disbelief that Xiao Yan would not collect all the 100,000-year celestial products present, considering their invaluable nature to humans. Even calling them invaluable feels commonplace. These are celestial products of 100,000 years. To harvest them all indiscriminately without understanding their uses would indeed be a waste. Xiao Yan shook his head, asserting that many celestial products here remain undiscovered by the outside world, and it would be best for them to remain in their current location. The phosphor-armored white dragon, unaware of Xiao Yan's thoughts, regarded these celestial products as treasures only for their aesthetic appeal and could not comprehend human sentiments. A warm current flowed within the phosphor-armored white dragon, and it felt its meridians, previously obstructed by toxins, beginning to clear. Within a month, the toxins would be purged, provided it continued its previous cultivation methods. When the time comes, the toxins will naturally be eliminated, and the remaining energy within the fire lotus will be preserved for when I return to retrieve it, Xiao Yan informed the phosphor-armored white dragon, signaling his impending departure. It had been over 5 days since Xiao Wu left, and it would take him a considerable portion of the day to exit the miasma. The phosphor-armored white dragon, however, found itself in a predicament, still concerned about the fire lotus. Only when Xiao Yan assured it thrice did it relent, albeit reluctantly, accompanying him to the cave entrance. When will you return to help me retrieve the fire lotus? The phosphor-armored white dragon anxiously inquired. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yan replied, at the very least, 2 months, at most 6 months. Rest assured, I will return within that time frame. You must remember this, the phosphor-armored white dragon urged. Once my body has recovered, you may take any celestial products beneath. Take them all if you wish. Xiao Yan chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his smile. The phosphor-armored white dragon had little else to offer. He bowed slightly and said, what I have taken is already considerable. But please ensure the preservation of those dozens of 100,000-year celestial products. I will return to claim them once I have thoroughly studied them. The phosphor-armored white dragon nodded, relieved that the weight on its heart had lessened. Although Xiao Yan's words sounded somewhat greedy, they clearly conveyed his intent to return for what he needed. As he bid farewell to the phosphor-armored white dragon, he noticed curious white phosphor snakes observing him, much like the phosphor-armored white dragon, as they seldom encountered humans. Xiao Yan couldn't help but ponder whether this miasma-covered expanse was a deadly poison domain or the last bastion of purity. For only here could the soul beasts exist without fear of being hunted by soul masters. Xiao Yan continuously employed soul techniques, enhancing his speed to its utmost limit. And after a considerable portion of the day, he finally emerged from the heart of the miasma. At that moment, he glimpsed a small camp set up by Liu Erlong and the others, surrounded by the carcasses of soul beasts, roughly 20 in total, including one that was a 10,000-year soul beast. It appeared they had faced soul beast attacks during the past few days, but fortunately, Liu Erlong, a soul emperor, was present. However, as he approached, he sensed something amiss. The camp was not solely occupied by Liu Erlong and her companions. The Iron Forest mercenary group was also present. What was happening? Hadn't they split into 2 teams? How did they end up together? Xiao Yan was puzzled. If the 2 teams had merely crossed paths, it seemed too coincidental. Nevertheless, the reunion of the teams was a fortuitous development, as it spared them the effort of returning to the sandy area. They could directly assist the chubby boy in Iron Forest in hunting soul beasts before departing. Chapter 89. Reunion 2 days prior. Deep within the Stardow Forest, Tang San sat beside a campfire with Dai Mubai, both of them furrowing their brows in contemplation, reflecting on every clue from their journey, yet finding no trace of Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao San, do you think they could? Dai Mubai gestured across his neck in a grim manner. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They must still be alive. Tang San exclaimed angrily. It's all Xiao Yan's fault for pursuing them. Had it been anyone else, we would have received some news. But at that time, he was the only one who could go, Dai Mubai replied helplessly. Dai Lauda, you needn't excuse him. We were gravely injured and unable to act. Tang San stood, pounding his fist against a nearby tree in frustration. Had I known, I should have risked everything to chase after that crocodile armor cloud leopard. Ma Hongjun squatted nearby, feeling equally helpless. Although he still had some combat capability at that time, he could not catch up to the crocodile armor cloud leopard, and even if he did, he would have been no match for it, which is why he had remained silent. In truth, by now, everyone had little hope for the lives of their companions. Iron Forest, observing the somber atmosphere, approached and patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder. The world is unpredictable, but we must continue moving forward. I will ensure you all get out safely. Tang San declared fiercely, I will not leave here until Xiao Wu is found. Dai Mubai intended to voice a similar sentiment, but when recalling Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent demeanor, his heart grew unsettled. Though he harbored intentions, Zhu Zhuqing always appeared aloof, which sometimes enraged him. Iron Forest sighed, feeling the weight of the situation, and slowly returned to his spot. Reflecting that Tang San was still young and unaware of how difficult it was to search for one person in this vast forest. Over his decades as a mercenary, he had seen numerous brothers go missing in this place, with none ever resurfacing. As night deepened, Tang San and the others remained unable to sleep, consumed by guilt for not protecting Xiao Wu. Emotions of frustration and regret dominated him. At that moment, a small white figure quietly slipped into Tang San's tent, and Xiao Wu's voice reached his ears. Sangu, Zhu Qing, and I were rescued by Xiao Yan. We are with teacher Erlong. Hurry to the miasma area of the Star Dou Forest to find me. I have something very important to tell you. Tang San suddenly leapt to his feet, doubting whether the sound he had just heard was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the sound was strikingly vivid. In a frenzy, he searched around but found no trace of Xiao Wu. Sangu, I am here. Xiao Wu's voice rang out once more. Following the sound, Tang San's gaze fell upon a small, furry rabbit, no larger than the palm of his hand. You are Xiao Wu? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, receiving no response. Only the repetition of Xiao Wu's previous words. He cradled the rabbit delicately in his hands, observing it with care, yet it appeared no different from an ordinary rabbit, seemingly incapable of speech. Impossible, he pondered. That was undeniably Xiao Wu's voice. Could it be that she's using this rabbit to convey her message? Reflecting on the recent events, he confirmed his suspicions. At this moment, he was not preoccupied with the enigma of the talking rabbit. Rather, he was eager to locate Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. When Xiao Yan returned, he was met with the sight of the weary Tai Sun and the others, seated on the ground, evidently having endured a lengthy journey. Is it you? DSN Ekflymed? Surprised, as they had all assumed Xiao Yan had fled. Xiao Yan nodded, saying, What brings you here? Before Tai Sun could respond, Lu Erlong gestured for Zhu Qing and Oscar, who emerged carrying a pot of fresh soup. They were astonished to see Xiao Yan return so promptly. I apologize, everyone. I was delayed by some minor matters. Thank you for your patience these past few days, Xiao Yan addressed Lu Erlong and the others. It appeared that Oscar was in good condition, having broken through to the 40th rank and entered the Spirit Master realm. Lu Erlong, upon seeing Xiao Yan return, felt a surge of frustration. However, recalling the words Xiao Yan had spoken to her before entering the poisonous miasma, she refrained from expressing her anger. Instead, lamenting like a spurned lover, What could we do? We were the ones pursuing you. Zhu Qing and the others set down the soup, allowing the mercenaries to share it. They quickly approached Xiao Yan, curiosity evident in their eyes as they inquired, Have you been treating that phosphor-armored white dragon these past few days? Xiao Yan paused momentarily, then noticed Xiao Wu beside him giving a reassuring gesture, prompting him to nod and reply, Yes, I just so happen to possess some means to heal soul beasts, though it can only be applied to soul beasts. Wow, brother. So you're a veterinarian now? Oscar exclaimed, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you for enduring such a lengthy stay for the star mist grassbug infestation. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. After all, it wasn't he solely for that. He then inquired, by the way, Did you manage to successfully absorb the soul ring from the star mist grassbug? Oscar nodded, explaining that the star mist grassbug's combat power was nearly non-existent, which was why it had come close to extinction. But fortunately, the poisonous miasma had protected them. You didn't sustain any injuries while inside, did you? Lu Erlong asked. Xiao Yan reassured her, Rest assured, I am fine. But what about you? Did anyone suffer injuries from the soul beast attacks? How could anyone have been injured? You were scoffed. The strongest of those 10,000-year soul beasts was slain by me. And the others? Xiao Yan inquired, referring to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. Lu Erlong pointed inside, saying, They are resting in there. They traveled for 2 consecutive days to arrive here. How did they discover the location? Xiao Yan asked, surprised. It was Xiao San who found it. I am curious about how he managed to locate us. Lu Erlong replied honestly, not revealing the specifics of how Tang San had discovered their whereabouts. Xiao Yan nodded, unconcerned with the method he had employed. Now that everyone was gathered, they only needed to ensure that their subsequent hunting of soul beasts proceeded smoothly, without mishaps. Now that you have emerged, we should prepare to continue hunting suitable soul beasts, Lu Erlong stated to Xiao Yan. Xiao San, Ma Hongjun, and Tai San will be searching for soul beasts that are relatively challenging to find, which may take some time. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. It's no matter. Finding suitable soul beasts is inherently difficult. However, we must not repeat our previous recklessness. That was far too perilous. Chapter 90. If I were a soul beast, would you love me? Lu Erlong sighed, expressing her helplessness, but we are running out of time. Xiao Yan, sharing her sentiment, sighed as well and refrained from further comment. As night fell, Tang San and the others gradually regained their composure. The reunion following a near-death experience is always fraught with emotional weight, and within the tent, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged accounts of the events of the past few days. So, Xiao Yan really defeated the crocodile-armored cloud leopard? Tang San asked, astonished. As he had not anticipated Xiao Yan achieving such a feat, Xiao Wu nodded. Although I am unsure how he accomplished it, Dou Qi confirmed that it is indeed true, and she even absorbed a 5,000-year soul beast's soul ring. Tang San was momentarily stunned, incredulous as he asked, "Please don't tell me she absorbed the soul ring of that crocodile-armored cloud leopard." Xiao Wu confirmed with a nod, "Yes. It was the soul ring of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and as a result, her other soul rings have evolved, all becoming 10,000-year soul rings." Such an effect? Tang San was taken aback, considering how wonderful it would be if his next soul ring could also be a 5,000-year one. However, 5,000-year soul beasts were not only exceedingly rare, but also immensely powerful and highly intelligent, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Xiao Wu, unaware of Tang San's thoughts, remarked wistfully, "This means Dou Qi has become the strongest among us at Shrek Academy." The strongest? Tang San shook his head, unconvinced that Dou Qi could rival him. Even Xiao Yan, he believed, must have relied on some underhanded means to defeat the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. His own formidable hidden weapons would surely bring Xiao Yan to his end. With this thought, Tang San felt a slight sense of reassurance. Turning to Xiao Wu, "Let us not dwell on that. You aren't injured, are you?" Xiao Wu smiled. "Of course not. Xiao Ao and Rong Rong have treated all my wounds. That is good to hear. However, I am quite curious about one thing." Tang San's tone suddenly turned serious. Xiao Wu shivered slightly, unable to meet Xiao Yan's gaze directly, and timidly asked, "Are you wondering how I sent that little rabbit to find you?" Tang San nodded, aware that such an ability was beyond the capabilities of any soul master. Although Xiao Wu's martial spirit was a rabbit, it was impossible for her to communicate with soul beasts in such a manner. From a moment Tang San gifted Xiao Wu the illusory heartbreak red flower, he had sensed something amiss about her, though he had only harbored a suspicion. He felt the time had come to confirm certain truths. Xiao Wu fidgeted nervously with her fingers, hesitantly inquiring, "Brother, if I tell you, will you still protect me, as you always have?" Xiao Wu, "I have previously stated that if anyone seeks to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. Regardless of what transpires, this is my vow to you," Tang San declared resolutely. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes regaining some resolve as she summoned the courage to say, "I am not truly human. I am a 100,000-year soul beast." Tang San was taken aback, stumbling back a few steps and sitting down. Although he had harbored a vague suspicion, hearing Xiao Wu confirm it with her own lips made it difficult for him to process. "I'm sorry, Sengu. I did not intend to deceive you. Everyone wishes to capture me to make me their soul ring, including titled Douluos," Xiao Wu said, her voice filled with anguish. Tang San regained his composure, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to come to any harm." Xiao Wu stared blankly for a moment, gazing into Tang San's steadfast eyes, and she finally felt a sense of relief. "Regardless of whether you are human or soul beast, you are my sister, my kin. As long as anyone dares to harm you, I will ensure they pay a bloody price." Tang San vowed fiercely. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes bright with joy as she replied, "Brother, thank you for thinking this way. I pondered for a long time before deciding to share this with you. Ultimately, I chose to tell you first before the others." Tang San quickly cautioned, "You must not disclose this to anyone else. Human hearts are inscrutable. The more people who know, the greater your danger. I do not harbor distrust towards Big Brother Dai and the others. Rather, I fear they may inadvertently let something slip." Xiao Wu paused for a moment, nodding obediently, yet uncertainly remarked, "But what if we are recognized during the Soul Master competition?" Tang San waved his hand dismissively and reassured her, "Rest assured, as long as you carry the heartbroken red on you, even a titled Douluo would not be able to detect you. Nonetheless, this unquestionably places our classmates and teachers in jeopardy without their knowledge." Xiao Wu felt uneasy about the potential for unforeseen complications. Tang San grasped her small hands and said, "Do not worry. We are a team, and they will understand our predicament. However, this matter must never be mentioned to anyone." Xiao Wu nodded, adding, "Actually, there's one person who knows about my true identity." "Who?" Tang San's voice turned cold. Xiao Wu replied, "It is Xiao Yan. He was the one who advised me to be honest with you all, and I believe he has a point. He did not do anything inappropriate towards you, did he?" Tang San asked anxiously. "Rest easy, third brother. Xiao Yan did nothing of the sort. Even when I was alone with him in the poisonous mist, he had no intention of harming me. He merely explained the perilous relationship between soul masters and soul beasts and urged me not to disclose anything to anyone but friends." Xiao Wu, fearing Tang San might overreact, quickly reassured him. Tang San nodded in understanding. If Xiao Yan dared to harm her, he would have sealed his own fate. However, he advised me to abandon this soul master competition. Fear my identity might be exposed. Tang San responded, "That will not happen. I will speak with him shortly, urging him to keep it to himself. As long as you carry the heartbroken red, there will be no mishaps. Upon exiting the tent, Tang Xin strode directly towards Xiao Yan's tent, only to find it unoccupied. At that moment, he encountered the perplexed big brother Dai. Why are you still outside at this late hour? Tang Xin inquired, puzzled. Dai Mubai sighed and replied, Zhu Qing and Xiao Yan have gone out. I'm uncertain what they are discussing in secrecy. It was only natural for Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu to grow closer to him after he saved them. I was just about to express my gratitude for his rescue of Xiao Wu, Tang Xin suggested. Dai Mubai understood and appreciated Xiao Yan as well. However, upon seeing Zhu Qing, he sensed a distinct emotional distance. Just moments ago, he noticed her gaze was almost exclusively fixed on Xiao Yan. After hearing Dai Mubai's concerns, Tang San felt a headache coming on. Xiao Yan's heroic act of defeating the crocodile-armored cloud leopard to save the two girls would undoubtedly endear him to them. And Zhu Qing had greatly benefited from absorbing the soul ring of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. Fortunately, Xiao Wu remained unchanged in her feelings for him, which brought Tang San a modicum of relief. At that moment, Ma Hongjun burst back in, gasping for breath as though he had encountered an urgent matter. Fatty, what has happened? Dai Mubai questioned, bewildered. Given that nearly all soul beasts have been scared away by Lu Erlong, there should be no danger. Ma Hongjun, his face flushed and breathless, exclaimed, it's bad. Xiao Yan is with the spirit hall. Tang San and Dai Mubai were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. Tang San interrogated Ma Hongjun. How do you know this? Ma Hongjun recounted. Dai Mubai asked me to secretly follow Zhu Qing to see what she was doing with Xiao Yan. I overheard their conversation. Xiao Yan mentioned the spirit hall multiple times, and even urged Zhu Qing to join them. Dai Mubai fumed. This is intolerable. Tang Xin furrowed his brow, realizing the severity of the situation. If Xiao Yan was indeed affiliated with the spirit hall and knew Xiao Wu's true identity, it could spell trouble. Should the spirit hall become aware of this, Xiao Wu would face their relentless pursuit. Big brother Dai, I had a feeling Xiao Yan's intentions were not pure. His arrival here is too suspicious. It seems the spirit hall aims to sow discord within our Shrek Academy. Tang Xin declared fiercely. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Zhu Qing must not fall into the hands of the spirit hall. She is destined to be my woman. Ma Hongjun, momentarily perplexed, asked, how we become that famous? The spirit hall has far-reaching influence, its powers spanning the entire continent. They must have noticed our brilliance in the Soul Master competition and wish to recruit us as soon as possible, Tang San analyzed. And Xiao Yan is merely a disguised servant of the spirit hall. What should we do? Ma Hongjun inquired. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a resolute glance, declaring, we must expel him. Expel him? Ma Hongjun hesitated, recalling how Xiao Yan had saved both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing and even assisted Oscar in obtaining a perfect soul ring. Is it right to drive him away based solely on this? I have long suspected him. Why did the crocodile-armored cloud leopard suddenly appear? How did he manage to defeat it? There is something very amiss here. Tang Sen clenched his fists, asserting perhaps all of this is orchestrated by him behind the scenes. At that moment, Dai Mubai added, fortunately, we discovered this early. Otherwise, our team could have been torn apart. Ma Hongjun listened to their reasoning, finding it quite compelling, and nodded, all right, big brother Dai, third brother, I support you. What shall we do next? Tang Sen contemplated briefly before instructing them. I will summon Xiao Yan and Zhu Qing. You should gather everyone else to reveal the truth. What if Xiao Yan retaliates upon being exposed? Ma Hongjun expressed uncertainty, aware of Xiao Yan's formidable strength. With Teacher Erlong here, what is there to fear? Besides, I have prepared the Yama tablet for Xiao Yan, no matter what. I will not allow him to leave the Star Dou forest alive. This concerns Xiao Wu's safety. I am convinced Xiao Yan will inform the spirit hall of her identity. The night in the Star Dou forest always carried a chilling aura, and tonight was no exception. Zhu Qing sat under the moonlight, her expression heavy with thoughts. While not far away, Xiao Yan gazed at the silhouette of the girl with a soft sigh. Let us head back. Overthinking will only add to our troubles. If you do not wish to leave Shrek, then make your stay here worthwhile, Xiao Yan advised Zhu Qing. It is late. Staying out too long will lead to illness. Zhu Qing offered a bittersweet smile, gently shaking her head. It is not that I do not wish to leave. I merely question whether going to the spirit hall is a wise choice. The paths we choose are our own, and no one can guarantee what we will ultimately gain. However, once you commit to a path, never look back, Xiao Yan declared before preparing to depart. Just then, Tang San emerged from the shadows, his footsteps as silent as a caddis. Had he not been observant, he would not have noticed him at all. You? Xiao Yan was taken aback. Tang San's countenance was grim. His gaze toward Xiao Yan brimmed with palpable hostility. Even though he concealed his emotions skillfully, Xiao Yan could still discern them. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Xiao Yan inquired, unflinching. Tang San coldly scoffed. "That is a question you ought to answer, Spirit Hall agent." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhu Qing, who appeared equally stunned. "Third brother, what is happening?" "Xiao Yan is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall," Zhu Qing questioned. Tang San vehemently retorted, "Zhu Qing, do not let him deceive you. This man approached us under the guise of a conspiracy from the Spirit Hall. He has been persuading you to join them. If you follow him to the Spirit Hall, you will fall into his trap." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that his conversation with Zhu Qing had likely been eavesdropped upon. Angrily, he stated, "So, you have been eavesdropping on our conversation all along? It is merely precautionary. Now, it appears to have been quite necessary." Tang San turned away, dismissively saying, "If you know what is good for you, leave willingly. If you have the courage, then follow me." With that, Tang San strode back toward the camp. Zhu Qing hurriedly approached Xiao Yan, apologizing. "I am sorry. I did not know they were listening." Xiao Yan raised his hand to interrupt her, expressing a hint of exasperation as he said, "Forget it. I shall seek them out to clarify the matter. It was unexpected for me to be deemed a villain without any justification." Within the camp, Lu Erlong listened to the words of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, his expression growing increasingly grim. If their claims held any truth, then everything Xiao Yan had done appeared exceedingly suspicious. Impossible, for Xiao Yan was not that kind of person. However, it was Xiao Wu who first came to his defense, asserting, "I spent over half a day with him in that toxic miasma, and he never once attempted to harm me. He cannot possibly be sent by the Spirit Hall." "Oh, Xiao Wu, how naive you are," Dai Mubai shook his head. "His true intention is to recruit us, to dismantle our Shrek team. He has no reason to harm you." Xiao Wu understood their implication. Yet her reasoning was not without merit. As a 10,000-year soul beast, if he were indeed an agent of the Spirit Hall, he would have surely seized her amidst the miasma, but Xiao Yan did not. At that moment, she longed to share this information with everyone. But recalling Tang San's warning left her uncertain on how to proceed. Ning Rongrong and Oscar exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, declaring, "We believe in him. He's not like that. From the very beginning, he had shared his medicinal formulas with us, and you have witnessed their efficacy. Subsequently, he even risked his life to bring back the star lantern grass for Xiao Ao. He cannot be an agent of the Spirit Hall." Chapter 92, Xiao Yan's Conspiracy. Indeed, if Xiao Yan were an emissary of the Spirit Hall, how could he bear such grievous wounds? Oscar added, "We cannot simply conclude that he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall based on his attempt to recruit Zhu Qing." Lu Erlong, troubled by their arguments, inquired Dai Mubai, "Do you possess irrefutable evidence for your claims?" Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun and replied, "Certainly. Fatty heard it with his own ears. I can attest to that." Just then, Tang San returned from outside, proclaiming, "I just confronted him, and his reaction speaks volumes." Xiao San. Upon seeing Tang San return, Dai Mubai felt reassured. Tang San looked back at the group and said, "He has arrived. You may inquire of him yourselves." Xiao Yan and Zhu Qing entered behind Tang San, and upon witnessing the nearly frozen atmosphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Xiao Yan, speak honestly. Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall?" Lu Erlong seemed to be enduring immense fury. Observing the varied reactions among the crowd, some filled with anticipation, others relishing in schadenfreude, Xiao Yan felt somewhat unjustly treated. With a sigh, he replied, "I am not." Lu Erlong nodded. "That is good, but I hope you're speaking the truth." Before he could finish, Xiao Yan interrupted, continuing, "Though I am not an agent of the Spirit Hall, I do indeed have connections with them. The reason I encouraged Zhu Qing to join the Spirit Hall is that only they can provide her with the ideal training." "What nonsense! Our Shrek Academy can do the same." Ma Hongjun retorted fiercely, preparing to take action. Tang San restrained him, coldly stating, "Xiao Yan, clarify your relationship with the Spirit Hall and your intentions in approaching our Shrek Academy. I have explained my motives countless times. It is not a fabrication." Dai Mubai interjected, "You are not here for the Soul Master competition. You aim to dismantle our Shrek Academy. What benefit would I gain from dismantling you?" Xiao Yan found the accusation amusing. "You fear that our Shrek Academy will triumph over your Spirit Hall in the competition. Thus the Spirit Hall has sent you." Ma Hongjun declared defiantly. Xiao Yan found the assertion both amusing and absurd. How could he audaciously utter such words? "Look, he has nothing to say now." Ma Hongjun smirked, reveling in his perceived victory. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and turned to Lu Erlong, asking, "Do you also believe I am here to dismantle your Shrek Academy?" At that moment, Lu Erlong, who had been silent, sighed, "I do not wish to believe it." But your encouragement for Zhu Qing to join the Spirit Hall compels me to question your true identity. Indeed, Xiao Yan, and your mysterious teacher, whom you have kept secret from us, makes it difficult for everyone to trust you, Ning Rongrong added. Though she believed Xiao Yan was not sent by the Spirit Hall, all evidence currently pointed towards him. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan said softly, "Since it has come to this, I shall reveal the truth to you all. Your talents may be unrivaled outside, standing at the forefront, yet within the Spirit Hall Academy. You do not rank among the elite, thus there is no reason for the Spirit Hall to target you, a nameless little academy." Nameless? Little academy? The instant Xiao Yan uttered these words, he ignited the fury of nearly everyone present, including Liu Erlong. How arrogant! When our golden iron triangle made a name for ourselves. You are likely still in the dark, Liu Erlong exclaimed fiercely. Not to mention our teacher, the unmoved King Zhao Wujin, and the master, Dai Mubai, added vehemently. Even your Spirit Hall would not dare to treat them lightly. Xiao Yan smiled, questioning, "Are you referring to those currently bettered in Stardew City?" Zhu Zhuqing sensed impending trouble and exchanged glances with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. She hurriedly approached Xiao Yan, grasping his arm, and implored, "Enough, Xiao Yan. Do not continue." Her attempt only served to further provoke Dai Mubai, who, without hesitation, threw a punch at Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was not so easily provoked. The Xian heavy ruler manifested before him, blocking the blow. Dai Mubai was caught off guard, and his fist struck the Xian heavy ruler with a resounding impact. The force of the rebound sent Dai Mubai stumbling back several steps, leaving his entire arm numb. "Curious about my identity, are you?" Xiao Yan withdrew the Xian heavy ruler. Gazing at the crowd with a calm demeanor, "Let me divulge this. My teacher is none other than the current Pope." The Pope. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, including Tai Xin and his companions, nearly fell to their knees, for the weight of the Pope in their eyes was immeasurable. The Shrek Academy members were equally taken aback. But soon Liu Erlong's expression darkened, her gaze toward Xiao Yan filled with a menacing intensity. "So you are her student?" Liu Erlong's sudden fury left everyone perplexed. It was precisely the reaction that Dai Mubai and the others had anticipated. "Teacher Erlong?" Ning Rongrong timidly inquired, "What is the matter?" Xiao Yan found it odd. What deep-seated animosity could exist between Liu Erlong and his teacher? "Then you shall not leave," Liu Erlong declared, suddenly launching an attack with lightning speed. Her delicate hand transforming into a dragon's claw as it aimed fiercely at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted in shock. Liu Erlong offered him no chance to react. Should her claw connect, he would lose all ability to respond. Never did he anticipate that this soul sage would strike without warning. In a critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly pulled Xiao Yan back several meters, and amidst the chaos, Xiao Yan instinctively broke free from her grasp and rolled aside. Liu Erlong's attack missed, and she did not pursue further. Gazing at the disheveled Xiao Yan, she coldly commanded, "Do not let me see you again." A fleeting expression of shock and disappointment crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, quickly replaced by anger. He rose, locking eyes with Liu Erlong. Facing this level 78 soul sage without a trace of fear. "I never expected a soul sage, who prides herself on her status, would suddenly attack me. Is this the kind of ungrateful person that the mentors of Shrek Academy embody?" Xiao Yan exclaimed with indignation. "Teacher Erlong, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, utterly perplexed. Though Liu Erlong was often irritable, she would not suddenly resort to violence against a junior. Chapter 93. The Enraged Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong gazed at the sky and sighed, speaking weakly, "Enough, this is a matter between me and your teacher. It does not concern you." "Does not concern me?" Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle. "You nearly took my life just now. I have made it clear that this does not concern you, yet you still refuse to leave?" Liu Erlong exhibited no remorse for her recent actions, challenging, "Do you truly believe I would depart so easily?" As Xiao Yan stepped closer to Liu Erlong, their faces almost touching, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, "Xiao Yan, do not act impulsively." She attempted to pull him back, only to be blocked by Dai Mubai, who reproached her with a hint of exasperation. "Zhuqing, which side are you on?" In her frustration, Zhu Zhuqing pushed him away, demanding, "Must you wait for a crisis to unfold?" Oscar and Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached, seeking to separate Liu Erlong and Xiao Yan. For Xiao Yan had previously shared with him the deadly rivalry between him and Liu Erlong. "Everyone, please calm down." Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the crowd, and for reasons unknown, as their eyes met his, they were all struck by a chilling aura. The once seemingly languid youth had, in an instant, transformed into a bloodthirsty warrior. Liu Erlong fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, threatening, "What? Do you still wish to strike at me? Do you possess the strength to do so?" With a derisive snort, Xiao Yan replied, "While I am unaware of the grudge you hold against my teacher, I would be more than willing to assist her in dealing with you here. I believe she would appreciate it." "Xiao Yan," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not say any more. Ha ha ha. You possess courage, yet should you perish here, your teacher would surely be heartbroken," Liu Erlong retorted. Unperturbed by Xiao Yan's threats, despite her fear of the Pope, she felt no trepidation towards Xiao Yan, who had recently attained the 49th level. "Then let's test this." Xiao Yan replied with a tilt of his head. "Allow me to see what qualifies you to regard my teacher as an enemy. If you cannot even defeat me, it would be best for you to perish." Xiao Yan's words thoroughly infuriated Liu Erlong, who without hesitation launched a punch towards him. However, despite their proximity, Xiao Yan had anticipated her move, and the Xuanzhong Qi appeared just in time to block the attack. The impact sent Xiao Yan flying back several meters, but he managed to regain his balance and avoid falling. "Is that all you've got?" Liu Erlong launched another assault, her speed reaching its zenith. Determined to end the fight before her next strike, Tang Sen observed Xiao Yan's swift defeat and nodded, stating, "Teacher Erlong is indeed a soul saint. Xiao Yan stands no chance against her. Zhuqing, watch closely. He is merely a soul master and has no hope of victory against Teacher Erlong. Your journey to the Spirit Hall with him will yield no favorable outcome." Dai Mubai added, smugly addressing Zhu Zhuqing. "Leader Dai, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. They are already fighting," Oscar urged anxiously. "Even if Xiao Yan is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he has not committed any acts against us. To hastily judge him is highly inappropriate. Little Oscar, must he truly do something to jeopardize us before you comprehend?" Tang San sighed. "Let us not dwell on the enmity between Teacher Erlong and the Pope. Would it not be wise to eliminate any threat in its infancy?" Among them, it was only Tang San who wished for Xiao Yan's demise. As Xiao Yan's 4 soul rings manifested, he faced Liu Erlong's furious onslaught, instantly activating his first and third soul skills before swinging the heavy ruler to meet her martial spirit. Boom! The clash generated a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings, knocking many off their feet, leaving only Tang San and Dai Mubai eagerly watching the battle unfold. Despite Liu Erlong's relentless aggression, Xiao Yan surprisingly held his ground, which bewildered Dai Mubai and Tang San. How could a mere 49th level soul master contend with someone whose level was nearly twice his? Xiao Yan, unafraid to confront Liu Erlong, wielded his soul skills to temporarily match a soul emperor's strength, although it was immensely taxing. He realized that only by seizing the opportunity to unleash the Flame Division's devouring ruler could he hope for victory. In mere seconds, they exchanged over 100 blows. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Xiao Yan struck Liu Erlong in the side, sending her staggering back several meters, pain etched across her face. She could hardly believe that this soul master, merely at the 49th level, could stand toe-to-toe with her. Though Xiao Yan's soul rings were of great age, as a soul saint, she too possessed 10,000-year soul rings, making her not significantly inferior. "Teacher Erlong has been pushed back," Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. "We witnessed it," Dai Mubai remarked, incredulous that Xiao Yan's strength was so formidable, managing to gain the upper hand against Liu Erlong. However, Zhu Zhuqing was fraught with anxiety, knowing that Xiao Yan could not maintain this state for long. Once the duration of his soul skills expired, he would undoubtedly fall. Rest assured, Xiao Yan may be using some means to forcibly elevate his soul power, but I am convinced this state cannot persist for long. After all, he is merely a soul master, Tang San asserted, stroking his 24-bridge Minjiwai. "If Teacher Erlong cannot defeat him, we shall join forces and eliminate him." "Absolutely not," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed urgently. "Xiao Yan has saved my life, as well as Xiao Wu's. Without him, we would have perished long ago. Wouldn't this be repaying kindness with enmity? Yet he is from a spirit hall, and his actions are merely self-serving. Killing him is entirely justifiable," Tang Sen coldly retorted. Xiao Wu shook her head, pleading, "Third brother, this time, please listen to me. Let's not kill him. Xiao Yan is not a bad person." Tang San frowned, displeased. "Xiao Wu, why do you feel this way? Do you not understand that people's hearts are inscrutable? You cannot know what Xiao Yan is truly thinking. He has deceived us with his silver tongue. And you still harbor hope for him? No, I know he has never wished us harm, nor has he ever wished me ill. He even protected me while searching for soul beasts for little Oscar." Xiao Wu fervently countered, unusually defiant against Tang San's authority, having always obeyed him until now. "Xiao Wu, why can you not comprehend? I'm doing this for your own good," Tang San shouted angrily, struggling to maintain his calm demeanor in the face of Xiao Wu's unwavering stance. Chapter 94. The divergence of the Shrek team, I do not require this. Xiao Wu shouted back. Why can you not trust him? Dai Mubai observed the sweet camaraderie between the two as they quarreled over Xiao Yan, exclaiming to the group, Look at this. Would there be discord among us if not for Xiao Yan? He is the one sent by the Spirit Hall to divide us. While the argument intensified, the battle between Xiao Yan and Lu Erlong continued. Xiao Yan had already unleashed his fourth soul skill, with half the duration of his third soul skill remaining. In the face of Lu Erlong's relentless assault, he remained unflustered, methodically retreating while occasionally presenting her with openings. Although Lu Erlong was a soul saint, her combat experience appeared somewhat lacking. For a long time, Lu Erlong had primarily faced opponents significantly weaker than herself, relying on her cultivation to overpower them. However, when confronted with an adversary who matched her strength, her inexperience became evident. Conversely, Xiao Yan had spent years battling foes stronger than himself, amassing ample experience. By inducing a false sense of superiority in his opponent, he could lure them into his trap. Seeing her dominance over Xiao Yan, Lu Erlong grew increasingly confident in her victory, unleashing more powerful attacks. Yet the more forcefully she struck, the more openings she revealed. As she lunged forward with another claw strike, Xiao Yan deftly evaded her, and as she attempted to reposition herself, he struck her in the back with his ruler, propelling her forward. Now is the moment. Xiao Yan focused his spiritual energy into the Xuanzhong Qi, finally seizing the opportunity to unleash the long-awaited Flame Division's devouring ruler. For a protracted period, Xiao Yan had employed this technique only in unforeseen circumstances. Thus, unleashing it after accumulating power for so long was a novel experience. Its potency, when compared to previous attempts, was significantly more formidable and exceedingly difficult to evade. As Lu Erlong turned around, the enormous blade of energy surged toward her, overwhelming her with a force akin to an avalanche, rendering her momentarily disoriented. Just as she contemplated evading the attack, an intangible force clouded her vision for a fleeting second, during which Xiao Yan activated his second soul skill. Lu Erlong's movement halted for that brief moment, yet it was sufficient for the flame-splitting wave blade to strike her unawares. With a visceral sound, Lu Erlong's martial spirit shattered instantaneously, her body flying backward like a marionette with severed strings, trailing blood in her wake. Erlong. The members of Shrek Academy rushed forward upon witnessing Lu Erlong's grievous injury, eager to catch her. Only Tang San remained fixated on Xiao Yan, disbelief etched across his features. Who would have imagined that a soul sage of level 78 could be bested by a soul master of level 49? Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's body trembled. The exertion of deploying the flame-splitting wave blade had drained him significantly, and the recently healed meridians had suffered severe damage once more. Yet, these physical injuries meant little to him compared to the agony gnawing at his heart. Since traveling alongside Shrek Academy, he had prided himself on his conduct, believing he had not transgressed any boundaries, even when merely suggesting that Zhu Zhuqing consider joining the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, the decision had rested with her, yet the difficulty of communication with these individuals proved disheartening. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had just been defending him, ensuring that his actions were not universally condemned. A cough erupted from his throat, blood spilling forth. He had not recklessly challenged Lu Erlong. Rather, he had struggled internally with unvoiced grievances. Why should he be misjudged? Why should Lu Erlong pose a threat to him? Weakly, he sank to the ground, preparing to regulate the tumultuous soul power and chaotic meridians within himself. Tang Sen observed all of this, a grave chill emanating from him. Erlong, how are you faring? Ning Rongrong anxiously worked to mend Lu Erlong's injuries, while the mercenaries formed a protective barrier around her, bracing for a potential second assault from Xiao Yan. However, admiration for Xiao Yan lingered in their hearts. For in this world, strength commanded respect, and Xiao Yan's prowess evidently surpassed Lu Erlong's. Ma Hongjun, flustered, turned to Dai Mubai and exclaimed, "It's over. If even teacher Erlong cannot match Xiao Yan, then we stand no chance." Dai Mubai snorted derisively, directing his gaze toward Tang San. "Look at what little San is up to." Ma Hongjun blinked in confusion at Tang San, who appeared to be quietly manipulating something behind him. Those familiar with him understood he was preparing to unleash his hidden weapon. Despite Xiao Yan's victory over Lu Erlong, he was not in a much better state. It was indeed his most vulnerable moment. Dai Mubai wore a triumphant smile. Upon noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately attempted to intervene, but Dai Mubai blocked her path, insisting, "Zhu Zhuqing, remember your identity. The Spirit Hall is our enemy." Zhu Zhuqing glared at Dai Mubai, sneering, "You are as revolting as your royal kin." Dai Mubai was taken aback, not expecting Zhu Zhuqing to openly disclose her identity. From this moment forth, I am ashamed to associate with you, Zhu Zhuqing declared, striding toward Tang San. Dai Mubai roared, Xiao San, make your move. Tang San, catching sight of Zhu Zhuqing rushing toward him, instantly grasped her intent. The King of Hell's poison needle shot from his hand, aimed at Xiao Yan. No! Zhu Zhuqing cried in despair as she watched the needle pierce Xiao Yan's body. The speed of the King of Hell's needle was such that even a fully realized soul sage would find it difficult to evade, let alone the injured Xiao Yan. Tang San chuckled, confident that once the poison entered, it would take mere seconds for Xiao Yan to succumb to its effects. The alligator armor-cloud leopard had escaped the toxin's grip only by promptly severing the afflicted area, while Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the needle's entry into his body. Xiao Yan, wake up! Zhu Zhuqing urgently shook the recovering Xiao Yan. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Yan retorted, spitting blood as he recognized Zhu Zhuqing, irritation coloring his tone. Forgive me, Xiao Yan. You have been poisoned, she cried, furrowing his brow. Xiao Yan felt the unmistakable prick of the needle within him. With a slight exertion of his power, he expelled the needle. Now, the needle lay clean and gleaming, devoid of the toxins it had once carried. Chapter 95. Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill. It seemed the poison had fully infiltrated his system. Tang San, witnessing the needle in Xiao Yan's hand, gloated, you fell victim to my King of Hell's needle. Even if you were a soul, Douluo, you would not survive beyond a few moments. Xiao Yan blinked, then demanded, we are mere acquaintances. I have even saved your friend. Why go to such lengths? I'm sorry. But if you wish to assign blame, you must blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong person. In Tang San's eyes, Xiao Yan had already become a dead man. This ruthless method of killing is unprecedented, Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly as he wiped away Zhu Zhuqing's tears, unfazed. If it were anyone else, perhaps they would indeed fall at your hands, but I am somewhat different. Tang San furrowed his brow, puzzled. Logically, Xiao Yan should have succumbed to the poison by now, yet he seemed unaffected. Xiao Yan rose to his feet, meeting Tang San's astonished gaze with a smile. Your poison is merely a toy to me, lacking any true significance. Tang San stumbled back instinctively, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. This poison is immensely potent, and no one can counter it. You must be forcing yourself to endure. This needle contains 49 types of venom, including the notorious 9-section emerald poison. It is sufficient to incapacitate others, but do you think my body, having sampled 100 herbs, is a mere facade? Xiao Yan scoffed, revealing that he had encountered each toxin before, some even on multiple occasions. The venom embedded within the needle was trivial in comparison, swiftly devoured and neutralized by his Eoa. Tang San, still incredulous that his King of Hell's needle could be so easily countered, decided to observe Xiao Yan a bit longer. However, Xiao Yan appeared disinterested in further healing, his gaze now filled with murderous intent directed at Tang San. Since you seek to kill me, it seems you are prepared to face death yourself. With a decisive stride forward, the surging soul power within him erupted uncontrollably. Though the third soul skill could not be employed consecutively, with Lu Erlong incapacitated, subduing this level 40 Tang San would pose little challenge. Damn it, what is happening? The King of Hell's needle truly has no effect on him. Tang San clenched his fists, his murderous intent intensifying. The methods of the Tang sect's hidden weapons are not to be trifled with. This individual has managed to neutralize my King of Hell's needle. He has chosen the path to his own demise. Dai Mubai, noting Xiao Yan's resurgence, sensed impending danger and seized Ma Hongjun, declaring, let us assist Xiao San. Ma Hongjun was unable to protest before being pulled along. At this moment, Tang San felt bolstered by the arrival of his allies. Dai. Though Xiao Yan has regained his footing, his aura is disordered. If we can hold out long enough, I will use a hidden weapon to eliminate him. Tang San whispered his plan to the two, recognizing that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Should they miss this chance and allow Xiao Yan to escape, they might never again find an opportunity to eliminate him. Certainly, he cannot be allowed to leave. If the Spirit Hall learns of our actions against him, we will undoubtedly face retribution. Dai Mubai asserted, once the arrow has been loosed, there is no turning back. Xiao San, fatty, let's move. Xiao Yan felt no trepidation towards the trio. In terms of strength, only Dai Mubai surpassed him slightly. Tang San could only marginally restrain him with his hidden weapons and control, while Ma Hongjun's Evil Fire Phoenix's fiery assaults were as inconsequential to him as a mere bath. Though currently in less than optimal condition, dealing with the three of them was still well within his capabilities. Brandishing the heavy xian, he strolled towards them unfazed, declaring, since you all wish to slay me, Be prepared to meet your demise. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Wraith Slash. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Third soul skill, Phoenix Ascension. As the trio beheld Xiao Yan's approach, they retreated several paces and simultaneously unleashed their soul skills. Control and damage erupted instantaneously, as the golden white tiger and fiery phoenix charged fiercely toward Xiao Yan, ensnared by the blue silvergrass. Fourth soul skill, Shadow Strike Domain. Before Xiao Yan could react, Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated beside him. In an instant, the area was engulfed in darkness, rendering the soul skills of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and their companion null and void. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared at Xiao Yan's side, grasping his hand and urging, Xiao Yan, quickly leave this place. Your body cannot continue to fight. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill to be utilized in such a manner, capable of directly nullifying the opponent's soul skills. In a competitive arena, this would possess absolute suppressive power. My fourth soul skill is not limited to this. There is a second phase. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to perceive Xiao Yan's confusion. However, given the urgency of the situation, she could not elaborate further, merely insisting that he flee. Xiao Yan shook his head, coldly retorting, rest assured, they're not my adversaries. Xiao Yan, you must leave now. I do not wish for either you or them to face misfortune. Teacher Long has already fallen unconscious. This may well be Shrek's price to pay, Zhu Zhuqing urged anxiously. Moreover, your condition is so dire. Why persist in this confrontation? Deal? Xiao Yan scoffed. Since Tang San has already harbored intentions to kill me, I naturally cannot allow him to live. As for his accomplices, Dai Mubai and the others, whose soul skills have been rendered ineffective, found themselves within this domain. They could still perceive the faint glow emanating from the blue silvergrass, allowing them to glimpse Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing's figures. Zhuqing, what is the meaning of this? Are you aiding an outsider against us? Dai Mubai said, displeased. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, declaring, I simply do not wish for you to continue fighting. Within my domain, no one can employ any soul skills. Tang San surveyed the area, theorizing that Zhu Zhuqing's domain was effective only against soul masters of comparable strength. Beyond the rank of Soul King, its efficacy would diminish drastically. Then let us resolve this with our fists. As a powerful attack-type soul master, Dai Mubai was not one to shy away from a brawl, confident in his ability to defeat Xiao Yan. All right, Zhuqing, let it go. I have no interest in prolonging this charade, Xiao Yan sighed, resigned. However, that Tang San, I may not succeed today, but I shall surely seek his life another day. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Xiao Yan's indifferent visage, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could not comprehend why Tang San would harbor murderous intent toward Xiao Yan. It seemed utterly unwarranted. Moreover, Dai Mubai was fanning the flames, seemingly intent on ensuring chaos, leading to such a regrettable outcome. Chapter 96. The unexpected intruder. As the domain dissipated, the figures of several individuals re-emerged before the crowd. Xiao Wu and Oscar, upon witnessing that they were unscathed, sighed in relief and hastened to address Tang San and the others, saying, all right, third brother, this is where we draw the line. Although Xiao Yan is associated with the Spirit Hall, we have no reason to confront them. Oscar also profusely apologized to Xiao Yan. He held him in high regard. Yet Tang San and the others' animosity towards Xiao Yan and the Spirit Hall was formidable, leaving him at a loss. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San, filled with frustration, retorted Xiao Wu, do not be naive. What good can come from the Spirit Hall? Have you forgotten the injuries inflicted upon our dean and teacher Zhao Wujuan? If we allow Xiao Yan to depart unscathed, we will undoubtedly face the Spirit Hall's vengeance. Xiao Yan cast a cold gaze at the quarrel between Tang San and Xiao Wu, his fury seeking an outlet. He bowed slightly to Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, stating, I take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. The mercenaries swiftly parted to clear a path for him. Despite his current weakened state, his prowess was well recognized, and as a student of the Pope, his status was esteemed. Had they encountered him under normal circumstances, they would have certainly approached him in admiration. Tang San, observing Xiao Yan's departure, huffed. He must not be allowed to leave alive. With remarkable speed, Tang San surged toward Xiao Yan, having cultivated the Xiantian skill, which endowed him with unparalleled speed and agility compared to his peers, even outpacing Zhu Zhuqing. He launched his hidden weapons at Xiao Yan, altering his strategy. Since the poisonous darts could not harm him, he opted for the 5 poisonous projectiles. While not lethal, they would effectively impede Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to Tang San as nothing more than a corpse. He believed Xiao Yan possessed no means to escape his pursuit. Xiao Yan emitted a cold snort. He had long since Tang San's approach. As the sensation of danger washed over him, he deftly evaded several of Tang San's projectiles. You have brought this upon yourself. Swiftly shattering a jade vial, he consumed its contents, feeling a surge of heat envelop him. The previously wavering energy within him solidified, as if he had returned to his peak state. Third soul skill, Shadow Owl Clone. In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure multiplied into 7, each dashing towards Tang San from various directions. Tang San was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Just as he intended to retreat, he realized his speed paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's. Suddenly, the heavy Xian came crashing down upon him. Tang San was slammed down from 5 meters high, crashing to the ground. 2 additional clones rushed in, wielding the heavy Xian to strike him down. Typically, Xiao Yan would not require the use of the Shadow Owl clone to deal with Tang San. However, Tang San's repeated underhanded assaults had incensed him, compelling him to resolve the matter swiftly. Tang San was struck multiple times by the heavy Xian, unable to escape, with several bones fracturing under the relentless blows. At this juncture, all of Xiao Yan's clones surged back into his main body, amplifying his strength 42-fold as he prepared to deliver the final blow. I do not know how you conduct yourself ordinarily. I had presumed you to be cautious, yet this time you have truly lost your senses, Xiao Yan said coldly, as the heavy Xian descended. No, Xiao Wu cried out in despair, sprinting desperately to save Tang San, but her speed was insufficient. Just as the heavy Xian was about to descend upon Tang San, a furious roar echoed from all directions, and boulders hurtled from the forest toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted as he swung the heavy Xian, shattering the boulders into fragments. Who dares to lay such heavy hands upon my son? A voice, imbued with unbridled rage, reverberated through the air. Before Xiao Yan and the others could react, a battered figure materialized before him, delivering a single punch that sent Xiao Yan hurtling back several dozen meters. The heavy Xian in Xiao Yan's grasp shattered upon impact, and a portion of the force from the punch reverberated through him, causing his bones to crack ominously, as if something had abruptly lodged in his chest. Coughing violently, Xiao Yan crashed to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood. His strength dissipated as though his meridians had been severed. It was at this moment that the onlookers finally discerned the newcomer. Though he bore an unkempt appearance, his disheveled beard and haggard demeanor did little to obscure the 9 soul rings swirling around him, making it evident that he was a peak powerhouse. Title Douluo? The crowd gazed in disbelief at the individual before them, a being far from an ordinary title Douluo, for his 9th spirit ring was an astonishing 100,000-year spirit ring. Father. At that moment, Tang San retained a shred of rationality. His blood-red eyes, tinged with confusion, made out the visage of the newcomer. With incredulity, he inquired, "Is it truly you, father?" Tang Hao, observing Tang San in such a pitiful state, was filled with regret. He replied, "Of course it is me. Do not fear, little San. I shall avenge you at once." While Tang San conversed with Tang Hao, Oscar, who had long since reacted, stealthily approached, maneuvering around them to reach Xiao Yan's side. At this juncture, Xiao Yan was utterly incapable of resistance. Oscar promptly activated his 4th soul skill, conjuring a sausage, which he hastily stuffed into Xiao Yan's mouth. Big brother, my 4th soul skill is remarkably effective for bones and internal injuries. After consuming this, you should regain some strength. Hurry and escape. Xiao Yan swallowed it whole, feeling indeed that his body was beginning to mend. With great effort, he rose and expressed his gratitude to Oscar, saying, "Thank you, but you should leave me now. I cannot flee today." This individual, being a title Douluo, resorts to ambushes. It is no wonder he is his father's son. Yet Oscar, filled with urgency, protested, "If we do not flee, shall we simply await our demise?" Xiao Yan scoffed, "If he wishes to kill me, it shall not be so simple. We can perish together if need be." At this moment, Xiao Yan found himself in dire straits. The sudden emergence of this title Douluo would surely not spare him, and he could only summon the Destruction Fire Lotus for a slim chance of escape. As Xiao Yan pushed Oscar aside and prepared to call forth, he was suddenly seized by a firm grip on his shoulder. "Foolish child, do you truly believe there is no path for you now?" Bibi Dong had appeared behind Xiao Yan without warning. She was not adorned in the resplendent robes of a pope, but dressed in a simple yet formidable attire reminiscent of her entrance into the Star Dou Forest days prior. Nevertheless, her presence radiated an undeniable allure. Xiao Yan, taken aback, turned to her and asked in astonishment, "Teacher, you have not yet left the Stardew Forest?" Chapter 97. Hoshin Bibi Dong smiled gently, briefly assessing his injuries before responding, "I have left, but I was concerned for your safety, so I returned." Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. With Bibi Dong present, he felt assured that any predicament could be resolved, even against a title Douluo. However, Tang Hao's expression darkened significantly. During his quiet observation, he had failed to detect the presence of this woman, though others were oblivious to her identity. As a title Douluo, he sensed her power surpassed his own. "So you are the Hoshin Douluo," Bibi Dong remarked, placing a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder as she stood protectively in front of him. With disappointment, she stated, "You appear to be in poor condition. How long can your injuries allow you to survive?" Her words left the crowd in shock. The reputation of Hoshin Douluo was well known. Years ago, he had triumphed over the Pope of the Spirit Hall and several esteemed title Douluos with his newly acquired title Douluo strength, earning him countless admirers. However, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot contend against the entire Spirit Hall, and in the ensuing years, Hoshin Douluo had faded into obscurity, leading many to speculate he had been eliminated by the Spirit Hall. Now, this illustrious title Douluo stood before them, igniting palpable excitement among the onlookers. "You two are a title Douluo, are you not? Just moments ago, I failed to detect your presence, and yet you discerned my injuries with a mere glance. Your rank must be considerable," Tang Hao spoke darkly, his gaze fixed on Bibi Dong. "This matter pertains to my son and Xiao Yan. I hope you will not intervene." "Preposterous. Your son has attempted ambush after ambush, only to be severely injured. Do you still have the audacity to defend him?" Bibi Dong retorted scornfully. "Had Xiao Yan been at his peak, even if your son had 4 legs, he would stand no chance against him." Seeing that the woman before him showed no intention of retreat, Tang Hao felt a surge of murderous intent. He had faced foes stronger than himself before. Though this woman was indeed a title Douluo, he was confident he could defeat her. "What? You cannot resist the urge to strike me?" Bibi Dong declared as her 18 spirit rings appeared one by one. "What in the world is happening?" Oscar exclaimed from the back, unable to contain his astonishment. "Incredible. How does she possess 18 spirit rings?" Tang Hao's gaze grew increasingly grave. The woman's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. The only explanation for her possessing 18 spirit rings was that she was a twin martial soul, and the pinnacle of twin martial soul wielders could only be one person, the current pope. "Have you deduced my identity?" Bibi Dong stepped forward, her unparalleled soul power pressing down on Tang Hao with overwhelming force. Tang Hao, unwilling to yield, unleashed his own soul power, and the collision of 2 title Douluo's auras rendered the onlookers breathless. "Do you still intend to deal with me as you did with Qian Shirenji?" Bibi Dong said fiercely. Tang Hao clenched his fists, fully aware that Bibi Dong's strength far surpassed that of Qian Shirenji from years past. Should they engage? Even if he managed to injure Bibi Dong with some hidden tactics, he would likely perish at her hands. "Madam Pope, why must you lower yourself to the level of a mere villager like me?" Tang Hao retreated a couple of steps, his voice grave. Bibi Dong glanced at the Hoshin hammer in his grasp and shook her head, saying, "If you refrain from harming my student, I shall not stoop to your level." Tang Hao hesitated momentarily, tightening his grip on the Hoshin hammer. "I may not be your match, but if you wish to overpower me, it will not be so simple. I suspect that should you sustain grave injuries, it will not end well for you either." Bibi Dong scoffed dismissively. Previously, she might have held some apprehension regarding Tang Hao's hidden cards, but now, with the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire in her possession, she felt fully confident in subduing him. "Are you not afraid of your tongue slipping while boasting?" Bibi Dong stepped forward, exuding the overwhelming aura of a peak Douluo, forcing Tang Hao down. After all, she possessed twin martial souls, and her own strength was above that of Tang Hao, leaving little doubt as to the outcome should they clash. Tang Hao was acutely aware of this reality. Inwardly, he cursed the Pope as a madwoman. Her demeanor suggested she was prepared to strike. If it were only him, he could simply flee. However, with his son present, he could not allow Tang San to fall into danger. He could only continue to retreat, taking a dozen steps back. Raising his hand, wait. Bibi Dong, however, paid him no heed. Her surging soul power distorted the very space around her as she began to summon part of her martial soul's true form, a breathtaking yet terrifying sight. Resembling a jade-faced Azura. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" Tang Hao said fiercely. "Do not forget, without me, how could you have ascended to the Pope's throne so swiftly?" Bibi Dong paused for a moment, then revealed a dangerously alluring smile. "Had you not mentioned that, I might have forgotten. But now, knowing all this, you must die today." Though Tang Hao was suppressed by Bibi Dong's imposing presence, he was, after all, a 95th level title Douluo. His powerful soul force erupted from within him. He understood that there was no turning back. Today, he could only confront Bibi Dong in battle. The 2 title Douluos finally clashed, and the spectators felt their hearts leap into their throats. Such a scene was rare to behold, especially involving the renowned Hoshin Douluo and the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I don't think that uncle stands a chance against the Pope. Should we not first evacuate Little San? Oscar asked Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, observing the unconscious Liu Erlong and the gravely injured Tang San, sighed helplessly. It seems we have no choice but to flee. Yet Zhu Zhuqing remained by Xiao Yan's side, seemingly unwilling to leave him. Forget it, Dai Mubai. There are plenty of women everywhere. She is not worth it. Ma Hongjun patted his shoulder. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is certainly a mad woman. Staying here could very well result in our deaths. Dai Mubai pondered for a moment before addressing the group. Everyone, we must leave this place quickly. The longer we remain, the greater the danger for Hoshin Douluo. Ning Rongrong managed to stabilize Liu Erlong's injuries and, together with Xiao Wu, helped her to her feet. Upon grasping the current situation, she glanced at the fierce battle between the two titled Douluos and, with a hint of regret, remarked, I was too impulsive. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Teacher Erlong, it is somewhat late to say this now. We should leave at once. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. That gentleman may not be able to hold off the Pope for long, especially given your enmity. Tai-san called upon the mercenaries to prepare for an immediate departure. But at that moment, a tall man clad in golden armor abruptly appeared among them. Chapter 98. The might of the strange fire where you all headed? The matter here is far from over, the chrysanthemum Dou Yueguan said as he pressed a hand onto Ma Hongjuan's head. His voice, sharp and eerie, echoed like a death knell, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. An invisible pressure enveloped them, and they stared in disbelief at the sudden arrival, who was encircled by 9 soul rings. Revealing himself as yet another titled Douluo, Ma Hongjun, with his head pressed down, dared not breathe, staring blankly ahead, where a more terrifying figure emerged. Yueguan, the ghost Douluo. Upon recognizing these figures, Liu Erlong felt a chill run down her spine. With them present, resistance was futile. Zhu Zhuqing was equally startled by their sudden appearance. Xiao Yan, upon seeing them, sighed helplessly and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, help me over there. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated briefly before swiftly supporting Xiao Yan as they made their way forward. The ghost Douluo, upon seeing Xiao Yan's condition, chuckled, little brat, you nearly got yourself into trouble again. Xiao Yan, noting the glee on his face, retorted, indeed. I encountered the Houqian Douluo. I wonder who almost got killed by the Pope back in the day. The two titled Douluos immediately frowned at Xiao Yan's words. The ghost Douluo approached Xiao Yan with a serious demeanor, admonishing him, let's not revisit this matter. Xiao Yan shrugged and replied, you did not come here solely to rescue me, did you? The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded, stating, we discovered the whereabouts of the Houqian Douluo, and afterward, His Holiness the Pope ventured alone into the Star Dou forest to investigate. We were merely accompanying him. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Tang Hao were locked in a fierce battle. But it was evident that Tang Hao was showing signs of fatigue, and the balance of power had become increasingly clear. However, it was curious that the flames wielded by the Pope bore a striking resemblance to the fire exhibited by the two titled Douluos. Seemingly identical to Xiao Yan's heavenly lotus heart fire, yet even more potent. Xiao Yan, too, noted the peculiarities of Bibi Dong's flames, realizing that the strength of the strange fire intensified with the user's power. As his abilities grew, so too did the might of the strange fire. The Houqian hammer, renowned as the world's supreme weapon spirit, found itself utterly suppressed by the heavenly lotus heart fire. Had it not been wielded by a titled Douluo of level 95, it would have surely been incinerated. A cold smile crept across the lips of the chrysanthemum Douluo. The day Tang Hao had defeated the three of them had become a lifelong nightmare. Yet now, it appeared that Tang Hao was no match for the current Pope. Let us not linger any longer, Chrysanthemum Guan. These individuals have caused Xiao Yan distress, and we must show some form of recompense, the ghost Douluo proclaimed, releasing his martial spirit, eager to engage the surrounding crowd. The chrysanthemum Douluo frowned, displeased. How many times must I tell you? Do not refer to me in that manner. The onlookers gazed fearfully at the two titled Douluos, none daring to step forward. Liu Erlong gently patted the trembling Ning Rongrong, pushing aside her support from Xiao Wu, and with trembling steps approached, declaring, if you must kill, then take my life, spare my students. Xiao Yan coldly observed her actions. He found her temperament irritable and her pride unbearable, and after the recent skirmish, his disdain for Liu Erlong had only deepened. Her fate mattered little to him. The chrysanthemum doll lightly squeezed Ma Hongjuan's head, as if toying with an object, and remarked to Liu Erlong, look at you, a soul sage of level 78. And yet you cannot best Xiao Yan. It's quite pitiful. Enough nonsense. Just say whether it can be done. Liu Erlong demanded fiercely. Not possible, the chrysanthemum Dou replied, releasing Ma Hongjun and slowly approaching Liu Erlong, gently caressing her cheek as he softly spoke. It seems you remain oblivious to the roles of hunter and prey. Zhu Qing, witnessing this, anxiously implored Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I beg you, spare them. They're my friends. Please let them go this time. I can become the Pope's student. Xiao Yan was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. Zhu Qing's plea made it seem as though he was coercing her into servitude. Her words drew the attention of the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos, who regarded her with skepticism, saying, Little girl, the requirements to become the Pope's student are quite stringent. Zhu Qing, feeling the weight of their doubtful gazes, stepped forward, summoning her 4 soul rings. To the astonishment of even the seasoned ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo, her first 4 soul rings were all 10,000-year rings. When Zhu Qing had previously unleashed her 4th soul skill, she had called forth her soul rings, but in the darkness. No one could discern their colors. The chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos exchanged glances, both revealing shock in their expressions. Xiao Yan cleared his throat, saying, In truth, whether they live or die has little impact on me. I've already severely injured Tang San, so consider it even. The ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. If that is the case, we shall consult His Holiness the Pope shortly. At this moment, Tang Hao had exhausted all his trump cards, detonating his soul rings to unleash their full power, converting it into an overwhelming force that far surpassed his original capabilities. Yet, even so, against Bibi Dong's strange fire, his defenses proved inadequate, and he found himself wounded by the reverberations of his own attacks, compounded by his previous injuries, leaving him in a state of despair. Bibi Dong, do you truly intend to kill me? Though I bear animosity toward the Wuhuan Palace, had I not grievously injured Qian Xuanji? How could you have seized such power and ascended to the position of Pope? Tang Hao peut-être bitterly. Bibi Dong coldly regarded Tang Hao's struggles, contemplating that while the Hao Yan Duo was formidable, he lacked intelligence. Repeatedly bringing up such matters would only strengthen her resolve to eliminate him. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous for her. If he attempted to leverage the Elders' Hall against her, it would indeed complicate matters. Tang Hao, you are hailed as the continent's foremost genius. Yet you find yourself in this pitiful state. You have no one to blame but yourself. Bibi Dong struck again, her powerful soul power obliterating Tang Hao's Hao Yan hammer, a weapon spirit that was not impervious to destruction. Tang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his martial spirit shattered, leaving him gravely injured, with scarcely any soul power remaining to contend with Bibi Dong. Chapter 99. The Return of the Soul Palace Today. You shall leave your life here, Bibi Dong stated coldly as she approached Tang Hao. Yet I must thank you. You were right. Without you, I would not have been able to kill Qian Xuanji. But I am curious. How did you learn that it was I who killed him? I have my methods. Tang Hao di do defian di. We can collaborate. I can help you take control of the Wuhuan Palace. Bibi Dong remained unmoved, the fangs of her spider emperor martial spirit poised threateningly at Tang Hao's throat. Do not play clever games with me. Tell me how you came to know this, or I shall send you and your son straight to hell. Driven to the brink by Bibi Dong's threats, Tang Hao stubbornly inquired, If I tell the truth, will you spare my son? Bibi Dong snorted dismissively. If you utter another word of nonsense, I will kill him right now. Tang Hao's body trembled as he clenched his fists and declared, It was the people from the Spirit Hall who informed me. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. The name of this organization was not unfamiliar to her. It was the very same Spirit Hall spoken of by the evil Soul Master. Where exactly is this Spirit Hall? Why have they targeted you? Bibi Dong pressed, pointing upwards with fierce determination. Do not presume that your Spirit Hall can dominate everything. The Spirit Hall is a force from the divine realm, and one day, they will overthrow the Spirit Hall. This was also what I desired. The Spirit Hall would unify the Dou Continent, and the Hao Yan clan would benefit greatly. Ridiculous. The divine realm has never intervened in the Douluo Continent, and moreover, the actions of the Spirit Hall are despised by all gods. They dare to challenge the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's disdainful expression revealed her contempt for Tang Hao's absurd claims. She raised her hand, summoning her martial spirit's true form, poised to deliver a final blow. What do you intend to do? Tang Hao shouted in fury, witnessing Bibi Dong's renewed assault. If you kill me, the Spirit Hall will face dire consequences. The esteemed Hao Yan Douluo, reduced to consorting with evil soul masters, such a disgrace to the Hao Yan clan. Today, I shall rid the Hao Yan clan of this calamity, without the slightest hesitation. Bibi Dong's venomous fangs pierced Tang Hao's neck, the lethal toxin swiftly coursing through his veins. Tang Hao clutched his throat in agony. black blood oozing from his lips as he stammered incoherently. Observing Tang Hao's desperate struggles, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of anger. Although he was an enemy of the spirit hall, he was not her adversary. Her ire stemmed from his association with evil soul masters. If what Tang Hao claimed were true, and the evil soul masters were to dominate the Douluo continent, then the entire world of soul masters would face annihilation. As time ticked by, Tang Hao's struggles ceased, and he lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. The onlookers had already witnessed the situation between the two titled Douluo in their eyes. The esteemed Pope had effortlessly slain the so-called greatest genius of the continent, the Xiao Yan. The Pope possesses such formidable strength. Both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo had not anticipated the battle's swift conclusion. Even Xian Douluo would struggle to defeat Tang Hao in such a short span. Bibi Dong gazed upon Tang Hao's cooling corpse and waved her hand, unleashing a ball of azure heart fire, incinerating him entirely. From this moment forth, the Xiao Yan would no longer exist. What a pity! Had you not consorted with evil soul masters, I might have spared your life. Even if just to use you as a pawn against the Elder Hall, Bibi Dong lamented, shaking her head. But alas, it has come to this. Allowing you and your spouse to reunite is a fitting conclusion. At this moment, in a colossal black tower, a dark-clad man with closed eyes suddenly opened them, sneering. Ha ha ha. Tang Hao, do you realize the gravity of your offense in engaging the Pope? Tang Hao's spectral form appeared before the man, albeit appearing somewhat ethereal. If Xiao Yan were present, he would discern that Tang Hao was currently in a state of soul, filled with reluctance. Tang Hao could not muster a shred of pride in the presence of this man, only bowing respectfully and stating, I apologize, but my son is in grave danger, and I cannot turn a blind eye. Those who achieve great things throughout history do not concern themselves with trifles. A son is but a single life. Should he perish, another can be born, but losing one's own life is far more troublesome. I can save you this time, but not a second. As he spoke, a dense fog flickered in the man's eyes, and Tang Hao's form solidified. He felt the exhilarating return of his physical body, elated at the sight of this man, who seemed godlike, effortlessly reviving him. The man beckoned, and 7 young individuals entered from outside, though they appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Each was encircled by 5 black soul rings, their formidable soul power far surpassing that of ordinary soul kings. A soul master tournament will be held periodically across the continent. This upcoming tournament will serve as a grand unveiling for my Spear Hall. Take them with you to secure victory. The man stood before Tang Hao, declaring, Ha ha ha. Thus, a steady stream of recruits will join my Spirit Hall, and then we shall proceed accordingly. Tang Hao swallowed hard, knowing the man's intentions, to amass a vast number of souls, a task best accomplished through slaughter, for nothing yields more carnage than the horrors of war. Noticing Tang Hao's hesitation, the man offered no rebuke, merely stating, Rest assured, once this is accomplished, you and your Xiao Yan clan shall become the foremost sect in the realm. And I can also assist in reviving your wife. Tang Hao nodded, replying, I can lead them to victory in the Soul Master Tournament. But I will not partake in the war you instigate. That is of no consequence. Your involvement is unnecessary. The man dismissed with indifference. Tang Hao nodded once more and turned to lead the 7 individuals away. They moved with emotionless faces akin to machines. And Tang Hao understood that they were not true soul masters, but rather beings resembling soul masters, crafted from the power of that formidable figure. What a terrifying individual. If Bibi Dong were to confront him, she would likely stand no chance. Reflecting on the overwhelming pressure he had felt from that man, Tang Hao recognized it as a true divine oppression. After Tang Hao departed, the man's gaze darkened with danger. He cruelly licked his lips, looking upward and muttering to himself, Lord Spirit Emperor, if my plan succeeds, will you take notice of me? Chapter 100. The rejected Zhu Zhuqing. Bibi Dong returned to Xiao Yan's side. Following the recent battle, the area within a radius of several hundred meters had been flattened, leaving the onlookers trembling with fear. Now, standing in close proximity to the legendary Pope, every heart raced with trepidation. Lu Erlong glared viciously at the woman, who was the root cause of Yu Xiaojiang's prolonged melancholy. Had it not been for her, Yu Xiaojiang might have been with her long ago. Bibi Dong cast a cursory glance at her, but did not let it trouble her. She approached Xiao Yan and inquired, How is your injury? Xiao Yan waved his hand, saying, It's nothing serious, just that I cannot mobilize my soul power for the time being. Your standard for nothing serious is rather low. Is it only considered nothing serious if you're not dead? Bibi Dong retorted with annoyance. Why not return to my side? At this rate, you're bound to die outside someday. Xiao Yan coughed awkwardly. Who would have thought that Tang San had a titled Douluo backing him? Congratulations, Your Holiness. On finally eliminating Tang Hao, Douluo stepped forward first, stating, "Now even the Elder Hall must treat you with respect." Bibi Dong replied with displeasure, "They ought to respect me regardless." Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances before continuing, "Your Holiness, there's another person here who wishes to become your disciple." Bibi Dong decisively interjected, "A delusion. Kill everyone here. Leave not a single one alive." Everyone gasped in shock, and the mercenaries fell to their knees, rendered speechless by fear. Ning Rongrong and the others turned pale, unsure of how to react. Xiao Yan quickly said, "Teacher, please wait. It would not be too late to decide after seeing her." Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing beside Xiao Yan, and asked, "Is it you?" Zhu Zhuqing trembled, but nodded, desperately suppressing her fear, yet unable to fully calm herself before such a fearsome pope. "Though still young, I have reached the 41st rank," she declared, her talent commendable. "However, there are numerous gifted individuals within my Pope Hall. Your qualifications do not suffice to become my disciple." Bibi Dong shook her head. "However, should you choose to join the Spear Hall, that would be acceptable." Summoning her courage, Zhu Zhuqing met Bibi Dong's gaze earnestly, stating, "I, like Xiao Yan, possess a 10,000-year soul ring." As she spoke, she unleashed her 4 soul rings, which left Bibi Dong astonished, her expression turning grave. She scrutinized the 4 soul rings adorning Zhu Zhuqing, noting that the 4th ring was derived from a 50,000-year soul beast. With a perplexed expression, she inquired, "How could you withstand the soul pressure of a 50,000-year soul beast with merely a level 40 strength?" Zhu Zhuqing candidly replied, "Fortunately, I received assistance from Xiao Yan. Without him, I would not have been able to endure the soul impact from the crocodile armor cloud leopard." Bibi Dong cast a questioning glance at Xiao Yan, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I merely released some soul power to help alleviate her burden, reducing it by less than half." In truth, Xiao Yan had utilized the fallen heart flame to assist Zhu Zhuqing, yet he refrained from revealing his second type of EO. "Having said that, your talent and temperament are indeed formidable. Had I met you a few years earlier, I would have undoubtedly taken you as my disciple." Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of regret. "But what about now?" Zhu Zhuqing hastily pressed. Bibi Dong shook her head. "I no longer harbor that interest. However, you could remain in the Spear Hall." Bibi Dong's response left Zhu Zhuqing at a loss, while Xiao Yan beside her shrugged helplessly, having not anticipated that Bibi Dong had no intention of taking on disciples. "Moreover, your intricate ties to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire could pose a threat to our Spirit Hall should you acquire greater power," Bibi Dong stated, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with inner conflict. Naturally, she wished to recruit such a talent, but she was uncertain of Zhu Zhuqing's true intentions. Xiao Yan quickly interjected, "Rest assured, teacher, she wishes to join the Spirit Hall precisely because she cannot endure the oppression of her family." "Really?" Bibi Dong questioned, her disbelief evident. Zhu Zhuqing nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I assure you I will not act against your interests." Bibi Dong paused and stated, "Anyone can make empty promises. If you wish to prove yourself, then kill that young man from the Star Dou Empire." Bibi Dong was referring to Dai Mubai. Should Zhu Zhuqing eliminate Dai Mubai, she would irrevocably become an enemy of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, and her own family would undoubtedly disown her. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at the bewildered Dai Mubai, casting a pleading look toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan appeared indifferent, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhu Zhuqing addressed Bibi Dong. "My strength is comparable to Dai Mubai's. It would be quite difficult for me to kill him." Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, as the Spider Queen's claws suddenly appeared before Dai Mubai, piercing through his shoulder bone without warning. "Now, he is utterly incapable of resisting. You may proceed to eliminate him without concern," Bibi Dong said with a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the terrified Dai Mubai, took a deep breath, and stepped closer to him. "Zhuqing, what are you about to do?" Dai Mubai asked, having envisioned numerous ways he might meet his demise, yet never considering that it would be at Zhu Zhuqing's hands. "Your Holiness," Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke, "if I were to kill Dai Mubai, would that grant me the qualifications to become your student?" Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before responding, "That would depend on your future performance. For now, you may remain in the Spirit Hall." "Would it be possible to avoid harming my teachers, classmates, and other innocents?" Zhu Zhuqing continued to inquire. Bibi Dong glanced at Xiao Yan, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, Bibi Dong replied, "That is acceptable. As long as you eliminate Dai Mubai, you will be one of us in the Spirit Hall, and I shall generously reward you for your efforts." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, finally resolute. She summoned her martial soul's true form and said, "I apologize, Mubai. I will now use the Nether Slash to end your life, cleanly. You will feel no pain. This strike will sever our ties and my connection with my family. Farewell." With that, Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand and unleashed her third soul skill. She understood that the aftermath would be gruesome, gritting her teeth. She closed her eyes and brought her weapon down fiercely. However, reality did not unfold as she had anticipated. Just as the nether slash was about to descend upon Dai Mubai's neck, an overwhelming force intercepted her strike and sent her sprawling several meters away.